G2.
I was kind of thinking about that. Ezreal Karma, obviously, bot lane that goes way back. Alistar, his biggest weakness is his laning phase. Obviously, his level 1 is often talked about, but I think outside of that, you're really not expecting too much out of him when it comes to just trying to leverage. So it does also mean that I think the Varus does lose some of what makes it so strong, right? If you pair it with Renata, the laning phase, the 2v2, is so oppressive. It's not quite going to be the case here, as the way does get taken off the board, something that outranges the Rise and is generally able to punish it quite well.
Get that exact
I like the Rumble ban. I do think Rumble, especially after the performance Gigo had, plus the fact that there's a Wukong in the game, definitely a good call.
Yeah, and also looking at how this one's going to go, I still need to see some more follow-up engage from the side of Fury. I like that Rel and Wukong together. I think that this is a great amount of engage for these fights, for Fury to still call their shots and make their plays where they want them, when they want them.
It always feels a little rough to pick Rel into Alistar, right? The reason why we saw Alistar really rise to prominence again is because he is really good into Rel. You get to counteract, interrupt a lot of that. There's also angles for you to get rid of the Wukong, keep your backline safe. As the checks does come out, Gragas is still open. There's an immobile carry on the enemy team as the Corki comes through. Now, I think in theory the Corki makes sense, right? We've seen this pick be really good when he gets to actually have an oppressive laning phase, when he really gets to punish. But I do think the pick right now hasn't really been that convincing recently, as the Cassante comes through here for Gigo.
And there's also no major magic damage for the side of G2. There is splashes of magic damage. Maokai can often go for, like, you know, the red smite into Liandry's in the tank after that build for some magic damage. Varus does some magic, Jax does some magic, but there's no real big mage threat like in the presence of the Rise on Furious comp. So this last pick, Cassante for Gigo, a character that loves to be able to just say, sure, I'll build a Jax show and then nothing but armor, is fantastic, I feel like.
And we did, of course, see a ton of Maokai back when I think he was both a little stronger and during the double AD carry meta, which this obviously kind of goes back towards. But let's be real, Flowers, game 1, the draft wasn't really the issue. Like, obviously, I think playing a dive comp like that into a Nila can always feel a little rough, but that's not really what the game boiled down to. It was just a level of cohesion that was shown by Fury that was miles ahead of what G2 were able to do. We're able to set up a ton of traps, and this is gonna have to be a very important game. If G2 want to regain control in this series, they need to catch this game, because if that man right there has anything to say about it, think hard. I mean, I don't have to tell you about this, Flowers.
No, I'm very, very American when it comes to the my love for the NA versus EU rivalry. But we do also have to look at the G2 bottom lane, I think, when you're talking about G2 needing to win this game. Because when we go back and look at the laning phase, or just like the very early mid-game of game number 1, it was Hans and Labrov who had that individual advantage in their own lane, right? It was like almost a 4-wave lead over IU. That's really impressive in terms of what they were able to build just in what was mostly isolated. So if they can manage to turn that into a win condition, that might be the key.
I'm also willing to bet that Broken Blade isn't going to get himself solo killed this time around. Did take a lot of risks in the last game, which introduced an additional level of volatility. But for me, the biggest contributor, again, and I'm going to keep going back to this, I need to see more cohesion, because it felt like no two members of G2 were ever on the same page. Because this wasn't just, you know, often we talk about like mid-jungle, jungle support, but I feel like all of the members just felt like they were on very different pages, and clearly not going to be able to get away with that.
Looks like we might have a bit of a delay on stage here for some kind of technical issue. Hopefully they'll be able to get that one resolved here as soon as possible, get us into the game. I also think talking about, you know, taking risks for Broken Blade there in the top lane, it's the nature of the champion. The only way Warwick is good is you have to play on the edge. You have to allow him to bait opponents in, use that low life bar to really give yourself an opportunity you wouldn't otherwise have. So now that you're playing Jax, it's a much more standard type of character, and you don't have to really skirt the edges as much.
You really don't. Jax will always get good value. It's just a very versatile character. Let's move on to team fights. Do you think that after all the changes that we've had to Cassante, he actually has a very solid matchup early on, right? I think Cassante, in mind of many, is still that tank that is okay in lane, but really is about afterwards. I do think you can get way more done. That is some wonderful cosplay there.
That's some powerful cosplay, ears and hair there. I like that. I respect that. But yeah, Cassante, I mean, I think for a lot of people, the number one thing that comes to mind when you think Cassante is still the showmaker pasta, right? Like, this is a character that if he gets out of control, control is truly all out of control. And that's what we've seen Gigo do in game number 1. And we'll see if he can repeat that success here in game number 2. Let's check it out as we're on to the Rift now. Furia this time from the red side. G2 over on blue. Caps on the Corki taking a look at Keystone, Summoner Spells, all the normal stuff. It's Grasp for both of our top laners for the early trading power. Sometimes you'll see Jax go for something, you know, more like the Conqueror if he thinks the laning phase is just going to be free. But again, going up against the Cassante, especially after game number 1, you want to make sure that you're having a solid laning phase.
Man, why is this map?
Going to be running Summoner Spellbook here in the support role.
Anything you say can and will be used against you.
We do see Hans going for the Comet, which I do think is very rare. So there's not a lot of auto-attack that you will be able to get to view.
Not against Wukong.
Yeah, Wise. Cassante. Yeah, I think trying to stay away is the right call. And it also makes sense given his lane part. I think the Assembly Burst is just way more...
Let's go, baby.
Sufficient, right? He can just stay in lane, he can just wait.
I don't know how he got over my trap.
That
was wild.
I think in this case you just pick him to try and he will still have decent amount of lane power, but it's not really what it's about. As we do see Indigo again, but this time Hans will be fine. Yeah, lighting is down, and I also take a big hit there.
Early piercing arrow, the one on the way to
Oh, fuck.
as IU walks up the brush, both connect. So
100% hit rate.
about an extra early health potion of damage there. Feels good for Hans Sama and
Unfortunately, Alistair isn't the champion.
No, I mean, he interrupted the crash down there. So that's honestly about the best level 1 Alistar performance you can get.
For a lot, as we can see, which one level 2 was but Ayu and Jojo, Caps, eventually rise up easily and reaches the point where he just gets to clear waves in seconds, but doesn't have a skill
Sorry,
to
Paradox.
AP available for now.
Good shit, dude. You saw that shit?
You good? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm going tank Yone, by the way, so. Given we should have enough damage.
Yep.
I'll try to set you guys up.
Coaching a team in the LTA South, trying to do it again here, not just in a best of 3, but in a best of 5, that much harder. And we'll see if he can accomplish that same magic here with Furia. They've already got a great start towards it.
Yeah, that was with Genius midfielder Palafox, right?
Yes, correct. His opponent spent him in scrimmage. He's very powerful.
Thus far, though, again, my expectation for G2 is that they are going to really pull back a lot of the risks that they took in game number 1, and instead are going to rely on their macro sense, their ability to pick fights later on in the game, and I do think that that should also mean that this early laning phase is not going to be nearly as interesting. Wukong suggestively wants to farm for 6, but because the wave bounce came through on bot, Labrov already gets to roam up. Looks like they're still going to go for the contest there, and Jojo and Ayu get a good amount of damage down.
Okay.
Oh, Gigo!
Wait, we got their tower?
I'll fucking take that all day, bro. What the hell?
Invading enemy jungle here on the potential opportunity for a chance to go after Caps, but
Yeah, I mean,
playing
oh, Skewmon.
From the
just be able to turn this one around. Gigo in some trouble this time around. Top lane's not looking the same as game 1, and it's first blood of the Broken Blade.
Good bait set up by Broken Blade there. Able to flash away out of the W. Still gets a stun off on the back end as well. And then Skewmon shows up just in time. And meanwhile, not a fan of this mid lane gang. Tatsu, you are a 3-6 Wukong, which unfortunately don't do that much. One of the reasons why you play so aggressive is because of the build-in safety that he has to cover. Caps didn't even need the flash. Hans and LeBron did use their stun, so I imagine we missed a scuffle in the bot lane. So yeah, that's how we got to play Corki. Just got to jump right on top of him. But no cleanse, no heal does mean that at level 6 we could possibly see some volatility introduced if Tatsu can get towards the bot side.
Yeah, the difference in this game, in game number 1, is yes, we still have the first blood happening up there in the top side, but remember that in game number 1, G2 got a kill back immediately in bottom lane right after. This time around, there was no such counterplay again, like you're saying, because the gank wasn't towards bottom. It's not like they were able to find anything effective in mid, so Furia now finds themselves Gigo, obviously not hurting a whole lot. You can still see he has a massive farm advantage, but a big part of that is the large wave about to crash into the turret of Broken Blade. So not hurting as much as could otherwise be from that death up there in the top side. Scumon's Maokai off to a good start here. You can see does have the red smite, does have the faded ashes in inventory, so we will get the Leandri's Maokai build for the extra splash of AP damage for this AP heavy team. Broken Blade jumps there, throws back the trade there. Counter-strike for the stunts. Gigo bunkers through it there with the Pathmaker, but Broken Blade hitting level 6 just in time. Forces Gigo back. BB doesn't get as much damage out of that ult as he would have liked to, I think. And Gigo now with a mana advantage hits level 6 in a decently soon time frame himself. Should get it after a couple more minutes.
Still no ultimate available here for Tatu. It's close, but this is 3 people in the lane. Scumon's also there.
Yeah, this is going to be a 3v3, and immediately LeBron gets targeted. Exhaust down to Hansama, and Scumon finds the counter engage on the Tatu and a flash out of the Wukong. Scumon getting the better of Tatu in a jungle matchup this game.
No one at the time, but it's still G2 pretty happy with that. And this again, these gangs come good. There it is, there's no one for the Broken Blade.
Yeah, Gigo's going all out. Pathmaker trying to pressure through the counter-strike. Broken Blade getting away. Gigo tried to flash forward for the end-zone force strike. Trying to cut off Broken Blade's escape route. Realm Warp gets him in range. Toots is there. He binds him up in the road prison. The last auto attack gets it done. And Toots evens up the score.
See if the cancel can be found on this Cassante. Not going to be the case. No punish available. So I imagine Toots just going to run towards top, catch that wave, swap for now. In this game, still a precarious balance as maybe we get another one of those feats fight, right? Last time running all the way to the
battle
final
for the
one.
boost. It's one of my favorite things. Everybody really wants to shoot the bottom.
3 minions lost there.
Yeah.
Although Veritable did just do my range show. See how much Hans is able to pick up.
Not that way. Yeah, okay. Only on 2 minions, it's fine. JoJo's rotated over to the mid lane now with LeBron, which is going to be the support for his other AD carry for the time being. Both of our top laners now set up in that bottom side of the map. You see Cap currently leading in terms of XP globally among everybody here, but it is both mid laners significantly far out ahead of everyone else. As Tatu finally level 6 now on the Wukong. We'll see how much of a difference that makes, how much more he can get done. As now once more, it's Broken Blade going in to the ulti. But Gigo doing a good job getting himself away from it, outplaying the opportunity from Broken Blade there. And Broken Blade just using his ulti on cooldown, trying to trade with his opponent.
Yeah, and that first ulti towards topside, right? I think that was an attempt at trying to force a flash out of, because I don't think there was really a kill opportunity there. There is on the cross map though, good amount of pressure, but Tatu, instead of going for Dragon, it looks like he's trying to go for the counter punch. There is, I think, counter strike available, so we'll see if Vini cannot play this.
Yeah, this is very dangerous. Jack's very effective in defending against these types of situations. Gigo is about to die, but he barely gets away. Tatu is out of the distance, controls the Broken Blade, he finds it. Finally there with that last Q. So Furia gets their man. Gigo barely survives. That's a 2-1 game now for the side of Furia, but it does come at the cost of G2 Esports claiming all 3 gloves on the other side of the map. Humond firing off the ulti, wants to catch Gigo with his Pathmaker to try to bunker through the CC. Cassante's tanky, but he's only got 50 health. And Scumon brings it down to tie this game up at 2-2.
Gigo could have maybe left after they got the kill.
Yeah, perhaps. Maybe. Just a little.
They did get the, obviously they needed the Dodge being taken, so maybe underestimating the speed with which the Scumon could get towards the bot side. We also saw, or was maybe a little bit, I thought that they maybe were going to look for a top side play the moment they saw Scumon in bot, but it doesn't look like there really was a window. And G2, World League remains basically non-existent here for either team. Dragon is advanced.
Motherfucker.
G2 is
Thank you.
on the free grubs that obviously get picked up.
Tatu is my favorite experience as a jungler. Your laner is just not quite in range there to catch the waves, so unfortunately you have to do the job yourself. A little bit of extra econ.
Especially as Wukong.
Oh yeah.
The kill going to Wukong I think is also actually a big deal. We see that still Gigo is in a great position when it comes to gold advantage, thanks to the CSing and the blades. So he did get played. So I guess that maybe he would call her from that one. As the Dragon is going to come over here.
Is plus 125 gold on your Cassante worth more than plus 300 on the enemy Maokai? That's the question, right?
I really think so, especially given the fact that who, even if he does go for on his build, I don't think it's going to have the best of time with Cassandre, but it does obviously mean that until you reach really late game, I do think that ever since they changed it to lethality Varus, once you reach like 4 or 5 items, you do actually have a deceptive amount of even against tanks, but it is a lot of use, right? And you still need to also make sure that that's when you don't get engaged on there's Wukong, there's Rel, and there's Rise, so I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, we've got the first 2 fully completed items for both sides coming online now. As you can see, the Rod of Ages has been completed for Toots' Rise. Going to start stacking that one now, so it'll be done right around the 21-minute mark with those stacks. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's Skewmon, who's been a part of both kills so far. It's Skewmon who's getting his first item fully completed with that Leandries. Now I'm expecting him to go more towards tank. Just rely on everybody else on the team. I think between Corki, Varus, and Jax, you have plenty of damage.
This is also, right there is one of the big advantages that Varus has, right? Particularly with lethality. You can always play pretty far up because they need to respect, because you are still strong in the all-in.
Yeah.
And they don't really know where the members are as a flank on Jojo here. He's in deep trouble.
Yeah, Jojo's about to have a bad time. He tries to flash away, so at least LeBron can't knock him the other direction. But meanwhile, the Bramble smash from Skewmon can do the same job anyway. Feet of Warfare claimed for the 2nd game in a row by G2 in both games. It was a 3-2 count on the kill. And now Ayu is stranded in a 1 versus 3. You're against an Alistar that's got an ultimate. This tower dive from G2 could be deadly, but Ayu survives as Gigo comes in with a TP to threaten a counterattack if G2 overstays. But that just opens the door wide here in the bottom lane for
Mirror's one.
Blade to catch up in gold through some plays.
Yeah, big win for G2, even though you can't kill the Ezreal like that. Broken Blade with the Demolish gets to just spend some time alone in that lane, doing the roam from the Rise. It's not like he is going to be able to get much more than that. Does need to respect him. We do see 2 by the way. And that's what Rod of Age is not even close to fully stacked.
Right. That's scary stuff.
Wukong looking for Caps here.
Caps needs to have his spidey senses tingle a little bit. Make sure protecting this, especially if Tatu can time the Cyclone correctly to interrupt the Valk as Caps tries to get away. It could be absolute disaster for the G2 mid laner here, but it looks like Caps wise to what might be going on, stepping away for now. Ego stepping forward, going for the 3rd in Tofo strike, not gonna hit that one. Caps tries to Valk out, but now immediately with the Pathmaker, Ego going in while Toots is in a 1v2 down to the bottom lane at the same time. Caps is gonna be killed off first. Now, Toots slash over the wall, Broken Blade ready to follow, finds the stomach's room, Prism rush. Toots makes it back over towards the turret face. Broken Blade with the flash at the last second to guarantee that he hits him with the empowered bomb and takes him out. A 1-for-1 across the rim.
Nice stuff.
Big
Holy
comfort
shit.
there. Looks like G2 this time not going to go for the Battle of the Boots, just going to claim them straight up.
Back to Jet.
One side of the map, and G2 says, okay, Broken Blade, we get it. They're paying a lot of attention, we're going to give you some love. Yeah. As the play towards the front side does end up working out. Yes, Cap does go down, also uses flash, but he trades for 2 flashes because the cross map, I don't think he's going to be too sad about the whole situation.
And I'm liking what we're seeing from G2 more this game, not just in the game itself.
You
but
left the traps, bro.
a team that has been known historically for their creativity. They're also a team that can overcook it a little bit sometimes. Maybe leave the trap
You have to
a
box
little
some
bit too
cues,
long.
man.
Last time around, we saw them use the Warwick as the
I was
counter
standing
pick.
on top of him. He kept running away from me.
This time around, you've got Broken Blade on a champion that you know he can pilot very well in the Jax, but it's also not something that's way far out of the meta like that Warwick. And since they're playing around it too, I feel like they are setting him up so much better. Still gonna give credit to Gigo though, despite the fact that he's 0 kills to Broken Blades 2, he's still got a significant gold lead because of the massive farm
Laws
lead.
mean nothing when they fail to protect the puppet.
As now, towards the bot side of the map, that top lane you were talking about, even with the kills, even with this first turret bot that you highlighted,
boy.
still fine as the TP comes through. There's a lot of people here though.
Yeah, remember LeBron with the Alistar ultimate. This is a powerful turret dive, but not when you go in that early. LeBron just barely gets away. It's all calculated by G2 with a full 5-man stand. Jojo steps away from the chambers and rushes right back in to Broken Blade's waiting arm. And G2 is not making the mistakes from game 1 again.
He has no ult. Echo Kha'Zix going invisible this time.
And if this Aner falls as well, even if he ends up dying, which I think is a given, Jackson is quite slippery. The hook on they'll be able to get him. It'll take a while, but that doesn't matter. I think that the trade is 100% worth it. Although the dragon will most likely go to Fury.
Yeah,
Fuck.
it was a lot of money from a tier 2 turret. You are going to get a good amount from the shutdown as well. You will get it onto the rise.
Oh, never mind. Okay, if you get dragon as well, it's like dragon the shutdown. That's a bit rough, but if you don't lose dragon, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Happen to have both rise and the rel.
That's right.
Low enough HP that he has to reset.
He needs to pass the crit damage.
Side River has control over the Drake. Once again, Chronicler, we are at a 1-to-1 Drake state. Nobody's working on that early Drake win condition here, and it looks like G2 still going to be comfortable enjoying their lead with a 1,000 gold.
Oh, fuck. Alright, they have no front line.
I'll go.
As you see there, G2 really doing what
What?
think we were expecting off the game.
That channeled after my E?
When the whole team is there, the whole team is ready, and the coordination.
Whatever.
Game number one is night and day. Now I do want to be clear, it's not like first competition doesn't scale well. They still have, particularly the Wukong and Ryze in mid to late game team fights.
He has to block it.
Absolute
Yep.
masses. So we still need to see G2 actually close out on this. The team fight can be very interesting because I still think
What the fuck, bro?
just gone though, and they're just kind of looking at it happen. I don't think they can really catch anyone out here, and G2 gonna be very happy with that.
Yeah, G2 Rift Herald for free. You could see that Tatu wanted to contest, but it's one of the strengths of Alistar. Because you have the powerful displacement through the headbutt, even if he wants to walk up, it's not going to happen.
Both the Alistar and the Maokai, right? The guaranteed point and clicks. You see the ultimate as well. As it looks like we're also seeing the full commit to AP. I was kind of expecting the Leandries into then just going tank.
Me as well.
But looks like that is not going to be the case. As the crowd, given game one, I think warranted trying to support the team here.
Yeah, getting fired up for it. Not sure exactly what the reason for the pause is. We'll let you know if we have any more information, but hopefully it's one of those ones that's fast enough. We just get back into the game before we even know. I am really excited.
No.
In terms of the flower petals throughout the map, they've got themselves just an absolutely commanding position in this game.
I think there, Lebrov found Tuts because he uses Flash as well as Realm Warp, as did Lebrov. So I imagine that happened off screen while they were setting up for Dragon. That should mean that this next Hextech Drake is basically guaranteed to go to Furia as... Ooh, Broken Blade?
Yeah, Broken Blade getting a little bit of damage onto Ayu there, forcing him to Essence shift back over to safety, as G2 just has total control still over this bottom side river, over this Drake pit. Easy enough for AP Maokai to just burst this thing down fast enough. Not insanely quick, but still not like there's any contest when G2 is finding opportunities like this.
And the big thing is that Rel, so much of her tankiness comes from the ability to CC other people. So if you're just caught, there's not really that much you can do. This TP obviously feels really bad. Understandable in the moment, but given that both of your frontliners just die in seconds, it just is a TP to the death. And I think you can see as well from the G2 coach's response, they know, right? That was a really big moment. You get the kill, you get the Otacon. The game isn't in the bag quite yet, but it is looking a lot better, right? Otacon is there, you're sitting at 2-to-1 Drakes, you have map control, and there is so much counter-engage available on G2, and if you are aware of where everyone on Furia is, it's really hard for them. Again, we keep going back to this. There are not a lot of good targets on G2.
There's Han Sama. That's about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it caps like that position, obviously, then maybe, but even then, like the Maokai, the Counter-Strike, the Alistar, the Locket available as well, just makes it so hard to actually get back in the game, and it would be surprised if G2 also are...
It's a Friday, dude. That's
just keep playing this slow.
actually.
Like, this game could go on for another 20 minutes like this, and that's fine. Yeah.
It's kind of nice that the days after the release of Donkey Kong Bonanza, which is on the 17th, which is on the 17th.
To make sure that you don't start slipping further and further and further away from a solid mental state. And G2 seems to be balancing excellently in this second one.
Really, all you need to
Yeah,
avoid with
that's what
Vada
you
content
were
is
talking
actually
about, like
that's
the
one of
OG
big
title
points that we
back
often
in
see
the day.
games where they overestimate how quickly
What's
they
the
can
new
do
one
it, they end up getting caught. It's really just
Donkey
a
Kong
grip
Bonanza.
flip,
Bonanza. I heard that part of the team that made Odyssey was
for Furia
also
to
made that one.
regain some
I
control of this
enjoyed
game. We
Odyssey.
see as well when it comes to the sideways, continues
Played
to
it once.
very far pushed up
Like
in
I
favor
finished
of
it
G2.
even.
Look at Caps towards the top side of the map.
Why is
as the
DK
2
so
spike now
weird?
hit. Now Toots is close to 16. Did get his row out.
Because he's wearing
followed
Is it-
eyes.
Is it because he has expressions, or he's wearing pants or something, or
His eyes are different.
1,200 gold lead individually
His
for
eyeballs
Hans
are
over IU,
different.
the
It's not
largest
like
individual
DK.
gold lead in the game.
Or, like,
And again, another
expression,
piercing arrow,
maybe?
another hit. Every
just
time
look
we've
at
seen Hans fire,
his
he's
eyeballs.
hitting
I know,
targets,
I
he's
know.
making it that
I kind of
much
look at
harder
that.
for Furia to try
But
to
that's
force
just
in
a
these engages.
hollowed
We've seen how
eyeball.
squishy these guys are when they
That's
go
just
in
me,
and
though.
they don't find their CC, they don't find that
I like
perfect
it
engage.
personally.
And Hans is a big reason why everybody's melting as fast as they are. Furia, it feels like every time we're looking at their players, they're just grabbing a
He looks
camp here or
off.
there. They're trying to scrounge up whatever scraps are left, and G2 is just choking
down.
them out of Summoner's Rift. Look at the state of the
One Piece
vision
character.
across the
Let
map
me
right
see.
now. There are virtually no Furia wards
Oh.
anywhere, while G2 is lighting up the enemy jungle like a Christmas tree. They're making sure this whole thing is bright and easy to see any movements that Furia might try to make.
And
It's
that's
an
G2
error
now.
in
It's very
swapping.
straightforward. Just keep
Not
starting
Briar.
there, and every time they come out, poke them off. The only thing you want to avoid at all costs is an actual flip. Is really hard to reliably deny access to Tatu, although if you just put him to like half health this early on,
The pink?
That'll work. I mean, JoJo goes in, but where's the follow-up? True Shot Barrage doesn't hit. Hans gets found. Gigo's gonna die at the same time. JoJo engages on the enemy AD carry, but there's nobody else next to him. And Furia is just all out of sorts here in this second game. G2 perfectly
So
confident to
the
stay in
18th
the position they're in. To
the 18th
continue
is-
forcing Furia
I
back
can't
to
book
the
it off
jungle.
'cause it's
And
not-
now, with the enemy top
it's,
laner down, with that Cassante front line
I can only
no longer
book
a
off
threat, now
days
G2's
that are
starting to
past
prepare
21
and
days
dare
from the
Furia
current
to
date.
stop them.
Does that make
that's a
sense?
creative angle that we see here from Tatu
So,
on the Wukong.
I might be working, I
Just
might
gets
not.
spotted,
We'll
though.
have
I
to just
don't
wait and
think
see
he's gonna
until I
be
get my
able
schedule.
to actually get a steal here. Going all the way around is JoJo.
Yeah, JoJo is
It's
out
a
of
tragedy.
They know, yeah. You see the pings coming down. Like they are aware that he's behind them. He was spotted earlier on.
IU gets out, Toots gets out, but getting out is all they're gonna get because the rest of G2
Another
they've
Braum.
just got control over the bear pit. Tatu trying to be a man on a mission, but the only mission now is survive. Tatu will have to use his Cyclone to disengage.
Sure, Mel does
Broken
really good
Blade
into Braum.
keeps on the chase. He's just gonna force Tatu back, and Baron goes over to G2 26 minutes in.
And this perfectly sets up for in 15 seconds that Hextech Soul Point imminent for G2. And Fury they just don't get an opportunity to play the game, right? They're just getting very
seems
slowly
pretty-
choked out. And against, again, Maokai to me is one
Except
of the
for Nami.
worst champions when it comes to falling behind because
Actually, Nami and Timo
it's
is
already
so
hard to
annoying
regain
for me.
any semblance of control against a team like
I think
G2 as
about
IU.
Oh boy.
They look kind of annoying.
He's not gonna give him anywhere to go. Trying to pop the cleanse to get out of it, but Broken Blade
got my
is
mastery
powerful
10 on
the
Briar.
Jax in this second game.
Let's go.
And Han Sama's chains barely miss
Got it
on
last
JoJo,
time,
but
I think.
LeBron ready to follow it up here with the pulverizer to the headbutt. That's 2 for G2, and now it might just be something back for Furia. Vigo wants caps, but he has to trade his life to find it. 3 for 1 across the rift, as now it's only Toots and Tatu to try to defend, but
Think
they're
me and
nowhere
Jets
near the
nerfed it.
lane being pushed, Chronicler. The tier 3 turret in bottom is already fallen. The inhibitor is the next target. It's 2 Baroned up cannon minions. It's the Riptail power, excuse me, the Void Grunt power, making sure that these
I don't
structures
recall
fall
playing
that much faster as
down
Tatu and Toots,
bottom
the
side
best
of
thing they
this
can do
map
is make sure
ever.
they only lose 1
Yeah,
inhibitor
it was my
instead of
first
2.
game.
Yeah, it's looking like
Well,
Alpha Triple Bust.
inside.
That's
I don't think we're getting there, my
I
friend.
don't think we're getting there. No, because obviously there's going to be Soul Point now here for G2.
Already?
Hextech
All in
Soul
Nami,
is
ready?
also one of the souls where both trying to play the game.
Oh my god, brutal.
Like every unsettling. Every single core
Oh,
rocket,
wait, what?
every
I
Varus
I was
air
having a
will
moment.
slow and damage the entire team.
Man, I wanted this one,
It's
but
at that time.
I couldn't get the. I couldn't get no.
Furia had a great game one, and G2 are bouncing back now with a great game number two. They controlled pretty much everything, starting off with Scuba getting the first blood, then the counter ganking bottom.
I am blind. I can't see shit.
Way to safety, as now Scumon's ready to follow it yet again. Here comes
Fucking
the
lol.
Nature's Grasp, immediately
Wait.
ready to lock up JoJo. The Rel, once again beaten down before any effect could truly happen. As Scumon tries to get away, G2
No, I didn't get
waiting
knocked.
for their
And I got
cooldown.
rid
As
of
Furia continues to look for something, but LeBron is creating space. Hans back up again as IU gets the shutdown of LeBron, but Gigo is not strong enough to
I want
truly
these
threaten
guys.
the back line. G2 have lost their support, but they take out the enemy top and support at the same time. So it's one pass. He doesn't find it yet. Took stuck inside the hourglass, and it's time run out. Tatu trading with Scumon as the AP Maokai finally falls there to Wukong, but it does not matter. Twitch was the only one left standing on Fury.
Send it. I told you look good. Get that back. I'm turning again.
God damn it.
You know what? I took half his health
Got
back.
a bit messy there.
That's cool.
Towards the top end. I think they didn't want to invest Broken Blade's TP because they could have obviously just TP'd him over earlier. And that's the power of an investment right there. The amount of money item finishes for G2 means that even though this is a little disjointed and they're down a member for a decent amount of display, it just doesn't really matter, right? They're able to take down JoJo very, very quickly. And then here it looks like maybe a turn is imminent, but actually taking down a Maokai is so hard, especially with the phase rush, very, very slippery. And then we see that really if Gigo had stuck with the rest of the team or find a slightly different angle, maybe there was a bit more opportunity, but all of this is effectively for Tut. Yeah. The vibes, unfortunately though, for Furia,
What?
really not
What the fuck?
Everyone's
was
going
so-
that way. I can't even.
Take it out of him.
But
Actually,
G2
just reset.
are having a better time, I would have to bet, because they have control over the game. They are 7,000 gold ahead. They are
That was
on
so
goal
weird.
point
I have
with 2
ulti.
minutes
I
left
can, like,
on that
slightly
Hex
defend.
Tech
I'm
Dragon
not
Soul.
ulti right
If they want to wait that long to take it, there's also even less
Make
than
them back
that,
up.
just about a minute and a half until the Baron spawns. G2 with total control of the Rift. They are now
I can
looking like the
definitely
team that I think everybody would hope that they would show up
love
as.
now.
This international competitor that has been
Look at
this
this.
before. Now in the play-ins, now up against Furia, losing the first game. Game number 2, he was running back to more of an acceptable showing, I think, in the hearts of a lot of EU fans.
Oh.
Nice health there.
Tatu needs to be careful. Gonna be hit there by that
Great.
sapling.
Tatu.
Extensively, actually.
No, I'm just trash.
The Twitch called it the
I don't want that.
I don't even know. Honestly, I don't even know where it was aiming like you.
Well, Tut's the cap driver.
Yeah, Twitch, yeah. Oh, yeah, Twitch called the cab and then drove it himself. Okay, I lost the Hold on. It didn't quite track.
That's
Twitch
fine,
got him
let
out of
him
there. That's
fuck
what's
up all the way to the bench.
That's what's important. Yeah. Yeah, it's not different. But what matters is the top. Tatu got home safe. That's what matters. He got home. He drank his water. He's going to bed.
I don't know. We kill this. Do it. Nice shot.
Yeah, the Baron on his way. It's rough. About
Good
10
snowball.
seconds here on Baron.
Oh,
Yeah.
where am I aiming at? Where am I aiming at?
For yourself, you could have just offered.
But he goes straight into the dirt instead. It was all calculated by Broken Blade as G2 now with the
good
enemy
shit.
jungler dead for 40 seconds. It's nothing but
It's fortunate we got an Quadra, but we got a turret.
It's a freebie on the Baron.
That's
Don't
always
think there's
worth.
anything that you can do about that as the Broken Blade.
I always get the turret.
I think looking to maybe apply side lane pressure, but he calls people or he pulls
Oh,
people over, right?
I don't-
That's all
I don't
that
think they
matters.
even know.
This is again
Now they
going
know.
to perfectly
Oh,
set
now
up
they
the
do.
dragon basically at the same
E
time
like
as
makes an
before.
animation.
This time,
It's like a silent.
will lead
Oh, it does?
to
Oh,
Soul
I didn't know.
getting picked up
I guess the more you know, I'm Briar.
if the previous fights weren't really an indication,
worst.
G2 is very committed to
Knees
playing
stay
front.
close to
They're
wall.
not taking any risks. They're not not taking any gambles. They are going to very slowly and very steadily just get it. And I think it's understandable, right? Given how game 1 plays out, if you somehow lose this game, you're gonna mental proof, right? Like that's not something.
Oh, double hit you? I'm actually surprised.
I think unfortunately he's still alive for a little bit.
I don't think that little bit's going to be a whole lot longer, however, as he uses Maggot Storm.
I just auto. I just auto.
Doing a little bit of damage.
We're good.
Goes for the Playin yet again. He's trying to escape. The Realm War into it, back to safety, but Broken Blade already has the stage.
He's trying to be.
Good item to do.
Turn it around, guaranteed.
Hal. One of us was gonna get a Jet.
Fuck it.
Fuck it.
I wasn't letting her get away.
Yeah. Oh, that's a dead Graves.
He dashed right in. Nothing. No dodge. Right towards. That is.
Obviously, Broken Blade having an infinitely better game this time around. The team, they gave him a little bit more help, and he paid them back.
Yeah, Broken Blade here in the front line now. Finally drops. The shutdown goes over to JoJo. It ain't gonna matter. Furia dropping like flies at the steps of their own fountain. G2 come back with a
Give me a sec, Zach. Are you serious? Okay, okay. Wait, what? No, no action. That's a bad idea.
It's a pullback game.
Uh-oh. Am I? Oh.
Were expecting after the game 1. We still saw some of those trademark moments from Fury, the willingness to
Solid.
go for these fights. But it really did feel like once G2 got control, they never ever gave it up, and the draft really helped them with that. The counter pick. This
I'll get rid of the shrew.
mattering too much. And
Yo, what up, Morphine?
the fact that we obviously saw on some have a great game on the Varus. Also,
What gameplay?
Everything,
a lot more impact on the Salister. I think a lot of the early game.
We have a spot morphine if you want to join us.
No, we don't.
Oh, we don't. We don't have a spot. I'm lying to you. I forgot that someone else joined.
And I gotta give Schemon the exact same ranges. Very effective on the Maokai early on. You're not even here. And the bottom lane with those early plays. Having a lot of presence with the Maokai ultis, making sure that they were able to not only find some lockdowns.
Who the fuck was MF God? Just like I forgot.
Bounce back in this second game, and Twitch subscriptions are back for MSI.
Fucking lol.
Subscribers enjoy benefits like custom chat, emotes, badges, ad-free viewing, and
I'm
more, while
coming.
allocating a portion of the proceeds to the global revenue pool, directly supporting
I don't see the enemy team targeting being enough.
ecosystem. Subscribe now to unlock the not like this. Play in-game
Huh?
emote.
Oh.
Damn, that's
That
crazy.
is kind of.
Game like
I mean, to be fair, there isn't a mouth fight.
in game 2. The LEC and LGC
If they had a mouth fight, they would.
1-1,
For
That
sure.
that's like automatic targeting, like honing shit.
G2 looked a bit more like what we could have expected from the second seed of
I mean, honestly, who wouldn't?
I think this is a lot more what I had thought the games in this series would look like, right? Like,
Oh, we
really
are close to
nice
destroying
middle
that.
from Schemon towards that
Oh, you hit
top
the charm.
side. They lock in this composition, the Maokai,
Oh.
the double AD carry.
Okay, don't attack Nami again, I guess, for a little bit.
Much slower, so that
Wait, MF is killing herself.
device objective setup, Fury just had no way in.
And it was close at the very beginning. It felt nice to see that both teams were trading on sides. Like they were trying to pick on towards Castle on top side, they would do the same thing towards Cuts on the bot side. So it felt like there was a lot of trading, but every time something would happen, he was usually getting a slight advantage off of it. So it was good to see the fact that Fury was fighting, but G2 looked so
I am so legally blind.
Really looks like G2's
Oh, you got it.
to readjust their
Imagine,
position
you know.
and so
Oh my god, you're fucking crazy.
in their favor.
That was a little cringe, but oh well. Just put some, let them know.
For me, it's a confidence win that they needed, especially after the What did it come down to? Because I see you, yeah, showing
Actually,
here. Honestly, I'm
yeah.
really because coming after Yike was not going to be an easy task. On Jester, I felt like
He's
they
so
used
tanky to
the
go as a
same
target.
gameplay perspective. What I really
Yeah, you know what,
appreciate
fuck it.
of Schemon, especially from his gift, is the fact
No.
that he became this adaptable player for G2. Playing Maokai today, during this game, bringing a lot of utility. We know that he's a versatile
Wait, I just
player.
realized, Jet,
He can bring
if you
anyone,
ever
but
play
here,
Akshan, I can actually use the term Jet revive me. Wait, that's actually funny. Jet revive me.
I
just realized that now.
The play on being able to up and killed Cassante on the bot side that was overstaying with another thing. And how important the Maokai
Valorant.
is for fights like these cannot be
It's a joke between
That's
Jet
what I was
and
thinking.
Jet
I
and
know, that's what I was
Sage.
thinking. Where's
decent
like,
for Furia that they were trading back. It
Where's
just
my
always
res?
felt like he was one step ahead of
Where's my res, Jet?
I was wondering
Like there's like the meme is so popular that there's even a sticker of Jet having a Sage heal on her. Thank God this canon exists, or this super minioners, super minion. Wow, I really suck with these boomerangs.
Mid-tier 1 and bot-tier 1 off this. That set up BB for that quick push pressure. He ends up taking down top-tier 2, and that really, really set them up on the map.
He just blows the game wide open. And even earlier within that game, the dive that they were going on push and then having to force the TP from Gigo.
I'm looking at the squishes right now.
Great job at being able to set up BB for success.
And the smiles are back.
Holy.
On the other side, a lot of focus, of course, on the side of Furia.
No!
We still have the
I didn't get the revive!
It's been wild for them how much the fans have been supporting them. Guys, we're still in fearless draft, so of course the champion pool is gonna get thinner.
Oh, you got it, Zach.
and thinner.
Easy outplay.
Before we look at the rest of the lineup,
Or-
I want to attract attention on top lane here because we set up both of these mad lads here as being able to
Cindy.
play meta champions but also wild picks. Of course, we don't.
Sante's off the board.
I don't want to see
Warwick's
Warwick
off the
again, and I'm really happy about this.
board. No more Aatrox either. Throw these things to the side.
So what are we looking at here right now? Like, what could be good options given how both teams played so far? What do you guys see?
I mean, for me, the very clear is connected style and that's that these are shared games people that are very skilled within the meta, so I expect you to be either banned or focused on. The one thing that's a little sneaky is that Mundo is so obnoxious, especially at the flex that can go into the zone. And so I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing an angle from the later portion of the draft. Mundo's coming.
I'm curious about that. I'm also curious if both
Holy
teams
fucking
kind of,
shit, dude.
Had the Rumble off the board. I also think Yasuo is an interesting pick for both of these teams because while BB plays it in the top lane, Furia will actually play it in the bot lane for IU. So I am curious to see how the bans get thinned out, right, as we move forward more champions collecting. That's the super interesting thing to me, especially if we are expecting Furia to go back on the blue side. One question that I have though, because I see this champion pool, this is whatever has been played from both these players on previous patches.
True.
What is the understanding of the new patch and the type of champions that we see both of these teams?
So one thing that I'm always curious about is a pick like Aurora that can always be flexed and could be played towards top lane. And I've seen a little bit of it from Bin and solo queue so far when he's coming in. So I wonder if that's going to be touched. It's always flex picks on an international stage that comes to mind like that. Or
Yeah,
Nico.
but you're...
You may not like it, but we've seen it come in from top lane from like
Yeah.
the AD variety.
Even Sylvian said he was not overrated. In lane with the champion is great afterwards.
Yeah, so there's a few flex picks. Those are two that come to mind.
Alright, Emily. Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing that is kind of interesting going in is on this patch, we did have a lot of the usual suspects kind of getting some nerfs coming into this, not necessarily on the MSI patch, but the patch previous. So I am curious to see if teams stick with some of those picks, like the Yorick, right? It's such a huge pick in getting teams here. So that'll be super interesting to me. Also super interesting is where these junglers decide to go, right? Because all that action early has been around the 4 minutes in the top lane, and we'll see if that continues. Action factor, because that is all we want to see for now. And I want to see what teams can bring to the table. It is fearless draft once again. Anything can happen here at MSI First Street. Who will bring us to match point? Furia is back on blue side for game 3.
MF fucking shreds, bro.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
I was fucking smashing my keyboard.
There's no way I died that.
Enemy double kill. Aced. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Kidding me? What? It's so playable. It's so playable. I literally can't even do anything.
Ace. A summoner has disconnected. Defeat.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2025. We are 2 games in to our first best of 5 here in the play-in stage. We got 3 days of play-ins action before the main event kicks off. And so far, Furia and G2 have been delivering. Furia dominated game number 1, and then G2 bounced back with just as hard of a counterpunch in the second round.
2 very different games. In game 1, we saw a lot more volatility, which Furia did use with great efficiency. In number 2, that was a textbook game. Coach, you're right, but we'll slow down. Very, very deliberate play from G2.
Yeah.
And my expectation would be that in this next game, if we see the early game go the same way, they could probably step it up a gear. Some of the confidence has been regained, because if you don't handshake, I think every fight that Furia goes for the way that they did in game number 1, you don't give them as much volatility. It very clearly is G2, they can just go the textbook league, go for the objective setup, right? Find trial, rotate in the jungle, set up vision, go to the objective, wait for your opponent to run into you. I did also think, though, that the draft that they ended up with was exceptional as soon as you do get ahead, which obviously they were able to.
Yeah.
Now, we did see Broken Blade bounce back after a rough game number 1, but even in this game, early on the laning phase, we did still see him kind of get skill checked by Gigo, right? A couple of the early plays, some ultimates that didn't quite work out, and it might be worth investing more time again for G2 towards the top side to make sure that he gets to play the game.
So, I think everything that you're saying right now is coming together for me in one big actionable thing. Because you're talking about how, okay, G2 was able to slow the game down and make it so they didn't go into everything that Furia wanted to do. And then they were also playing from a position of strength because they got ahead early. And for me, what I'm looking at is game number 1, Tatu was on Xin Zhao. He was on a champion that can scrap early, skirmish early, influence the game whenever he wants to, play aggressive, and drag G2 down into the fights. Game number 2, the Wukong, not nearly as effective early on. So now, here in this third game, with Furia back on the blue side, I want to see Tatu on something that can really facilitate plays early. We've seen the fact that Gigo can be a big performer, even though in game number 2, obviously not that impressive by the stat line. Again, what you're saying, went up very far ahead of Broken Blade in terms of just the farm and the lane state. And it looks like our very first pick here in this draft, this is the first draft that this champion has not been banned in that first round of bans. The Pantheon insta-locked in for Furia.
We've seen Trundle really rise up as a counter into this. Pantheon obviously is AD, and I haven't finished my sentence, or that's most likely going to be that lethal tempo. Chomp, insanely good, and Pantheon, his biggest weakness is that once he commits, there's no going out, right? You are already a very all-in style champion, both when it comes to your W, the fact you don't have an escape outside of, like, the best you get is the movement speed on a powered E, which that's not great. And then the pillar really makes that worse, so I do like that as a pick early on. Now, we did see G2 go for red side in game 1. Didn't quite end up working out in that one, even with the counter pick. So I'm curious to see if this time they can find something better, as that is the Annie picked up here for Caps, a pick that is very renowned both for its easy gank setups early on and its team fight and side lane impact when it comes to the mid to late game. Because you just that point and click stun, and that Tabers just does so much for the fights.
Exactly. Also worth pointing out, since I didn't cover him earlier, Draven, TF, Azir banned out by Furia. The Senna, the Gwen, and the Misfortune banned out by G2. Misfortune banned by G2 in all 3 games so far, and Furia is going to lock in a classic aggro bot lane, the Lucian Nami. This is one that you need to play aggressive, you need to be in your opponent's phase, you need to be building advantages early on to make these picks worthwhile.
Also, we're getting deeper into Fearless. We did have a Nila already played, so obviously that's going to leave a little bit more space. But you want a carry that isn't completely hamstrung by Quick. Now, I think Lane's Annie solution is still going to be tough, even though I don't expect I plans, because you are still often going to be in a effective range. And like, let's be real, even if you cleanse a Tibber stun, if you take Tibbers and a W to the face,
it's a lot of, you're still to your health bar, you're still taking a lot of damage.
I also like the priority on the Nautilus here, seeing that come through, because the ability to guarantee block down illusion I think is very valuable. And even though when it comes to the 2-2 matchup, I was about to say I'm expecting it to be a good amount of AD carry bans so that this bot lane can try and be as impressive as possible. For me, in the current form of Lucian Nami, right, we have certain iterations of this.
Fucking Cassante is gonna have that Yumi all game.
How you have a mid wave, plus the fact that if your opponent is, like we've seen, does much short range,
I'm not built for him anyway. So.
Yep, and I think seeing Lucian Nami locked in further explains why the first ban of the draft for Furia was the
building
Draven
Yunta
away from Hansan
or whatever. Heavily
if you're playing this, I want to
be
get
able to
ahead early champion, you don't want to play against Draven. Makes sense.
Well, I think in the comments is...
we have 18 variants
exactly.
though.
The notoriety of the pick. Yeah, that's going to take away some of the fun, some of the flair, the pizzazz. But we have Aurora and Ambassa banned away by G2 in the second half. Kalista and Sion targeted by Furia in the second half of the draft for them. Let's see what G2 wants to go with here. I would expect them to go for their AD carry, leave 5th pick red side for Broken Blade there in the top lane for the counter pick, but we'll see.
I wonder if they're willing to look towards something like a Galio, or really go all in that global. They already have the Pantheon trying to play for sidelines very heavily. So Jhin, I think, makes complete sense. Jhin is one of the best neutralizing picks. You have a ton of damage in your composition already, right? Jhin can sometimes struggle if he's the only damage Fred, and there's a lot of ways to get on top of him, which I don't really think there are for Furia thus far, because we are going to save that R5 counter pick for Broken Blade, and that's Sion that I think think kind of feels rough now. Sign is one of the best lines. Rumble is still very solid. Do see that come through. But it's going to be the mid lane pick to tie this all together.
The thing that I'm really looking at, though, for the side of Furia is I'm not seeing a ton of powerful engage. That's the big thing that's lacking, especially when we're talking about how Game 2 was G2 just saying, we're going to play slow. If Furia doesn't have these huge go-runs, it's a lot harder to force G2 into the scrap, into these like early skirmishes and melees that you feel confident just
He's trying something.
And okay, the Siren got banned away. Here's the other big meatball for the top lane. It's the Ornn for Broken Blade.
We have really seen Ornn come up as one of the big, I say counters, obviously, in quotes, because it's not like you win lane against Rumble, but once you get Koenig broken, really you don't care nearly as much about damage. I do think that very often during the draw where we're seeing like getting up there with this one. I think that the Orianna, from a lane matchup perspective, I do get, but I don't think that the setup is amazing. Really, your best vulnerability system is the champion. That's not that great. I also, when it comes to Rumble, always love to see an AOECC. Obviously, Rel's already at the table, right? Like, I don't think that you with Aster also already gone, so I don't think there's that much. But the ability to actually make sure that people take enough damage from that Rumble, make sure early skirmish is so much better. And now, with how the draft looks, if we don't see a repeat of game number 1 as a oh my, that's a lot. That's a G2 with and a fair X enjoy. They're really playing all sides there. Yeah.
No, I think that Furia's got to make this scrappy.
You got to win early.
Yeah, they've got to turn this into a brawl. They've got to make it messy, because if they don't, what's their front line? How are they going to play these team fights compared to a squad that's got the Ornn, that's got the Annie, that has this Nautilus for the guaranteed lockdown?
Okay, but hear me out. They don't have a tank, so Trundle doesn't get value from his ult. I have got a lot.
Okay, I was gonna say,
Easy. Come on.
I don't know if I'm gonna buy this. This bottle's looking like a little bit of snake oil here. But
I would never do that to you.
Okay. Let's hop into the game here. See what we get out of this one. Furia back on the blue side. G2 back on the red. Game number 3 in this best of 5 that is now tied up 1-1. Checking in on our summoner spells, on our keystones. It will be Broken Blade there with the grasp. Of course, Rumble trying to slam that lane as much as he can. He'll have the combo, be able to charge that one up pretty easily. Down in bottom lane, Origin, cleanse Revolution, just as you expected, my friend, to be able to escape that guaranteed engage from the Annie, from the Nautilus.
It's kind of rough though, because against Nautilus build as well as Ornn, it doesn't really do that much.
The Brawl immediately ready to jump in on Ayu here, but he takes the losing end of the trade. Half his health now gone already.
A lot of early trading I'm expecting here. Both teams going to fight very, very aggressively for that level 2. Hans does have the 4th shot, but did lose bone plating already. We'll see if Jojo and Ayu can find it, because if you lose level 2 early on, I think it's really hard to regain control, and they obviously have to play very respectful of the power of that hook. We also see Eri, Effortuts, would hope to see him on this Orianna try and have as much of an aggressive lane phase as possible. But into the Annie, I think that's kind of rough, and it's kind of an issue that we do often see when playing into the Annie. You can either try and pick something out for short range, take it and then go from there. That's one's gone.
Yeah, nice use of a level 2 advantage from Hans and LeBron. Guaranteed. They're putting that early power to use there. When Lucian and Nami fall behind early, man, you know you are not having a great time down there in the bottom lane. Props to Hans Sama and LeBron. Game number 1, they were slamming that 2v2, had a massive advantage for themselves. Game number 2, not quite to the same degree, but we're still up, I believe, overall around the end of the laning phase, as both of our junglers on the bottom side of the map right now, starting top side, doing that full clear type of path down here into the bottom part. As I really, again, just want to highlight, I want to see Tatu getting involved. I want to see Tatu making plays early and start to scratch these guys.
Really have to make an impact on this Pantheon. Right now...
God damn.
Kind of, we get the hook.
Yeah, nicely done from LeBron. Remember, there's no cleanse from Ayu. He has to flash gets that auto fired, you know that there's problems for IU. So IU forced to use the summoner. That's both summoners down on the Lucian, just 3.5 minutes into the game.
I also don't think there should be a ganking opportunity here with that ward in the position that it's in. There's also Skillmon in the area. And yeah, as you highlight, it's the fourth shot, right? If you end up getting clipped like that, you have to preemptively flash. You're too late, and Auto is already in the ways. Oh, Skillmon!
Yeah, Caps has already made the flash engage here on the Toots, but he does not get the kill. Skillmon thinking about trying to go for that jump. Maybe if Furia overchases. Toots has almost no resources to work with. He's just going to try to push the wave out. As Skillmon trying to taunt towards Tatu, who chases after Cap.
You were just out of range.
Stops the Furia
I was spamming it.
being able to get anything at all accomplished here. Now back to the bottom lane, the 2v2 continues. Jojo and IU trying to fight back against these guys. The bomb going 300 HP has to think twice about whether or not he wants to find that dredge line shot. As Skillmon makes his way into the top lane, Gigo tries to flash out of the pillar of filth, but Broken Blade's immediately ready to follow. He goes for the brittle, he finds the proc, and Gigo's getting rocked. Skillmon takes a bite out of him. It's first blood over to G2. All 3 first bloods have been in this top lane.
It's Skillmon just running over them early game. Even though 2 of them are dying, still has to use the TP for the flash. And then just walks towards top.
Nice stuff.
Gets exactly the same play, but this time around does get the kill. Chomps him down. That's going to accelerate him towards that 90th or Triforce round. They're going to be very happy about the state of his individual matchup, but also we knew he was topside. He was scouted the whole way through.
Oh, and LeBron goes in for the dredge line. Remember, the Toots does not have flash available this time. A little bit more damage is all that he needs. The fireball's in the air, but Toots drank his potion and barely runs it off.
Play still successful though, because yes, he doesn't die. He doesn't have TP, courtesy of Skillmon. So that is going to be first it goes back, he has to go back, and now they're just kind of watching his lanes fall behind him. They're trying to get him home, right? We saw in the mid was there, but even with the counter being not able to actually make his way over or any of the targets there. All the lanes are starting to fall behind early on. Your first ult has really got a hit, right? This is something we always talk about with champions like Pantheon, like Nocturne, to a lesser
Holy
extent,
shit, I
Theo
suck
as
ass.
well. TF is another classic example. Those first ults matter a lot. Any semi or actual globals. But with Pantheon in particular, this champion
The music to this map is it sounds so much like
5v5
Combat and
so
Leeway.
if you don't make an impact early, and that's not even, again, as we already highlighted, talking about the rest
Oh, I
of
wasn't the only one thinking
shit.
that for a second.
Yo.
Kind of reminded me about Wukong too.
It's tough. If G2 wants to slow the game down,
I wonder why.
not a ton of those huge go buses like we already talked about on the side of Furia to force them to reconsider, to make sure that G2
I can't go in on that.
G2 games. Skillmon already starting off here, looking for this first Drake. Nice.
I'll go in on something before I die. So,
Toots finds the solo
regardless.
kill on Cap as Broken Blade makes his way over and works together with Tibbers to avenge
7 seconds till all.
1-for-1 trade in mid as Skillmon will take the Drake in the meantime.
1 for 1 plus a dragon. That's a deal that you'll take.
Yeah, I know.
It's a rival
There.
there.
God damn.
There's not that much to be gained, right? Even the bot side wave that isn't picked up by anyone from G2, there wasn't like there was really an opportunity there for
Fuck yeah, Steffi, get it.
Because I will soon have access to
We-
level 6 when I think the current form or the current iteration of this Lucian is going to feel better, but do note he did go for PTA, so what you see often is if you
Do
really
it for the
like
lulz.
your calling, where you just dash in calling, they're half health, and that's it, you play first strike. Instead, understandable given the lane, you need more power, so I went for PTA, but it does mean to get value out of that, you need to get into
I'm coming.
positions of that
Oh,
calling.
I did not hit him.
Chunks him down to a little bit over half HP each, still controlling control over the lane for Ayu and JoJo, and you can
I'll just
also
try to
see
keep
Tatu
focusing
nearby.
Miss Fortune.
But because he's Pantheon, he also has the ability to immediately
12
join a
12
fight.
seconds.
If G2 tries to find something up there in the top lane, even down in mid, easy for him to rotate over. And since Toots has control of the mid lane, he's got that wave shoved up underneath the tier 1 turret. That
I wanna
means
punish
total
him
control
though.
of the top side river should be
Oh shit.
Fuck me.
Slow it down. Skewmon actually doesn't get all of the baby chickens, so
Trundle's biggest enemy.
multi-target camps.
Yeah, that isn't just one thing.
It's not a Grom.
No, or buff. As Skewmon, not able to get more out of that. And I think it also makes sense because topside, I guess, Ansama and Labrov, the bot lane was substantially chunked. And then Skewmon also hasn't backed since that kill, right? So he's still sitting on just the Sheen and the longsword. So I don't think you really want to fight a couple of one-item spikes that are going to be really big. 4G2 are aiming in this. Here we go again.
Immediate engage from Caps. Counter shockwave from Toots, though, as Tatu jumps in for a little bit of extra damage onto the G2 mid laner. Tibbers will die to Pantheon's spear underneath the tier 1 turret. Broken Blade joining there for 2v2. There's no kills for either side.
Dope.
This play doesn't quite work out though because the bot lane.
Why did we not
Ego
say
is just unmatched. Will be able to
I said yes.
Blade of his efforts and doesn't have to be as worried about getting punished because Broken Blade doesn't have his ultimate. Still needs to be careful for the knock-up, but able to dodge the pillar, speeding himself up, and will be fine.
Easy to walk
Holy
that
shit.
one off. You can see Skewmon wanting to go back in, maybe look for more opportunities to farm, or maybe even scrap here with Caps. Pillar of Bill comes down, Tatu immediately jumps in to try to dissuade Skewmon. Blocks a lot of damage there with the shield, but still has to flash back over the wall. Trundle is so powerful in those types of situations. He already used the subjugate, he was sapping the stats from the Pantheon, and it just makes it so impossible to stand and fight. They at least get the summoner spell out of the Furia jungler.
Yeah, if Tibbers was available, that would have not ended well.
Real big problems.
Skewmon, the best part of that is that obviously the Pantheon is just like gonna get pummeled by Trump. He's still just sitting on that sheet. Like my man is banking gold, and obviously any back that is a Triforce isn't really gonna feel like that big of a deal. Was both Labrov and Blade just keep showing up in mid lane.
Labrov ready to go. Dredgeline connects. Nami tidal wave buys enough time to keep Toots alive, but now the shockwave again for the counterplay. Skewmon,
Whatever you guys want. I don't want to hold hostage.
Yeah, maybe you've got some real threat there, but with Max not being caught up inside the AoE, it's easy for G2 to walk away.
And if it's just these two, you obviously don't really have to flash. I don't think they have enough damage, but there's always the threat of Pantheon. You don't know where Tatu is, so if you don't flash, you end up going down. Pantheon starts to accelerate. Could be really rough, as we do see Tatu now finishing his Sun and Sky. Essence Reaver done for Ayu as well, and gold basically even, but we do have the dragon advantage here.
We haven't touched
for
a single
G2.
one of their towers.
So
We're
once
not
again,
gonna
we're
win.
seeing a top lane state where Gigo has the advantage in terms of the farm, in terms of the individual lane, right? He's up over 3 waves by himself. However, we have reached that
I know
point
it
that you
takes
mentioned earlier,
freaking.
my friend. Orange
It's
Scenic Rooker.
not impossible to win a fight, but it's just pretty rough right now. I'm not exactly playing good either.
The power in his passive is just gated by when you hit certain level spikes. He's unexperienced. So like the fact that you're behind a little bit of gold just doesn't matter.
Whatever.
Yeah.
But he's actually not even behind in gold. He's ahead 69 gold.
Yeah. No, because the kill that he was able to get, and again, look at that experience from he's thriving. And G2, they can go for fights. They still have a lot of power with this Annie, with this Jhin. If Furia make a play, commit to something, the exit is going to be a nightmare with that Jhin.
Oh, bunch of damage from the calling there. Looked like that was one really for LeBron. About 80% of the bullets that he could have fired total. LeBron needs a massive hit from that. As now Furia, with the chunk on the enemy support, looking to extend their control over this bot side river. Skewmon still hanging around though. LeBron Walking close to the drive rush, does get found out. Tidal wave over the top. LeBron taking a ton of damage, and Tatu gets the kill. Furia ties this game up 2-2. In terms of the kill count, it also buys them control over this bottom lane. It buys IU the opportunity to get some plate money. Tatu going in for the ulti, but the Grand Starfall is not finding a close enough landing point to Hansama to make anything else happen. It will, however, force the G2 jungler and AD carry further back. It will allow IU and JoJo to get a second plate off of this turret for a grand total of 3 so far, and it opens up the bottom lane river for Furia to now start up the Drake. But the problem is the Scryer's trinket has already been used by G2.
Yeah, I know,
They
Morphine.
know that Furia is going after this, and Furia has already used a lot of tools.
You're a bit of a
They wanted to
masochist,
use
though.
them to make those kills, but now it's Skumon getting caught out. He has to flash to try to get away, but the curtain call is opened up.
God damn it.
And once again, it's G2 grabbing the feet of Warfare. Furia has overplayed their hand, and G2 is happy to punish a little bit of a juggling going on here in mid lane as Touch is caught out and beat down, and Cap is getting paid.
When the play started out, I thought that G2 had overstepped, but I think Furia just a little bit too over-eager there to dive into that choke point. They had full control of the choke point leading into River. I think if they play that slower there, it's actually great. So take a look here. Imagine that instead of going all the way in here trying to take down Caps, they just hold the space. The hook can't be found. Scumon's out of the play, but against Jin in particular, he is completely unchecked. There's no one that can come close. Ego shows up, and at that point doesn't really get to offer anything. And the long-range re-engage that is available for G2
I get Siri
is
and
just
Jinx.
really big issue.
Finally.
And it felt like
For
that,
Furia
Mark's
now
gonna
started
that was the
the
moment.
problem is the
Right
Scryer's
there.
trinket is already
Where I think if you find a big decisive fight there with your composition,
yeah.
and you get the dragon, and you get a couple of kills, I think things are good. It's not done yet. You have another chance here at the Herald, but
You want
definitely a
F?
win for G2.
This is the first game so far in this series where the first 2 Drakes aren't split 1-to-1.
Yeah.
And I think when we're comparing these
Oh, yeah.
compositions, when we're looking at this Furia squad that needs to get ahead early, like
Oh,
you
he
said,
goes this.
that is pretty damning evidence against them. That is a big issue. Now, if this Herald goes the way of G2 as well, now you've got some real serious problems. IU, though,
Holy
has a
shit,
little bit of
it's...
damage.
God damn it.
Hansama
Did it
doing a
say-
good job avoiding the majority of it. Tatu going top here yet again is going to find a G2 ward in this Pixel Brush. Skumon standing on top of a Furia ward himself. Lebrav will now also join up in that Tri-Brush, and as soon as they use the Sweeper's Trinket, they will know.
They have to go for
Yo,
this,
we just
right?
found
Like,
this rim.
I don't think you can give over Herald against a composition like G2's. Ornn is going to give so much value to the enemy team. And I think in the 5v5, just playing straight up late game, it's not even like,
Oh boy. All right, let's see how well he can hit these. Might not even get to shoot the 4th one. Nope, Tidal Wave arrives in time. It's something nice you can do with Nami to stop the Jhin ult, but
it's nice, but I think the Herald is still going to be gone.
yeah.
And as I'm highlighting, I think there are parts, like individual parts of the Fury comp that actually skill quite well. I think Rumble is just always a threat no matter when. Orianna's obviously the big one. But like, when you look at how the fights actually play out, G2 will either absorb or just force an engage with the insane amount of hard engage that they have. And the Ornn items are going to be such a big deal when the enemy composition is relying upon just toasting someone as soon as they can. And maybe there's an opportunity here.
Broken Blade. He'll take a little bit of damage here from this Flame Spitter, but honestly, the Kanik Rookern, it gives you so much health, so much MR. He's got a second Negatron cloak in inventory too. The Rumble just can't burn through him.
I honestly, if he had more vision, I think if he knows there's no one there,
He just turns it.
with the ult, I think you can just cook him. It's the Kanik Rookern plus a cloak.
It's a lot of magic resistance.
You're not
He's-
getting through.
The next time we have his stats pop up in the bottom left here, I want to see exactly how much MR he's at this point in the game, because Broken Blade is just insanely tanky. 199 MR, 17 minutes into the game. Now, I know Rumble is a powerful mid-game champion,
Yes.
but that is also a powerful deterrent to a mid-game champion.
I don't know, maybe he can get the shield.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we did see him fully commit there with the overheated Flame Spitter. He got
And
the
his
shield.
ultimate.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna
if you
make
throw the
some
whole
deep
kitchen
after
sink
this
at him,
one,
you
so-
can get the Kanik Rookern shield off.
Yeah, but then he's just standing there with a kitchen sink and go,
Oh,
what's
I didn't
next?
need to start with
all
that.
right.
Nothing,
Where do we go
clearly.
from here?
Now, with the Drakes not quite reaching Soul Point yet, and the possibility of Ocean Soul being fine, I think Ocean Soul is really low on the list of big problems. Maybe looking for a punish on Caps here, but like realistically, can you really get in?
Reported me last game, got me banned.
I just don't feel
Same dogs.
Especially if Ski coming up there, man, this feels like Fury has served themselves up on a silver platter. They're thinking better of it. They're backing away. Maybe if Caps
Are you chat banned again?
too far here.
Yeah.
Skewmon gonna come in, look for
Along.
Ranked
He said the bad word.
Yeah, we're gonna get teleports from both sides. Grand Starfall, defensive positioning of that one. Broken Blade knocked up into the air, but that's not the target.
Is that in the
After the order is so tanky, flashes out, going to buffer the tidal wave there. A lot of damage on this Skewmon.
Rooted kill him.
The orb goes through on the 4. Tatu's gonna die, and Caps cooks him up. G2's gonna lose their mid lane right on back. Such critical health bars on both sides. Only Tut and Hansama still with a lot
I'll
go Heartsteel Paradox.
but Fury is hanging around, trying to do more damage to the tier 1 turret. Gigo in the
But I'll
No,
go
you don't
Heartsteel.
have
to be
to.
careful here. Skewmon stepping forward. They'll just clear out the ward. Everyone came to the fight.
Wait, what else?
Everybody was there. Summoner spells.
We can both
ultimates
go
all over the
Heartsteel,
place.
though.
And
That's
it's
Fuck
only
yeah.
for one trade.
They did get the shield. You know, they back. It took him to like 30%.
Oh, I forgot to say, last night I made like a group thing in Persona X Paradox. I don't remember what it's called exactly.
Ontario?
Yeah. You know what I named it? I think you're all gonna like it.
What?
Diner?
No, I named it Big Old Kitties.
Yeah, alright, I'm down.
I tried to name it Master Bladers, but that didn't work. Master is apparently a restricted word.
Yeah, I can see it. Boy.
No, I fucking oh my god.
I don't have anything said, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I fucking queued before I got the auto.
The tier 1 turret in top lane for the side of G2 Esports. Skewmon will take that as he leaves. Tatu is starting up the Otacon on his own.
Why am I being so
I don't think that this is going to be the entire set. There's no way.
How long?
And gave it to me while I was choosing my champion.
Perfect.
Love it.
They did get the dragon though, actually. Highlight that as we were coming out.
The other guy low too.
Top side play. Shout out to them. So, but
Fuck you, Kindred.
Here, just check the bit. 8 seconds. Slashing.
but we'll see. Might be enough. I mean, still no flash on Caps, and I do
We got a
think that
short
even
range
though
saber
his
champion.
KDA might not look as
Nothing about
aggressive,
it.
that Orianna ball is a big problem. Unless G2 is willing to invest
Looking
ultimate,
at you.
zone control is tough to deal with, but if he gets caught...
Yeah, Tut's in some trouble here,
Bitch
but
half
immediately
left.
backed up by Gigo.
Pick up my aggro.
LeBron coming around on the flank, but he's not close enough. Skewmon and Broken Blade both in a lot of trouble now. Nice tidal wave! Broken Blade still alive for now, but finally falls. I don't give a damn! Trying to get a little bit back here. Onto Jojo, onto Ayu, but instead, it's just another kill. Back to Furia as they get themselves 2 for nothing. And a
Bliss Biscuit still gave you mana and not health.
And that's a huge deal! This is going to be Otacon
Feel
going
that.
over.
No.
Flash invested by Skewmon as well.
Legit give you health
The mid lane
so
turret will
fast.
fall, so G2 punches back.
But that's what potions are for.
They're still going to be pretty happy with that
Health,
as the
I mean, those don't
trade
give you
is-
health fast.
he sees the Nami and
A
is
lot
like,
for
"Nah,
health.
never
Yeah, but I need mana. I don't need health.
little bit of fast and furious racing here.
I've been
Remember mana potions? Those who know.
Dude, that was so long ago.
Up and get out, but that fight a disaster here for G2. Let's take another look at how it started.
So what I think is remarkable,
Oopsies,
I
I
actually
unplugged my
think that
second
there is a
monitor.
world where you can make this fight work for you because they do invest a lot taking down Broken Blade.
Totally
and
didn't
Skewmon.
accidentally
They're
ink on the
able
court my
to,
toes.
stall for a little bit with the ram, but still gets taken down.
I saw a TikTok today talking about Akali's old shroud under tower.
Yeah,
Loving Akali.
Oh boy.
that shit was fucked.
Down at this point already. If you play it slower, you look for
They
reveals,
right
so many
fucked up
resources
that
have been
time.
used. might have been an opportunity. There was a lot of health.
As a
Katarina honestly used to be
A little bit too
fine,
much is nicely done there by Jojo. Used the heal for the movement speed.
He still is. People just don't know how to like do it properly.
Broken Blade has started upgrading now. Already given out one to himself as well as Hansama.
All Katarina's funny though.
As much as I think Curious Hans might struggle with it, the actual
Come on.
this squad has so much.
I mean, in that last fight, it wasn't a true 5v5, right? Like, Caps is separated off. Then you also have the duo of Hans and Labrov separated off. It was a 1, a 2, and a 2. Broken Blade fires a nice ulti to hit Ayu. He tries to use the cleanse to get away. He's already used the flash, and Ayu is down. Jojo wants to get away, but he's stunned up at the very end of the current call. And G2 just rounding.
Down is disability.
Picks up the second one.
I need to die. Fuck it.
G2's got a counter to the counter, and they are gonna slam through Furia. Only the jungler left alive as G2 get 2 for free, and then immediately follow it up with
Are you serious?
They'll get the tier 2 in the mid
Thank you.
lane. They've immediately got the wave ready to get the tier 2 in the top lane, and this game just got completely smashed in the favor of the LEC number 2 seed.
Hansama offering himself up as bait. A tasty morsel, but instead Furia ends up feeling a little bit famished after that. Not able to get anything out of it. G2, the only saving grace for their opponents is that there was no Baron for them to take. But there is still a ton of damage being done. As we see the summoners used as this starts up with Hansama just being by himself, right? No. Broken Blade is waiting in the wings. The teleport, to be fair, this play was already a big win. But the fact that Caps then also is able to take down Jojo just makes it even better. No real opportunity for the rest of Furia to try and counteract. And again, this happens now. That Baron, that's just game done immediately. Still though, G2 in a great spot. The gold lead much bigger than you can see on your screen because of the power of that horn.
Exactly. Now G2 group up in 5 in the mid lane. Here's those full-on honest 5v5s that you were talking about. Here's what's so hard for Furious comp to play out. A nice route there coming out from the deadly flourish. Equalizer's not going to get a lot done. It's only LeBron taken low. Tatu's going to grab the kill on him immediately here at the very start as Broken Blade and Skewmon having to retreat now. Curtain call is fired. Its final shot. G2 have not won the fight. And now we have Starfall coming in. Tatu ain't done. Broken Blade tries to get out with a little bit more damage. You can seal the deal. Tatu takes out Broken Blade.
Two ultis to kill me.
Down the barrel of a difficult situation. Furia calls the bomb and takes another 2 for nothing from G2.
You really lived, you fucking bitch. Thank you.
Smell the weakness, dive in immediately. Another reminder that it doesn't matter who you are, even Broken Blade, as tanky as he is, as many jokes as we make about the Koenig Rocker, if everyone on that team folks, you will die. As we get a reminder here, it feels like G2
has been slain.
not quite on the same page. I think they should have had more damage available there, but it looks like Caps not actually in a position to do anything. Tuts off to the side there, zones him with the ball, and then just a Jinnold isn't enough.
I'm waiting for Rift.
Ayu gets taken low, but no one can actually threaten him. And then the follow-up CC comes through.
Someone help me defend this tower.
Nope.
And even at the very start of the fight, it looks like it can be a huge engagement. G2 with Broken Blade's ultimate. The second part of the Ornhorn only hit Jojo. The Nami all the way in the back. There was almost no value from that hard CC from the Ornn. And so G2 and their big 5v5 traditional team fight does not succeed. Now Broken Blade inside this line rush here on the top side river to the side of mid lane. Tatu dropping the control ward. They're immediately going to discover that. As LeBron is going deep behind enemy line. Now there is still a tier 2 turret up in the bottom lane, so it's not like you can try to do a full wraparound play here, trying to move on to Toots. Ayu in a lot of trouble. That'll be a free catch for G2. And I think that might be where G2 set their sights.
Baron is live for now. For only a moment. And momentarily, I think that's going to go down quickly. As you highlight, nice catch there from G2 with the long range engage again. As a very short range AD carry, at some point he's going to have to walk up to a wave. Where he was promptly greeted by as we can see, Horn now they're gonna just send it.
Wait, no, they are not gonna get it. Tatsu jumps in with the Grand Star fall, but that star fell too early, and that is Baron plus a Pantheon as the cherry on top for G2 Esports.
An enemy has been slain.
Gold lead now 5k for G2. Some of these moments in the late mid-game felt a little shaky, but it's very clear they're not letting it get to their heads. Regroup and just look for these plays. And this Lucian, unfortunately, despite some great bursts that he's been able to find with the colors,
You go Arden Sensei.
just keeps getting punished.
I already
by
did.
particularly
First
one,
item.
two of them.
You have it.
And then LeBron knocks it down with the Nautilus.
Alright, Skumon now.
I'm not I'm desperate for attacks. This is so much heavy.
They move into the jungle, they sit down on
I
the
need to
board,
make the cap
they make it to the entire map is fog of war for the side of Furia, and you can see
Understand why his
things
chat
are looking awfully dark out there, my friend.
Observe.
If you are Furia, it is
Wow.
so dangerous to walk into any of this. There could be Ornn waiting, there could be Eden waiting with a stun primed up, there could be the Nautilus
He
waiting for the
kick him when he's down. Why don't you?
Siege down here on the tier 2 turret. They're going to go ahead and use the teleport there from Broken Blade to guarantee that Furia don't have a chance to make it engage. Tier 2 barely hanging on. This is the last structure standing for Furia outside of the lines of their base. And G2 only need one more wave to force it.
G2 trying to play calm and collected as possible. Horn items.
Look at this guy. Yeah. We both
A
live.
few more left until anyone, or everyone rather, is kitted out. Feeling good. Rebel Baron power play. Gonna try and play for an in-hit.
Okay, Broken Blade.
Holy shit! What was the distance on that E?
Calling a bunch of it hits him, but not
Oh,
to great effect.
Jet, for the first time in like how many years, my top 3 had changed order.
Chipping away at this turret. If we're looking at Ornn items, they're empowered now for the Annie and alongside the ones that we already mentioned for the Ornn and the Jhin. As here
Assuming Vayne didn't go down.
No, obviously not. The gap's pretty big between her and some of the other, my other cutie patooties.
I need to get protected from Kindred. She's trying
Tatsu
to more.
keeps the chase going as G2 has to back up. Caps dying early meant that Furia was able to stabilize and keep this game alive. Now a TP ready to rejoin as Broken Blade continues running away. Tatsu and Toots ready to join up with Gigo and try to guarantee a little bit more. Lebrov gets tagged there by the Electro Harpoon. He's out of there and Grand Star falls into the lock of BB. A little bit more damage, a little bit more CC here with a stun. Tatsu's got the kill and G2 lose 2 on the way out.
And it will stifle some of the Red Bull Baron power play. It'll also mean that an Ocean Soul setup comes through, which, and given how this game is played out, I'm still not quite sure how they managed to get 3 of those. As we see here, yes, they find Jojo, watch him get evaporated, but it doesn't really matter. Still gets his spells off. And then here we see a little bit of a too deep chase onto Gigo, who doesn't actually end up going down. And as you point out, without the damage of that.
Absolutely space that Kindred. He literally couldn't even play the game.
Just a little bit too short on the damage, and then his extended chase from Furia ends up coming huge.
Yeah, the fact that Gigo lived with 200 HP makes the difference in the follow-up play as Skumon has been found out.
Wow, we won the top side. Spirit toss him again.
Furia is happy to show him
Crushed
the error
it.
of his ways.
The inhib
I needed
also
to
didn't end up actually
release some
falling
anger.
because of the whole sequence. Oh, Caps,
Well, he
that's
got
a trap.
Jix or Zeri, so it was basically pick destruction or destruction. I suppose.
Really, really enjoying these interactions with his squishy short-range AD carry here on this Annie.
Yeah, only one of the two is having fun in that matchup.
No, IU is not enjoying. Not
I
enjoying the way
literally
this
like
plays.
what?
Seeing the punish come through feels kind of reminiscent.
So
of
weird.
what
I've
we
gotten
were
the
doing
most.
in game number
I've
1.
only gotten the most
Not
value out of
dissimilar.
like the 2 Wind Brothers out of going tank on them.
G2, fortunately, despite those kicks,
I cry.
losing more than a soul point.
Toots with the flash over
Hey.
the guarantee that he doesn't get caught out
Thank
there
you,
by
Lena,
Caps,
for the
but now
follow.
LeBron could
Appreciate
be in
it.
a little bit of danger The Nautilus is not particularly tanky. Tatu just steps up, puts the spear in his back. That's a rampage.
So being Jin basically held the #2 spot for basically majority of like the conception of like when the mastery system was introduced, and now it's Yasuo that finally took #2.
Some mistakes from the
Oh,
individual
Jonathan, my number
performances of Skewmon and LeBron.
It really does feel like the positioning is slipping a little bit as we
Oh,
get deeper
I
into
thought
this
at
game,
some
and
point
people are
was
just getting caught
Sona, but
left
that
and right
definitely changed order.
on waves and distance.
Donna
Wow,
was my
is it-
first.
Really a counter
You guys
Wow,
talking about
wow,
mastery or what?
Mastery, yeah. Like Beans is literally
Marcy,
15,
there's a
16, and
spot.
17.
Actually get a juicy target in front of them,
Oh, did
because
oh, did
otherwise I don't
homie
think
have to
this
go or something?
little pick is going to matter too much. But what they can try to do is just maybe put G2 in an uncomfortable
He says,
position.
"I don't
want
wanna
to
play with people that have
on
been
cooldown.
trapping."
Hope someone overextends. Now
Wait,
again,
what the fuck?
G2 do have some great face
That has
challenges,
nothing to
particularly
do
with
with
Broken Blade.
this. Like, pick Steffi harder with one.
Tatu, yeah, really
Wait,
wants
Collie
the
got a
chicken.
spear buff?
It's a jungler's instinct to go.
Wait,
for
okay,
enemy
so
chicken camp.
Jet
Now
has
Caps
Dawn
is going
Bringer
around for a
Raven
potential
and no Riven. Jesus.
Riven,
Caps is dead.
Raven,
And then
that's
your-
Teen Titans.
He wanted to make the hero
Your
move. He wanted
Nightbringer
to get the
Bane.
AD
Yasuo.
play. The big
Night-
timbers into the back line, but instead
Yeah.
he's discovered he loses 90%
I guess I'm gonna
of his
be on
health to the
Paradox's
culling,
side.
and
Well,
then the
actually, I
last
have
little
one of
bit,
each both.
an
I will
easy
have one of
pick off
both.
for Toots.
Ayu
And then I
gets
have
the last
Yone,
laugh for
who's
that
literally
one.
just both,
The
so.
ward, MVP there, spawning Caps on his attempt at
Although
flank, and if you
although
are
his
as well
title
as
says
any, you
Dawn
just
Lamau.
die.
Because I'll get Dawnbringer Janet through the
Alive.
battle
Skewmon
pass,
doesn't have
and then when
flash, is
Nightbringer
jungle,
Yumi comes
so he
around.
would need to walk over as Furia trying to get
Vayne is.
trying to get back in this game.
Curtain call has
What the fuck are these
Gotta be
picks?
careful about that one. This Baron already doing
What the
significant
fuck is
damage
this
to Furia,
channel?
but they want to keep the action
Oh.
on. Curtain call is gone.
When the fuck did you get the
Furia
skin?
with the
What?
pick
Oh,
on
brother, this guy
I had the battle
stinks.
pass.
Oh, legend. He's
He
been
has
that.
smite. That's a little scary there, Cat. Deadly Flourish is not a Varus arrow.
Honestly, I don't want to play Vayne. I just want to pretend I'm being you play Vayne
That's fair.
for one
That's
game or
fair.
something.
We do have
Oh my god. Are you guys,
I actually want-
you guys are
I actually want-
pretending to be,
I-
you're cosplaying each other?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, fuck,
I'm going
dude.
to put I'm gonna switch with the Nivea, so if you do want Vayne,
No.
be ready.
Ocean Soul for Furia.
Play Vayne,
spawns in
Bean.
75 seconds.
No.
Okay, it's fine.
Maybe we're not even going to get to see that happen.
I thought it would just be a
I
4
can
fun
play
thing.
I can play ADCs that
Back alive,
are not.
hitting level 17 here on
Wait, why you have
That-
Vayne? Wait, why you
They'll
have
take the
Vayne? Why
tier
you have
2 at
Vayne?
least. Again, the gold
What?
lead just
Huh?
practically nothing.
Because we already have an ADC.
I think G2 is trying to overcomplicate
Steffi's like,
things.
carry
I
me
don't
harder.
think you need a flank from Caps, but there are combos where, you know,
Carry me.
getting a flank like that is
Yeah.
essential. I don't think this is one of those cases.
Wait,
Ayu
it actually
has
would have been
nerves of
GG.
steel.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
He
feed
is
now.
ready to play to the limits here with the Lucian.
No, because I'm gonna kick you alive, and Bean's gonna somehow mention your chat then later.
Big
Still.
ultimates from Furia for not great
What am I building here?
result here under the
On
health bars of
here.
G2. Caps coming around from the
On
side.
here.
Keep your
On
eyes
it, on it.
Annie. He's got the flash ult.
What?
Trying
You
to
go-
get the ultimate
you-
there from the Nautilus.
you
Just gets
go-
into the engage, but he only engages onto Jones.
I've always
Jones here with the flash.
I've always done Shiv and Gwyn suit just because the wave clear is kind of nice.
By this real estate.
You don't need this here, though.
Apparently this
Huh?
changed
We don't need
course.
this here, though.
But they have a Ziggs.
I know, but we have enough weight, so we don't need it.
I mean, the damage is nice. It's up
I'm
to
gonna
you.
get prep for it, but it's the same. I don't think it's it gives you a little bit of annoyed.
Well, I go board core, but that's because I don't give a fuck and I like big PP damage. But that's just me, though.
I think it's like board Kraken, because Kraken value looks good.
No, I don't do Kraken anymore. Ever since
Infinite Rocker, you have literally like
your
so many
W
bottom.
your W is a Kraken in a sense, Lamel.
Kraken doubles it,
What
trust.
was I gonna say?
I
Oh,
I like
Jet.
I like the Shiv damage though, honestly.
The fact they got Ayu there at the end, I'm pretty sure he got
Oh, that's true.
just, despite his fest, clipped by the
Shiv doesn't
Trundle
affect
Pillar
the
knockout
stand for
from
that.
Horn.
What's up, Bean?
At the very end,
I just like the wave clear
You
of
need to
it
play
and
more
just the
peak,
damage.
because you can unlock cat ears.
if he buys a little bit of space,
I need to play what?
Oriana at least had the ability to
Peak.
wave, could have been something.
They have
You can
cat
unlock
ears in
cat
Peak?
ears. Yeah.
G2 will be going to match
One and
point.
Holy
a half.
shit.
Holy
He's just out of my fucking auto range, bro.
Greasy Johnson.
Dude, see that Zig?
Wow.
Greasy.
All you gotta do, you win 2 best-of-5s, you're
Greasy
in
and
the main
angry.
event. And G2 is 1 game away from that first series win. They have driven us to match point in our first series at MSI.
Oh wait,
Making my way downtown. Oh, not even close.
Fuck.
Baby.
Right, match point on the side of G2 here, but like they had to work for it. They had to run for it.
It shouldn't be this close, but it is.
Wow. I got knocked back into that, and I almost got snowballed at the same time. And I almost got Q. Jesus. Get off my Renata bussy.
Thing for me is whoever kills the squishy carry ended up having a window in, right? Because the Annie gets blown
You
up
have 2
and
kills.
then Furia are able to make that
Not
bot
easily.
play that put them on soul.
I know, right?
It's
Oh no, why did he not get condemned, bro?
Oh no. Goodbye.
Does this work like that?
Yo, that's
Survived as an egg.
that's wild.
What do you want me to do?
I want to talk about the tools that both teams had.
Become scrambled egg. That's what.
No.
Especially when you have Nautilus open on the other side, but perhaps number one hater of the challenge.
I just like there's a lot that was happening here. So first of all, I was like Rumble is such a high priority pick, but it was not
I
really.
realized my wall plays really good into 2 of their characters.
And then so like I was like, first of all, okay.
Wait, I can bait Pantheon quite a bit actually. Now that I think about it.
Furia goes Lucian Nami when they see the Annie. I was like, I would do that. That sounds like suicidal.
Drop a wall for Nana and like put that.
Jin and Orin, the things that I
And
have
Orin.
curiosity about,
Put up a
like,
wall right behind us and Nana can
But also
Yo.
that plays for you.
really struggling to follow up on things
That's
that
fucking wild, bro.
I
completely agree.
there were moments like that 23-minute fight in Line Bush where it was like, oh, we got to take on him. Now Trundle and Orin
Wouldn't be the first time.
Okay, I really need to make something to eat. My stomach's hurt.
Like,
so I just felt like
Yeah.
draft was difficult for both sides, but for G2 side, I just didn't like the 4-5.
Yeah, I was gonna say for different reasons,
Yeah.
right? And that's why it did.
It's like
come down
cramping.
to, like, okay,
It's making my like
who's gonna
throat
get the
sore.
Squishy carry, like,
Ugh.
pick,
that
right?
dodge was
Because
disgusting.
I
You
think
saw that.
IU definitely was out of position at
Bro, they
times,
threw
so
the entire.
I'm fighting.
They mashed their fucking keyboards for this.
I've OT, I'm ready to look. Bro, this is great thing.
Oh yeah, he goes untargetable. I forgot that part.
Not pulling them out of my spot.
Ridiculous because at like 21 minutes in, like G2 being able to lose that line bush fight and then they redeploy back in.
Where's my thing? The bell had
Fury
disappeared.
are already thinking about Baron.
It just disappeared at the last moment. I'm sorry.
Like, wait a minute. Rubbing his hands.
I fucking hit him and he didn't die.
To the enemy like side of the map.
Oh my god,
You
he's.
find another pick on IU. IU's gonna look back at this and be like, wow, I got.
I mean,
We would have had a chance if any of these
Fuck.
fights lived. Like if I played against the Annie a little bit differently, or walked towards the wave like in a more safer position. That was just really, I felt like Caps had really clutch picks this game at the end of the game.
A lot to think about on this side of Furia. I cannot wait to see what G2 is going to come up with, but guys, let's roll back a bit.
Let's do it.
It's 2025. Top lane is relevant. It is.
Water, drink the water.
Back from top lane again. What is this?
I mean,
I loot your stomach acid so you become less
teams, right? We kind of highlighted how both of these teams are going to try.
Oh god, that felt weird.
Topside, this is Pokemon once again going topside to get that first blood onto Ego.
Did that hit?
no,
Crucial thing is, again,
he
both of
biffed
these
it by like a millimeter.
lock in some really creative things for their teams. But then topside has been relevant all year. I know Adele's
He pulled up with
Lol.
most diverse, like,
Two from
pretty much team ever coming out the gate, so it makes sense as to why these two teams would go top. For me, G2, we talked about how back and forth this game was. For me, it was the 13 minutes, right? Like they're gonna be in a good position again. They're gonna be able to.
They come
close out the
through
game, right? I
afterwards.
believe it was a Drake fight, where they ended up.
Not even close.
Like Furia ended up killing off.
He's probably
Lee
paying
LeBron.
Maya or something.
Really blew a lot to kind of push
to protect me
Okay.
from that Murdoch.
Wait. I did what I could.
Yeah, the one
That's
thing
what you
to
would
point
say
out
on
for me
support.
is that you're right. Furia had the positioning and everything, and I think their composition worked.
You did live
I'd
from that
say
guy.
you better.
You
With ulti, like anything to layer on to
guys fucking
I killed myself, to
expectations.
be fair. I killed myself.
Oh, and now the truth comes out. Oh, by the way, Bean, remember all the rating I lost, like, because of, like, stupid communication error thing on Mario Kart?
Okay.
I got it all back.
Oh, nice.
I'm, like, back at... Actually, I'm at 7,100 right now.
This happens so frequently, they all bleed
I'd
into
say
Come on.
every time we play, I go up about 50 now. Because it's just up and down, up and down, up and down.
Seven, we're quite up there right now.
Yo, what up, Lena?
Get him. Get him.
Again, this is the fight you were talking about, where he just nukes Nami, and it looks so much better for
You're not real for that. I need to do that one, but you'll be okay, Bean. You'll be okay. What? Yeah, you're still okay. Oh, never mind. He wasn't okay.
Actually, wait, do I go Triforce or Triforce or Kraken right now? Right now.
I want to say no for bro.
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Okay, I don't recall my Varus doing that much damage, but maybe that's because I do on hit.
I don't know how his fucking my
Garbage
empowered
ADC.
Q doesn't kill.
Garbage ADC.
Wow.
all of these picks, I think they're really good at being able to play towards them, and I always say flex
Garbage.
picks.
I know.
Mm.
There's two shielders.
Later on in this series, and I feel
You're not
like
even getting
make it
one.
happen and get him more in,
Bad.
I'm so bad.
Imagine.
You deserve that one. Not even a shield. My shield can't save from stupidity. Thank you.
Oh shit, for real?
That's lucky.
Thank you, hell yeah.
That was good message.
Oh, nice snipe.
Good as play.
Mm-mm.
3C Johnson got cooked.
Oh, I can't. I hope. Yeah, I don't have two flash.
Come in,
we're
coach.
okay. Ow.
Good night, Bean.
Here comes Angry Johnson. He missed the boom, and he missed the boomerang. And Vladimir Flash.
I almost fucking killed him.
I
Thank you, Lena. I appreciate that. Hell yeah.
Here, I'll just put this on you, just cause why not?
Can't dodge things. I think it's pronouncing this. I can't even type.
When you say a while, do you mean today's stream? Or have you been here
typing
for multiple streams?
I wonder why.
I can't even type the pre-made. That makes a lot of sense.
Well, that's what we have Discord for, I suppose.
I'm fucking dead, boys. Yep.
He goes invincible. I love it.
Welcome to my life against Pantheon as Bane. Oh yeah, he goes invincible. You got this, guys. I should have gone fucking hard steel on Renata. Do that build that really pissed me off. Or I should do that hard steel Lucian build, honestly. I think that was pretty sick.
Oh, I should have gone Heartsteel too.
I know, Heartsteel Varus.
What do you go, Terminus or LDR? Which one?
Terminus.
Probably Terminus. You already have true damage built into your kit. LDR is like if we're literally full AD and there's like nothing else we can do about it. Holy dodge. The zoning node, I suppose we can call that.
I'm gonna go in right now.
Okay, how?
Not even close, baby!
Oh, I didn't even realize my veins like all the way there. I mean, Steffi. Sorry, I keep saying my.
Oh, He-Man!
We were getting zoned by. I can't even exhaust it.
I cut him off.
No, the burn! Horseshit. Yes, shaking fish. Oh my god, what a random, bro.
Oh, and the egg. Oh, that's.
But that egg was almost so crazy because he walled it behind.
That was definitely
If you really died,
Oh god.
Oh boy, we might have lost power off that.
That's definitely hit me that one ulti or whatever.
It's fine. Wow, that Ziggs really hates you, Jet.
I know. He fucking does it every time.
You're okay. Wait, I even missed my E of that. Why can't I grab this guy? Oh, I don't even have.
Oh shit, I didn't know MSI was in Canada.
I literally. Did I not say I can literally just buy tickets and go there if I want to?
Okay, but I thought you meant you could just fucking drive there. Like, you can drive anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, I can drive there in like 20 minutes.
I mean, I could drive back to fucking Arizona. That doesn't...
Okay, I'm not telling you to go back to your first home or anything. What the fuck?
That's what I'm saying. Like, just because you can get tickets and drive there doesn't mean that it's like there with you.
We saw some unnecessary flanks, right? The caps one really comes to mind.
How did that Gnarl hit you? Wait, what? Wait, I don't understand that part.
Also, I was standing here and it brought me into here. Like, yeah, that's
We can still be happy, but I really want to give credit to the way that Fury are very clear. Every single game, do not relent. They will not give up. They will keep looking. They will keep fighting. And they're on the red side this time around.
Okay, Furia opting for the red side of the draft. We are pretty deep into Fearless at this point. This is
okay, Ziggs, relax.
the game 4 is the game 5. However, one thing has not changed the entire series long, and that is G2 banning Misfortune.
I do remember at the beginning of the year when you guys just kept getting 3 zeros.
Dude, I have not heard the name Quiznos in such a long time.
We didn't get a game 4 until like May or June.
How do you not have a rage blade yet still?
I was so jealous of you guys.
Why is everyone allergic to rage blade? It's literally a free W on here.
I try to stream every day, but I miss some. Especially
like that's
lately.
the item where you see on Vayne, it's like, okay, GG. Unless the Vayne stupidly went that against Squishies.
Notorious clips that I'm sure everyone has seen. Oh yeah. The two tapping people, as we do see a Fury come through still, despite all the nerfs. That's really, any type of invulnerability window is so much more powerful than it might first appear when you read the tooltip. So that's locked in. That'll be there for Skewmon or potentially for Broken Blade.
here on the side of G2. Looking at our bans,
I'm
it
just
is
gonna
that
go in
Misfortune
and
banned away from IU, like I already mentioned, alongside Gwen and
Yeah.
Seth. And then over on the Furia side, they will continue banning Twisted Fate alongside
That fucking missed, dude. Fuck.
Here for IU.
Ash to come through. Be looking towards something like an Ash and Rom. That is a combo we've seen a lot. Does have a ton of power now. Early Nocturne to come through here, obviously. Most likely know the matchup can be playing into the Nefarious. Do think the Nocturne is a pick that is somewhat
GG?
reliant. I'm actually not the
They're
biggest
taking
fan of the
forever.
Nocturne. I feel like very often it is kind of vague. I'm not too
Only
bothered by
Pantheon's
it.
trying to
What I
end.
do think is unfortunate is that the champion like the end is taken away. And if you don't lock it early on, I think the Aurora is going to get that. And really any champion that relies on finding a way into the enemy backline is going to be bolstered to such an insane degree.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Nico Nocturne, particularly if you want to get really crazy with it, flex the Nico.
Painkiller? That must be nice. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll figure out how that champ works.
Yeah, we've got that Nico locked in for the side of G2. Very powerful engage or counter-engage champion. Also one of the most ultimate reliant champions in League of Legends. Nico without ult versus Nico with ult just feels like an entirely different presence. And okay, Kalista picked up for G2 to deal with the Ash. Traditionally though, I feel like it's one of those characters being able to slow Kalista down so easily.
Holy fuck.
That Vlad's cringe for that.
Pantheon might just jump in my feet.
Oh yeah, that is a thing. Yeah, that's right. Oh, I think he's gonna do it.
100%.
I'm gonna take me right here.
It's the Seraphine to come through, and the team of G2 thus far, it's only short range, right? You're looking at a team that is forced to come into you.
Yes,
So
nice.
Seraphine and Ash. Seraphine with any slow on her E will get a root. If you get a root already,
League, Wuthering Waves,
first
and
the ultimate
Genshin.
value that you can get is
Also
insane
peak.
into the amount of short range
Lately.
characters that are there. And I think it's even further bolstered
Bit of
by the
Apex
fact
every
that
once in a while.
normally
It's been a hot
Seraphine's
minute,
ult
but
does take some time, right? It's like Renata, the wind up.
I don't even
Yeah, I
know
think
what
I'm gonna
Apex is anymore.
uninstall Apex again.
Well, you see the animation. There's a Nocturne in the game. So
Feels pretty
Sad.
it's
shit.
a lot harder to reliably get out of dodge.
Well, Bean, I guess we're gonna be living in Mario Kart for some time.
Said I might.
Maybe more
I don't-
than land one spell
You could
shield
try.
before I get hit by an ability. Maybe one.
no, I'm not trying to get fucking chat banned.
Nah, bro, it's worth it. Please plan it out.
It's fucking worth it.
That's where the relief you feel after flaming someone is like the bare minimum.
I almost walked into it. Couldn't see the circle.
Oh, he just dies.
It's kind of what I'm wondering about because there is, and I think it's unlikely because I think Kalista and Nico is such a strong duo.
I mean,
Jesus Christ, what is happening?
Because of the Fate's Call, but there is still the potential for it to be flexed.
We're rooting them, we're
Seen it
rooting them.
recently, but there used to be a time where you could
Who's on?
legitimately.
I'm zoning 3 of them as ADC.
The Silas also gets taken away.
Took you guys forever to kill that Pantheon.
No, that's not what we'll be seeing. Nova's gonna play
Then you want
Akali.
invincible. My bailout time out.
The Akali locked in here. This is
pretty sure I did my best to time it for you
that if
too.
I'm remembering the playoffs
I'm
correctly
saying you can
from
do more.
LTA South, this did
Something-
not
not saying you
work
could have done
in
more,
their
it's just-
initial game,
just
their
not-
initial series, excuse me, against Pain, where Furia
Can't
initially
count
got
the
knocked down the
beginning,
lower
you can
bracket,
do-
but then they're confident enough to slam it again in the final, and it does work. So
There it is. Yeah, there's the focus.
we've
You just push him into the
And it
portal.
could also be possible that the reason why they went for this Akali is because they made the read that it's definitely going mid. Yeah, the Blitz comes out, and obviously playing
And
a
that's why I
champion
gotta
like
send it
Blitz
on our
into something like Seraphine, you're always going to feel amazing. She doesn't
We've
really
been
have a
hit.
way to get out of range, so your hook is way more lethal than it would otherwise be. As the Renekton comes through, Gragas is one that you could go towards. I do think we're getting deeper into Fearless side. It's fine, but I do think that this is one of the matchups where Renekton can go easily
Oh
get
fuck,
out
I
of
didn't
range,
see it.
stretch your armor, and he has a way to get through your shield with his power W. So definitely,
Feeling lazy but want to eat at the maximum level.
great, obviously, or not a lot.
And I missed. I think we just lost because that sucked.
thing that I'm looking for is the setup for LeBron's pulse. obviously, you know, if you're just got that god hand energy and you can find those pulls constantly, great. But a lot of times you also want to run it.
Yeah, bro, it's so
We've seen G2 run it a lot before with the Maokai in particular. Fire off the ulti, pull whoever gets grabbed as long as it's not a super meatball tank, and then just try to burst the guy down.
He just needs more going on. Just needs to spell shield too.
She has not landed a single spell shield before I get hit by an ability. It's always
I
after
didn't
I
know.
hit by an ability. I'm like, oh wow, how useful is this, bro? Look at this. Wow.
I didn't even know spell shield was a skill. Was a skill shot.
Budget is tied into these hooks.
She only did it after.
If you get Seraphine, you're going to be very happy. Obviously, Akali realistically should get hooked. Nocturne has a spell shield, and then if Sion gets hooked,
whatever.
It's Sion. It's probably not good for you.
You really want to target those two bot laners, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you are Furia, since they are the squad that needs to win here to stay alive in this series, what is the game plan?
Have I opened any audio?
For certainly, try and make sure that early on nothing happens. Right? You want Nocturne to get to 6 with the Wukong.
I have MSI playing in the background.
Okay. No pre-6 No pre-6 Nocturne ganks. Everyone just play a stable lane. I don't think there's that much kill threat on the enemy team pre-6, so just play it slow. Keep it cool.
Is it too loud?
Right now, we can see everybody grouped up together. When there's Blitzcrank in the game, the chance of level 1 shenanigans spikes very high. And Furia does not want to partake in such activity. So instead, it's going to be the 5-man invade here into the bottom side Tribush, but they're walking over a ward. G2 knows that Furia is here. They're going to drop a ward there, and when Furia doesn't come up that way, okay, now they're walking.
LG.
G2 knows where they're at, but it doesn't look like they want anything to do with it. G2's happy to just be like, no level 1, play it standard, play it safe.
Oh.
Furia,
what the fuck?
Vision down there on the red buff, but that's it. And I think if you're G2, it's pretty obvious there's a ward here since you placed that ward down in the back.
Holy shit, what is happening?
And then it took an extra second or two for all of Furia to show up. You know they stepped off into that side brush.
Oh my goodness, fine.
Dude.
Know what that does mean? It allows JoJo to get control of this brush level 1. And additionally...
Oh my god. 4 ADCs. Oh, 3.
Yeah, I don't think you win that.
3 ADCs.
Like just a hook is not enough, and that's the level 1 that you're looking for.
It's AP guy, so.
Champions versus a guy who is a hook, and that's it. Sure, you can hit the hook. Here's our shields. Here's our extra damage. Here's Seraphim's high notes. Here's all of the damage from the Ashe.
This is great.
That's immediately a level 1 recall from Hans Sama. This is not an Ezreal or an AD carry that runs a teleport. Hans is just going to have to walk it all the way back to the bottom lane now as Ayu and JoJo push the wave.
And Hans, for me, has been the standout of the day. I think he's been very solid in every game.
At 6 a.m. I'm like, surely it's 9 a.m. That's why he's relentlessly meows.
But in this case, right?
So rise and shine.
Literally at the crack of dawn, he's meowing me down.
Unless you have support, I just don't think you win that. Even if you do hit the hook, as we saw, shielding comes through.
But he was starving. He was perishing.
I don't get it. He's
a wisp. A wisp of a bee.
It's like withering away, yeah.
To just get this lead right, I think we do need to see JoJo and I keep playing out this lane cleanly, because the big thing is, like, yes, you get control of the lane. But Tadu, is he fine? I think he's fine.
Yeah, he's fine. I think he's fine. Yeah. But he is not just only farming pre-6. Broken Blade with the control, with the shove up here in the top lane. Tatu just wants to scrap.
He's gonna like flash stun card you or something. I don't know.
Broken Blade jumping back in after Gigo here. Gigo gets his shield immediately popped by the Ruthless Predator.
There are some things transpiring here that I don't quite understand.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Broken Blade took like at least a turret shot before the lane to get to this stage, and then if there is a champion where just full clearing is very accessible, yeah, I would even more so than with the Wukong.
They have a lot of AP.
Although I guess you do find, there's some methods where, as a Nocturne, you're actually really strong duelist because of your fear as well as the extra EP you get and stand on your
That's what I'm saying. Some of them got like oranges or peaches on their head.
Nice pull there from LeBron. The counterattack, it's still Furious Duo who comes out on top in terms of the status of the health bars. I feel like unless LeBron is hitting one of these pulls, dragging somebody underneath the turret where they can't fire back on Furious' side, Furious just outgunning them after the fact. Two stepping up here, Skewmon wanting to steal away some chickens. He does go back in to get that, but Fear Tether still finds its mark. Tatu's playing a flash follow on the shadow path. Skewmon tries to get away. A little bit more damage will do it, but no! Caps with a nice double binding through the tangle barbs. This early game, Chronicler, is madness.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, hold on now.
And also, yeah, it's a PNG my friend made for me. Based on my VTuber model. That fucking silence, dude.
Not quite sure. As yeah, we're just continuing
bullshit.
this because why not? This is a Renekton without flash, but he is still a Renekton. So that's slice that used.
They wanted to get the E, and then you bring up the Nocturne. Now Gigo finds a little bit more damage with another Decimate, and for the 4th time in 4 games, first blood in top lane. Furia on the board. Tatu.
You can click for their heal.
Be farming camps, my friend, but he's
right now.
farming champs.
That's fine. He's level 4. Who cares? He's getting the kills. It's okay. He's getting summoners. And just an early kill on Nocturne is obviously very valuable. One of the junglers that can really carry when given a lead. Well, now being over to fight as well. And also has been
Nautilus, walk up, bro. She used the charm already.
Is Broken Blade attempting to really keep the pressure up as you would do as you have LeBron on his way.
Oh, miss. Nice connect there on the hook. Ayu gets grabbed to the follow-up from G2, forces out a flash. Ayu staying alive for now. But it's a potential 4-man play. Let's try to G2.
Oh, it's not kind of
First kill as Tuts now in the middle of
He actually got the
has to use the ulti back over the wall. It's a scrap in bottom lane, but Caps gets it. As nice pull from LeBron, they're going to steal the Gromp away at the same time.
Blessing the curse there for Tatu. If you get hooked, you die. Because of the flash, but you do lose your Gromp. It's painful. I imagine that just didn't have a W. Because it felt like when he went in, if you can stall with W there, and you can actually get a big R2 off, then maybe there's an opportunity here. Sidestep doesn't fool LeBron. You get the setup, and if you flash the hook, do it. That Ayu tries to outplay it, doesn't quite find it. Caps with a flash Q, and surely goes down. And then here, in hindsight, I'm looking at this with Caps especially being as healthy as it is and no level 6 on Tatu. I think actually going out is the right call, because even if you trade, do you really want to trade your life for LeBron's? I'd say no.
No.
As top lane, events are still inspiring.
Yeah, we've got ultis traded back and forth now with a fully charged Decimate. There's that last one of damage from Nocturne. The Fear Tether's attached. He's wearing alligator boots. Tatu grabs the second kill. Furia.
And we knew the sign was coming.
I killed him
already. But despite that, Gigo having yet another great game, and Tatu reaping the benefits of 2-0 on the Nocturne. This is even at his own. You know, I'm sorry, I apologize. I wasn't familiar with your game. I thought that Nocturne needed all to do stuff. I was clearly wrong.
Yeah, obviously. You've not studied all of
Oh, I just like it. It works for what I need.
It does also illustrate what's so fun, and has been so fun in this series about Furia. They don't give up. They're just going to go. He's going to send it. Doesn't matter what champion, doesn't matter where. And in some cases, they probably shouldn't. You know, Ayu in the last game without a few of the E and calling maybe to Born and Nocturne. But
they're going to draft what they think they can win the game with, and then they're going to play that draft the way they think
tragic,
it wins.
dude.
And sometimes that's Nocturne ganking at level 3, ganking at level 5, setting up this Zion to be able to punish the Renekton. Broken Blade has been looking shaky this series, right? Game number 1, very rough on the Warwick, bounces back in game number 2, has a good performance on the Jax. Game number 3 is Ornan's up there.
That's so far away.
That weren't connecting where they should, and we've seen Broken Blade's highs very high. And so in this series, looking at at him and saying, hey, I don't think he's on top of his game. If we play around that, that could be an opportunity, especially when you've got a guy like Gigo who's not afraid to throw down. I love this strategy from Fury.
The right idea, just not.
And Cyan is also one of those champions where if he gets out of
Not
control
together.
early, it can get really bad, right? Like he can actually be a menace that becomes non-killable come mid-game. I also think that when you look at the champions that are available, like Kalista is alright obviously, but does have to put herself in harm's way. But you're not looking at a control mid in mid lane that actually shreds through quickly, or in one run we have the Kaisa. Yeah, these type of champions can actually get through Cyan with not too many worries. It looks like hopefully we should be going back into game soon. It's 2-0.
That's pretty scary stuff. The big thing I'm still looking at, though, because we talked about it previously with champions that have City Global or Global Ultimates, the first cast of the ulti is always so huge. The cooldown is terribly long. If you waste the Nocturne Paranoia, if you don't get value out of it, it feels really bad. You feel like you kind of lost out all of that extra momentum that you build yourself before. So, now he's level 6. Let's see where that Paranoia is.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, you know, he's an ultimate hunter step, but he doesn't have domination, so he doesn't.
Right, yeah, it's, I wish I could remember the name. I always just call them the colors. Yellow, blue, light blue, green. Oh, immediately going in for the Paranoia here after Caps. Finds the fear, but it's only, see, this is the kind of ulti that I was afraid of. This is the kind of one that you really don't want to see. Beautiful pull from LeBron into the wombo.
You know, Nautilus, you can hook the Malzahar to stop the thing, unless he was on cooldown, you know?
Hitting up 3 signs you might be a cardinal. 1. You hate uninvited guests near your space. 2.
Yes.
Good in red.
Yes.
3. Get mad. A lot.
You what a lot?
Get mad.
Yes.
Yeah, Jojo dies.
Yeah.
Okay. Did he even? He did die. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got 2 kills.
They killed Seraphine. That's it. Okay, Caps. Teleporting deep to try to get one back onto Toots, who immediately goes inside the smoke. Shuriken Flip does not find a target there. Honestly, Chronicler, I know that he's at 400 HP, but I think if that Shuriken hits, there is a non-zero chance that he flips. Oh, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I didn't even realize I had my passive fully stacked. Got him out.
Now he's sitting on a rocket belt, yeah.
The counterpunch from G2 looks like he is going to Germany this round. I think they will really be in a position where Tatu does still need to get a base in. So again, they got the grubs. But early Ocean Drake does mean that the Dragon's Soul will probably be high value. Too near for G2 to not forget with this early skirmish. As they again find the Seraphine, go for the immediate combo, and like the CC is nice. The value is there to slow down the play. And this is all you want as a Kali, unlike you have your extra alternator, you have your ultimate available. And this fight position is giving you that captain who just not be able to join. Even if Tadu was away, like, he was already 40% HP because the Nocturne.
Really, he lived?
Okay. She's dead.
I thought she was more worth it.
Frustration on the face of G2, the excitement on the face of Furia, and the fans. If you've never seen the cams of the Brazilian fans cheering on their teams, you're missing out, man. It's one of the most passionate fan bases in League of Legends, and they couldn't be happier seeing how Furia is starting.
Manamune is nice for the upgrade, I think.
But G2 does have the first Drake for themselves. Grubs ended up getting split 2-1. So I do believe this is the first game we don't have a full 3-0 Grub take for either side. But Furia will still get credit towards the empowered shoes for that. And this is also the first game where Furia claims the feats of warfare. As now, Sion ulti from Gigo to set it up for Tatu yet again. The call to make for the heal isn't enough, and Tatu's on a rampage. That is 3 kills on the Renekton for the Nocturne.
Oh, he's almost dead.
Jojo needs to be careful so he doesn't get hooked with LeBron.
Immediately hits him with the heat.
And that's going to use his opportunity to ensure that they're not a follow-up dive here by clearing up the base. Yep. As soon as he can, does still have the opportunity with Blitzcrank to kind of create these situations. Not
No
unlike
jump,
Poppy,
no jump,
even though we
just
didn't
killing.
actually end up seeing that play out, where you
She's
can
so
always
bad.
turn
The
any
poor
game
legal.
situation unfair. But I think it's very telling that Furia is just doing so well in these early game skirmishes. And the big difference for me is that, look at this, this is still a good front to back comp. There is obviously the risk of Natsu and Tuts going way too deep. The rest of the team can't follow up.
Good save there on Labrov.
I actually could have killed Mouse there.
That's the thing about Blitzcrank. If you fire the bullet you miss, you are zero threat.
You're a lifesaver, by the way.
I think the funny part about this game is we've also seen the hook does hit, but it's actually not good.
Yeah, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, and that's with Blitzcrank. It is just one of those characters where it's so binary. Either it's a good hook and you hit it, or it's either a bad hook or you don't hit it, right? And then
Shadow playing would be disgusting, though.
Towards the top side. Yes, he finds the hook.
Yeah, go Shadow.
He has to pay. I think G2 is not going to be.
You're like pretty ahead too.
No arrow.
Good bet here.
Why not at that point? That's shield down on Mouse.
I love how they made it so if you kill his shield, you get his W back.
What? I thought I dodged that. Wow.
1 second. Grab my.
Oh, it's probably Cheetah.
I walked away. Kill Tristan.
I mean, we just win, right?
Good Tristan, good Tristan.
That's a good opportunity to go back to expectations. At the start of the day, expectations were that this will be a 3-0. There was, of course, the opportunity to take a game, right? But even a lot of the fans of the Seagull were like,
Look at my
take a game.
thing, it's not even autoing the neck. Look how far away it is, right? Look at my auto.
We are looking, yes, G2 on this point.
Way behind.
Really, every game, I'd say barring game 2, Fury have just been very competitive. Game 1, they obviously won, but even game 3, that was a close game.
Alright.
It was a back and forth. And in this setup, I think as long as they are somewhat restrained, and I'm aware of what I'm saying, but when they pull the trigger on the Nocturne ult as well as the Akali, we are slowly getting to the point where it's going to become harder and harder to find a bad play, right? Because if Nocturne is 5-0 and Akali is 2-0,
I'll honor you, not just because you didn't go AP.
Quickly, and there is really a traditional frontline on G2. Renekton is really as good as it gets, or Skewman is W.
Yeah, you can aggro drop, so the problem is when you aggro drop, that means that the aggro goes somewhere else.
Well, I mean, that's a problem for whoever else is dealing with that.
Right.
Not for him.
The other person is now in the danger. The dog is fine.
Ooh, Skewman trying to sneak this one away.
Furia.
Are they going to find him out?
They don't want to allow it to happen, though.
There you go. Now they know.
Tatsu's going to see the Drake. It's down low.
Oh, hell yeah. That's cool.
He flashes in to try to smite it away, but it looks like both smites got used. So it might have been a bit of an early activation there from Tatsu. Diving in now with a paranoia. Wants to go after Hans. Sidesteps away from the potential pull of Labrov.
Ooh, it's tempo ult.
Yeah, it's a tempo ult to make sure they're low HP and go after the Herald.
I mean, we do joke, but he's still got a good amount of damage down.
Whoa.
I mean, you still take that. That's Dominus gone.
Yeah.
I love your profile pic.
Top 2 down to about half HP. This is your Fed Nocturne. It's a massive shutdown if they get it. Skewman and Caps coming in.
That's
Top 2
cute.
is very low. There's your pop blossom from Caps. And the shutdown over to Skewman. Is the trade. Tuts forcing Hans back into the fight. But Broken Blade is ready to jump into the back lines. But G2 has already lost 3. It's a 3-for-2 trade. And Furia comes out on top.
Yeah, Tatu
GG's,
dies, but Ayu's gliding on.
probably see you later.
Threatening him. On the Ash.
Oh, here comes Gigo.
Sounds good.
He wants Hansama. He finds the collision into the decimate. The volley fade away. And Ayu picks up kill 12 for Furia.
What a day of performances here from Gigo. Solo bolos, different styles of champions. It just doesn't matter. This man will not be held down. Huge individual gold lead as well. As we take another look, the attempt from G2 to punish this Nocturne, and a lot of cooldowns are used. I think going for this fight, understandable, but it's Labrov not finding the hook, and then this being a little bit disjointed, right? Tatu stalls for so long, which means that by the time that they actually take him down to disjoint the fight, and it's again, yeah, Jojo dies, but who cares? The rest of the team is clearly already trying to opt out of this, and it's G2 going too aggressive, clearly not all being on the same page, because half the team was backing off while the other team is going in. Maybe the call was, I'm not getting out, you know, I'm gonna try and look for something.
Yeah.
And the gold is not truly out of control just yet, but the kills are, that's gotta feel rough, right? Like the amount of gold that has been put into these mid-jungle duos, and not even to mine. The riddle thing, as we get deeper into this game, Tadu and Tuts are also going to create so much space for Ayu, because you need to deal with those two, which means that the Ashe is going to be autoing.
Refiring. Yeah, there's been so many of these fights where even if he doesn't have a lot of mana to start off with, and all he is a right-click bot, he is getting the right click 20 times in a fight. Yeah, it works out great.
It's doing his job great.
Labrov stepping up, looking for maybe the opportunity here for a pull, but I would advise against it. Tatu jumping in, immediately decides he wants to go after Caps. Pop Blossom's going to stop it, but only for a moment. Caps is down. Jojo gets revenge. Now a decimate from Gigo here on the front line keeps Labrov and Hans Sama zoned away. 13 kills in 18 minutes for the Brazilian team.
The gold lead keeps growing. Mid lane turret is going to fall. Herald.
Yeah, I do have one.
And with how this
I'm just not using it right now.
Oh, are we really gonna? It's gonna happen? Are we gonna start off with the silver scrapes on Series 1?
That could be absolutely insane, but we still have to see if Furia can close this out. We had our doubts in game number 1, and they proved to us that they could do it. Now, here in game number 4, they're looking awesome. So far, as we're just about to hit 20 minutes in, the Rift Herald will be the target for Skumond, and honestly, I like the timing that G2 is doing this on. They're trying to force it down with the extra power of the Callista. Gigo and Tatu want to step up, want to try to stop it. Caps and Hans.
Not moving.
Furia coming in to try to stop this effort from G2, but the Herald has already been claimed by Skumond. Now you gotta look out. Beautiful pull coming out from to try to shut down Toots. A nice shutdown lands. Big three-man Seraphine ulti, but
my mouth opens up when I talk.
Jojo's forced to flash back over the wall, and G2, they get the Herald, they get a kill, they almost get Tatu, but now Broken Blade is still leading the charge. Furia continues to fight, the Decimate doesn't find the Renekton, and Labrov gets saved by Hans. Gigo's still frontlining as the rest of Furia runs away. Pop Blossom finds 2, a lot of damage on Ayu, but he ain't dead yet. 1 dead on G2, 2 dead on G2, 3 dead on G2. Hans Sama versus the world, and the world means Brazil. Hans trying to kite it out, but Gigo won't allow it. Ace for Furia, Quadra for Gigo.
As Gigo gets 4. G2, they could have just left it at that, but no, they try to get more. The sums they got, because this attempt from Furia, it's just a little bit too much. Jojo isn't quite in the position. They immediately get so much damage down.
Gigo getting a Quadra on Sion. What the fuck, dude? I swear to God, watching MSI this year is literally watching my fucking ranked games.
You got a bunch of cooldowns. Yes, you won't get Tatu, but it's not the end of
this
the world.
shit.
Instead, they keep going into this choke point. And
we see is just
one of those champions where if you get more rotations off,
it can't be fucking real.
So much these small choke points are huge. As Gigo hasn't died yet, but maybe using his passive this
fucking
time
Ahri stole Baron. How the fuck do you get outsmited by Ahri?
Big shutdown for G2. That was a very fed Scion.
That shit was so fucked.
That spawned only 1 minute ago. That is a G2 that still has the Herald in their inventory. inventory, and this is a big punch coming back from the LEC.
I'm just talking about MSI.
Dominating so far, it's Otacon for G2. They're going to slam the turret into the tier 2 turret at the top side at the same time. They should be able to get the gold from this. Ash Arrow.
I'll go back to my Discord.
But it won't be enough. The turret's still barely hanging on, but the extra damage from the one Void Grub is enough to force it down. At the same time, mid lane tier 2s have been taken by Furia in the mid and bot lane. Tatu trying to stop the backs, but he walks too close. LeBron with another beautiful pull, but the ulti over the top slows it down. Shuts down over to Skewmon. Broken Blade in trouble. He's gonna die now as Skewmon tries to jump back over the wall, but Gigo's ready to chase. Make that 2 dead in G2 jerseys. LeBron and Hans on the run, but Gigo, Ayu, and JoJo are all ready to chase.
And the mayhem continues. The Tatu goes down. G2, they get Otacon. And I think that's them making the best out of a bad situation. Thanks to them getting that inner, the gold lead stays relatively even. 4.7 now. I think it was 4.2 by the time the play began. But obviously, you do get a decent amount of value with the Otacon. But man, this 4th game, Dragon has been found in its Hextech again. Loving me some Hextech gate action, but it also means that the relative value of these Dragons does go up. And still, some of the decision-making around when to take these fights from G2 has fell off, whereas from Furia, it's just been hit after hit after hit.
Gigo, of course, getting caught up there was a big surge of gold over to Skewmon individually. This Nefiri now with 3 fully completed items. Skewmon is very dangerous. If he can get access to Ayu, he can pop him in a blink of an eye. But like you already said, the problem is you've got an even more dangerous Nocturne and Akali combo flying towards your carries. And so for G2, the 4,000 gold lead still remains very difficult to navigate.
It really does. For G2, the upside is that with 2 Dragons already, they're not at any threat just yet, as it's going to take a while to take them down. Reinforcements are on the way.
Yeah, Gigo's surviving for now. Got the redemption coming in to help him. Broken Blade now isolated. This is not where he wants to be. He's not going to buy nearly as much time as Gigo could. And that'll be another kill over to Furia. That is Broken Blade's 7th death this game on the Renekton. Furia putting a target on his back, focusing down this G2 top laner every time he tries to go in. Gigo just barely not having enough channel time there to try to interrupt the Hex Flash of Lebrov over the wall. And Furia set up now in a 5v4 for a push onto this remaining tier 2 turret. This is the last structure outside of the G2 base, still standing. The paranoia used, but no ulti, no force dive. Another great pull from Lebrov. Forces out the flash from Tatu. Furia's push will not force the turret.
I think trying to kind of bully them off with that ultimate, trying to make them second guess themselves, but G2 not falling for the bluff, holding strongly, but still Furia in such great control. Look at the vision as well, right? The amount of wards that are there towards that middle of the map. Baron about to spawn, and they will be able to get a little bit back on this punch, but particularly against the Nocturne and the Kali, you can't really afford to lose sight of vision. And so much of Blitzcrank's value is also tied to you denying vision to your opponents, because the fog is your strongest weapon. Because 2 really phase checks outside of specifically Gigo. Rest of the team, a lot more risk involved.
Yeah, we've got over 1,000 HP stacked up through Soul Furnace alone for Gigo right now. Also worth pointing out, the Seeker's Arm Guard fully built now for Toots, so he'll have that active as he continues building towards the Zhonya's Hourglass itself. We've already seen the redemption used a couple of times here from JoJo just to guarantee that when G2 tries to send these engages, there's no way they can punch through the lead that Furia has. Topside Scuttle Crab is claimed by Furia and Tatu as that control ward is cleared away. Lebrov got to be a little bit careful here. Honestly, the most effective use of the Lebrov pulls we've seen so far this game are to further threaten Tatu when he tries to dive in or position aggressively. All the other ones, like trying to hit Ayu and JoJo, like we were talking about earlier on during the laning phase, they haven't paid dividends.
They have not. As G2 trying to look for a pick towards Nash, not actually going to find one, and obviously not having the opportunity to go for that objective themselves. Can go for a fake out. try and force a response out of Furia, but not going to go for that. As Hans, feeling safe, isn't really, but not going to get even close to face checking that.
Not going to push his luck. Yeah.
As the dragon gets taken, that's the second one. It's nice for Furia, but obviously just a dragon. As good as it is with Hextech, not setting up for Soul Point just yet.
Exactly. The 2-2 is buying G2 more time. Also worth pointing out, G2 has a lot more flower petals than Furia does because of the fact that they got the Otacon earlier. G2 with 27 versus only the 16 of Furia does give them some extra adaptive force to make up some of that gold lead that Furia has commanded the entire game long. I pointed out the Seeker's Arm Guard on Toots earlier. I'm going to point out the same thing on Caps now. Massive playmaking tools, particularly for something like a Nico. And again, going back to this champion, Nico's ult and the use of it, or lack of proper use of it, really defines what this champion is in a team fight.
It's also the reason why Nico Callista is so crazy is because the offensive value of the ult becomes completely ridiculous, right? Because you can throw in, if you have the timing right, there's very little counterplay available as Lebrov.
Lebrov stunned up, saved now though by Hansama. Gigo looking to cut off the further escape route. Nice pull in from Lebrov, but a nice Seraphine ulti over the top guarantees the kill. And now that's one dead on the G2 side. Caps goes for the Pop Blossom, but a nice use of the stasis keeps Toots alive. Caps getting away now as IU goes on a rampage, and the game goes into a sepia tone. Pause at the end of an explosive fight, man.
Tension can be cut with a knife. I say that as Furia is just
they're vibing, man. They're having the time of their lives. I love it.
Understandably, there is really no pressure on them.
The
right?
moment at hand.
This is the team that, again, 15 to 85. And sometimes you see those fan votes and we go, guys, come on. Now, we all know, right? Like some fan bases will be bigger than others, but this one felt warranted. And that play right there, it's just another example of that Seraphine pick paying off so well. It makes zone control so much harder because any play in a choke point can just backfire in just seconds. And even though that engage wasn't even the cleanest,
oh, I would love that.
Gigo
Hell yeah.
kind of miss with the ultimate. We saw Nocturne go deeper than what it looked like he had initially planned, but still ends up working out because, again, IU, unthreatened, just gets the auto as much as he wants.
This is a very scary look for Furia. They are actually playing so smooth right now, making sure that they're playing around what they think is going to win them the game, right? I was talking to ThinkCard yesterday, asking about the team, asking him a couple of questions about what he expected, what to expect of them, and I said, who should I look at if I'm looking for a big pop-off play, if I should look for like a big moment? And he told me that Tatu and Gigo are the ones who are going to find the fight angles and they are going to find the pop-offs. And if you're looking for just turbo carrying a team fight, IU's the guy to look like. And I feel like, IU's the guy to look at, excuse me. And I feel like this game is showing us a lot of that. Tatu and Gigo have been finding these moments. Unfortunately for Broken Blade, a lot of them have been at his expense. But then every time we're also seeing these fights, IU is constantly pumping out damage. Again, even if it's a fight that breaks out where he's not the main character, he's always maximizing his DPS.
Oh, I would appreciate anything.
There really have been. Will be something with the position that they're in the game right now, right? Things are looking peachy. We'll have to see as we get more info. I'm sure we will update you guys. As
I don't get a lot of quote-unquote fan art.
You know, it's a classic.
Yeah,
NA versus EU.
Yeah. Well,
I'm personally not emotionally invested, but I do enjoy watching you guys fight it out.
Yeah,
it's great.
This is now it's just A versus EU.
What was I in the middle of doing? I'm trying to remember.
Brazil doing everybody proud though. Like honestly, you come into
I think I'll use my wave plates
at
first.
this head-to-head. You're looking at G2 who have
was I doing the
experience
quest or was I doing companion quests?
The only team from the West in like the past, what, 10 years to win an international event with MSI 2019?
They're also the only one to win an MSI that isn't LPL or LCK.
Yeah, the only team ever from NA or EU to win an MSI, going up against Furia, who are here at MSI for the first time. And it's like, you would not expect this to be as close as it is, but Furia are here to prove the doubters wrong, man. They are playing such fun, exciting League of Legends.
Hell yeah, for sure.
I'm on the verge of being convinced. And you know what? Really, without this, even if this game ends up G2 pull it back, right? They win 3-1. I'm still gonna be convinced. Like we're past that point. They don't need to win this game. They don't need to win the series. This is already a super exciting and wonderful performance from this team.
Yeah,
that I think warrants a lot of talking about, and I'm sure a lot will be said.
Oh,
we don't know the outcome of this series yet.
I'm sure there are
the
already...
discourse will be...
I'm sure there are already hundreds, if not thousands of comments between the Reddit and Twitter threads already. But I do have an update. They are currently investigating a bug report on Kallista's ultimate. I'm not sure what the specific bug is, but it was something to do with the Kallista ulti. We will give you guys more info once we know it, but that's about all we've got right now. And usually I feel like it's the ability bugs that take the longest to resolve because they're always so technical.
Yeah, I was getting a little worried because we'd been on track for way too long, and for me that's getting increasingly difficult. So this is actually great. Yeah.
We're in your comfort zone now?
Yeah, we really are, because I don't know where we are right now when it comes to the Korean time zone, where I am still
G2 versus GAM
mentally, but it's late.
In 2 hours.
So somebody who grew up in middle of nowhere USA for a long time, I had no consciousness of any other time zone ever, right? Like I lived in the same place my entire life. But then,
it's all self-rolls, so just pick whatever
LA for the LCS. I think after like almost 10
games
years
you
now,
might want to involve in or whatever.
Europe, but like in terms of comparing it to Korea or China, I still have no idea what time of day it is, man. I feel like maybe by the time I'm 50,
there's an art channel as well.
To have a sense of when
maybe we're just not meant to know.
Yeah, maybe
this is a very simple number. Like, it's not for us.
Maybe you could only calibrate half of the time zones in the world accurately at any given time.
Well, you can even argue, like, you can know the number, but do you understand the number? Because what I'm feeling right now, in terms of jet lag, you need to experience it to really get it. Have you played the new Aram yet?
No, I haven't, but I've heard really good things.
The fact that both Arena is back and Aram, I'm obviously very happy I'm here. I'm having a great time with you. Having a great time with these games. But let's be real.
You want to get back and play some ARAMs?
It will be good. A little bit of Aram, a little bit of Arena.
I'm not the biggest ARAM gamer myself, but I have a couple friends who are like 90% of their games are ARAM.
Yeah.
My friend was so excited when they introduced the multiple maps that you can rotate around and stuff. He was stoked. It was like Christmas for him. So I can understand the excitement. Yeah, just good times. Just good times. It's sounding like, in terms of the update, I believe it's looking like there was not
Masters of ARAM, they know.
We will be able to return to the game here shortly. Hopefully all the players can stay nice and focused, zeroed in. Okay, bug reported, result, no bug found. We are getting ready checks from all of our players now, and as soon as everybody is confirmed, ready to go, we will lock back in. Now remember, Chronicler, when we previously had a pause for the mouse issue, as soon as we loaded back into the game, I think it took less than 10 seconds for Furia to pull the trigger and go in and try to make a play. However, we're at the back end of a play that was just made.
The trigger was pulled.
Now. Yeah, we're already there as Furia will continue their march down mid lane. The first inhibitor turret is down. It is a 5v3. Furia is continuing to move forward. Remember, they already got the resources. Nexus turret's under fire. Furia going in. First Nexus turret about to die. Toots creating space. Broken Blade's got his Sterix, but he's staying alive for now.
What do you mean I haven't played any game properly?
Toots and Tatu both gonna take the Hex Gate out.
Listen up. The fruit of everything.
Walks back out the long way. The game goes on.
That's a call from Furia because I think that with
Guests
the lead
of
that
the
they have
unkind.
Wait, hold on. Gigo's going back in
Together
on
we
he
fight.
tries to find the G2 mid laner,
Fluorescent
but a flash out from the
shadows
Nico
take
keeps him
form.
safe. That is a big summoner spell though. Nico's flash is massive for team fights.
Particularly because
Evil be cleansed.
means that unless Caps gets
Together
a crazy
we
angle,
vanquish.
and thus far we just haven't seen those in this game.
Mind's eye.
He's not going to be able to reliably get on top of the Ashe. But what I was saying, so they get middle inhibitor, but they could have also used the previous blade
My
to guarantee
blade
setup.
yearns.
Instead, they are hungry. They want to push for the win, but because there's no Baron up minions and there were still enough members of G2, the wave gets cleared relatively easily. Now they still have a good setup as, oh my god, he goes in.
Oh yeah, Toots is already jumping in. Oh, the Shuriken flip immediately into the R2. Toots zoning everybody else away. Meanwhile, Tatu jumping after Skumon. He knows if they kill the Nefiri there, the Baron is free, but they don't get the kill. They will force out the flash from Skumon's Nefiri, and now Furia, they turn right back onto the Baron. Now Toots has no ulti here on the Akali. Keep that in mind. Broken Blade taking a turret down there in the bottom lane at the same time. He's got a TP if he needs to join up. Here comes BB's TP right now. As
Damn,
Fury
man.
trying to put themselves in position. LeBron already missed the pull. Now you got Toots making space yet again. Going gold, buying time. Caps goes in. Massive pop blossom. Zero follow-up. Toots stays alive. Jojo with a Seraphine again. The team fight battery as LeBron will die to the fear tether. And Furia is marching down mid. It's happening, Flowers! Furia
Guests of the
with
unkind.
push. They gotta make sure they try to interrupt these back.
Take form.
He'll stop Skumon for now. Where's the wave? Han is cutting it. G2
My together
keeping
we
themselves
fight.
alive with this.
Just do Nash.
Take form.
Okay, okay, we're not done with the game here just yet.
Evil be cleansed.
They'll have Nico. Oh boy. No, they are not
Together
going
we
for the
vanquish.
Baron Flowers. They want to bring us to game 5 right here on this wave.
Maybe we are going to the
Who's the caged bird now?
They've got Gigo with so much HP. They'll pop the paranoia as Broken Blade tries to cut the wave. Furia want to force the end of the game right now. Redemption comes down. Broken Blade tries to find pressure onto the back line, but he won't get it. The Lax Nessus turret still barely standing. Caps goes in for
Yeah, I got you. You're good.
but he will not get it.
Dude, I got 2 fusion bonus offset. I'm fucking pissed right now. This is stupid. Electro, Arrow.
Doesn't pan out. The wave
Wow,
gets
dude.
cleared.
Wow.
And I keep talking about the Baron, and Fury says, no, we don't need Baron. We can just murder them. And as the wave does get cleared, it's already too late. So much damage being done.
The fruit of
IU
ever together we
attacking,
vanquish.
unrelenting. And
Guests
we're
of the
about on our first series, 100% silver.
incinerate.
Great rate.
This is an incredible start
My blade
to
take form.
MSI
Strike is
2025
one.
as Furia push G2 to a 5th game. Let's head over now to the analyst desk. Please break that one
Sacred
down.
light.
Vancouver,
Together
are
we
you not
vanquish.
entertained? The very
Crosscut.
first best of 5,
Sever.
fearless best of 5 of MSI.
Are you
And
not
it's Furia
entertained?
versus Game 5 here. What a monster performance for what was the underdog team here at MSI.
14% of the fan votes, and that was just people sending out their hearts there.
It's
being
old.
like,
It's
"Hey,
old.
my boys right there."
I just
No
didn't
one would've
see it.
expected this.
This is my apology to Furia. Although it says I was not familiar with your game, but I kind of was.
And
right?
MSI
Like,
isn't for
they've
another
been
2
playing
fucking
a lot
hours, bro.
better than I expected, especially in terms of being able to match G2 in a lot of these team fights. I think that has been the massive difference maker, and it really has come down to those playmaking from Tatu and Gigo.
And as you can see right in front of you, Brazil beating EU throughout its history only happened twice. Loud versus Fnatic in 2022 Worlds Play-In, and of course Kaboom and Alliance that has been referenced so many times. But it has never happened in a best of 5. It has never been dreamed of happening in a best of 5.
I mean, there's never been a best of 5 as well to play
never
for that
gone
kind of
there.
stats, but the fact that
Oh,
they actually make
yeah,
it happen
yeah.
on the first opportunity they get, because winning
Listen
a
up.
game,
The
sure,
fruit of ever
Dude, was it yesterday's or the day before? It was fucking yesterday's. That shit had me pissed off, bro.
round of applause, honestly, for Furia, because you need
Guests
to
of
have
the
the stamina,
unkind.
you need to have
I was
the
so
skill,
fucking
and you need to
annoyed.
have the creativity
Strike is
to really what's in
one.
there.
And an issue that I saw from G2 during their playoff
Take
run, but
form.
just during the regular season as a whole, was their fight selection mid to late game. Like, what fights were the right one for them?
Blessed
And I've
ends.
just been seeing it the entire series long. So it's
Together
tough to be
we
able to look at them and say, oh, you have a lead in this instance of the game, and then they're
My
finding
blade
themselves like
take
taking
form.
fights that just don't make sense. And in this game, they were behind off a really weird play, and they kept searching for something that wasn't there.
Gabs being all the EU
Be
fans
reduced
right now
to
watching this
cinders.
game sadly. But honestly, I applaud the draft that they came up with here because Emily, I feel like it's a risky
Fucking
move.
smacked
If you
him,
can pull
bro.
it off, steamroll, absolute steamroll onto G2.
Yeah, the last time they played this, I believe it was against Pain, it was a win, specifically the Ashe Seraphine, right? Combined with the Scion, kind of once you get that death ball
Do a
part
double, fuck it.
rolling,
Yeah.
it is a really obnoxious composition to go up against, as we see, like the
Why did I
Ashe
do
being
it?
able to just free fire
Fusion
in so many
offset
of these fights,
again.
where you're seeing so much of the damage coming, and then the Scion play, the
Dude,
way
this
that,
is so fucked.
Gigo was playing these fights was also really important.
I mean, even started level 1, the fact that Ayu and JoJo in like being able to bush camp, starting W on
Oh well,
Seraphine,
I'm
so the
done.
shield went off, forcing Hansama to go back to base, and even when they came back, it just looked like a really difficult lane for the two.
All right, let's talk about the series as a whole. What has been defining the series so far? What do we?
Do you want to watch
what
it
do we
together
remember
today?
Before going to game 5?
I mean, I think we've had
Are you busy?
first blood in the top lane every single game, right? This was kind of the difference-making fight in this specific game, where G2 kind of go in and Fury are actually able to react really well. On the back half of this fight, you actually see Tatu being able to take out the Nico.
Fuck, I should go on
As well.
Genshin.
It was a very, very split fight, but they were able to absorb that pressure and then return it back onto G2.
And look at the fans in Sao Paulo just so hyped up. Even the fans over here that are just die-hard Furia fans, I don't know if you guys would have expected it, but the fact that they are here now is crazy. And you're right, Emily, talking about those like split fights, that's happened a lot this series.
Somebody cash at me 20 bucks real quick.
Getting ahead of it when these fights are so split and chaotic. There was even a time where Tatu was like, okay, I'm in the wrong position. I'm going to shield myself.
JK,
take
JK.
the, portal out of the fight.
Yep.
And Broken Blade was waiting, thinking that this would be a good fight for them, and it just simply wasn't.
Yeah, no, and it ended up being really split. And I think, again, it comes down to so much what ThinkHard was saying in terms of, like, who are going to be the big difference makers. Yeah. It's going to be...
Oh, I was talking to Morphine, sorry.
Gigo. And Gigo even has
We've been watching MSI. I mean, you can watch it with us. We could watch party it if you wanted to.
Game. And for Furia, those are the two that I'm looking at.
But yeah,
right?
in 2 hours.
They can get ahead on the top side. It starts off exactly
Fuck yeah,
as we were talking
Nuggies!
about, where Tatu is trying to escape, but then G2 end up trying to go back into this fight, and Furia just absorb it so well.
I think going into this corridor, I thought was an issue. Sure, this is a great pop blossom from Caps, but then you're just seeing JoJo and Ayu largely free fire with Guigo just being like, okay, if you can take him, sure, you're going to have to deal with me at some point.
Yep, and then he cleans it up for that quadra kill, ending up getting that final kill onto Hansama. And it really, the fights have been making all of the difference. And I'm not going to say Furia have always chosen the best fights, but when they do end up splitting up, I feel like they've been really good at identifying key targets.
Yes, and this is basically where the pause ended up coming through, just because it was a really good start to the fight. You start to see G2 run away and the Kalista ulti come through, but yeah, I mean, just not going to work out. I think it was a different fight, but there was just too many fights where it felt like Furia was just running them down because they had the right positioning and the control ward, so it looked like G2 was coming into their space not really knowing what fight was worthwhile.
But that's what they had the whole series, the right positioning, playing together, playing as a unit. The Hot fans right now, basically, like giving. I'm so hyped for them. I'm so hyped that this team has been showing way more than anyone could have predicted. We're going into game 5 here, going into
Plan
the
with
deepest
convention,
depth of what
then
you can find
conquer
into people's
by
champion pool.
ingenuity.
I don't know what to expect here for game 5, but I'm so proud to see Furia making it this far, because at the beginning of the day, I want to say it again, we said 3-0 for G2. We're talking about players who've never been on the international stage, who've never played together against this caliber of player. Do they have it within them to take it and grab the victory?
I mean, they're so young too, right? This is the youngest team we have here. The kind of
I did my weeklies, right?
Brazilian like upstarts with Jojo and kind of Gigo being those two more experienced players on this team. I think it's going to start in the top lane, though. You asked where it's going to start. Again, we've had first blood on top side with both junglers going up there. Gigo kicking it off with his solo kill initially in game 1. I think that's still going to be, it's top and jungle being the massive difference makers across the series.
Yes, and then of course it later on followed throughout the series was Skumons like basically coming in and helping frequently, like looking for a gank topside that got BB ahead, and so that was how it kept going. But then even just this last game was all of that, the constant Tatu going topside and just being able to put down the Renekton, forcing him into a position
I
where
still
he's like
got that whole fucking area.
So, yes, we saw the replay where Gigo is going into a
And this one.
Before that point even happened, he was just really... G2 could not deal with him.
I think it's just those two now, though.
A confidence game.
Yes.
And it's gonna end up with a game 5 with, I don't know who's gonna take this one. Give it to me one last time before we send it to break. Who's taking game 5? Do you think G2 has it in them to pull this one together, or is it gonna be Furia and Brazil coming out victorious today?
I'm flipping. Look, I know I should have.
I've been doing pretty good at the catch-up game.
But I'm now at a point where I have to be
especially on Genshin.
These guys, if they're confident in themselves and they're putting out level of play like this, I have to be confident in Furia.
Yeah, I mean, I never flip predictions.
Oh, God.
My heart is rooting for Furia, though, you know? Like, I started covering CBL all the way back in 2014.
Yeah?
Yeah, give me the...
Take it.
Yeah, it's beautiful. But I'm really rooting for them. Again, this is just, it's such a fun team. Not the team we expected to be here, the youngest team here. They're playing with such confidence in so many of these fights. How can you not root for them?
How can you not root for them? They have all the fans with them. They have Brazil behind them as well. Will they be the ones to take you down for the 3rd time in history? We're back in 3 minutes, so let's check some subscribes!
I'm in no position to intervene. That being said, if the Physaelians try anything against you, I'll get you out. Even if it means storming through their front gates. In the meantime, I'll keep looking for more information than the person Cartesier mentioned to you. I'll call you as soon as I find anything.
Got it. Winds, heed my command. Glad you found them useful.
You couldn't find my... Wait, it didn't let you into the Discord, or what? You have to accept the rules first.
Heed my command.
Okay. And then from there, it's just Jetstream. You can find me in almost any channel.
What a treat. What a treat this first series has been. Can't wait to see how it's going to shape up. Because this is a position that I realistically don't think anyone could have expected. You know, even the biggest CBL, again, the general consensus was as long as we look good. It's what matters. Yeah. Getting a game would be huge. Getting 2 games will be fully out there. But with how this performance has gone, especially given how close that game 3 looked, and how little pressure there is on Furia, you gotta feel for G2 here. They were the overwhelming favorite. They are obviously, historically, a team that Europe has relied upon. And Furia,
I shall inform
back
the
on
lady
red side
of your
again, a side that I think for them, particularly that last game, has been looking wonderful.
Let's get into the draft. The misfortune will continue to be the first ban for G2, the most played pick for IU throughout.
To keep our honored guest waiting
Split 2,
would be
Spring Split, however you'd like to
most
refer to it.
improper.
There in the LTA South, they do not want him on that
Especially
one.
when it
Banning out
was
the Aurora
I
and the
who
Smolder as
extended
well
the
on the G2
invitation.
side. Meanwhile, Twisted Fate and Azir remain the bans for Furia. G2, after the loss in Game 4, electing to be on the blue side. Furia thinking about that final ban.
Might be Senna. I wonder
Cantarella
the Smolder ban can either
Thessalia,
be they want to prioritize an early Senna pick. We've seen Smolder into
Thessalia
Senna a
family.
lot. Or you
I'm
want to try and look
pleased to
for a
make your
melee mid
acquaintance.
laner. Obviously, like the Silas, for example, is still available.
God damn.
And that's something
Honorable warrior.
that the,
The new
Smolder does
crown
well
of the
into as well.
Carnival.
Right, we've seen it used as a counter pick to Silas. Yone is another example that is still on the board. Game 5 in Fearless, it always gets funky, Cap.
This is the best part of Fearless, right
The
here.
laurel is a
20
gift of the divinity.
additional bans.
What claim have I to crown
there it
one
is.
as distinguished as yourself?
Senna Prio, so
Okay.
that Smolder ban in the context of that. But the Caitlyn ban is so interesting because it does mean that one of the possible punishes is taken off the
I
board.
should
This is
be the
just
one to
matching
apologize
scaling with
for
scaling,
not
but Jinx can be deceptively strong
guest's
early
attempt
because of
at
the range
lightening the
advantage.
mood.
20 additional bans per side. I had to think about that for a second.
Yeah.
We so rarely get Game
Very well.
5s.
It's
You
wild.
may also call me Cantarella.
Speak for yourself. I've had plenty of game
Okay,
fives.
yeah, in my experience, I haven't had a lot of them. I still got to get used to the math here, but we do have that Senate that you were talking about locked in for G2. Over on the Furia side, though, the response will be the Jace as well as Leona. And this deep into Fearless, these powerful engaged supports are very heavily limited, right? We've already seen Nautilus, we've already seen
Now,
Rel, we've already
shall
seen
we
Rakan.
proceed to
We've
my
already
study?
seen so much of it.
I'd just be Braum. But Braum, when Ornn is already out and you're playing into a Jace, that feels bad, right? You really want to try and find a source of engage. But the Braum does come true because it's good into the Leona.
Make it fast.
But Senna, Braum, as far as Braum pairings go, that's not...
You're not
really what
loving
you're
it.
gonna- You're going to be super excited about it, but it does make sense in context of the matchup. But it also means that if you do end up going for like a Jinx or another Hyperscaler, there is so little opportunity to punish, as there is the Yone we talked about earlier as well.
Yeah, the Yone, very, very strong, and Furious response. We got some long-range artillery power. We got Jace locked in alongside a Ziggs for Furia.
I love this. One of the big problems when you face against Senna, particularly when paired with a Braum, is eventually her range becomes a substantial issue. And even though in theory, you know, once you get on top of her, you're able to take her down, actually doing that is much easier said than done. Ziggs, though, it's almost impossible to farm stacks of him early on, because, like, realistically, he should be looking to trade with you a ton. And his ultimate late game will just blow you up. And you don't have a reliable way outside of straight up flashing to get out of that. I love the Ziggs-Leona combo. It does mean that they need another source of AD. We already do have the Jace here as the Camille gets taken away. I'm wondering if you're going to get to the point where you start banning things like Tristana, right? That is still left as one of the AD mid laners. This Jace could also theoretically still be flexed to mid. And even the Ziggs isn't necessarily tied, I don't have to tell you this, to that bot lane.
Exactly. The Ziggs could go a couple different spots here. We'll see exactly how that shakes out, as top lane is the target for both teams here in the second half of the ban phase. Camille removed by Furia,
Won't
while the
you have a
Ambessa
seat?
eliminated here in the draft by G2. I do expect Furia to continue to try to put pressure onto Broken Blade. Sejuani, another character that oftentimes, considering her popularity in so many metas of the past, it's surprising to see still available in a Game 5, but not pickable now.
That's a wonderful ban. Like Yone, Braum, Sejuani as a core.
Yeah.
That's kind of disgusting. So much power, the double CC passive, the lead taken away, which I really like. I do think as Furia here, you're looking towards AD setups. So much, or so many rather, of them are already gone, and you also have to obviously be mindful of counter pick when it comes to that jungle matchup. This should be a jungle pick up here to not really show what is going where, unless they have something really crazy saved here, but that is going to be the Lilia, so that is an AP source, meaning that they are desperately in need of a little bit of additional AD.
Yeah. The one nice part about not having a whole ton of AD thus far, there's not a true tank on the side of G2. Closest thing is Braum, and all the tankiness really comes from the door. You don't have the econ to be a true meatball. As how does G2 want to play it? I still need to see a top laner. I still need to see a jungler. I'm going to get a big old boy with a beer belly that could play either one, technically.
I've seen that one a ton. That's a classic. Mentioned him already early. Gragas, the setup that he has into a lot of the opposing team is actually really good, right? Not a lot of surefire ways available to deal with the... Oh, I love that, because the Jarvan, so it would have been exceptional as well if they do want to really get weird with it on the side of Furia, right? It's something that pairs well with Ziggs. And at this point, I'm like, Furia, I don't know what you're doing, but I'm willing to trust, as it does indeed look like the Gnar, which is a crazy good matchup, into that Gragas can come through here, meaning that the Jace will get swapped.
Okay, that's what it is.
I just love it when teams actually use R5 counter pick.
Yeah, it's great.
Reassess a draft, right? To pivot at the last second when there's no opportunity for your opponent to respond. And looking at these two drafts, there is so much explosiveness, right? But when you look at the drafts as a whole, I think I prefer Furia's, right? It's a very, very damage profile. I think the matchups, particularly in top and bot, look great. Because one of the things that you can do against Ziggs is obviously try and look for ways to get on them early, try to shut them out of the game. But with Braum Senna, there's just no shot that that's going to happen.
Yeah, it's not a ton of immediate aggressive threat there between those two champions.
Not particularly.
Now, granted, there is a lot of engage power with the other three picks on the G2 composition. Gragas can find some pretty crazy angles with casks.
True.
We know that Jarvan has some very long engage ranges with the EQ combo into the R. Yone is a very balanced character and has a lot of opportunities to do a lot of things.
Oh, I thought you were going to say a lot of opportunity for counterplay.
Yeah, he has a ton of that too.
For his opponent, right?
yeah, for sure. But there's so much potential here if he's out of position for IU's side to get punished later on in the game. But I do agree with you, the laning phase should be just pretty standard stuff down here in the bottom lane. Where do you expect to see most of our action? And I know I'm setting you up for a trap question here, because last time around we expected a farming Nocturne and we got 2 or 3 ganks before level 6.
It was 2-0 before level 6. I do remember that.
Yeah.
I gotta look towards that top side.
Okay.
It's the trio of Gragas, Yone, and that Jarvan that I think have so much offensive power, and they need to sync up well, because I still feel like G2 are very often seemingly all over the place. Now, an invade would make sense. You do have Braum, absolute level 1 beast, but Braum, not a part of this play. So it looks like it is just going to be a setup for Vision early on here.
Yeah, they'll drop the standard chicken ward for the side of G2. You could see that Toots' positioning, he was standing far enough out in the lane because they only saw the top side of G2. He would be able to see if the Braum and Senna were trying to trail up behind them through the fog. So that's going to stop any type of a full style invade.
Defensive ward as well. They really don't want to get cheesed.
Yeah.
Level 1 for Lilia's obviously not great.
Lily is a very high-tempo jungler as well.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see how well Tatu can power farm, or if he wants to power farm at all. Generally, it's like a PvP level 3 type of angle here.
At this point, I'm trusting him. I don't know what he's going to do.
I think he's earned that.
He really has, with his performance throughout the day. And the other is that, again, they should be Gigo in a favorable matchup, and he has been performing admirably today. And there's also the bigger context, right? Like the amount of pressure that you gotta imagine G2 is feeling, given the historic importance of this team, given the expectations that were there on Furia for being clearly the 10th place team in this tournament. That's not what we're seeing in this series, Captain.
No, absolutely not. Hans and Lebrov taking early control over the wave down here, but again, it's Ziggs. He'll be fine. Just want to be able to keep farming up. As Jojo does take a little bit of poke, connects the Zenith Blade. Level 2 versus level 2, though. Jojo will not get locked up there by the concussive blows. So that was a way out of that one.
That was a really good satchel. I don't think you want to take that easily on that.
Probably not. It was definitely looking a little bit dicey from where I'm standing, but checking back in across the lanes here with a try lane cam. Caps ends up on the very bad end of a losing trade there as Gigo reverting back into Mininar here. Wants to get that hyper proc onto Broken Blade, but Broken Blade will not allow him the opportunity to do so. Toots with the wave crashing into the tier 1 turret here for Caps.
Particularly, yeah, with the grasp, Toots gets to farm so much value off of these early levels. The reason why I think Jace has been such a menace is because he's so much tankier as Caps.
Yeah, Caps in some serious danger here. The last shot might get it. Toots eats a turret shot, though. Both mid laners now very low on HP, both drinking the potions. Toots with a slight health advantage.
Level up.
Both junglers thinking about it. Skewmon gonna grab his red buff there. Fires off the Scryer's plant, sees Tatu. Tatu, though, now also level 4. Lilia versus Jarvan. Bowling ball misses.
His mid prio, but doesn't have it in the bot lane. Do they really want to play for this? I think they should. Yeah, it's a good call.
Choosing not to. Another bowling ball goes wide. Tatu, though, wants to make sure he can secure the top side. Crab does not want to get double scuttled here early on, and should be able to do just that with the Eep. Starting it off, Caps, again, just has to pretty much always concede priority of the lane early on to the ranged power of the Jace. Jojo goes right back in for a Zenith Blade. Another satchel. Teleport to return Gigo back up to the top lane. Goes back for his initial purchase to get the level 1 boots alongside the Null Magic Mantle. So a little bit of extra move speed I feel like is very effective, particularly against Gragas, because everything can technically be avoided.
Yeah, there's also the value of Mercs, kind of counterintuitively towards Gragas, because his E feels like it should be a knock-up, but it's also kind of not. Mercs does in fact reduce.
Oh, nice flash out from Hans. He's in danger though. Jojo and IU continuing to try to put the pressure on. Zenith Blade there with the max range. First blood over to Furia. Finally, after 5 games, the first blood isn't in top lane, and it's a 2v2 kill from Jojo and IU. Toots versus Caps back in the mid lane at the same time. Toots wants to clear the wave, but he may have overstayed. He'll step back now, wants to get that last auto attack. Caps, though, with a Q3 primed, dashes in for the knockoff, and Caps gets the solo kill. He punishes Toots' greed.
I don't know about that one, IU. Goes for the flash, doesn't quite find it, but that earlier play towards bot lane. This is a Ziggs lane. You can't be straight up getting 2v2'd by this duo, and yet that's what we just witnessed. Then the fact that Caps very clearly priming that Q3, Toots holding on to his flash to, I think, his own regret. That solo kill was big. Caps is a man that has done so much over such a long period of time. As we take another look, there's an issue E doesn't hit, and I think that's what kind of bolsters G2. Yeah. But Jojo doesn't really take that much damage, and even with the flash from Hans, they still get on top of him. As in the picture-in-picture, looks like they're fine as, a possible gank. Hey, at the moment that the Senna, it's actually caught, obviously you're not going to be able to get away. As we take another look at the mid lane play, Toots just desperately wanting to hold on to his flash. You just gotta, right?
I feel like even earlier than that, you just gotta let the minion go. Yeah. It's a ranged, it's a ranged minion at 5 HP. Oh, fate sealed from Caps, but Toots just steps slightly to the left and guarantees that's not gonna connect.
But with that whole sequence of plays, Gold's dead even. And that's where I like it.
That's what we want to see. Gigo versus Broken Blade up here on the top side. Yes, a definitive HP advantage for the Gragas. However, out of mana now. So not going to be able to trade as effectively as he would like. Worth pointing out, Broken Blade is still very even on farm with his opponent. This is important to note because of the fact that Gigo has been winning the head-to-head in top for pretty much the entire series. Skewmon stealing away some chickens now as Toots is going to walk up and see this. He is only about 2/3 HP, though. Immediately activates the electric field. Skewmon getting back away as Caps goes in, but Jojo's ready to cover. Toots goes to the skies, flashes back over the wall to get away. Jojo also dropping the exhaust there. Toots playing really, really aggressively, very dangerously. Nearly gives over another kill yet again as Caps' Yone is keeping the pressure on. Jojo goes in with him, goes in after him with the Zenith Blade, but there's no way to follow up there for Toots. Meanwhile, Skewmon getting it done up in the top side. Caps is burning down the Ignite in mid lane, but he survives just barely. G2 come out +1 across the rift.
The Skewmon pathing towards top, finds the punish onto the Gnar there, putting Broken Blade in a much better position, and meanwhile Caps absorbing pressure. Found the solo bolo, not threatened as, oh, Ayu doesn't have flash.
Ayu could be in some serious trouble here. Labrov and Hans putting the damage into him. Nice use of the root there. Yes, Ayu trades back as good as he can, but he doesn't hit the satchel, and G2 gets paid. Feet of warfare claimed by Hans Sama and Labrov.
And in the span of what feels like a very short amount of time, G2 firmly retaking their grasp on this game. The gold lead approaching 1K now. And kills on some of the most important members, particularly Caps and Hans Sama. Those kills are very valuable, as we do see Tatu, obviously Lilia, very good at taking these grubs, will be getting them in addition to their early dragon. And this is also one of those compositions where if it goes late, as Fury
A Pyroar F? The fuck does that mean?
I think you're not bothered whatsoever, particularly with the Gnar in the side lane, and that matchup I think is going to get more and more rough when it comes to Broken Blades 1v1. We'll see if they're instead going to match Caps, because he obviously has been having a great game. But the fact that eventually Ziggs reaches a point where even if you kill him, if he just presses R on top of himself and there's too many people there, the fight might still be cooked.
As long as you fire each ability at least once, it's like, okay, yeah, I did a ton of damage.
Job.
Yeah, job
peeking
done.
the damage charts, no biggie.
You can see, especially over there on the side, XP per level, or XP plus level, excuse me. Caps way out in front of everybody else, getting the extra EXP from securing that solo kill for himself. But now back up here in the top side, fully completed Mercury Treads. Again, I think that boots are just so valuable against Gragas.
Oh, that thing's cool as fuck, dude.
The fight over the Scuttlecraft. Tatu finds a two-man watch out E, but G2 brought more men. Caps goes right back in for a little bit more damage. Tatu flashing away. Stay alive with a Mega Inferno Bomb firing back from Furia. Tatu still escaping. G2 still trying to fight. Skewmon wants to get away, but the bowling ball doesn't find the mark. Now, Toots has to continue his retreat as Jojo is trapped inside the Cataclysm, and Skewmon is locking him up. Furia loses out on the fight. G2 makes their move. They secure the kill, and they steal away the enemy jungle.
And Furia
I hope you'll
going
accept
for these
this
messy
tea
early
as
plays.
my way
You have
of
the Ziggs.
apologizing
You have
for the
Lilith. Just let
incident
them
with
get their first
Gilberto.
item at least, and G2 says thank you
Members
very
of the
much.
family
Caps,
may have
happy to
troubled
go
you,
for these fights. Skewmon
but
with
there
the
is
charm.
no stain
So
that
much
can't be
mobility,
washed
right?
away.
The ability to just quickly get over walls.
Every sorrow has its own
Something
way of
that
fading.
I don't really think
You
Furia
still
ready
hold a
for is
grudge.
Jojo trying to make a play on top.
Yeah, Jojo used the unsealed spellbook
Won't you
to switch him to
accept my
teleport,
apology?
but a beautiful move there from Broken Blade to clear out the wave, make it so there's no angle for Furia to try to
Damn,
get their play here.
dude.
But Broken Blade
Fuck.
calls in time, nicely done, immediately stopping what Furia wanted to do.
Tuts.
Tuts, he will survive because Yone has to snap back to the Soul Origin point.
Yeah, that was really nice done by Broken Blade. He simultaneously cleared the wave, knocked back Gigo into his own waiting
This
barrel.
tea.
Nicely done.
Is it from
Clears the
Jinzhou?
wave, and G2, they're absorbing all these plays, so Furia investing a lot of resources and it not quite working out. We do see the Archangels come through. This is the type of game where Archangels, I think, makes a decent amount of sense. There's so much backline access, so much burst that comes through. We hope that the rest will be more damage-oriented.
I
Tatu should also be
invited you
approaching
here
his Leandries
to ask that you
relatively
might
soon,
serve
but
as a
then Caps
mediator.
obviously getting
Before we
very
get into
close
that,
now, especially with
there's
that gold lead
something I
towards
want
the
to
Blade
know.
of the Rune King. Skewmon has his
I
Sunder
imagine
done
it
as well.
concerns
And I've
the
really got
Phasalia
my eye on
family's
Caps in this
true
one. He's already off to a
beliefs.
2-0 start.
It
He's
would
playing a
seem
character that
Gilberto's
scales
mind is
incredibly
beyond
well. He's
saving.
playing a true 1v9 champion.
But
And
let's
we
not
talked
dwell on
before,
that.
you know, there's always the conversation.
What is your
it
opinion
Claps
on
or
the
is it
current
Craps,
state of
right?
Laguna?
You look back at the finals for the LEC. You look back at that rematch that they had against Imkoi that G2 had won in the upper bracket originally. and you look at some of Caps' critical mistakes in that series, and you say, if
So
Caps
you've
wouldn't have done
noticed
that,
something
could
is
G2
amiss?
have been the first seed
As
from
expected,
the LEC?
from
And when
someone
Caps
who's
is
felt
on,
the weight
there's a
of the
reason that
Threnodian
most
invasion
people,
firsthand.
many people, myself included, consider this guy
And
the
what
greatest
exactly do
Western
you
player of
find
all time
most
because he just
unsettling?
has that X factor. And I
Why
want to see
haven't the
if he can
Threnodian
pull it
and the
off here in
Sentinel
this
ever
one
shown
and bring
themselves?
G2 the win. As Furia now looking to
Because
step
the
up and try to contest here
Threnodian's
for the
invasion
Drake,
of
but
Laguna
G2's ready to respond. Jojo's gonna
has
get locked
long
up here at the very
since
start. He should die
concluded.
before anything else even
The
happens.
Threnodian,
Solar Flare comes down over the
surnamed
top, and the Braum is
Leviathan,
finally gonna be traded
possesses
back.
the power to
Furia
merge
have already
and
lost
assimilate. It uses distorted
Meanwhile,
beliefs
Gigo
to spread a
towards the top side of the map
spiritual
has to
plague
flash.
Nicely
that
done from
slowly
Broken Blade
devours
there, winning
civilizations
out in that little bit
from
of a
within.
1v1 scrappy trade.
Though the previous two
G2,
attempts
they'll
were
take the
thwarted,
objective
the tall
and they'll
mast
win
of the
the fight.
galleon that is
Favorable
Regina
trade.
has already been snapped in
Jarvan
half.
coming up massively, right? You already
Now
talked, I think,
the
in terms of
blissfully
1v1, Caps has
ignorant
just been
masses
outstanding
walk
this game.
hand in
Found the
hand
early
toward
kill,
an abyss
been
they
able
cannot
to
see.
really keep the pressure in mid up as well, simultaneously keeping
Friend
on pride, but also
or
absorbing
foe?
multiple gangs.
As a
But
newcomer
Skewant
to this
in these
land,
skirmishes has been the biggest
can you
difference maker for
really
me.
tell them
Flag and
apart?
drags, and these consistent ultimates on targets without flash that are just like Tatu is just sitting like, what can I do? Yeah, I'm stuck.
So let's take another look here.
As highlighted, yes, a lot of damage goes into the eclipsed Leona, but it doesn't really matter because neither Tuts nor Ayu are in a position to do any damage. And again, I got a question in decision making from Furia, which it makes sense, right? This is a team that has been playing very aggressive all day, but as Ziggs only an army,
Yes.
it just doesn't do anything.
And
It
no.
just has no damage.
On one hand, there's the truth of the Order's beliefs. On the other, there's our family. The Threnodian doesn't take kindly to those who know the truth. We've always been under its whispers.
All right, backing away from that one.
Once the soul fractures, the mind will follow, until only a puppet remains. Now that we've come this far, there's nothing for me to hide. My only hope is that once you learn everything, you will carefully consider my request. Come, the truth you seek lies in the deepest part of the castle.
Of that lead here for the side of G2. And remember that this is his first international appearance.
It's thick with dust. Hard to believe there truly aroma from these plants. It's the same scent that was in the...
This is it.
You'll take that any time because now Caps has way more playmaking potential. That means that Tuts needs to play way more respectful on this Jace.
Are you prepared?
Gets clipped by an ultimate. He just straight up dies.
Yes.
Oh, Ayu, that's a lot of people.
Now that we're here, I'm afraid I can't let you leave, even if you want to.
We talk about Willis.
Does find him in the end with the ultimate. If Broken Blade actually does hit the flash E, he's definitely dead. Instead, not going to be the case. Ayu does
Just as I expected, the Threnodian took notice of you the moment you learned the truth. What you see in the sanctuary is the Sentinel in their true form.
sitting on Skewon, that is going to probably change substantially. It's looking good for G2. They do also have a lot of
A majestic steed that galloped with the wind, not a creature of the ocean's depths.
becomes such a big problem as we get deeper into the game. But with how Furia thus far has been playing around it, I don't know if we'll get there.
Yeah, honestly, G2
The Order worships a half-horse, half-sea creature divinity, a form the Sentinel assumed only after being corrupted by the Threnodian. Although the Sentinel's will has yet to fade, who knows how much longer they can endure. I wish to ask you to persuade the Sentinel of Jinzhou, Jue, to come to Renacita, to save Imperator.
That's not a good time. That's not fun.
Ooh, Mega Inferno Bomb to clear out the wave there. But Chronicler, do you know what we have here again? It's
In return, I will agree to whatever condition or request you make.
Two neutral objectives for either side. The next neutral, which is that Drake spawning in 15 seconds, has the additional reward of the enchanted shoes on top. Toots jumping in here for another trade against Caps, who immediately resets the soul unbound so he can continue walking away. Jojo makes his way up here, but there's nothing to do.
Him being shown on vision, that might be enough of a vote of confidence for G2 to just take this dragon.
Yeah.
It's just Gigo in a dream by himself here towards the bottom side of the map. He can't really do too much.
I understand the position you are in.
Right? He's not in a position hiding.
Word has it that you're currently staying at a hotel and are at odds with the Order. Perhaps a stay at my estate would suit you for the remainder of your time in Renacita. I can offer you a glimpse into Renacita's past, and you'd be spared the Order's unwelcome attention.
There might still be a path forward. Carlotta once helped me interpret some stained glass images. The story it told was very similar to what you described, only more biased towards the Order. It mentioned a maiden who would emerge as the Sentinel's resonator and later save Renacita. Do you think that's also a lie?
Care to elaborate? The part regarding the maiden isn't entirely fiction.
Meganor was about to time out. Half the team wasn't there, and still they come in. Then G2, that like 1.5K goal lead range. It's nice.
The Sentinel does indeed appoint a maiden to be their resonator, though not in the way the Carnival would have you believe. No. It's through resonance with a very particular artifact.
But then the follow-up here. This is one of those situations where maybe if you play it slow, you get a little bit of poke down.
That's because Imperator wields the power to split and manipulate space. With it, they can withdraw a portion of power. That power's frequency will match the Imperator's own. This is how the Sword of Divinity, Turvin, came to be. A blade sealed with the very powers of the Sentinel, and the artifact used to select their resonator. To resonate with the sword is to resonate with the Sentinel. Only the Chosen One may hope to draw it.
Then what about Cardathea?
The martyred maiden. The nature of her resonance is unclear to me. Perhaps she resonated with the Threnodian, or perhaps with the Sentinel in its corrupted form. But choosing her could not have been the Sentinel's will. That's because the maiden was already dead.
Something where the AoE damage and CC that's available for Fury can actually do its work.
Yo, Songjun, what up?
Each year, the Thessalia family would hold the Divine Trials to select those with the strongest will. These young women would attempt to resonate with Turvin's powers, while overclocked, of course. Though none succeeded, some saw fragments of the truth hidden within the resonance. I was one of them. There was a moment where I glimpsed the Sentinel's corrupted form and the inverted ruins suspended in the sky. I also learned that only Turvin can break the barrier of that sonorosphere. When I awoke from that vision, I discovered a line of words inscribed onto my hand. I would never mistake my own handwriting. That is precisely why I'm searching for other possibilities. The words were, "The maiden is dead."
An inverted ruin suspended in the sky. Her and Cardathea's descriptions bear many similarities. If Turvin is the key to entering the Sonaro sphere, it stands to reason that Imperator may have played a role in the sphere's creation. If I can confirm that Turvin was truly left by Imperator, at least it would prove that neither are lying. Cantarella said she was overclocking when she tried resonating with Turvin. That's exactly what happened with Jinxi. Could Imperator be trying to restore their power through a second awakening? If that's the case, my permission should cause a reaction. That's one way to confirm what they're saying.
Let's get Prio, push out a wave, get vision together. Don't get baited into anything.
Big thing that I'm looking at, inventories
By all
fully
means.
completed item power spikes. When you're looking at the jungle, they both have 2 fully completed items as the Riftmaker is now online for Tatu. In the mid lane, it's a fully stacked and evolved Muramana for the Jace. In the bottom lane, yes, the Seraphs is fully evolved, but
Holy
also
shit.
the Andries now completed for IU. So Furia wants a chance. They
Pull
might
that
have it,
fucking
but now
sword
Kigo
out.
does that. Walks right into an unwarded brush, and Kigo gets dunked right into the ground. Scumon's having to send him there as immediately the Solar Flare and the Mega Inferno Bomb are completely wasted. G2 looking for more opportunities to maybe keep chasing as Furia scrambles to fire back.
Such a nice little play there. Found
God damn.
Skewman. Really, I haven't often described Jarvans as sneaky, but that was definitely what that was.
Stealth Jarvan.
Stealth Jarvan coming to you here in game number 5. Found a way into the
Rover,
brush. And
who are you really?
They had full vision of him, right? He was caught in the brush. Soul point now imminent for G2. And even if they end up killing Broken Blade, which I don't think is a given.
No.
He has Fimbulwinter, he has
You're
Flash, he's
likely
hard to kill,
a
he is
far
hard to
more
kill,
special
and Cosmic Drive
entity.
as well, even if they do.
Well, I have some information and theories of my own. Care to hear them?
Please, enlighten me.
Caps goes on a rampage and goes right back to farming while Skewmon brings G2 to Soul Point. 23 minutes into the game, 6,000 gold lead. Furia has fallen up.
I would never have imagined someone already considered a martyr could still be alive. What surprises me even more is the connection you have with the Sentinel. We Thessalians revere Imperator as our one true divinity, and yet, here you stand, the arbiter of the Sentinel. Would it be more fitting to address you as Master?
With the Yone, a lot of damage, can very quickly chew for that big health bar.
Holy shit, dude.
And trying to engage into a Braum and Gragas, even when the game state is even, is kind of a nightmare. Right? The damage that
Then
Furia has available just isn't
I
enough.
present my
They don't think
request
that they have
once
the items
more.
right now.
Okay, Jojo. Yeah, you can see that to me felt like a frustration ulti.
Oh, there's been a few of those.
Yeah, a
Previous
lot of
play as well.
a lot of these Leona ultis are not hitting the mark.
Not just him, right? We had the one of the ults go haywire as well was
Caps might just find himself. If that Q3 hits and he gets the follow-up auto after, I think that's a kill on the reset damage.
Oh, it is. Oh, it is. Would have been nice, a little bonus for G2, but they're not really in need of any bonuses.
No, I'm reading this bounty thing here on the bottom part of our screen. Looks like a bank statement, as we've just got all of these values: 216 gold, 613 gold, 700 gold maxed out bounty on Caps, 582 nearly maxed out there for Hans Sama and Skewmon as well. Honestly, if Furia can get the shutdowns, it would be nice, but the fact that they're as high as they are means it's probably not likely. G2 grabbing one, forcing the flash out of Toots as he barely manages to escape, and G2 are just gonna knock down this tier 2 turret up here in the top lane. We have finally hit 25 minutes on the clock. Baron Nashor is alive on the Rift, and you can see the pings already coming out from G2.
G2 very safe on this Baron attempt. I don't think there's a lot that can go wrong. Tatu does have his flash available. We need to see either him flash in or we need to see a steal from the Ziggs. Looks like G2 just not gonna give him the opportunity. Instead, just pulling off. You just keep doing this, right? There's not really any opportunity cost for you. The waves are pushed out. Mid lane turret is still standing, so Hans can safely keep farming those souls, and we have talked about him a lot, but about to hit 80. Looking good. Range is going to be a big issue for anyone on Fury that isn't Ziggs, especially given the items that Hans already has available. Rapid fire cannon done. And G2 looking poised to take this series. Maybe not in the way that we were expecting, but this final game, it does feel like the most one-sided one we've had thus far.
Yeah, even comparing it back to game number 2, which was also very one-sided, this one just feels like
it's a little different.
Yeah, this
Are
one
you
is
willing to help rescue our Sentinel?
with the
and pull Renacita back from the brink of chaos.
For him and Skewmon to just two-man this Baron. Everybody else can run interference. Broken Blade split pushing down to the bottom lane at the same time. Does have his teleport to join. Everybody on Furia going for maybe their last chance gambit.
The only question now is how we reach Cardathia and Imperator Sonaro Sphere.
We can discuss it on the way.
So you are the one that Cardathia sensed wandering outside the Sonaro Sphere.
A question that you already know the answer to. Why bother asking? Although being described as a jellyfish. There is a cable car in the lower levels of the Phasalia estate that leads directly to the Sonaro Sphere. The mechanism beside that wall can activate the lift.
Are all these mechanisms really necessary?
Convenience isn't the only reason for having them. Some were specifically built in case an outsider decided to visit.
For Furia, he can go in on any play, and he really has. So Rebel Baron Power Blade comes through, and it's already in 11k gold leaf flowers. It's not going to get better.
No, especially not when things like this happen. Again, another fight starts as we go into Mininar.
The Caps goes in with impunity. The item finishers are there. Even going into a choke point like this, there's just no threat from the side of Furia. Skewmon keeps on chasing Broken Blaze. Really nice.
1 second, sorry.
Setting up a tasty treat for the rest of his team. Tuts get knocked back, promptly dispatched, and even Ziggs is not going to be able to clear these waves in time.
Remember that Ocean Soul you mentioned earlier? Yeah, looks like that's about to rear its head here as well, as now we've got G2 with a Baron for the next 2 minutes, with Soul for the rest of the game, with a 12,000 gold lead, and with Baroned up minions ready to collide into the Furia base. This is the absolute most dire possible situation for Furia as they scramble to try to defend center route there onto Gigo. Again in Mininar, just never finding the right timings on the Meganar to really have an effect on these fights early on. And now we're so far past that, G2's just kind of playing the game however they want to play it.
You can see it as well, right? You can feel the difference. The way Caps is playing on this Yone, just going in, getting cooldowns, popping back out again.
Yeah.
Not afraid at all, starting with a solo kill.
Right back in there, it's Toots having a flash into the Cataclysm, and Tatu's already down on Sonic, grabbing the kill as Caps continues diving forward, godlike with the kill on his lane opponent yet again. Gigo trying to escape, the Meganar's on the run, but Skewmon's on the hunt. Broken Blade throws out an ulti, but it will not knock anybody back. It will not matter either. G2 on the game-ending push now. They've made their way to the Nexus turrets. Furia, only 3 men standing, can do nothing to resist the onslaught as G2 are going to pad their stats one last time in Game 5 as they make their way onto the Nexus. It was a brutal battle start to finish, but G2 win Game 5 and the first series of MSI 2025.
I believe that's what G2 calls content. Flowers, that's what I've been told. And it was a bumpy series, but this final game was anything but. From minute one, it felt like G2 was playing the way that we expected them coming into the day, right? Yeah. It was Caps popping off in the 1v1. It was Skewmon making his impact known in basically every single lane. And despite us, I think, both being worried for that bot lane 2v2 kill, Hans ended up going down. It didn't end up mattering. As G2, the series again was a bumpy ride. That final game, it was one-sided, right? That was, by the end, like a 14, 15k gold lead?
16 almost.
Oh my.
Yeah, G2 certainly rise to the occasion in game number 5. A lot of respect over their opponents as well. I think Furia played well above the expectation that most fans had for them coming into this series, bringing G2 to a game 5 in the first place.
It's a breakout performance nonetheless. As already said, halfway through was it game 4? Furia massively overperformed expectations. The way in which they did it as well was so intensely entertaining, right? It was the gusto, and even the this 5th game, I think what got them here also ended up being their downfall, which was their willingness to take fights.
Yeah.
Because there were definitely some fights in the early game here that they could have skipped. Might have led us to a very different game, but none of that happened. Because as they have been doing the entire day, they commit.
Yeah. And you know what? It's fun to watch. It was exciting League of Legends, but it was still G2 triumphant. To get out of play-ins, you've got to win 2 best-of-5s. G2 now halfway there. We've still got a lot more League of Legends to play here today. We've still got plenty more on the way. And then whoever wins that second series, they're going to get to play G2 tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
And then see who gets to punch their first ticket to the main stage of MSI 2025. Here's what that bracket is looking like now. You can see G2 moving ahead in our winners bracket to play tomorrow. Up next here later today, though, we've got BLG and GAM going head-to-head. Winner of that plays G2, loser of that plays Furia. Both of those games also happening tomorrow with Furia now fighting for their lives. That's the other side of the coin, my friend. Win 2 and you're through, lose 2 and you're out. This is our post-game breakdown, powered by AWS, just kind of showing the damage in this last game. Yeah, IU had some good markers here, but that's about it.
This is what people are going to talk about.
Yeah,
right?
that's probably the big. I didn't realize I was going to draw a line when I touched the screen, so that was my fault.
I think it was a nice line.
This is good. This is good. This dude was the dude this whole game long. This thing's fun. I've never actually used it.
Why not?
The John Madden thing.
Why not?
Why not? Well, probably because otherwise it ends up like that.
I was kind of waiting for you to draw a mustache, you know?
All right. Well, now, with everything all wrapped up here at the caster desk, I think it's just about time to join Azael on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Flowers. Here with Broken Blade after your series. You just won, but you came in heavy favorites, and Furia absolutely made you work for it. How surprised were you that this went 5 games?
I mean, obviously we came in thinking we're going to win. I think today I played not the greatest series of my life. I also think they played incredibly well. I want to give them credit. I think they have a good shot, you know, in this play-ins. But yeah, I'm happy that we can get through. You know, no matter how we make it or how we go through, as long as we can get it, I'm happy.
A win is a win. So G2 back to another international tournament, a place that you have been many, many times. But this time you guys are coming in as the 2nd seed. You're starting in play-ins and maybe a bit more of an underdog. Does that feel like a different experience for you?
It's definitely different. We've come in as 2nd seeds before, but I feel like this time it's very, very different because we've just not won in our region yet, and that's not how people know G2. And for us, we're going to use this as a momentum, you know, gear shift kind of thing, and hopefully our next opponent will be also BLG or Gamma, right? So it's going to be fun, exciting.
Yeah, obviously you are awaiting the winner of this series, but let's be honest, the people are expecting that BLG is the likely opponent, and BLG has kind of been G2's nemesis. You know, they knocked you out of MSI 23, they knocked you out of Worlds 23, they knocked you out of Worlds last year. So how confident are you going up against BLG, and how hungry are you for some revenge?
I'm very excited. I mean, if you look at the series, we always take a game from them. It's always close, you know, and I think this time we really need to go the extra step, the extra line to you know, beat these guys. They've also been struggling in their league, and I just really want to play against Bin.
It's going to be a really
You need to go for a walk.
Thank you so much, Broken Blade, for the interview. I appreciate it. Back to y'all at the desk.
What?
I know. How dare I?
You seem perturbed. Are you still gathering your thoughts?
Everything that's happened has all lined up so perfectly. It makes me think it's too good to be true.
I'd like to share a different perspective. Rivers eventually converge into the same ocean. If a goal is mutual, then it's only a matter of time before they meet. Our choices and our will have led us to this situation, not the wishes of fate.
You are quite different from what the rumors say.
Oh. And what rumors have you heard?
that you're a recluse, a mystic obsessed with the crafting of poison. Oh, and that you poisoned your predecessor. Those kinds of rumors.
A recluse? On the contrary, I've been searching for a solution to the Sentinel's plight, and rarely return to Renacita.
Master of Night Shots. Oppo Find XX series.
Oh shit.
Powerful camera, powerful AI.
After most
Walking
of
the
my
first
leads
part.
fell short, a friend at Mingting in Huanglong introduced me to the stories they were telling of you.
A friend?
All the affairs of Huanglong's states eventually land in one person's hands. Would you care to take a guess at the identity of this friend of mine?
Why not put the other rumors to rest?
Because the rest of them are all true.
A wild roaring
I see
moon
it'll take
appears?
more than that to
What is
rattle you,
that?
huh?
Holy fuck. Come on. Nightball. Ought to fucking get it. Oh shit! Let's go! Damn, that thing is fucking cool. Dark Dragon type. Damn, that's sick.
Some of these international tournaments, you get the ability to reset
MSI in an hour.
for Bin to prove once again that going international, he can be that dominant top laner, that guy that people used to talk about as the best top
You want to
laner.
watch it with me and Morphine Bean?
Consistent this year, but we are now heading into champion selection powered by Omen and Hyper
Yo.
for game 1 of the second series here at MSI 2025. It is GAM versus BLG here. Band's already kicking off.
Should I fast travel or are they gonna talk more? I don't want to miss anything Cantarella says.
With the Callista being taken away as well. Some more jungle focus coming through as the Pantheon is taken off the board, and Twisted Fate, which we've already seen just rising in popularity over the last 2 patches.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of these globals, clearly the focus here from BLG is they don't want to allow GAM to play the map. Right?
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's triple bans toward these global champions. The way that GAM really does play is much kind of slower than I think people really think of when they think of, you know, these Vietnamese teams, these teams that are super aggressive, that like to get in your face. Well, it's been more about the macro style.
Outside, they call me the Bane, but historically every head of the Phasalia family has carried such a title. It just so happens that I am the most potent one yet.
We'll see what the response is, and it seems like the Rumble is the direction for Kiaya, one of his preferred champions. When we think about him as a player, GAM do like to trust in Kiaya and Levi as a duo.
We've reached the old seminary's undercrypt. The gateway into the Sonorosphere itself lies at its center. We shall continue on foot from here.
Absolutely, and when you show up to these objectives, obviously you're going to want to have set up for the Rumble, for the Varus. You're going to be looking for some of that lockdown. Of course, because there were no support bans and we are in game 1 of the Fearless Draft, you could pick anything, right? There's so many to choose from here. Poppy is interesting, relatively early pick, but I think this is a read on what GAM is going to need for their comp. They're saying you are going to need a Leona or a Rel or something along these lines to really facilitate the picks that you have already grabbed. So we are going to go more for the denial in this pick.
It's also something we've seen a lot from H1 throughout the LPL spring, and there's flexibility with it being used in both that support and jungle position. Now, I know that some LPL fans will be hesitant to keep in on the Ambassador, something that has received a decent amount of criticism, but it is something that he's played a lot of throughout spring, and he's looking to have a strong performance in game 1 against Kiaya's Rumble. I'm excited to see how he does on the pick, as GAM now moves into their last pick for the first phase. So they want to guarantee a support hit, and it looks like they do, with the Nautilus being hovered right now. This gives them a very powerful bot lane 2 versus 2. The downside is that BLG can now further pinch that jungle pool. If they know that they want Beishuan on this Poppy, it means that they can really limit the options for Levi and give Beishuan a more favorable matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. You know, there also is the possibility, of course, of On playing this down in the bot lane. We've seen him play it a couple times, so, you know, if they want to move that around, they have that option. And for GAM, it's likely to be more bans here
It tastes good.
towards that AD role. I'm expecting they already banned out the Kalista, they already banned out the Ezreal. Instead, they are going to target the Rel, which is interesting to me, because I just feel like, you know, out of all of these early games, banning the engage supports doesn't really accomplish that much, because there are so many different ones that fill really a very similar role between Leona and Rakan and Alistar and Nautilus and Rel and all of these champs, as we see TK pumping up the crowd there.
Strange. This area was clear of tacit discords on my last visit, and there's no tacit field nearby. Could they have come from the Sonorosphere itself?
Didn't think there would be gull puffs here.
Interesting. I've never seen such little creatures before. Would you mind sparing a few for me?
I'd better not ask what she plans to do with them.
The road ahead will not be an easy one.
What exactly happened here?
The second dark tide. It occurred right here at the Avenolium, the largest seminary ever built by the Order. It arrived on the very day the Blessed Maiden passed her trial and was crowned by the Order. A day when belief burned brighter than ever. And when the darkness came, none escaped. These days, what most people remember is the seminary disappearing into the sky. But in truth, the dark tide that should have spread across Rinasita vanished along with it. Yet due to a lack of records, the second dark tide slowly faded from memory. I was there when it all happened, still an ordinary member of the family, watching it unfold from a boat just outside the seminary. It wasn't until later, when I attempted to resonate with Turvin, that I gained a partial glimpse of the Sonorosphere's interior.
Sounds like someone inside the seminary did something to stop the spread.
Precisely. It could very well have been Cartothia's doing, but, as with the first time, there's also the chance it was the Sentinel who turned the tide. I can sense the conflict within you. The gateway into the Sonorosphere is just on the other side of this bridge. This is the furthest I've ever managed to venture. Judging from the bits of information the Sentinel gave me, Turvin is the key to entering the Sonorosphere. And who can wield the Sword of Divinity but a Blessed Maiden?
But you said you left yourself a message saying that the maiden was dead.
That's why I sought aid from the other Sentinels. It's a shame they all refused. Luckily, you've brought me a new hope.
Non-subscribers, we will see you in 30 seconds, but absolutely agree, Vedius. It is going to be a really interesting game, number one. Time to set the tone for this best of five. See if GAM can surprise some people, take a game, get competitive here with BLG, and really flip the expectations. We've already had our first series go all 5 games. It's time to find out if we can make 10 games the dream happen here on day 1.
I mean, you have to go back a few years, but Knight did have an unfortunate experience against GAM, the top esports versus GAM matchup during the group stages of Worlds. Of course, a lot has happened since then. BLG rising to prominence on the international stage, making a World Finals last year against Steel. So close! A single game being the difference, and that final game being so close. But I mean, Faker is an MVP. But BLG since then have kind of fallen from grace a little bit. They've gone through a bunch of iterations in that jungle role. Now they find themselves here at MSI with a lot of question marks around in terms of the level. Let's see what the is in this game 1. It looks like a standard line of scrimmage so far. Bit of early investment in the vision from both sides. Beishuan gonna see what Levi is up to in the early game. But in terms of GAM, I expect the top side to be the priority in terms of their early ganks. As we were talking about, GAM do like to try and enable Kiaya on the top side of the map. But the game's been, I imagine that they really want to try and give Kiaya as many resources to set him up for success.
Absolutely, and
Laureate,
is going to be poke fair.
you have come.
With the comment, Kiaya also electing
Greetings.
to go for the comment
I'm
there.
Cartathea, and you are?
Actually builds. We were talking a lot about builds earlier with Corki, but GAM, of course, here, no stranger to the
Cantarella Phasalia.
This is their 4th MSI appearance. Levi, definitely one of the big standout players. If you've been watching International for a long time, you know this guy, you love this guy.
Oh,
as well.
a Phasalia. It seems your ties with the Order are more complicated than they appear.
International events, that tells the story. Pretty incredible.
I had the privilege of watching the Blessed Maiden's performance at the Carnival once. I'm rather surprised. After all this time, you still look exactly as you did that day. But you and I should be around the same age.
I'm also unsure of what's happened to me. I've been searching for answers. This must be the sword of divinity. Turvin, the one with the Sentinel's powers sealed within.
You shouldn't have knowledge of this sword.
Memories flowed into my mind just as you entered the Sonorosphere, granting me information about the sword's origins.
Cantarella said that only those who resonate with Turvin are granted glimpses of its knowledge.
Looking for a quick back. On is going to stay, though. He elects to stay because Poppy is coming, so they're going to try to make a play very, very
Would you mind if I tried touching it?
But GAM have no wards, and Beishuan is going to be behind them. They're about to get the bad news here. Flash combo from On, perfectly engaged. They're going for Elio. They flash forward. Artemis trying to finish him off. He grabs first blood. They're looking for another one else in trouble. It's a double for Artemis, and it's GAM time already. But Beishuan looking to get him back. Flash to follow, gets a double. Is able to trade.
The question of whose resonator I am is now perfectly clear. If I am not the Sentinel's resonator, then that must mean...
Don't jump to conclusions just yet. That doesn't prove you're the Threnodian's resonator, nor that you aid its cause.
Huh?
There was no fear at all. There's no hesitating. Should we flash back? Should we be running away? Take me through it.
This connection formed between the Sentinel and the Threnodian, the second Dark Tide, and the forming of this Sonorosphere.
Right now, you're the sole survivor of whatever happened that day. You really don't remember anything?
As you spoke, I remembered a few more things. There are 2 other swords. The Sword of Discord, Hognis, and the Sword of Virtue, Haltia.
He stayed around for one auto before actually trying to back up. It gave Elio the time to get his passive route there, and now Levi is here.
Yes. Did you see them too?
With the minion, but Elk, of course, did
Placing the 3 swords on their respective pedestals should break the seal of the main tower. But why would this information be revealed to me now? Is this the Threnodium's doing?
If we do nothing, we'll never get any answers. Instead of speculating, we should use the clues we've gathered so far.
Lady Maiden.
Please, Cartathea would suffice. I am but a fake after all.
I've waited for this moment, this chance to save the Sentinel and my family. I will not turn back, even if this does turn out to be a trap. If the thought of the final answer troubles you, then I suggest you step aside. Rover and I will take care of this matter.
Damn.
Since you are willing to overlook the possibilities of a trap, then there's no reason for me to worry and turn away. I underestimated your resolve. I'm sorry.
Definitely agree with you, but also a thing to note, because the wave that Elk based on was a pushing wave, it's heavily frozen towards...
Simply place Turvin on the pedestal behind me, and this tower will elevate itself.
Go up.
What you said to Cartathea back there...
Rather effective on someone of her personality. Wouldn't you agree?
Level 7, he does have the ulti available. Beishwan runs into Levi.
Yeah, Levi's gonna go forward, and they're gonna try to knock him back. Remember, no flash available here on Beishwan. He is running Artemis over the wall, looking to try to take him down. Will he be able to do it? On's in the midst of everyone. Levi has to flash out. It's On now that is in trouble. He is off, and Elio trying to survive. Knight can't quite make it happen. Elk is in trouble now. Beautiful cleanse. That was picture perfect from Elk to keep himself alive. Knight, though, gonna be hooked in. He is able to get one, but he's gonna fall for it at the end of the day. Levi limping out of there. Very close fight, but it is 2 for 1 at GAM at the end of the day.
GAM are bringing the fight to BLG. They're moving into the enemy jungle. They are showing BLG that this side of the map belongs to them. And again, without any hesitation, they force the fight. Now, Bin in a 1v1.
Yeah, he is silenced, and Kiaya could be in trouble. Both still sitting on their ultimates. We'll see if Bin does look for that public execution. The ulti gonna get dropped by Kiaya just to clear up.
Damn. Fuck gravity, am I right?
Are you all right? The gravity that occupies this space is the opposite of what you're used to. It took me some time to get used to it too.
Then it turns into this massive brawl, but the positioning of the wall I think is more favorable for GAM because both Emo and Artemis are very safe. Artemis
I believe it's to prevent them from falling to the ground.
comes through from Elk to get him away to safety, and then Knight thinking he can get one exit kill ends up costing him his life and giving that kill over to Emo.
Tacit discords, the Dark Tide, and these ruins themselves.
I imagine it's also a symbolic reminder that our beliefs have been turned on their head. This view matches with what I saw at the time.
Until you get used to the gravity here, I suggest we travel via phone.
It's a beautiful dive. No mistakes, well executed. There was little that Elk could do to respond. GAM are continuing to find
It's the name I gave to a gondola.
not insurmountable. BLG still, of course, have ways to come back into this game, and Beishwan doing what he can to cross that. Securing this dragon, Bin going to be looking to get himself a plate, and Kiaya playing on the weak side for now, making sure that he's just staying safe so that BLG cannot get any cross-map kills. But to see this level of aggression, this level of execution coming through from GAM, I think is a huge surprise.
It is great to see them playing like this. You know, it means we're in for a very exciting series, I think, Gam, when they're on, they just really seem like they're on. There's one of these teams that just, when they catch fire, they really do play with vibes, man. Like they're one of these teams that really emphasizes that feeling of family and togetherness, and that, you know, one person is less important than the whole. And it's all about this philosophy that they have, that they take into their training, into their practice, into their gameplay, that really has netted them so much success, this trust that they have in each other's. And it can get them pretty far, and we'll see if it can get them a win here against BLG as they are out to a slight lead.
And what I will say is that when you watch the playoff run, sometimes they do just make bad decisions. Sometimes they get individually outplayed, but this roster really does make magic happen at times. The way that they find these incredible steals, the way that they navigate certain fights, like they're a team that fully trusts in each other. And they do a really good job of just committing to the play that they have decided.
Dude, that's so disorienting. What the fuck?
And is why they are here at MSI today. Now, of course, the gold lead, 1K, a very good start to the game, puts them in a good position, but we still got a lot of the game left to go as
nice
to look for a fight.
Yeah, gonna sidestep the ulti there, and it's not gonna be a big deal. Like you said, it is 1K, but one thing I will say is it's 1K and it's all on Artemis. This is that playoff run that you were talking about, Vedius.
Yeah, I mean, it looked very scary for them because they ended up losing to CFO in their first run, but then they were able to get that win over Team Secret. The win over Talon, I think, was the biggest surprise, especially the way in which they won it. And then pushing CFO all the way to 5 games was a really crazy run. And again, like some of the consensus I heard was that they're not even the second best team from the LCP. There were question marks. There were
This gondola only has 2 seats.
Oh dear. I completely forgot about this.
Even got interrupted, so as he comes out of that combo, just has to spend the summoner spell. Beishwan down towards the spot side, but Kiaya...
Greed will get you punished, you know.
I'm afraid Foam would refuse that suggestion.
The two of you can go on ahead.
Across the board, the hard steal coming through from the Maokai, going for more of a defensive kind of frontline tanky build.
And I actually really like this because I do think when you are not solo AP, it's not worth it. There's the flash, and it's going to connect, and the Chain of Corruption is there as well. Gam, it's surprise! They jump over.
You look distracted. Still thinking about what Cantarella said about fearing answers?
My powers are very weak, and many tacit discords roam the Sonorosphere. Thus, I've been limited in the areas I can explore. All I can do is sit here, lost in thought, trying to figure out who I am.
Are you afraid of knowing the answer?
We'll be arriving at the first water rise soon. A few details, if you don't mind.
To me, you know, if you're not solo AP as Maokai, I think it is just
feeling nervous?
Almost always. There's so much damage on this team. You have
of course.
Rumble, you have double AD carry.
The last time I tried to pass it like this.
Makes a lot of sense. Also got this vision investment from Gam. The bot side, and look at all these walls that have been set up, making it a lot more comfortable for Kiaya to play in the 1-versus-1 matchup. Just getting that deep vision in just provides them with that extra bit of security so that they know that the Rumble can play very, very safe while Levi starts pathing back up towards the top side. But BLG doing the exact same in response, making sure
Where were my manners?
coverage, keeping track of where Levi
I can assure you that won't happen again.
less likely to be effective.
As for the rest of the way,
Try to get in range of Kiaya, but
I see it clearly now.
this is going to be constantly trading back and forth here. Kiaya doing a good job spacing Bin, it seems like, when we're checking in for the most part, not allowing him to really get those good trades. And I mean, when you're playing against Mbessa, so much of these matchups is about forcing Mbessa to use the spells.
Wind guide me.
Not allowing her to begin trades with those spells. As Kiaya again overheats, and this time Bin is going to be in a lot of trouble. The equalizer is ready. He just hit 11. I think Bin, it's time to get
Vines, over there. And that statue.
But it's just not enough. Kiaya will not allow him to escape.
Kiaya gets a solo kill onto Bin. What a fantastic play, punishing the aggression from Bin. The Rumble now sitting at 2-0-0, a 1.2k goal lead for Kiaya. And Gam have everything going for them. No Rumble ultimate available for the Dragon spawning.
I can feel strong remnant energy coming from it.
Bin does have the TP available.
The Order's remnant spot must be inside the statue. Legends speak of how the first Primus used it to purify the first Dark Tide.
fights. Absolutely, and you have to. You cannot disrespect.
I see now. The lingering remnants of the dark tide must be trapping the spark. To release it, we'll need to clear away the remaining remnants binding it. Once we have the remnant spark, we can use it to burn through the vines.
Just like that, BLG roar to life. Take 3 kills and the dragon. The snap engage from BLG.
If the Threnodian created the Dark Tide, maybe Abby can absorb it.
Abby is still unwell. Perhaps we shouldn't burden it further. More Dark Tide remnants. Good thing there isn't much. Leave it to me. Don't worry. This much I can still handle.
Then the knockout onto the virus means that he can't get involved in the fight, and it just becomes pick after pick after pick. And what was a 2k gold lead for Gam disappears in a single fight.
Yeah, it's just being able to find these small windows, punishing your opponents. It was a great angle there from Knight. Comes over with the Weaver's Wall, able to section them off. And without Kiaya having the ulti, he couldn't really get much of anything done in that fight. So great punish there from BLG. They now
Okay, I have a theory.
gold lead, as Kiaya will try to defend this tower here, but seems like it may not
Cardathia is gonna die.
trying to deny the feats of strength. They're both rushing for this first tower, which would get it for either team. Emo down here on the bot side, supported by Elio. It is important that they try to push.
Cancerella's
Do you have the numbers advantage from the bot side of the map? Hook is going to go wide for Elio.
vision, if you want to call it that. I don't know what the fuck. That said, the maiden is dead was for the future.
Kiaya needs help to defend it, but Knight is pushing forward. Kiaya trying to keep it alive. They are racing for it. Bin on the other side does
At the time,
Elio tanking up the tower as much as he possibly can.
the maiden's still alive, right?
As Beishuan's coming in, there's On arriving as well. Gonna pop the ulti to try to tank up the tower. Bin is in trouble. Emo's making it happen. There's the public execution. Trying to take down Elio. He does. He's in the one.
He's gonna give her life to soak up this fucking shit and become corrupt.
To punish the 2v1 dive, BLG will also get the top tower, and very quickly
But then Rover or Abby's gonna come in.
across the map, getting the flash from Kiaya on the top side, and Bin getting 2
Save her.
kills in the 2 versus 1.
She has to be saved.
Yeah, that is
She
just a
can't fucking
backbreaker.
die.
They're obviously trying to rush for this first tower.
And you can see the tower aggro is going to connect onto Elio. Bin is going to leverage that by utilizing his ultimate to keep him underneath that tower. Once the hook comes through, he keeps him in tower range. Nice backstep from Bin to create that space between him and Emo to then turn it into the kill. The shield then comes through, procs the Eclipse as well, and then secures the double kill.
I mean, that was just so beautifully played. Small thing there. Bin goes for the backstep, pulling Emo away. So Elio had to walk further into tower range to get the locket on him. He wasn't in locket range, so he walked up to try to give that locket. That meant he got stuck in that tower for an additional shot, gets taken down. Bin pulls off the 1v2. As his W comes back up, he has the shield, he has the Eclipse shield. He is just making it happen, man. And that is the thing about this guy. You know, say all you want about an inconsistent year, but he is on fire so far. And now Artemis in a lot of trouble. Is going to flash out, but it is not going to get him anywhere. Elio could be next to fall. The equalizer is going to use from Kiaya, but not to much effect whatsoever. And in comes Beishuan in the Herald. They're just going to let it crash into the tower. The tower is incredibly low. Looking for the dive here. Emo trying to push them back, but they're really struggling to do so. Hook's going to go wide there from Elio. Now the ulti does come out, but Kiaya has already fallen. BLG are running away with it out of nowhere.
BLG do not hesitate to punish a mistake. The moment that you overstep, they capitalize. And look, they're even fishing for more. Knight's trying to hover off in the fog of war. He will be spotted out, but this tower is surely going to fall. And BLG, with the small advantage that they were able to find in the earlier skirmishes, they are mounting a massive gold lead.
The vines are remnants of the Dark Tide. Foe won't be able to cross through them. Let's disembark here and find a way to clear the path.
Coming from Knight means that again, BLG guarantee themselves a numbers advantage. A 5 versus 3. Kiaya has no angle to get involved. Artemis has already lost his life. And then when they continue the siege, On is just saying, screw it, I'm just going to keep them away from the tower. Let's see if we can secure this objective. Kiaya steps up too far, and he gets punished by Knight. Great positioning, great play from BLG as they mount firm control
like it was a minute ago we were talking
This
about
calibrator seems to be operational.
BLG now took all of
One
the
moment.
there, as you can see in the Coinbase.
That should do it.
This is all of the different
Why don't you give it a
sources that
try?
he's gotten gold from. So you can see 1,100 of his gold is from kills, 4,371 from minions, and so on. As there's been going in again, it's going to be another kill here. As Artemis, great start, but he is getting caught and he is getting punished once again. No flash, no chance.
BLG are just so effective at finding these small positioning mistakes and capitalizing so quickly. Knight's ability to collapse, he didn't use the ultimate this time, but we've seen it multiple times. And while it might seem like that they're overgrouping, I feel like GAM is just being drawn into the fight. Rather than looking for cross maps or looking for advantages elsewhere on the map, they're just constantly trying to trade with BLG, and BLG are getting the better of them. Now Knight once again throws the ulti out to catch this mid wave and look for a pick.
Yep, you are not allowed to trade. They're saying you cannot take that tower. Levi try to get down there and see if he can fight over Otacon. Does proc the phase rush, but he's got no flash, and I think he's going to get chased down. There's the flash in from On, Bin, and 3 members of BLG will knock down Levi once again. He wanted to get there, see if he can make a hero play at the Otacon, but he loses his life, and it's just going to be a dragon as well off the back of that. As BLG are just taking everything. They're farming your jungle, they're defending their mid tower, they're taking Otacon, killing your jungler, and then getting the dragon.
It was a promising start for Cam. Some really awesome plays from so many members, but BLG, they are the classic. You give them a finger and they'll take the whole arm. The moment that you give them a semblance of an advantage, I know, right?
I gave them my finger.
And they want the arm. That's messed up. I thought they're beating you with the arm right now. They're taking absolutely everything. It's so messed up. But BLG find themselves with a 5k goal lead. Second items being completed across the board. And they're looking
It's turning.
good. We wanted to see a statement game for BLG.
Rotate the gravity calibrator to change the direction of the gravity's pull. If we use this, we should be able to reach areas we previously couldn't.
His counterpart here. He did go for the Magi's, lost some stacks of that, so it is a bit unfortunate, but he is, of course,
Leave it to me.
got the early Rylai's. And when you look over, you see all these melee champions on the other side. It's very frustrating.
I sense your weakness. Hopefully this helps. Sounds come forth. Ha! Ta! Ha! Huh. Strike from the shadows.
But this time Levi is behind him, has been a bit off more than he could chew. Levi over here trying to get the damage down, and TP's even coming in as Beishuan's going to arrive, so does Ilio. Now an equalizer well placed. It's going to be flash out there from Bin. It's now Beishuan that is the target.
Hurry. We need to purify the other statues before the Dark Tide's corruption returns.
And Knight is positioning for a possible Weaver's Wall here. He's in the banana brush, and here he goes. He's trying to section them off. Levi is going to get trapped, and Levi's got no flash. Down against the wall there by Beishuan. Going in for the re-engage as his team is firing over the wall, and now Beishuan has to flash out. It's Elio that is the target. Gam will retreat, will survive, but just by the skin of their teeth, BLG clearly too much to handle.
A very awkward fight for both sides there. I was expecting BLG to
Sounds like Fern's getting impatient. Let's head back.
So instead, Knight set his sights on actually collapsing, looking to try and convert this into more kills. I think Levi, once he was trapped, played that very well, utilizing the twisted advance to get out of harm's way. But ultimately, it doesn't result in a huge amount. Summoner spells were burnt on the side of Elio, along with the flash being used by Beishuan and Bin. Those summoner spells could be crucial, but the next objective still a minute away from the Baron. I think we're really setting our sights on that dragon. Soul for BLG, 2.5 minutes away. I think their priority is going to be pushing in these sideways, getting
An unexpected discovery.
side of the map, and potentially looking for a few more picks.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be up to Gam to just try to get as strong as you possibly can and have a proper setup to try to deny this from BLG. When you are playing a comp like this, Corky Varus, you're so reliant on your poke. We talked about it during the draft. If you are a poke comp and you're playing in Ocean Soul, things are tough. So we'll see if they can find a way to make it happen. But you're looking at the map right now, and there's just not really any wards in the area for Gam. You can see that Elio is trying to get over there and trying to reestablish some vision control. Bin here getting chased down by Kiaya. The rest of the team is coming in. We'll see if they can find him. Remember, he has no flash. The equalizer is there to slow, and in comes Levi. Public execution going to be used, and he is just trying to waste their time. As BLG on the other side of the map are looking for a play. They do get the shutdown, but again, it costs them the equalizer. That should be up, though, before the Dragon does spawn, as BLG looking to pressure some towers.
Good news is that the wave was quite far away, but Emo needs to be very careful. He's going to respect the collapse from Beishwan, and this tower is going to fall. I would say that the risk of using those ultimates is that will they be available for the next Dragon fight? 1 minute and 20 seconds. I imagine the equalizer will be up, but it's going to be close on the Maokai ultimate for sure. Kiaya will secure his second. I mean, actually, he's still sitting on a decent amount of gold. He'll have to go back to base and spend what he can. The tower is still standing, as BLG have done a great job of keeping all of these outer towers alive. But this Dragon, 1 minute away. This is going to be what I imagine the big deciding fight. If GAM can potentially find a turnaround fight, that's their avenue for a comeback. For BLG, it could be the final nail in the coffin.
Hopefully this helps.
Shot here to try to make something happen. Kiaya does go back to base, spends up that gold like he talks about, and does get the Seekers. So it is going to be something very important for this next fight.
Remnants of the past.
The third item is now done for Elk. He has the LDR. You can see both the Banshee's Veil as well as the Blighting Jewel, the components being built up for both of those there for Knight. So he's quite strong here as well. And BLG looking to try to regain control over mid lane.
We find ourselves in a tense situation. GAM recognize that they need to gain some space, but their vision coverage is very limited. And Elk is doing a good job
Wind guide me.
controlling that mid wave. On threatening the engage.
An unexpected discovery.
On in a lot of trouble, but he is going to survive as he flashes out, and the Nautilus falls on the other side. Kiaya running for the hills here. He's going to have to flash out that public execution, but Kiaya does barely survive the 4-shot. Goes into stasis.
Leave it to me. Hopefully this helps. The hour is upon us. Hopefully this helps. Sounds come forth. Cherish every gain.
For the chase by removing the Corki, the collapse becomes even easier with a really nice Talia wall coming through from Knight. It once again splits up GAM and makes the fight easier.
Oh, we're back to live. Elio tries to flash out, hooks to the wall, but he's just dead. And Beishwan wants even more. Knight's positioning has been a thing of beauty. Every ult that you're talking about, Betty, seems to be perfectly placed. And now Kiaya in a world of hurt down here. Bin with the double buffs, with the Ocean Soul. He does not care about your poke any longer.
I mean, it really has been a beautiful game from Knight, kind of the silent carry in a sense, but we've seen it in every single play. His use of the Talia wall has just been flawless.
Yeah, and GAM now trying to see, can they find a way in to try to steal away this Baron? Teleport coming out there from Kiaya, but here comes Knight one more time. Beishwan and Bin trying to push their way in. Artemis is left out to the Wolves, and he's going to get bit in half as Beishwan pushing back the jungler. He's 3 levels up. Emo's dead as well, as they're just trying to look to try to end the game right here, right now. They get a third, and they are on the march now. The wave is going to be coming in. They're not heading to the Baron, so they just want to try to close it out.
BLG with ruthless execution on the team fights. There is little room for GAM to react. They execute, they destroy, and they capitalize. BLG setting their sights on the Nexus.
It's Levi and Elio versus the entire team, but with the Ocean Soul, they don't have the damage to stop them. We'll see if they can clear out the wave, find a miracle play, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Wind guide me.
Falling as well as Elk goes dominating. It's 20-8. It's a 10,000 gold lead. It's 29 minutes into the game, and BLG just padding the stats, trying to get more kills here on the doors to the fountain, as Artemis is going to respawn just to die one last time. It's an ace again for BLG as Emo's now respawning. They want another kill.
Did you feel any discomfort while we were clearing out the remnants?
Nothing out of the ordinary. I felt fine. I suppose this alone is not enough to determine whose resonator I am.
You've helped a lot. Don't worry about that for now.
A single fight from BLG to close the gold gap and swing the momentum massively in their favor.
That's scary stuff, man. We have seen these kind of series so many times in the past where some of these underdog teams come out. They show their
Another water
their
rise is coming up.
skill in the lanes, but then
You
when it
planning
comes
to hold
time
on to something?
the map, to setting up objectives, to
Why
moving
didn't
as
you
a unit, BLG definitely
Sooner.
looked like they were on another level in this first game.
Yeah, they certainly did. And BLG,
An unexpected discovery.
expectations put upon them. Coming in as heavy favorites, dominating game one. We'll see if GAM can bounce back.
We will see BLG claim the first win of the series. Dracos, what you got back at the desk?
I'm gonna be honest, mixed feelings, because for the first 5 minutes of that game, I was like, there's no way both series are like this. It's happening again, but BLG very quickly reminded us that not all teams are created equal, and not all teams fight as well as other teams. Those guys
I was sweating, honestly, right? Because, like, Artemis was kind of the major upgrade. I thought this roster made that GAM has been fielding. Their bot lane had a really great start to the game, right? But then we had the fateful dragon fight.
Cherish every gain.
For BLG, and I think the big thing for me going into this was that the Rumble ult was down, right? Like, it had actually been used on Bin in the bot lane. So when this starts up, it's a really good example of why BLG wanted this Poppy Talia combo so badly.
Yeah, and also just on top of the fact that Talia was able to make it there first, I think GAM just needs to be able to anticipate the play that he's going to be there first at all times. Like, he gets 2 crazy flicks. That was a great flick to be able to get emo as well. So I thought it was a really good play overall from BLG. You mentioned it, that was where it really kind of broke open. But also they just
By the way,
pounding the mid lane.
you said the inverted gravity is to stop the dark tide from descending into the city, but all we've seen so far are just its remnants.
That's because this very waterway we're sailing on used to be the dark tide itself. In these waters, gravity isn't the only thing that's inverted. Its very essence is too.
Wind guide me.
Even as we look at the game-winning fights, even as we look at the mid-game, their consistency here was incredible. Now, the lane phase is still shaky. There's still things you can throw criticism at, but across the board, the coordination here in these fights was excellent.
Yeah, as we see this game-winning fight come through, right? Like, they immediately get on to Artemis. At this point, they're so far ahead that it's going to be really difficult for
Obstacles ahead. Let's get off here.
Carries, but you really see how they wanted to play this composition out, especially when ahead.
Yeah, because the fact that if you look at this composition and you're Artemis and you have such a great lead, it's like maybe I've circumvented the entire problem. Like, there's no threats from the Talia, and even like Bin getting solo killed early, like maybe I'm fine. No, all of that was thrown to the wayside. You're right, the lead happened, and so when he gets crushed like that, and there's really nothing to stop that from happening, and this is just one of many.
There it is, up there. But judging by the distance, we'd be hard-pressed to make it back in time.
Can you use your ability from somewhere in between to clear them all at once?
I might not have that range. But there may be tacitite devices nearby that can help amplify my forte. Let's see if we can find one.
This entire section of the game, and in particular, look at what happens with these 2 top laners, right? This is where Bin really pulls ahead, even though it actually starts with him getting killed in the bot lane.
And unfortunately, I don't think we're showing the correct gold graph currently. We got a little preview of what's to come, perhaps for AL and T1. But the big thing to highlight is this was not a game that started off super incredibly favored for BLG, but they found that single angle. It just continued to snowball. And I think the moment where we kind of came back to earth, other than the dragon moment, was when we were reminded not to test
An unexpected discovery.
HyperX replay, because this is a guy who is gold even a concept that he cares about. I think not. He's just outplaying like a madman.
Yeah, this 2v2 is pretty incredible, because at first it looked like he was a stead, the shield doesn't need it, he plays that. Like, when he walks up first for the wave, then it was like, okay, this should be a good dive for us, I'm gonna take turret aggro. Now, Bin ulties, not just to take this shot, but the next turret shot that comes through, so he couldn't even flash, so he died right then and there.
Yeah, and going into this, Elio had actually been the huge playmaker for them, right? So being able to keep it with his turret range was massive. Bin turns it around.
That's it. A tacitite device.
W shield and the Eclipse shield. You're like, okay, my support's down, maybe I can still kill and
Excuse me.
There's nothing that feels worse than seeing
Leave it to me.
come back to the lane with Eclipse. You're like, oh, yeah.
Huh.
BLG were at the sleep at the wheel last MSI as well, and then they cleaned it up later on.
This should do the trick.
They're going to be a lot more safer. And I'm going to be looking at Gam a little bit, and I'm just going to have one request. Be more careful on the mid wave, please. I'm begging. Gam,
Leave it to me.
careful on the mid wave. So that's going to be my message.
No hesitation. Hopefully this helps. Ha! 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 Moment of resonance. I sense your weakness.
Some criticism. We were a little bit skeptical about the Jin Alistair lane into the Varus Nautilus.
I was very skeptical about it. Seems like rightfully so. Skepticism was paid off. But I think the big thing they did want in this draft is literally a
Lorian Rapidash. Fuck yeah.
has been a BLG special a little bit. So the big important thing going in for GAM is that they are on blue side. So I'm curious to see what they end up on because I actually thought their drafting in this first game was very solid.
Yeah, adaptations in draft, it sounds like for the side of BLG, and maybe being a little bit more careful around the midway for the side of GAM. Is it?
The Lorian Rapidash looks so fucking good.
Careful about the risks you take. For now, though, we're going to head to a quick break. When we return, game 2 coming up. We'll see if GAM can bounce back.
15 minutes, Morphine, if you're here. Bean. Paradox.
You.
Fuck me.
Fuck you.
Fuck me. Fuck you.
You. Bitch.
Bitch.
Oh.
Well, shit. Critical strain, that's for the phone, so we don't want that one. Oh, they put it off 15 minutes. So it's actually at 4:45 now?
Lame.
Well, that sucks.
So you're lying. It's on fire.
They just updated it, I don't know. Yes,
liar.
they're not ready yet.
Liar. Jet is up.
Into champ select powered by Omen Hyper.
Liar.
It is game 2 here between
Wow.
Not a trooper.
and with their sub.
Wow.
So far, fans have remained the same. Octa coming through from BLG with Callisto.
Oh,
They're banning the TF.
I love it.
Does raise questions as to what their priority is.
Bam, 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 na, na, na. Bam, na, 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 na,
Things like the Varus, very safe top side of the map. They
Jet
also
is
prioritize
a
something like
loser.
Wukong,
Jet
maybe
is a
using Zhao. Pantheon, of course, another very present, powerful champion on the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, the duos played for
loser,
comparison during the
loser.
season were the Rise as well as the Ahri. So it'll be interesting to see, A, is the Rise left up?
I
as
believe
one of those
someone would say
semi-global
that.
champions? And B, even if that is taken away, would they want to go towards something
That's
like
crazy.
Ahri, which is still up and available here in game number 2? So the shoe is kind of on the other foot, as it just seems that these are the blue side bans that both of these teams feel that are not worth the first pick, but also cannot be given over to the red side.
I am surprised to see the Pantheon come through from Gam. That would be something that they would love to get their hands on. Curious as to what the first pick is going to be. BLG have plenty of time to think about how they're going to round out their bans. They have chosen to remove the Gwen away from Kiaya. We talked about Gwen being a contested pick coming into this series. Both top laners love it.
Did I already flip it? Oh, fuck. Whatever.
Emo played a lot of it. Eris, I mean, they want to still show that respect against the potential pick in the mid lane.
No games played on it so far this squad, so it's interesting,
I mean, it might be that the curveball.
Well, here we go. I talked about using most play for the Rise as well as the Ahri, all of the Ahri buy, so it looks like that's probably what we are going to be heading towards here for giving themselves some playmaking there in the mid
could just be a slam down of the game, which people do quite like into that Ari.
Yeah, and this is the thing that I like about it the most. Knight is daring you to pick Ari into him. Not only is he known
Wind guide me.
for his Ari, but also Annie was a champion that he made a name for himself on back in 2023 at MSI. It was something that he was bringing out throughout 2023, and is one of his comfort picks. And as you rightly said,
Let me be there for everyone as we head toward our shared future, leaving the past behind.
Get owned.
All right, well, it looks like the gauntlet has been thrown down, and I think the challenge about to be answered, as it looks like the Ari is going to get locked in. So Eris will be going with it regardless of the fact that he's almost being like pre-counterpicked here by Knight. I mean, you know, very similar roles that I think both of these champions play on both sides. We have mid jungle for both sides. It is playmaking, it is engage, it is a powerful 2v2 for both of these teams. That being said, I do think that the Annie Wukong kind of is easier to get value out of and is easier to pilot in these team fights.
I think the big value as well is you're taking away from Levi. It's one of his staples, one of his go-tos, and by denying that and also giving yourself just strong team fighting prowess, I really like the approach that BLG have taken in the draft. Right now there's a bit of a cheeky Mel hover, but of course there's a lot of flexibility. I would love to see a Jack slam for Bin, especially after he gets solo killed, then finding that 2 versus 1 outplay. Just ride off that confidence, believe in yourself in the same way that we're used to from him. But instead, we're going to play it safe. We're going to get the support lock in to match the Rakan. The Rel going to come through from On, another engaged support. So base 1 and On. I'm expecting to see some of the synergy that we saw from them in game 1 with so many fantastic engages being set up by the Alistar from On.
And I really feel like the Rel here on 3 is kind of a bit of an adaptation because of Fearless, but because with Rakan taken away and the Alistar as well as the Nautilus already taken away by the first game's Fearless, if you double ban, say, Leona Rel, then all of a sudden you're really getting into a much lower tier of engaged supports. So I don't think that On was willing to allow that to happen. So as a result, they're going to earlier pick their engaged support. But this series, especially if Gam is able to get a win, is going to get into kind of that weird territory where supports cannot just pick the default meta engaged champs. They are very quickly going to be pushed out of it in game 3, game 4, and beyond.
Yeah, and I imagine Nico is going to rise in priority as the series goes on. But Xayah, I feel like, will be the follow-up ban coming through from BLG to deny that Xayah-Rakan pairing. On the side of Gam, though, do they really want to limit the mid lane, the AD carry pool? Yeah, they will. Okay, they're going to ban the Xayah themselves.
It's really interesting because I was going to say, you know, one of the things that they could be worried about is the actual Xayah pick on 4 for Elk, right? Because they are also showcasing a hard dive comp that Xayah answers well. So, you know, it is one of the advantages here of being on red side is that you can essentially like triple ban almost through the AD carry, use your 2 bans, then you take away another on that 4th pick. And you can really limit the champion pool here for Artemis, who had an incredible start to the last game alongside Elio, was able to get that double kill in the 2v3, was really playing well. And it is going to be even more bans thrown down towards that bot lane. Kallista's gone, Xayah's gone, as is the Zeri and the MF and the Jhin and the Varus, all of them.
You okay?
Yeah, when you're thinking about safe,
Just catching my breath. You go get the remnant spark.
I wonder if that could be a target for Gam, if they are concerned about that. Instead, they are looking more for the offensive option with that Kaisa. But Ezreal feels like a real possibility here for Elk.
It's also just one of his go-to champions.
It fits, and I'm one of the best in the world at it. It seems like a good pick.
Yep. I very much align. And I think that this is like, so far, I really like what BLG have done with their draft. And they're also going to get counterpick at the very end as well. They read the Ari.
That's not fair.
With the with the Annie. They got themselves the Wukong to set up for some really nice team fighting, and they've got so many options with how they play the fights. Gam now, they're going to have to blind pick top. I wonder if Renekton will be something they consider, maybe even the Gnar. Tristana, relatively safe, solid scaling, front to back, good AD carry. But when you think about Tristana, Rakan as a bot lane, not a huge amount of playmaking potential, but I guess Tristana very good at being independent and free farming to potentially open up Elio to roam with Levi and look for plays on the map.
Yeah, it would have to be, you know, Elk overextending a bit, you know, gets engaged on by Elio, Artemis jumps on his head. But I do like the Buster Shot as disengaged, specifically against Wukong. If you catch Wukong, you know, as he's going forward, knock him back, that can be quite powerful. Sion, great blind pick here, but there are concerns about the way this draft has gone because yes, the AD was picked before the R, but it was basically a pre-counter pick. You got to pick jungle after the enemy picked jungle. You got to pick support after they picked support. You got to pick top lane after they picked top lane. It's like they kind of got everything they wanted. It almost feels like BLG is playing blind pick here and getting to see their opponent's draft.
Pretty much. lot of hovers coming through from BLG.
A lot of buffs recently.
Buffed Aatrox on the top side of the map. But I think it's a good matchup into the Scion as well. I mean, BLG just have really solid mid-game spike. Like, that first item comes through. BLG's comp is a really scary composition to play against. I think that GAM's composition wants to do a few too many things. You've got solid dive coming through from the Ahri plus the Vi. Rakan follow-up seems good on paper, but you've also kind of got this front-to-back element with both the Scion and the Tristana. And so I think that how they execute the fights is going to be a little challenging, especially when you think about, okay, the Vi is going to dive in onto the backline of the Ezreal, but Ezreal can create a lot of space, then the team fight becomes very broken up, and then how much security does the Tristana suddenly have? And so, again, I really like BLG's approach to this draft.
Yeah, me too. It's interesting that you touched on the kind of the AD carry dichotomy there, because that's where my mind was going too. Is often when you're playing a comp like this,
An unexpected discovery.
Members who want to kind of dive, right? So they all go and they fully dive. What happens there is you're kind of left behind, and now you have a Wukong and an Annie running at you, and that can be an incredibly difficult situation. If you have no peel, you're often going to die. Ezreal survives in those situations much better, I think, and Wukong, I think, can be also more effective, potentially just as the counter engage. Ahri and Vi can't really play peel. They kind of have to dive and be the ones to kill off this Ezreal, or no one else is really going to be able to do it. So will be an interesting game here. BLG definitely looking really strong from the draft and from the gameplay in game number 1. But we'll see if Eris can try to mix things up.
Yeah, I mean, all eyes will be on Eris coming into this game. The roster change coming through from the mid lane. Gams, no stranger to making these change up when they feel like they need to. Yeah, moving over to the blue side. Let's see what early game action they can make happen. Already skirmishes. We saw Knight getting a bit of damage onto Elio. We're seeing the same thing happen in the jungle matchup too. Beishwan gonna force Levi back early.
Elio being safe is going to respect the potential of that continued invade, but while you're watching the action unfold, keep an eye out for
Wind guide me.
Just for tuning in to MSI. All you need to do to be logged in and watching on LOLesports.com for a chance to score some sweet in-game loot.
Who doesn't like loot?
I guess it depends what the loot is, you know?
Honestly.
What if it's like a bag of coal?
Then is that really considered loot?
You tell me. Mr. I like loot.
I'll find a user again. Maybe
light up a barbecue, you know? Grill some dogs.
What?
Smart dogs. Smart dogs.
That's what you meant. Okay.
Alright, well, we can see the runes. Nothing too crazy standing out. I was going to be interested to see if Ben would have been playing Conqueror or not in that top lane, but Grasp is just so strong in the early laning phases that most people are going for it, even in some of these tank matchups where you're going to get a lot of value out of Conquer later on. And you can see it is just split map, exactly.
Yeah. So the wards from GAM spotted out the deep invade that came through from BLG. BLG was fishing for an early pick, an unsuspecting GAM, but GAM wisely respect it. They don't fall for the trap, meaning that the split map will isolate this bot side of the map of GAM. And I think that BLG is very happy about this. It means that Beishwan can look to put a lot of pressure on this bot lane 2 versus 2. It provides a lot of safety for Elkanon, and also some much needed revenge after what happened in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Elio is going to get pushed back here. There's the flash in from Ana. It's a level 1 support, and he's got nowhere to go, and Elk snipes him for first blood.
I mean, that was just exquisite from On. He flash engages, ticks over to level 2 at just the right time, and he catches Elio completely off guard.
Cherish every game.
Yeah, this kind of has to work here for Gam, but Kiaya is getting incredibly low. Will he just get knocked down by Ben? Ben trying to take him out in that 1v2. Will he be able to do it? Ben now trying to kite back, waiting for the Qs. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Gam get their response kill. So that is a pretty big one, because it was just the support that died in bot lane, but still, I mean, the kill went to Elk, and as a result, Artemis was kind of starved under that tower.
Yeah, honestly, I do think that's a misplay from Ben. He needed to show a little bit more respect on the top side of the map when you know that the split map is coming. But On, he's looking for another play mid.
He is indeed, and there's the flash stun. The Q, the crash down does not connect. The CC not chained perfectly. Eris just enough time to flash out to safety.
On continuing to have impact, a player that I think overall did have a solid year. Some comments around inconsistency have risen, but overall, I think that he's had a very solid year. And now coming into this series, he continues to find plays on the Alistar. His engages were spectacular, and now already early on in game 2, he's finding some great plays across the map.
Absolutely is, and On On definitely threatening in his positioning here. They do have a ward in Pixel that will be able to spot Beishuan if he wants to head down towards that bot lane. You see the XP advantage there showing itself for Artemis. Yes, he missed a lot of farm, but because his support died, well, he gets some solo XP down on that bot side. So silver linings, I guess, and we'll see if they're going to be able to hold this for a little bit. As Zon's just going to use the crash down to tank up the mini wave and try to keep it on their side.
TP's going back into the mid lane as the junglers now return to their rightful sides of the jungle. Respawn of the Raptors going to come through. Kind of look across the CS, things relatively even. The goal difference is nothing too significant. Jungle lead in favor of Levi as the AD carry for Elk, and that's really just represented in the kills that they were able to find for themselves. Too chaotic so far. Dragon going to be available on the map in about 30 seconds. And in game 1, we didn't really see a huge priority on the Dragon. Grubs really does seem to be the name of the game for many pro teams. We'll see if that early swap does in fact come through. Something that you want to try and leverage on the Sion specifically is trying to go for those early swaps, because Sion loves being in the 2 versus 1. But I use love in quotation marks in the sense that he's a champion that just does very well in that situation.
You can tell you're not a top laner by that comment.
Yeah, I know, right? I know.
Just playing against Nico Varus, no problem.
Such a big fan of
just
playing
stand in your tower, play for experience. Loves it, trust me.
Loves it. And Aatrox really doesn't. Really doesn't love that. So I am expecting an early swap to come through from Gam. In the meantime, Levi covering his bot side of the map.
He's going to spot On here, and On still has no flash, but should be able to just walk it out. You know, Artemis and Ilio not in position to really follow up there. We'll see Gam just kind of fishing around this bottom side. We'll see if Levi wants to be starting up this Dragon. Is On going to threaten with a Hex Flash there? Beishuan does arrive. Try to back up the rest of the team, and they are looking here. The charm does connect onto Knight, and there is the Q to follow. Knight gets 6, but it just doesn't matter. It's too
Up
late.
ahead is the Tower of Salvation. That's where the first pedestal is located.
Tower of Salvation?
Yes, a name taken from the Order's Codex.
Burnt that flash earlier on when they tried to make that mid lane play, and they were able to find magic. They're able to get themselves another kill. So Gam off to another small early game move here in game 2.
Yeah,
An unexpected discovery.
He used Tibbers there, right? Like he spent the ulti, didn't really get anything for it, and Ahri did not use ultimate. You know, got 6, I believe, off of the kill or off of the minions as that kill was happening. So there is a chance that they could just look for a rinse and repeat play, as Levi's also closing in on level 6.
He is. Dragon looking to be secured by BLG as the swap is coming through now from Gam. The rotation into the mid lane from Elio. Working with Levi, something that we continue to see, this combination of the jungle plus support. Optimus, I think, was able to sidestep the vision there. Doesn't matter. He's just going to make his presence known as Sion looking to TP towards the bot side of the map. Dragon secured. Grubs still a minute, a bit more away.
Let me be there for everyone as we head toward our shared future, leaving the past behind.
He's going to be backing off pretty early. Levi may spot him, but is not going to actually catch him on the end of that recall, and Artemis is just going to be able to farm a couple plates as On is heading up towards that top side. So we'll likely see Bin back up there as well.
The tides have whispered of your arrival.
Able to get too much, but a little chunk of damage isn't too bad.
Levi looking to steal away some camps as Beishuan making his way up towards the top side of the map. Levi going to respect this, knowing that the possibility of a collapse is very real. Beishuan will spot Gam as they exit towards the bot side of their jungle. The red buff going to be started off. Levi doesn't really get to steal much away, even though he spent a lot of time on the top side of the map. He's looking to steal away these Raptors. Knight is here. Ulti, 4 seconds.
Well, they're definitely thinking about it. On now has his flash back, but it feels like it's just a couple seconds too late. If they had that Tibbers earlier, might have gone for the play here.
Very much agree. But the swap has come through. And the problem now for Levi is he kind of wants to clear his bot side camps, which is very far away from the Grubs, which means that BLG are going to be set up for success. And when we think about how BLG made this road here, I mean, they started their playoffs in pretty dominant fashion. I think it's back-to-back 3-0s. It wasn't until that they actually ran into AL that they suffered their first major defeat, going the full 5 games, and then going up against IG in the lower bracket semi-final to then rematch AL where they fell short once again. And I think it's easy to remember that while they did have a difficult regular season, BLG really did step up in the playoffs, and they were able to showcase a lot of improvements after so many of the struggles that they ran into with the the jungle changes, the coaching staff struggles, they're able to find their footing and make their way back here to MSI.
Absolutely, and it also speaks to the incredibly high standards that are set for a team like BLG. When you talk about expectations, and people are saying, they're not looking as strong, they're not as consistent. Well, they got second in the LPL, and they kind of, crushed in playoffs for a lot of it, except against AL. So BLG definitely still a team to be reckoned with, and we'll see, if they can reclaim some of that form they've had in the past to really challenge the likes of Gen G and T1 and the LCK teams that are going to be waiting for them in the group stage.
You're completely right that it's very much expectations, and it's all about perspective, right? Like making the finals of the LPL for many of the teams competing at MSI would be a massive achievement, but for BLG, and especially the way that they got there.
And went over EU, over NA for EU, also a massive achievement.
Exactly that. And I think that for BLG, they're just held to a very high standard, and it's understandable. Like World Finals last year, MSI Finals last year, like they are consistent finalists, and they are hungry for that title. Of course, there is still a long road to go. The Plains is the first step of them here at the international events. And right now, they find themselves 1K gold down. GAM did secure the grubs. They've now swapped back towards the bot side of the map. Plate still very well defended by the BLG bot lane, but a slower early game.
Yeah, and it's all feeling like it's going to come down to the team fights. This game, again, is a lot slower than the last one. GAM did get out to a pretty nice early advantage in that one, but of course BLG kind of erased that advantage in the first major team fight. GAM again up over 1,000 gold. They do have some good scaling here. When you're looking at the Tristana, when you're looking up at Kiaya and the Sion as well. But there's a lot of power compositionally for BLG, and I feel like what they have drafted really does answer what GAM wants to do incredibly well.
I mean, and that's the beauty of League, right? Often you have these very clear expectations around how fights are going to go, but then it all comes down to execution in the moment. And I think what the scariest thing we saw in Game 1 was how BLG, they didn't even give GAM the chance to set up. It was like they attacked them in the setup, catching them completely off guard. And we'll see if GAM can find their footing in the fights. Continues to trade in the 1v1 against Kiaya. Kiaya's doing very good in the 1v1.
Both junglers are here, though. You can actually see the jungle pet moved into that. So Beishuan is here, as is Levi, and Bin is going to get the bad news. They go first, and they grab the kill.
A quick collapse from Levi. As you rightly identified, Azael, it was very much just a kind of test to see which jungler would punish first. And Levi, he didn't hesitate. Quick collapse, easy pick. GAM find themselves their third kill of the game.
And honestly, I think it's probably good for BLG that Beishuan didn't go in, because Ilya was TPing up there with his Spellbook Summoner, so it would have been a 3v2. If he hard committed to that, right into this Rakan, you get double charmed up, you get CC'd, you're probably both going to go down. You can see, though, BLG, of course, trying to punish on that bottom side. Another plate will fall, but no one going to be in range to actually grab that gold, unfortunately, for GAM, so that will just kind of be lost.
You'll notice as well, Levi was actually given a lot of resources there. He was the one that grabbed the plate. He was the one that grabbed that extra farm in the lane. Trini Force completed for him as the second dragon has started off. It's going to be a very difficult one for GAM to really contest because of how much time Levi spent on the top side of the map. So BLG quickly stacking up these dragons.
Yeah, I mean, it was like a 23, 24-minute soul, if I recall, in game number 1. And they are definitely on pace for that here again in game number 2. So GAM, yes, they are getting to a pretty strong point, but they're going to have to find their opportunity to try to stop this dragon stacking. And you can always try to say, okay, well, we're not going to fight at 3. We're just going to continue building our gold lead. We'll look towards 4. But then one fight goes wrong, you lose the soul, and often you do lose the game right after that, especially when it's a mountain soul and you're thinking about how these comps want to play. It's so much about the upfront damage, right? It's about being able to get those 100-0 plays with the Vi and the Ahri. Well, Mountain Soul makes that a lot more difficult.
Certainly does. You'll also notice the early Merc treads on Eris. It's just kind of a necessity in this matchup. There's very little that you can do. You just need that CC reduction against the Annie, especially when it's paired up with something like the Rel.
I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
Something is coming. It's building, rising from within. It fuels the determination to battle against impossible odds. The fire within.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make 'em turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound.
It's not gonna happen, but in the back, huge! He's just too strong!
It awakens here.
Massive kill coming in!
It awakens now.
It was just cinema!
Welcome to MSI!
Welcome back to Vancouver for the last day of MSI 2025 Play-In stage. It is Elimination Day once again and everything is on the line. One team will secure the last spot in the main event while the other's journey ends here. Whether it's GAM time or the Samurais' last time to strike, I hope you're ready for the final best of 5 of the week. I'm Laure and I will be joined...
Memento, what are you doing?
What are you doing actually?
They're bouncing a ball around in a circle and they drop the ball.
They have a lot of really cool exercises to get ready, and I hope that they're ready because, again, it is the last chance that they will have here to qualify to the main event. How are you guys doing? Don't ask me how I'm doing. But
You know what? Look, I love elimination days. The drama, the stakes, everything a part of it, everything that I love, apparently you hate. So, especially for today, because it's going to be between G2 and GAM. It's crazy, Isaac.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling good. I think it's been a lot of fun so far. We've seen Furia, I think, way more competitive than people were expecting. Went the full 10 games possible. GAM stepping up, being able to knock them down. And now I think we're in for what is going to be a much more competitive series than people were expecting pre-tournament.
it is going to be a banger for sure. Still fearless, still best of 5, and I'm super excited about this. Talking about the end of the day, though, normally we would follow the last match with a draw show. However, this time around, there's only a few possible scenarios based on the rule set. So let's take a look at what we have here. Tier 1 teams will be matched against Tier 4, and Tier 2 teams will be matched against Tier 3.
It's starting for real now.
Region will not be placed on the same side of the bracket,
But it's just the commentators at the moment.
League officials will conduct a coin toss. So let's take a look at the 2 possible scenarios that we have here. If GAM advances, a coin flip will determine the positioning of the bracket as they cannot be placed on the same side of CFO. And if G2 advances, there will be only one valid layout of the bracket, so there will not be a coin toss.
I'm just putting out there, if you're a FlyQuest fan, I think you want GAM to win because then we can maybe dodge AL and play CFO.
Hey, and if you're an MKoi fan, you get to potentially play against like an easier opponent like GAM. So handshake, do you like the sacrifice of J2?
It's good for NA and EU.
Okay, we'll take this handshake. We'll take this handshake.
2 for 1.
Yes, we'll take that.
Let's focus on one matchup in particular before we dive into the rest of the series, because for now, all eyes on top lane where we got 2 veterans ready to prove it all, while Broken Blade is living up to his name so far. Kiaya is the shining light of GAM in today's matchup.
In today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, Broken Blade and Kiaya square off in the top lane with elimination on the line. G2 Esports have had
I'd rather know I'm a villain than remain a wanderer, lost in a world without understanding. To live with no memory of the past. Would it be so different from choosing to end it all? I must find the answer. Only then will I know how to face the memories I still carry. As for you, if I really am...
I can take care of myself. If it comes to that, I'll still remember the girl who cared enough to worry about me.
Or will Broken Blade carry G2 back to the bracket stage at MSI?
Yeah, and I do think that comparison is very apt because yes, Broken Blade has had a pretty.
I should go back for Cantarella. Will you wait here for us?
Of course.
I hope you won't mind the extra trip, phone.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do think Broken Blade is having one of his worst, if not his worst international performance ever.
Definitely.
And Kiaya is looking like he's in incredible form.
I saw signs of battle along the way. Is anyone injured?
Where does that leave us?
I don't know. We're going to have to find out. Sometimes those transitive properties don't mean anything at all, but Kiaya to me is
Well, you seem to be in perfect shape to me.
Impressive year after year after year. He is an incredible top laner.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a wake-up call for Broken Blade, because even within that series versus Gigo, you got to see Skumon kind of like go into the top side of the map and trying to interact in that lane and kind of shift the balance. In this case, if that's going to be the instance, we're going to have to see Kiaya get a little bit more help. I mean, the strategy for GAM has always been like Kiaya and Levi, and I think it's going to be a good time to just focus on Levi a little bit more.
Yeah, I feel like for GAM, it's mostly going to depend on whether or not Levi can create impact in the early game. At least that's the way I've seen their game so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I do feel like GAM plays one clear style, and it's heavily revolving around Levi. This guy is at the core of everything they do, and when he is having a good time, the things are looking really good for him. When he gets ahead, he can go for these super aggressive engages like we saw on this Pantheon game, flying into the middle of everyone, setting his team up for success. You can see when he has a positive goal difference at 14.
But if you say so, I can offer you a strong elixir. Care to give it a try?
These are a couple plays, a couple examples of
Oh,
when
I
he was in those
insist.
positions and
Here,
really was able to be
take
a difference
this.
maker. This Viego game was absolutely incredible. Gets the initial kill, steals the Skarner body, stuns the Yasuo into the wall, is able to carry these fights, and we've seen him do that many, many times. But the other side of that coin is he does not adapt his playstyle when he is at a gold deficit. So we saw in the Vi game, we saw in the Jarvan game, when he is behind and he's struggling, he's still looking for these super aggressive plays where he's flying into the backline by himself, almost as though he's expecting to be able to solo someone out, and he's falling woefully short. So I do think that G2 really should come into this with an early game plan to try to keep Levi off of comfort picks and to try to keep him down.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking back at the CFO matchup that they had in the finals match, like the fact that we were able to see, like, basically it was surround Levi, and I expect that today, but going up against Skumon, Skumon, the player like he has shown so far this tournament, his first international, I think he is going to be a really good matchup versus Levi.
I mean, you see the age difference here, and of course the experience difference between Levi and Skumon. Where do you want to see Skumon in the early game? Because I feel like they need to have a similar impact, but I'm expecting Skumon to be more decisive maybe, and to try and track Levi, to cut his hands maybe, and like stop him from progressing in the jungle here.
Absolutely, and I would love to see G2 set him up with pushing lanes, right? Because when you have pushing lanes, you can move into your opponent's jungle, you can have that support from your solo laners, really be able to track Levi, because he is at the core of everything that they do.
We'll see what happens here in the jungle. That's all we have for now when it comes to the players, but that's not all that matters. We've seen that behind these two teams, there's two monumental managers cheering them up, helping them up. So we caught up with TK Nguyen and Romain Bijard ahead of today's matchup, so let's check it out.
Thank you so much, Laura. I am here, joined by none other than TK and Romain for the final best of 5 of Playins. I'm going to be honest, it was hard to stop this fighting, but they're here now. They're ready to go. TK, you're coming in from the lower bracket. You got to talk to me about the mood, the atmosphere. How are the boys feeling?
We're ready, because it's always time, especially when we're here at MSI in Vancouver 2025. There can only be one G team to move on.
Your team
There's no knowing what will happen once Turvin is placed on the pedestal. It's best we prepare ourselves.
I appreciate your energy so much. I love everything you're bringing up to the scene, and knowing you'll be taking the plane back home as early as tomorrow, this is heartbreaking for me. So I do apologize if it's my judgment.
You know what G2 stands for? Go to airport tomorrow.
Forwards. Gentlemen, I don't think it's enough. The players in the Rift, I don't think it's enough. I think we need more stakes.
We need some stakes here.
Put some skin in the game for both of you. It can't just be about top, mid, jungle, whatever. Both of you have something on the line. What are you willing to wager on? Bet on your boys, your team.
That's crazy. If we lose, if we ever happen to lose, I'm shaving this mustache.
No longer shall you bear these thorns as a reminder.
How about this?
Forged from primordial seas, this crown shall grant a new identity.
I'm down.
What else?
I'm done.
That's just level 1.
That's just level 1. Romain, that kill, that's unique to you. I know you're proud of it, but
You
it
start
might look good on TK.
the first game when you're back home in summer, dressed like this. I'll give you a spare jersey, a spare kilt,
a spare dress,
and you know what? If in the meantime I have the mustache shaved, fake mustache. You'll be a little Romain in Vietnam.
Game on, let's go. Game on, let's go.
Gentlemen, high stakes. Before we go, I want to give you each 30 seconds. Because I think you need a rallying call to the fans.
Fleur-de-Lis, child of divinity, the Immaculate One. Will you uphold the sacred teachings of the Order of the Deep?
To shine on the stage and see you guys at the brass
I
stage.
will.
We got one left.
Salvation,
And we're gonna send them home.
unity,
Go to airport
ascension.
today. All right?
Of these three doctrines, which do you choose?
We've been enjoying Canada so much for now.
I choose salvation. I wish to be the Master's blade, striking evil, upholding virtue, and offering salvation to those in peril.
When you're back home, right?
In the name of divinity, I bestow upon you this crown. May the blood of justice never run dry. Through this sacred rite, you become the bridge between the heavens and the living. From this day forth, you shall be the Master's sole receiver and herald. Rise, blessed maiden, Fleur-de-Lis. None but the Master shall ever have the right to command you to bend the knee.
We often say that lower bracket run, whenever they're in a difficult spot, this is when they thrive. Historically, is that going to be the case today, though?
I mean, they've been really good in the play-ins. You can see this is their series score 5-1 overall in play-in series. So, you know, they have been really good historically. I definitely think they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be a lot of like depression or anything when your team is going to be having to go through play. This is the other side of it. You're quite. Oh no, that's not the good side of it. They switched up the graphics.
I told ya to stop sticking random stuff in here.
But the funny thing is,
Do you have any idea how messed up and humongous that frequency was? It's gonna give me indigestion.
They lost to the Buffaloes in both round robins. Like they went 0-2, but it was like a content
I
game,
should
so
ask
they're really-
you
they're,
that.
like, always kind of
What did you do
shifting
just
into a
now?
positive thing,
Huh?
'cause
I
there's
was
different-
dozing when bam! Out of nowhere, a giant blue ball landed on top of me. It almost squished me.
I'm guessing putting Turvin on the pedestal has something to do with it.
Oh, hey! It smells just as unnatural as that big gigantor back in Jinja.
But for me, it makes sense that fans may be losing.
The Sentinel of Ginger. If what our little echo friend says is true, then the frequency that entered your tacit mark could be Imperator's powers.
Huh? But the Sentinel isn't even here.
The power to split and manipulate space.
It is reminiscent of the moment of Turbin's creation. Only this time the place of confinement has become your tacit mark.
I mean, I do still believe in G2. I think it's actually going to be a really close series to me. I'm looking at
Why would it do that?
how much better Kiaya has been
I
than
believe
Broken Blade.
it was meant for the true maiden. Under the right circumstances, the one to wield this sword and enter the Sonorosphere would be the Sentinel's Resonator, the Blessed Maiden. The Sentinel entrusted their power to the Resonator so that she could lend assistance when the corruption of the Threnodian altered them. Quite logical, isn't it?
You don't seem too thrilled about it.
If Imperator set this in motion, then their original plan has already failed. Cardathia, that means your guidance holds the key now.
But
I believe in you.
Okay, it's changing his prediction right away.
Is there anything else you remember?
I just remembered the day I was crowned by the Order,
They have 5 games to prove it all.
and the
Last time you
moment
changed
the
your
dark
prediction
tide
because I know
descended
you can
upon
prove it
us.
anytime, so this is what's gonna stay for the
No,
rest
no,
of
this is an erasable board. This was built for me. I might even
Huh?
have flip-flops on right now.
Keep an eye on Raz and his prediction, of course. That's all for us here. I think the stage is set for this matchup.
But I didn't
One
see
last
the
best
dark
of five,
tide.
one last series to
That
prove it
is
It
all I can
Gam versus
remember.
G2 Esports, and it
Is
starts
that
right now.
what you saw?
You witnessed it as well, Kentrella.
No. I only saw fragmented, blurry images. They seemed to belong to other places within the Sonorosphere. I believe this is where we should rest. We'll wait until sunrise.
I'm gonna hit the sack as well.
Back to lovely Vancouver, Canada, here for the play-in stage of MSI 2025. It is the final best of 5 before we hit main stage action. It is the last chance to make it to that main stage for both G2 and GAM here today. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe for this one. Happy birthday, first of all, my friend. And the present that we got for you is hopefully a banger series.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, it should be a banger series. And as they said on the analyst desk, should be closer than a lot of people were thinking going into this.
Boy, it's so cramped in here.
By far the best team in Playin, already out of here. So only one of these two teams can join them in moving on to the next stage. And this is the point where you're so close to moving on to main stage and really have to lay it all out.
Now what could you possibly want with me at a time like this?
For both of these teams to see who is worthy of
You were pretty harsh on Cardathia.
Before I learned of those record secrets, I had only seen her from afar. Heard tales. While I would be willing to believe she stands with humanity, the more I allow myself to cling to such thoughts, the more I must strip them away and think rationally. It's only then I can be certain these thoughts are my own, and not the whispers I hear in the dark. Now what could you possibly want with me at a time like this? Well, I don't intend to wait around.
Are you going to search those areas we passed?
The more clues, the better, don't you think? Oh, and afraid I've slipped something extra in? Or perhaps you're contemplating dinner with me.
I'm just curious why the matriarch of the Phasalia family packs her own food.
Food is always an easy target for those who find me less than pleasing.
For him, and game number 1, so many of the AD jungles are left open, so they don't have to really worry about that pool at the moment, and they opt for the Varus first here for Hansama.
Yeah, going with that power pick AD carry. He works well with so many matchups and easy to pick him up B1.
It's one of those strong lane AD carries, so then they have to worry about the other side on GAM, but immediately they're going to go for
Is there anything else you'd like to ask? I'll share with you all that I can remember. That was its name before it became a Sonorosphere. This seminary, built in an island, was not just a place of learning, but also a sanctuary for raising dragon echoes.
They're in Champ Select right now, Bean. If you wanted to watch.
I love seeing Levi on a champion like Xin Zhao, because ever since
First game's about to actually start.
What did they teach?
The Order scriptures, geography, history, and combat skills.
He has taught me the philosophy of PvP.
Shouldn't a seminary focus more on
Fort.
cultural arts?
Is a great champion to embrace.
This was a seminary reserved only for resonators, so naturally, their talents were put to more practical use. Besides, the doctrine of salvation emphasized the importance of combat. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? I'll share with you all that I can remember. It's safer this way. You should get some rest. We'll be counting on you again tomorrow.
Into that Talia, that is some mega burst damage. The pillar can line up easier stuns for the Syndra, make it harder for people to dodge around there. Also is a very good tool for Varus poke. So some synergies there for G2. Pillar making a lot of those long range.
You mean besides being squashed behind that blue thing? Yeah, I guess. Listen, I figured something out about that frequency. It's not a single frequency. It's like it's mixed up with something else. Or kind of like a piece of cookie that's been crumbled in with everything else. Which is why it's so hard to get a good bite. To see if it was a threat. I can now say with certainty that it isn't. But since it's a crumbly mess, other than taking up space, it's pretty useful.
We might encounter something similar at the next 2 pedestals. Keep an eye on this for me, will you?
trying to chop that one
Fish.
down, but yeah.
Will do.
What?
You can count on me. 100%.
What'd you say? You said what to get for dinner?
Yeah.
Yeah, fish.
Like fish and chips, sushi.
Anything fish.
Not gonna win you a lot of matchups, and Kia here with
I think it's a fish day.
definitely do a lot of damage.
That's just me though.
From G2 here as well. They know the Gam are going to pick support on 4 to give Kiaya that red side final pick, counter pick. So they
Taking
I thought I'd
fish and
slip away
chips.
quietly and avoid any fuss. But now, here I am dealing with all of you. Since you're all here, how about a morning stroll? Feel the tide pull. They're a lot feistier than before.
Need help?
Oh, this will be fun. Who will sink into the depths with me?
None shall whisper.
Those full send type of game plans when everybody goes in there. It often goes really well or really poorly. Full send
Well,
usually
this
find
is
itself
where
in the
our
middle of
paths
the
must
outcomes
part.
all too often.
You're here for the Sentinel. Why would you leave now?
Do you really prefer one comp over the other, or are we pretty evenly matched here?
To me, the comps themselves look
What I saw
pretty
yesterday
even.
caught
I
my
am
attention.
very curious to see
It
how
may
this
be
season
tied
goes
to the
because
Sentinel.
this champion is not getting picked a lot,
And
so there's gonna
besides,
be a lot
I'd
of
rather
eyes
not
here.
spend the day
If it is
twiddling my
successful,
thumbs,
maybe you start to see,
seeing as your
some changes
gondola
as far as draft
only
goes, but
holds
being
two.
Are you
one
sure you
here,
want to go alone?
picking it away is not going to like deplete any champion pools for
Such concern for me. I do hope to see the fruits of your labor when I return.
does have, really good gank follow-up, gank setup as well for itself, but
Mind if I
is
take turn?
low mobility, right? So can get taken advantage of.
Go ahead. It's no use now that it's out of the pedestal. Its energy is gone.
It may still come in handy.
I'll add you in my terminal. Call me if you need help.
And Levi can work together like we've seen them do for a lot of the Gam wins with these champions like Zin and Gnar that
I
want to
just
dive in
might
the
ring
back
you
and
up
find them.
once
If they find
things are
those
settled.
marks, they can tear through.
Yeah, and even though we did see the analyst stats all predicting G2 in this series, I want to point out some things that Gam has done very well in this tournament. And one of the main ones is that even in their losses to BLG, they had good early games. They had good early game setups. They oftentimes got themselves into good early game positions due to Levi being very active, proactive, and aggressive. And so they actually have, well, we're going to see a little bit of a move towards the Raptor pit. Just going to be the ward though. But they often, they actually have the highest gold advantage.
If only I could still fight.
Gold difference actually.
Everyone's doing their part. Don't worry. Nobody's perfect.
Because in those games that they still ended up losing, they still actually generated some early good positions. It's just that later on, towards the setups on around the objectives, and when they got to
The waterway up ahead is
that
completely
they
blocked.
did lose out, and
That garden once housed dragon
it
echoes.
definitely has been something
Now
that we wanna
there's
keep our
nothing
eyes
left
on,
but tacit
because
discords.
Levi definitely has been more proactive and a lot more active, say, than Skumon so far.
Wind guide me.
Sometimes junglers, when you're not feeling super confident, you'll default into a lot of extra farming. So we'll see if Levi does keep up with that
Darkness
trend.
should
And
be
there's the gold
here
difference you were talking about
somewhere.
on screen. G2, they are positive, but just barely. Furia was the ones who were consistently behind in the early games. They have been eliminated at this point. But BLG and Gam top of the charts there with the much higher values, with the stronger early games. And you can see here a comparison of those junglers that you were talking about.
Yeah, and
This is where the
some of these
acolytes
early
used to
game
be
numbers
tested.
Is one of the focus. Levi getting very active, lots of kills and assists for him generated, a little bit of a gold lead. But of course, then Skumon.
Perhaps that Steely over there has instructions on what to do.
actually just
You
going
don't
for their full
remember from your
clears opposite
exams?
directions, of course.
As the Blessed Maiden, I was exempt.
They gave them the extra information.
And the KDA on Levi being lower, I feel like is a consequence of that full send PvP type of playstyle. He's going to be a part of everything. He's going
Sounds
to go
like
in.
they're
The more you
talking
go
about
in,
one of the
the more
three
you go
major
down.
belief
And,
systems, the
sometimes,
faith of
hey, it
unity.
works out near the noble sacrifice.
I don't remember the pieces being spread out like this. Maybe we could find a way to move them.
Let's give it a try. We still need to rebuild the waterway. There's no point in finding Hogness if we can't repair the waterway.
Doesn't show any fear.
One thing I do want to point out in this one, just
At
because
that
I feel like we've
distance,
seen a lot
we
of it
should
so
take a
far in
wing
the
ray.
play-in stage, neither one of the supports
I'll
running
have to
an
guide
unsealed
it.
spellbook this game. I feel like
Hold
we've
on
been
tight.
seeing,
Don't go
especially
falling
as
off.
we're going later into Fearless in some of these best of fives, we're seeing more and more support picks taking the unsealed spellbook to make teleport plays or extra smites, but not happening in this.
Yeah, generally we'll see a lot of the unsealed spellbook when you're in a matchup that you can like get away with it, right? And you don't need your aftershock. But here, both of them are like, okay, we're gonna need some extra tankiness for ourselves. So we go with that aftershock summoner spell on their side. And of course, that support matchup that you're looking at down there, we didn't address it in the champion select, but Alistar is always so good in
That one.
Rel.
It isn't
Pretty
supposed to
good
be
at
here.
interrupting those combos. Very good body
There's a
blocker,
gravity calibrator up
for
ahead.
later on,
Let's put it to
interrupting
good
those
use.
crash downs. So we'll see if Labrov is on point with those.
And I do want to point out, because you mentioned earlier how, yes, the desk fully predicted G2 in this one, but it's so unique because of the format of this tournament. Both teams going into this final decider match have played the exact same
Cardathia,
opponents
grab
to
on
the
tight.
exact same results. Both of them
Huh?
having moments of
okay.
greatness against VLG, but ultimately falling short to the clean sweep, and then both of them going the full distance against Furia, triumphing in the 5th and final game to get the 3-2 win. I feel like this should be a pretty evenly matched battle, and I'm really excited to see how bloody it gets.
Yeah, and our featured matchup up here in the top lane, as Kiaya go back to mini form, a little bit of a trade there, but this is one of the lanes that everyone was looking at because throughout this tournament, Kiaya has definitely impressed, and people were thinking Broken
That's
Blade
our
is gonna
goal,
have a
right
really rough
there.
time there.
But
You know, maybe it's
how
going to
do we
be
move it?
Gam with the advantage in top lane, but G2 with the advantage in the mid lane there. Since Emo has struggled a
Help
bit
me
as
guide the
well,
wing
but
ray
Emo's
to
on
the
one
top of the
his most
statue.
comfortable champions. I mean, it's Talia. Everybody loves this.
Everybody's pretty comfortable with Talia
All
these
the others
days.
do love that champ, but him especially too.
All right, so we are not quite
Of
at
course,
level 6 for
but
any of our
what do you
solo
have in
here just
mind?
yet, but everybody is about to crest that point. Broken Blade slicing forward, but does not get the second cast there on the dice. Kiaya would love to get this last little proc there on the Hyper, does nail that one. And I do think, yeah, the story of the top laners is going to be massive in this one. Kiaya, such a huge part of Gam's success, as now he's gonna try to get away, but a flash in from Broken Blade. Kiaya is out of there, and Broken Blade gets first blood.
And it is Skewmond first on the gank, and it is during those reset timers where they have the bottom lane going back out to follow up. So that timer there, just a small window, and they make it happen. Broken Blade flashes forward, gets the stun, they punish the Gnar while he's in mini form, and all he needs is the extra little pillar there, and they get the kill. That is so big for confidence for G2.
Very, very well done. You're getting the player who's had the biggest struggles so far in the first 2 days of competition off to a good start. Not just in the first few minutes of the game, but the first minutes of game 1. Setting the attitude, setting the pace for the series. And now Kiaya is going to be the target yet again. G2 did their homework. They know who they got to go after. And Kiaya is trying to get away as
Is this really okay?
chasing forward. Han Sama
Saves
doesn't
us the
even need
trouble
to
of finding
provide
some
the extra
trigger
damage.
mechanism.
Skewmond lifts away with 20 HP. Now LeBron's going to pay the price, so Gam get one back. But G2 are making plays, and they're making
Wind
more of a
guide me.
faster until Emo has something to say about it, riding into the Weaver's wall. Levi's ready to knock him right back up into the air, and the feat of warfare is claimed by Gam.
So much value from Talia there. Emo able to push in his wave, and he ults down to find the counter kills. So here's another look at it. They see the mini Gnar. They see the mini Gnar with no rage here, so they instantly go for it. G2 are able to pull off their kill under the tower. Labrov, as you can see, tanking the tower, goes then up to the top side there. They finish off the Gnar, but Skewmon gets so low here that the Xin Zhao and the Taliyah coming down, that play is not quick enough for them to escape with their lives. And it's going to be very big for GAM to get this money back, not let G2 really start to snowball this game. As they
Are these the so-called dragons?
Exactly. The G2 gold lead was
Is
up
that
to
a problem?
1.2, 1.3
Damn, what a play.
The last one was bigger.
Now you can see we're right back to dead even, and critically for GAM.
Which last one?
So he'll get that first feed as well.
Gehenna. Ever heard of it?
I used to ride it.
Sense your weakness.
Huh. Ha! Huh.
On the reset of the top side, they do commit to those grubs. So GAM actually allocate the Taliyah back down to the bottom side as Broken Blade wailing away and getting some turret plate value in trade for that commitment up by grubs.
This could be a big game here for Broken Blade. He is the one with that massive lead for G2. This is where the resources are concentrated. This is a chance to say, okay, I know day one and day two haven't been ideal, but he can redeem himself here if he can put on a carry performance and put all of this attention that G2 is giving him to good use.
Yeah, and here you see some of the stats to kind of back up what has been going on in the tournament. Yeah, with the extra solo kills, the extra early goal difference, but that is not the case this game. That is certainly not the case this game. Really good, flash play from Broken Blade to set that gank up. They get that first kill, and then the dive, of course, also keeping Kia behind on the Gnar.
All right, so Emo is still on control duty here for this Fed Lizard. Just going to continue to try to maintain some distance on that when you throw out the Unraveled Earth so he cannot slice towards you unless he just instantly stuns himself after.
Yeah. And GAM, of course, the price they pay to go for those kind of trap plays and the team plays, they sacrifice a little bit of minions each time they do go for it. So a couple of little CS deficits there as well. Emo down slightly as now he's kind of planted himself in that side lane after they once again rotated over, and he's under attack.
Yeah, Emo gonna knock Broken Blade back into the turret as he tries to create a little bit more distance, throws a couple of rocks back. Now Gam is coming in to reinforce, but the fight is already over. Lebrav and Skewmon hanging around as Elio just gives him a couple of taunt spams.
And again, you see this kind of hover down from the team from mid lane. They rotate over, they threaten, and they're actually gonna commit to that rotation, but every time they do that, they're dropping some minions. Another minion wave here. You saw that one no cannon minion there in mid lane, so those minions, the melee ones, died to the tower before Emo's able to teleport back.
And I think that this story is being told wonderfully by just the mid lane CS comparison. What you're talking about here, Caps hitting 100 CS while Emo's still just sitting at 84. That's 2.5 waves that Caps is now up, and G2 are going to take the opportunity to seize control over the bot side river and go in for the first Drake. First piercing arrow from Hansama, doesn't find Elio or Artemis. Now the Weaver's Wall has arrived. Emo's ready to fight. They're gonna go after him, but it's Lebrav the first target. Crash down into the Magnet Storm, finds Skewmon, but he's already powered up by the Subjugate. Curtain Call opens up, and Levi's ready to jump in. Skewmon is already down, and Levi's taking a kill. Hansama walks out of the way of the seismic shove. G2 continuing to try to get away from this one. Emo doesn't have enough damage to make anything else happen as the Deadly Flourish flies out. Now Chain CC to Hansama. He's stuck around for too long, and Gam with the punish. Get 2 kills for the Drake.
Yeah, nice snipe there to get the extra kill, because it was just going to be 1 for the Dragon, but they make it 2 with the slick skill shots here. Wait a second. This is going to be a stop.
Yeah, all right. He's all right. He's all right.
But man, yeah, the action continues, and GAM going for the kills. Yeah, G2 do get the objective. They do get the Dragon, but that is Hansama, both summoner spells, as well as both junglers, of course, using their flashes. But really, you have to think, this Varus is going to be a target for GAM. They have a lot of possibilities.
All right, Broken Blade versus Kiaya. You can see, honestly, not a ton of catch-up opportunity for Kiaya, despite the fact that he was up here in the top lane farming the whole time. He's still down an entire Tiamat in terms of inventory combat power, so he probably doesn't want a whole lot to do with these 1v1s, but if it's not a 1v1, it's a different story. Elio coming up to help him now. Might be able to find the Shattering Strike here. There it is, into the crash down. But the rest of the damage is not there as Kiaya is back into Mini-Gnar form, but they'll at least force the dominance out of Broken Blade.
Yeah, ultimate is pretty big. That was one of the things that got buffed on Renekton that really started the popularity to come back. One of the things so far in this game, though, is lots of big Taliyah plays from Emo and G2. giving over a bunch of kills in a lot of these scenarios where GAM do go for the trap, but G2 overloading on this bottom side as Labrov working with Skumon to help pressure Emo as well as take away the Grom.
Exactly. They're saying, all right, if Emo's the one putting out all this pressure, if he's making all the plays, let's bring the pressure to the Taliyah instead. The three-man positioning for a dive doesn't end up becoming anything as Levi is there to make sure that his mid laner stays safe. Kiaya with the Mega Gnar tries to jump in, but when the wall-up does not collide with Broken Blade, means there's no more of a play to be found. Still a couple of minutes until we have any more neutral objectives to fight over either. The Rift Herald 2 minutes away, the Dragon about 2.5. As we check in where all the items are, you can see Ghost Blades fully completed on both of our AD carries in this one. Very close to Trinity Force for Skumon. Meanwhile, the Sundered Sky with the lower price point has already been completed by Levi. But I do fully expect Skumon to have that Trinity completed by the time we actually have the next big fight.
Yep, Trundle with the Trinity, definitely a fearsome force. And it's going to be interesting as we look at the game progressing a little bit further, because Kiaya has caught back up decently. You know, it hasn't been kept down too hard by that early focus. You know, the gank as well as the pressure with the tower dive. And the Gnar, with this bunch of money that he should have, going to go get his reset now, get his purchase off, and that's going to be a big part of how they want to play, because they have a Taliyah wall, they have Jhin with the very long range. So they need Gnar to be operational in the side lanes to be effective in the mid game for GAM.
And as Kiaya now waiting for this wave to crash into the turret, he's got Levi nearby as well in case G2 was thinking about trying to make another play up here, try to punish the Gnar in mini form again. We of course have God Vision, we know that's not going to happen. But Levi now pathing back down towards this bottom side. Rift Herald in about 30 seconds. Next Drake in a little bit over a minute as the mid laners square off in the bottom side. You can see the Blackfire Torch completed for Caps. Meanwhile, Emo with that Archangel staffs building it towards the Seraph's Embrace. Taliyah doesn't stack it quite as fast as some other champions can, but already up to about 290. So once he gets that shield, he'll be feeling even more confident to keep making these aggressive plays with the Weaver's Wall, to jump in and try to find the angles for the rest of GAM to make the plays.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Let's see about the spawn up here on the top side of the map with this Rift Herald coming in. Skumon gets the crab. He's got vision on the all-important brush for team fights right there with the control ward. Doesn't look like any early rotations, though. Teleport back out to the top side, though, for Kiaya. Gives them the option if they want to do for it. Of course, both Caps and Emo do have theirs ready.
Okay.
Caps pushed in on bottom side first, though.
Let's see how it goes. The Herald's already down to 2/3 HP. GAM thinking about it here as already Emo's ready to make the teleport, come in and join the fight first. But a huge engage coming out from G2. They've already killed Elio before he can do anything. Levi's into the back line, looking to find some damage here with a hot Sama. Nice seismic shove back into Skumon. A little bit more damage is needed, and they're finally going to take him down, but he also has to be traded back again for another one. Broken Blade in the Brav trying to get away as Kiaya goes mega form. The deadly flourish doesn't hit, but the Weaver's Wall is ready to ride. Emo makes his way into the fight once again, and Artemis is ready to follow up. A little bit more damage on Caps isn't going to be there as Broken Blade has to slice and dice his way back away. And it ends up being a full scrap between both teams. Levi and Skumon both dead. Junglers not present with the Rift Herald still on the Rift.
Caps camping on that control ward on bottom side, and Broken Blade from this brush.
Okay, not quite enough damage. He doesn't have Dominus. He couldn't charge up extra Fury or anything. Kiaya's still safe for now, but he does have to respect Broken Blade.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous there. I was wondering if maybe Caps was going to try and pull a play onto Artemis, but doesn't look like they were able to pin him anywhere down by that wall. And you have to say that last fight, Caps went for the stun on Emo under tower to try and interrupt his teleport. That's why Emo got there first, but they got the big lead from deleting the rel so early on. Kiaya here, since he is chunked out, not going to be a GAM answer. GAM have called, we're going to give you that Herald, we will go for the trade, but can they survive under tower?
Yeah, Elio's coming up here to try to help Kiaya. Kiaya hit the wave to guarantee that he would turn into Mega Gnar, so he would have the extra HP, but Caps goes in, Broken Blade gets it done. Elio now surviving, trying to in a 1 versus 5. With his top laner already down, he's got no way home. G2 will end up losing Caps as part of the process, so a 2-for-1 trade for them. They'll take the tier 1 turret at the same time. They'll guarantee the charge into the tier 2, and nobody in GAM colors is even even around this thing, Kobe. They're going to get the tier 2 in the top lane for G2 as well.
Yeah, but so much is getting traded because Gam got the dragon. They also are getting the towers here in mid lane and in bottom lane. Of course, the secondary tower is worth more, that tier 2, than the outer ones, but Gam getting both of these outer ones in addition to their dragon.
Let's take another look at how it all went down all the way back to the Herald fight.
Okay, yeah. So this is the beginning, and let's see how they do delete Elio here so quickly. Oh, this is the stun that we were talking about. Caps wanted to interrupt the teleport just a little bit late there, so that means he arrives later to the fight. Oh, Elio already didn't have his support item there. It got knocked off, that extra damage reduction, so he just got bursted down very quickly. But then Talia arriving really quickly here, got the seismic shove to get the pull in. See Artemis there also kind of chunking Han Sama, so he has to stay really far out, and that allowed them to go chase that extra kill.
And we got more action right back to live as Emo's in some trouble, and Broken Blade has locked him up and beat him down. No way out for the Talia. G2 grabbing kill number 7 this game, and now with Emo dead for the next 30 seconds, it's an easy turret take here in the bottom lane. That's another tier 1 going the way of G2 as they build up to a 1,500 gold lead. Han Sama, nice sidestep there with a deadly flourish to guarantee there's no counterpunch for Gam in the mid lane, but topside, Kiaya will get back a tier 1 of his own.
Yeah, Gam keep trading objectives back, but G2 getting all these extra kills plus the objective because they're the ones making the force, making the play. So they're the ones getting the little bit of extra gold from those kills.
Talking about extra gold, you can see 1,200 gold lead just in top lane alone, and Broken Blade has his second fully completed item there in the Sterix Gauge. That is a massive power spike for the next team fight.
Yeah, certainly is. Makes you very, very beefy. Get right in there on the enemy carries, pop that Sterix, and it is going to be a lot of force on the front line. They've got the Alistar, they have the Trundle ultimate as well to be able to shred, so they're going to have to worry a little bit about some of these long plays, though, from Gam. Gam have been able to utilize the Talia wall and some of this long range from Jhin to be able to get some picks for themselves. Side lane, though, with that item advantage for Broken Blade, should allow G2 to push the wave first and then get the first move.
All right, Gam trying to take a little bit of control over mid here. You can see a lot of wards focused around there on their side. Kiaya, level 13, honestly hasn't fallen behind Broken Blade in terms of EXP pretty much at all. It's really just the itemization difference as he's still trying to build towards that second major item of his own.
Okay, so Otacon spawning on the map right now on bottom side. Kiaya actually, because he stayed up there, is going to be able to get now priority on the wave.
Oh, but this is not a face check. I think he wants to take. Broken Blade's just ready and waiting for him. Does a quick combo. Right back to the wave, though. Because Kiaya is in Mega, he can still walk away relatively safely. Get back and get ready to join up with the rest of Gam here. We do have about 90 seconds until the next Drake spawn. Still a long way away until Baron makes his way onto the map, but G2 have a 3-man push here in mid lane. Remember that G2 already has the tier 1 turrets down in both side lanes. This mid one is the last one still standing in that outer ring, but they won't be able to change that here anytime soon, as the bottom river Scuttle Crab will be secured by Skumon 75 seconds before the Drake spawns.
I was wondering if the Syndra was going to be a bigger story and have trouble in the side lanes, but you see G2 every time they have him pushing a side lane, they have most of the team hovering over to that side too, so they would be able to collapse. Meanwhile, the other side lane,
oh, Kiaya versus Broken Blade. Kiaya getting some good damage there, but he immediately uses the Meganard to knock Broken Blade away. The Sterix Gauge shield is enough to keep Broken Blade protected, keeping him feeling safe. Does not have to worry about popping the Dominus here early. Kiaya throws out another Q into the wallop. Even though he gets slowed down by the Stride Breaker, he still feels safe enough. Broken Blade, though, wanted to spin the flash to try to engage there on the enemy top laner, as now the seismic shove, the Weaver's Wall, it's Emo turning a fair fight unfair, making it so Gam comes out on top.
Heck yeah, baited him in there for Emo. Emo's going to continue pushing as well. So even though Caps had shoved that wave up to the top side, they've got their teleport to answer. Kiaya can go collect that wave. That is just a nice kill.
Very, very well done there between the solo laners of Gam. Kiaya now with a Sterix Gauge completed of his own. Going to feel much more comfortable in those situations.
And the timing of it. The dragon is spawning now, so still 15 seconds on Broken Blade. He's got his teleport, though, so as soon as he respawns, we'll be able to use it.
He has a teleport, but he has no flash, and Dominus won't be up either. So if Gam wants to try to force this Drake, make this happen immediately, you're going to have a much less effective Broken Blade, who's still one of the most fed members on G2. It looks looks like he is going to teleport immediately. You can see Caps teleporting immediately down to this bottom side river as well, as both teams are scrambling. Kiaya is still down in the bottom lane. Remember, he does not have his teleport. He used it to get down to the bottom lane after the play top.
Critically, though, he got enough money there to be able to get his stair gauge as well. So the Gnar now with his 2 items as well. Gam actually really heavily shoving down there. Kiaya doing so much work on this tower with the Trinity Force. And they're going to trade the Dragon. Secondary tower picked up here. Kiaya barely gets it.
He gets it, and now he's got to try to join up with the rest of the team. Levi's going to be in some danger here as Lebrov and Caps go in, find some initial damage onto the Gam jungler, but Kiaya goes in for the Mega Gnar onto both carries. He's doing a ton of damage to the Caps and Han Foam, but he doesn't have enough to get the kills. Caps is still alive. Levi is already down, and G2 holds on. Elio trying to retreat as G2 have a 4v3. Broken Blade tries to slice his way into the fight as Emo, Artemis, and Elio have to run away. It was so close for Gam, but Caps barely holding on, fires back from the other side of the wall, and G2 get a 2 for 1.
Yeah, that was barely a sliver of HP left for Caps. I mean, Kiaya had found such a good angle with both carries trapped inside the red buff pit there. Not done quite yet, though. Okay.
Oh, the flash in from Elio, but a nice backstep there from Broken Blade to get out of the way of the seismic shove. Elio down to 200 HP now. Gam wanted something, but not quite hitting their skill shots.
And during that, G2 are taking the Otacon here. So Skewmon should be able to finish that one up. The attempt on Broken Blade's a life right there. They do get the Otacon in the aftermath. So G2 with the gold lead as well on top of the extra flower power.
Gold lead, 2,000. +1 on Drakes, 25 flowers to 9 is a lot of extra adaptive force too. Even though this game feels very close, that last sequence of play led to, by far, the most significant lead of the game for G2 so far.
Yeah, Otacon buff is quite large. Let's see now, because their siege is pretty good. You've got your Poke Varus, you have your Syndra over here, and it looks like this tower with no defenders is going to be another possible casualty. Kiaya is Mega Gnar.
And Lebrov is waiting right in that brush. Kiaya just walks right on past him. Emo's going to deploy the Weaver's Wall. Nobody on G2 gets caught on the wrong side of it. Now Lebrov taking the blast cone to get himself away. Elio could be in a little bit of danger here. Stuns up Broken Blade. Tier 1 turret for Gam still holding on. Scatter the weak from Caps does not find a target. So although Gam cannot use Talia's ultimate to find a pick, they can use it to still stabilize against the G2 play in mid, hold on to this tier 1 turret, but it might only be for a few seconds longer, Kobe, because G2 doesn't seem done here in the mid lane.
Yeah, the siege is good. They've got some pretty long-range poke abilities, but looks like Broken Blade down on the bottom side, right back to pushing out here. Try and get side lane pressure first, and they rotate up to the Baron. For Gam, probably gonna have to wait on that next Talia wall. Just keep your defensive vision up. Okay, they actually catch Lebrov coming in.
Lebrov's gonna take a decent amount of damage here. Immediately followed up there, but a nice pulverize onto 3 coming out from Lebrov, and now Emo's in the middle of everybody, has to flash back over the wall trying to stay alive as Skewmon is on the chase. Gam disengaging. A catch on an Alistar is often not a catch like you think it might be.
That's one you throw back sometimes,
yeah.
Flowers.
Back in the water you go.
That is a dangerous one. It does cost Emo his flash as well. So earlier you were talking about, oh yeah, some of these Talia walls, maybe you can go in, have that confidence. No flash means you have a lot less safety in going for those plays. Still though, they commit here with Kiaya pushing out on the bottom side. Does have his teleport ready, trying to get the side lanes going again.
All right, Emo will just go ahead and use that Talia passive, extra speed, get out there to the wave, get that pushed out. 90 seconds till our next Drake. Honestly, Kobe, these first 26 minutes have been exactly what I want out of this series. Both teams making plays, both teams completely unafraid to just go in for the big fights as the pillar on Artemis puts him in a little bit of a compromised position. But Elio is nearby, he uses the heal, gives Artemis that little bit of extra speed. The cleanse not quite off cooldown there for Artemis. Sometimes kind of hard to tell with that icon, but it's not quite available. So saving Artemis's flash, very, very important right there, as Levi is going to find Skewmon walking into the jungle, uses the Krugs to escape back over the wall.
And Skewmon with the dead man's plate here with the extra speed is a really good stat checker, so you have to respect. A lot of these moves when the Alistar and the Trundle are moving in for vision. It's very, very dangerous for anyone trying to contest that vision. G2 keep using that, try and push in towards this red quadrant behind the Baron buff, set themselves up for some angles where they can utilize some of this Varus poke and even look for their picks with their Syndra stuns, with their Varus ulti.
The biggest gold lead in the game is now Skewmond over Levi with 1.5K. You can see Caps with a 1,200 gold lead over Emo as well. The top lane gold lead, however, has shrank. Broken Blade now only up 400 gold, but he did just complete Guardian Angel. Very, very powerful for one singular fight. Over on the other side, Kiaya going with more of a consistent, but not quite the same peak item with Wit's End.
Yeah. Looks like they are going to go fully commit to this Dragon setup. G2 dropping control wards everywhere in advance. Very dangerous for Gam to try and check into this.
Yeah, nice piercing arrow there from Hans Sama to put about 20% of the health bar into Artemis. Another one connects there onto Elio. As Levi wanted to go for a win, becomes lightning. Emo fires off the Weaver's wall as Levi dives into the background. Hans Sama in some danger, but he ain't gonna be killed off just yet. Levi's about to die to Skewmond as G2's counterpunch is way too strong. Gam thought they had him, but the only thing they have is an ambulance ride. Gam has already lost 4. A triple kill for Skewmond, and Kiaya is stuck between a rock and a hard place and a pillar, and he's about to drop as well. The ace for Caps. For G2, the victory march. Game 1's done.
G2 ripped them apart there with the counter. Skewmond is way too beefy there. When Levi goes in, he just gets chomped down.
It's exactly what you said back in the lobby, man. Xinjiao might like to scrap, but Trundle is ready to answer the call. G2 up 1-0.
Confidence building game here for G2. Very big stuff. They started it out, Broken Blade setting up the kill on top side on Kiaya, using his flash, Skewmond getting up there pretty early. Nicely done from G2.
Well done, well fought by Gam as well. Lots of aggressive moves from them. Again, I do think they also found themselves in some troubling spots where we had to deal with the Trundle against the Xinjiao like you were talking about. The good early focus set Kiaya so far behind. We recall back to the fight in the jungle where it looked like Kiaya almost had the kill on both Caps and Hans Sama. The difference between Caps living and dying there is if Kiaya had an extra longsword. That's it. That's how low health he was. So a couple of things, a couple critical moments going down to the wire in this one. It was a fun game 1. Desk, tell us what you think.
I think LEC feels great right now. Fantastic start on the side of G2, especially when you think about the recovery of this team. Let me roll back here because we've talked about Broken Blade, especially the matchup on top lane against Kiaya, and the fact that so far Broken Blade wasn't shining so much. I feel like it's the redemption game here, and it started from top lane once again.
Absolutely,
it
did. You gotta love, I mean, and when there's so much hate coming in from the community and so much criticism, that the team still kind of had the faith in him. They were clearly putting a lot of resources in towards top lane, and I mean, we can just start showing that, I guess, after this. But at Broken Blade, obviously, they put a lot of resources towards him, and I also think that, to me, a lot of this game was just about playing comfort and playing things very simple for G2. Clearly, they've had a bit of a rocky tournament. You put Hans on Varus, his most played champion all time. You put Caps on Syndra, second most played all time. You put Lebrov on Alistar, his most played champion this split. Like, you are going towards standard comfort. Let them get their feet under them a little bit in the series.
It reminded me of 2017 Worlds, like in the elimination game, Gam, G2, who's getting out of groups. Like, Caps was on Fnatic at the time. Guess what pick he was on? Syndra, and he hard carried that game. So if we're just talking about like what is most comfortable to get you out, these are the picks.
Comfort, and I feel like it's the best way for these guys to start the series, and especially when you consider the situation G2 is in right now, you want to get those wins as soon as possible, and comfort is the best way to do it. Isaac, you were talking about top lane and how pivotal this matchup has been, and look at this. Broken Blade, you want to keep this guy ahead.
Exactly, and to me, I think that the biggest mismatch in favor of Gam was going to be top lane. Kiaya, the expectation is that he was going to get the big advantages. G2 put so much pressure on him. They went at him time and time again. They get the early gank, then he goes down to bot lane. He's getting 3-man dove. Gam was not doing nothing during this, though. They were able to find responses. I do think the early game from Emo is great, but then again, now he's back up towards top lane. G2 bring 5 members to dive him and put him down in this position. Again, it's not the game is doing nothing. They're taking the dragon, they're taking tier 1 towers, but G2 clearly wanted to put Kiaya in an uncomfortable position, and I think they did that really well.
I completely agree, and I think the fact that G2 is able to convert this into another turret as well, and sure, they're responding. Gam is responding, so they're always still in the game. That was when I felt like they had slipped up a little bit. Now, like, top side is wide open. They can play around that a little bit more effectively. So this still feels like a little bit more of a competitive series, but G2 clearly on on the front foot.
I mean, yeah, there's been a lot of back and forth fight, but at the end of the day, G2 had the upper hand, and they proved that every second counts with an ace to win the game, thanks to the reliable Cisco network, and proving again that this composition, easy to execute, that is what they needed here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think again, a little bit of drunk driving here from Artemis as he was stepping forward. They hit that seismic shove, and then Artemis kind of just walks melee range. Levi was already in trouble. The fight was already going bad. But Artemis gets picked there, and then the fight truly is over. G2 had the confidence to go for this fight. They were in a good position at this point, and they just absolutely demolished them in it. It is a 5-for-0 clean ace in mid lane. They end the game off it. It's really well played game one to start the series from G2.
And this kind of goes back to the whole drafting point, because even when Xin Zhao went in, I was like, ooh, you ain't coming out alive. Like Syndra, Trundle, like there is no exit strategy, and so it feels like you have to be much stronger front to back. So maybe Artemis gets on a different pick, obviously fearless, but like more something that can easily front to back there.
He will be on a different pick.
There it is. Thumbs up, everyone.
I mean, I also love that Skewmon got to have the answering pick in the Trundle. Great matchup into the Xin Zhao. So they're really checking a lot of the boxes, and I did feel like they came in here, they had good preparation, a lot of comfort, and it's just a smart game one. So curious to see where they'll go from here.
Absolutely, but fantastic way for G2 to start the series with comfort here in this game one. We'll see if GAM can fight back in game two right after this.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated. We will dance together. The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark. Master of night shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
I got pizza. Pisha.
Hell yeah. I got a bagel.
Fuck yeah.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around, and then y'all can play.
Look. No. Enough flash. Just blocking it, brothers.
Cap is still alive. Levi is already down, and G2 holds on. As Levi dives into the background, Hansama in some danger, but he ain't gonna be killed off just yet. Levi's about to die to Skewmon, as G2's counterpunch is way too strong. Gam thought they had him, but the only thing they have is an ambulance ride. Gam has already lost 4. A triple kill for Skewmon, and Kiaya is stuck between a rock and a hard place and a pillar, and he's about to drop as well. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2025 here in Vancouver, Canada. It is the last day of the play-in stage, and G2 is up 1-0 over GAM. Game number 1, though, was a brawl.
It was a brawl, and G2 came out on top, especially with the top focus that they had. Keep Kiaya down. Kiaya had a target on his back. He is the star, along with Levi, of this team, and completely focused down. He still was able to work his way back into the game. Yeah. And G2 are able to pull off multiple times this play that they go for, where they send 4 or 5 people up towards one of those towers with an extra person under it, kind of overloading that side. They fully commit, they kill the person, plus they get a tower, and then even those scenarios where game is like trading on the other side of the map, you're getting a little bit extra each time G2 went for it, and eventually they were able to come up with the extra gold to win those fights. So the Maokai remains banned by GAM against Skewmon, against G2, but the same is gonna be said for G2's ban. I assume they're also just gonna keep the Gwen ban. Ban Kia's top 2 there.
But things have changed a little bit here on the GAM side. We don't have the Twisted Fate. That instead is replaced with the Azir, and then the Pantheon ban is replaced by the Annie. So instead of going...
Global's up.
Yeah, exactly. We could see a big global game. Twisted Fate instead going to be banned out by G2 in this one as their last ban. So the Gwen that was banned away last time, that is still available. That is a favorite for Kiaya, but it's not going to be the prio, as the Pantheon will be locked in for Levi, as well as denied to Skewmon.
Okay, so with that up, I mean, the Aurora is up to pair with it pretty nicely. Ari is a pairing pretty nicely for it. Let's see what they do end up going to pair with that Pantheon for their mid jungle, but G2, they get first crack at it here. What they want on the bottom side. Poppy answer here into Pantheon. Steadfast Peasant's always nice. And really just the ability to Poppy ult people out for these team fights at the objectives that they know they're going to get into. Always so good. Keep it as a flex.
All right, let's see here, G2. How are we going to... Ooh, that could be an interesting one. Okay, the Lucian locked in here. You also have both of Lucian's best buddies still available in the Nami and the Melio. The nice part about picking Lucian like this, when you don't pick a support right next to him, Lucian's 2 favorite supports don't really like to play with people that aren't Lucian. So it's not like they're going to steal them away and deny them from you. So you feel pretty confident in this, as we'll see how GAM want to respond. Again, that Gwen that we've seen Kiaya play a lot before is still up and available compared to the game 1 where it was banned in the first rotation.
Okay, could be a mid Corki here, could be a bottom Corki. They definitely have played both. And as you're saying, for the Lucian supports though, the Poppy is not one of those preferred supports. You know,
no.
The Nami, the Melio, and the Braum are the big 3, so they still have some options to themselves. And the Nautilus priority does go way up with it, with the Alistar and the Rel out, of course. And so Braum into that Nautilus does make sense with the pairing with the Lucian as well as into the Nautilus matchup.
Exactly. Can defend against the potential engage. Normally engage supports can be very scary for something squishy like a Nami or the Melio, but Braum happy to throw up the door and stop that engage where it starts. So Lucian Braum, that'll be your bottom lane for G2. Kind of removes the question marks of, oh, could Poppy be a flex here? Nah, it's probably just going in jungle now unless Broken Blade wants to do something crazy with Poppy top. Now let's see what the second half of our bans look like here, assuming that we have bottom lanes and junglers drafted already. I would not be surprised to see G2 throw some more bans towards the top lane, considering they know Kiaya is often the big threat on GAM.
Yeah, definitely true. I mean, they had a target on us back in game number 1, so they're going to continue on, follow up with those rest of the bans that they dropped previously. Meanwhile, they also know here that Kiaya is going to have to blind pick, so GAM may be looking for some protection bans for him here.
Okay.
Or going to worried about mid lane.
Yeah, so many questions, only 2 bans. Can't answer all the questions.
All right.
Sion. All right, so there we go.
I mean, interesting. Because Sion is a pretty good blind pick for themselves too, but
right, exactly. It's one of those ones
for themselves. So
it just works.
They're kind of worried about if G2 maybe would pick Sion on 4 and save their mid for counter pick instead. Both solo lanes would be options.
What's it gonna be, G2? What do we got here? All right, the Victor banned away, trying to remove one of those control mages from Emo.
The action mid lanes of like the Aurora and the Ahri have been so potent, especially with Aurora getting those buffs on this patch. But focus on the control mages instead.
All right, one last ban to go here for GAM, and it is one of those action mid laners that you're talking about. The Aurora will be kept away from caps.
Yeah, because they do have pretty short range on G2 right now, so they could go to try and extend their range with one of those longer range control mages for mid lane, or, like we were talking about, go for one of them to help with the engages, help with the playmaking. Since Braum and Poppy here are very good for team fights, but in not a primary engage way.
Exactly. G2's composition is missing a big go button right now. We'll see if they end up wanting to draft one of those, and instead we're going to get the Rise locked in.
Okay, a lot of versatility then. They've got split pushing options here, even though they're playing into the Pantheon Global. Very, very good team fighting as far as Poppy ultimates being able to change those numbers. And then Braum with the defensive capabilities, but the Cassiopeia, the very common answer into the Rise. And since G2 are fairly short range, very short range with their comp right now, the Cassio would be a good one. The hover would have been nice, but they go with the Hwei instead because they want their longer range. So they're going to index. They've got Corky rockets. They've got the Hwei. They've got the range advantage.
I was really liking the Cassio hover as well, especially considering the matchup into the Rise as well as the rest of the team, but that's not the name of the game. And hey, GAM is just going to complement this with even more range. It is an artillery comp from GAM.
And they're doing that because, like we were talking about, the primary engage for G2 hasn't fully come in yet. So you expect for them, Broken Blade, to get some really good primary engage here. Into the Jace like Ornn might be a possibility. Gragas is another possibility. Gonna have some body slam, flash possibilities as far as their plays. The ultimate does take a little bit more as far as the skill to execute. Some misplacements on that can be devastating, but that's the key. You need to have that engaged so you can break the poke comp.
Exactly. And if GAM ends up falling behind, when you're kind of just the poke comp, I mean, this one's going to be tough. There's no true tank on GAM to try to absorb any damage if they end up having to fight into G2 at objectives or something. And it just makes it really scary because as soon as Pantheon's shield goes down, nobody's safe.
And Hwei is not very good at playing side lanes. So even though they do have the Pantheon, to try and like cover Jace and stuff here, Hwei definitely much more comfortable in those siege situations. Like you're saying, if you do get an early lead, group up for the objectives, use your long range, try and get your poke value, try and get your siege value.
So seeing both compositions, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you last time. Is there one of these you favor over the other? Because this time I do think the identities of the comps are pretty different.
I really, really like extra range, But that being said, it can collapse so quickly, and there's a lot of these extra tools on the side of G2, like we say. Poppy ultimates, the value of a Poppy ultimate can be insanely high, like a Carrier or something like that. Or it can actually just do nothing and be one of those ones that is a huge flop, huge whiff.
Zero or hero.
Yeah, exactly. Can be 0 or hero. A lot of variability in that ultimate value. And we'll see as well here for Caps on the rise. If he can get some nice split pushing in, some good scaling in for himself. And Realm Warp's another one that can have some very, very high variance. Like you can have such high impact, create such cool plays with Realm Warps, or
you can do nothing.
Yeah, be super useless. So some of the coolest things in pro play actually drafted here. So
speaking of pro play, here is EU versus Vietnam, international record all time. Now, game wins also includes best of 1. Series wins are just best of 3s and best of 5. So in game wins, Europe is up 22-10. That is a very good record, almost 70% win rate, I think, somewhere around there. Meanwhile, they've got a very similar overall rate in series, as now we got a problem for Emo, who flashes over the wall, but Hansama's ready to follow. Emo barely staying alive. Hansama in a little bit of danger now, too, as he continues going forward. Hans gets first blood, but then he's the second. G2 continue going forward as Elio's going to be protected, but the protection is not there just yet. Elio getting away. Skumon has to flash to get it. It's a 2 for 2 so far as Lebrov is down to 100 HP, but he will survive. It's 4 dead bodies on Summoner's Rift, and the clock hasn't hit 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's a bloodbath. And Flowers, the focus of gold, though, is key because Levi, Captain Levi, got 2 of the kills there for game. Let's take a look at it, though. Braum value is so huge in these level 1s, and they put a lot of pressure onto Emo, but he levels up and goes for the shield here. It allows him to survive so long that Hansama fully and completely commits there on level 1, does go down in trade, and with 2 and 2, we're just now 1 kill away from the feats for either side. But I want to see if the focus of gold into jungle is meaningful, because focused gold in this game is a really, really valuable because it gets you to that big power spike much quicker on a single person. Is generally going to be more valuable than spread extra gold leads. However, Hansama on the Lucian might have something to say about it. He's got an extra little dagger. He's getting ganked.
Okay, Levi's coming down here looking to use that early money as Lebrov still only level 1. His heal's not even available. Artemis should be able to pick this one up for free. Levi just zoning Hans away so that there's no chance anybody but Artemis gets paid. It's Gam, first to 3 kills.
Early jungle gold Flowers now will be spent because of how that level 1 was extended. He hadn't gotten to spend it yet. So that gank was just really nice from him. 3 camps into fully ganking this bottom lane with all the summoner spells that are blown in a level 1 bloodbath like that. There's a lot of vulnerabilities on the map, and so you want to go attack those as a jungler very early and active for Levi, as he has been in this tournament. And now that he has gotten to go spend that kill money with all the extra long swords here, now
a lot of swords.
Now it's going to be very threatening. Going to be a lot of burst damage behind that threat. And as far as the other flashes that were blown in the level 1, mid lane is key here, because both of them could be viable targets.
Yeah, mid and jungle, all of those flashes are on almost the exact same timer here. You can see them very, very close together, as we still have the flash available for Artemis down there in the bottom lane, but we've still got Hansama about half the cooldown remaining on his own flash, as Levi's gonna pick up his blue buff, take control over the topside river. Skumon doing a good job going to the other side of the map where Levi is not. Cloth armor versus 3 long swords, Poppy versus Pantheon. He doesn't want anything to do with this.
Does he want to go for a gank? Because he canceled his recall, so both junglers are kind of looking towards mid. He's doing the Raptors now, so sealing away the 4-minute Raptors.
Okay, Emo finds a little bit of damage here on the Caps, but he can't get any hard CC, so now he'll just walk back towards that topside river as Levi makes his way back towards his own red side jungle. He is going to find that chicken camp stolen away.
Yeah, he didn't see Skumon. The chicken thief.
Oh, Hansama in some danger here as Elio and Artemis immediately going in after the AD carry the Lucian. Lucian about to die. The flash forward. Artemis grabbing the kill. Now with the phosphorus bomb back towards LeBron. It's a 2v2 double kill for Artemis.
Oh, the Corky's getting rich, Flowers. Another couple kills for him. He still hasn't spent his money. He's going to go back for a huge buy.
They just won the 2v2 with a Doran's blade. He has not shopped. This man is about to come back to the bottom lane as a weapon of war. He's got the phage, the moat, the tier, refillable potion. He is locked and loaded now. Over a 1,000 gold lead, 5 minutes in here for Gam. It was close, but that's good enough. They survive.
Yeah, they're thriving in the bloodbath of the level 1 and the action afterwards. The 3-camp gank there from Levi doing a lot. Let's take a look at how it actually started. Okay, so it was right in front of tower.
Okay.
Eyes on Elio. I like this replay. A lot of tension.
Yeah, we've got a lot of lead.
There's the hook. There it is.
Beautiful.
Wow, what a lollipop right there. Nails Hansama, and they fully commit. Beautiful stuff, though. All about Elio with his hook.
And right there, too, that's both summoner spells from Artemis to guarantee that it gets done. There was barrier available for both of the AD carries, but all of the props in the world there to Elio.
Yeah. Let's go, indeed. They throw everything down there. Okay, back out on the reset, though. After the replay, Dragon getting burned down. Levi is heading over. Yeah. So watch out for the next possible hook. They're not going to go for it, though. It's already gone.
Yeah, they were too late to the scene.
So during that, too, you see the Jace pushing up on top side. Kia, yeah, thank you, is going to get a turret plate for himself with that Demolish. So pushing on Broken Blade here on the Gragas. Of course, the Gragas now with the tier, you know, lots of sustain on the champion. Going to try and continue to survive up there. But Kiaya also doing work for himself, as those top laners didn't get to participate in all the fun of the level 1. Nope. They get more PvE for themselves, and the Jace value there, the Jace extra push in and money.
Nice dash from Hans to avoid another one of those deadly anchors there from the Nautilus. Has to stay away from those. One thing that's immediately drawing my attention, though, as I look at the scoreboard, massive gap in mid lane CS. Caps at 58, only 41 here for Emo. Yes, he'll be able to pick up a few there as that wave collides into the turret, but it's still about almost a 3-wave lead for Caps, as now Artemis has to try to retreat. Here comes the Realm Warp. This could be the problem for Gam as Artemis gets stunned up, shut down. Caps gets paid.
Did you call Caps, Flowers?
I think I did, my friend.
You did. He's got his own win in the mid lane, and then Realm Warps down to the bottom side, highlighting that mobility on this champion. Caps is going to be an absolute beast, and this is one of the reasons why people were worried about the mid lane for Gam. Emo, now that he's off his favorite champ, off that Talia, even with the counter pick here into Caps, really, really suffering.
That is tough, man. Caps is getting it done here in mid. That is exactly who you want the money on for G2.
Yeah, and it was a shutdown for extra value here for him. So very efficient use of time, too. He got right back to mid lane, collect that wave. Didn't take him very long at all to blow up that Corki. Now, Artemis does at least get his barrier back, but Hansama with the flash advantage in the bottom side of the map.
And you know, we were thinking back in the draft, like, oh yeah, there's so many of these heaven or hell types of ultimates that can work really well or really poorly. Realm Warp is one of them. That was a heaven warp right there. That is exactly what you want, as now Broken Blade is exactly where he doesn't want to be. Oh, Elio tried to predict where Broken Blade was going to go, but instead he just flashes over the wall, avoids the collapse. Honestly, huge there for Broken Blade. That was a Pantheon ult that got nothing but a flash.
Yeah, and the Pantheon ult was going to be one of the main only tools that was going to keep Caps in check. Now that there's no threat of that, they go for the grub bite.
Elio goes in, Lebrov throws up the door. Exhaust onto Levi, but Artemis is also here. Lebrov jumping back to the safety of Hansama, but a little bit more damage over the wall gets the job done. Artemis, kill number 4 this game. Gam with control over the grub pit can still claim 2.
So Flowers, eyes on the bottom side though. Caps is eating up extra minions, extra tower plates while they're split pushing. So once again, true to form, Gam, they always commit to these plays as a team, but they teleported Emo up there away from it and giving even more into the rise. They do get their kill, and they are ahead as a team, but Caps might be a team in himself this game on the Rise.
And we know that Rise is one of those champions that can do just that. However, one of the things that can work very well against Ryze is range. If you're able to stay out of his effective damage radius, you can really put the hurt on him before he can go in. So the pressure will be on. We need to see if Emo can catch up and make sure that he can try to keep this Ryze in check.
Yeah, and the Pantheon ult that we were talking about, that's one of the things that can like keep him in check when he's on side lanes a little bit. Does have to respect that a decent amount, even with the mobility of phase rush and everything there for himself. But right back out to it, trying to shove. See what they do here with their rotation over. Artemis trying to answer in mid.
So we've still got about a 1,000 gold lead for GAM. However, we also had a 1,000 gold lead for GAM pretty early on. They haven't continued to build anything throughout the laning phase.
And it is Artemis there, so with a lot of this gold on him, he's able to finish his Trinity Force. So he was stacking up his tier early because of all those early kills, and very, very quick early first item power spike for him.
Yeah, 10.5-minute Trinity Force with a tier that he's also already stacking. Lucian has pickaxe and 2 longswords. That is a massive power trough for the bottom lane of G2. So if you're Hans, the goal is just try to keep farming. Honestly, the farm almost dead even between the two. If you can keep it that way when you're at this massive power deficit, you're winning.
And it's up to Elio and Levi to make some plays around Artemis, around this strong Corki. He's got double summoner spells, Trinity Force power spike. He can put out so much burst damage if someone can keep an opponent in place.
There we go, Levi with a flash stun follow after Artemis is engaged, but they don't have the damage to take out Caps. He has his own flash to get away. Combined with the phase rush, he can create enough distance. That was flash for flash jungler for mid laner there. As Broken Blade goes for the ulti onto Kiaya, and here comes the Realm Warp. Caps is looking to go aggro, and with Skumon coming with them, the slam into the wall is there, and Skumon's grabbing kill number 4 for G2.
What a delivery on the side lane. Okay, once again, this time we also still have to point out the lane that was left in mid here. It is going to be the Corki earning some money off of the mid tower, as well as going for the dragon. So they make their side lane play, they take down Kiaya, they put a stop to that pushing of the Jace, but GAM are able to answer on the other side of the map. Even Emo here gets a little bit.
However, the numbers don't lie, my friend. You look up at that gold lead there at the top part of your screen. It is down below 500 now for the side of GAM. Emo eating a whole ton of damage here for the calling. Another beautiful wall slam coming out from Skumon, as now Lebrav and Hans Sama are ready to make it a 2-for-0 special. Hans Sama getting paid. G2 taking command over the game as Caps is about to take another plate over in mid. They are just out rotating, out macro gaming GAM.
Yeah, that was just beautiful from G2. They send them down on the bottom side of the map. They get their pincer right as they're arriving, and Emo moves on over towards Tribush, immediately taken out. Easy work there for G2, and they're able to get so much push afterwards. Hans Sama here catching up, trying to make up some of that gold deficit here on the Lucian.
All right, Broken Blade on the Gragas here as well. He's staying dead even with Kiaya. This was our big question coming into the series. Will he be able to keep up? Will he fall behind compared to GAM's star top laner? And here in this one, he's doing just fine. When you're looking at the rest of the map, it's still a lead for Artemis, but that's about it. Levi trying to put a little bit more money in Artemis's pocket. He secures it for himself instead, but a nice pick there for GAM.
What's going to be the play on the other side of the map? Okay, one global here used up to the top side. Pantheon ultimate used. Emo knows he is weak side, and they were threatening to use a Rise Realm Warp. That's going to be all that is necessary. So let's take a look at how quickly that tower is going down. Pretty low health on the bottom side, if I remember.
Well, yeah, they're putting a little bit of work into it. Seems to still have a couple of plates left on it right now. Yeah, so it can't be burned down instantly. However, the plates are going to fall here pretty soon. Kiaya trying to grab another plate up here on the top side at the same time. Hans Sama needs more damage to try to take out that last plate, but he ain't going to find it before Artemis can show up and clear out the wave. Kiaya continuing to just try to get a little bit more damage, get one more plate here as the clock is about to hit 14. And I do believe Kiaya got it right there at the last second, but he we may pay for that last little bit of greed for the turret blade. Skewmon shows up, knocks him up into the air with a point-blank keeper's verdict. Broken Blade trying to follow, looking for a little bit more CC, knocks him back, beautifully done. Skewmon and Broken Blade, they'll lose that plate just fine if they can get the kill on Kiaya. Well done by G2, and they will even up the kills 7-7 at 14 minutes.
So active this game. Another side lane play here pulled off by G2 to pick another member. And there's no answer this time.
But down in bottom lane, we got Artemis in some danger. He might just lose the 2v2. This is the point of power for Gam. He's got to be so careful now, as it looks like Elio's just going to be the sacrifice. Lebrov still dropping very low on HP. And right when it looks like it might have been a fair fight, here comes Caps. G2 get a 1-0 in the bottom lane.
Another good rotation over from G2. Caps is going to be able to finish off the turret in the aftermath too, so he's going to get solo tower gold as the rest of them back off and funnel even more focused resources into the Rise.
Man, this game started out looking so good for Gam, but G2 have bounced back beautifully.
It's so much about playing the large map here, playing the side lanes, and now that the turrets are starting to go down, there is more room for a lot of these Pantheon Ultimate and Realm Warp plays.
All right, Rift Herald the target. Gam starting it up. Plates, 750 plate gold versus 875. So honestly, both teams doing a lot of damage to the plates early on in this one, especially compared to the last game where it was just 2-1 in plate count. As Gam still currently uncontested for this Herald. Hans Sama and Lebrov are hanging around, but nobody else on G2 is nearby, but Caps is pushing the tier 2 turret in the bottom lane at the same time.
Exactly, it's a classic story here. We have all 5 members of GAM committing up to the objective. Meanwhile, G2 commit to their split push plan. Rise down there on the bomb side, pushed in another one. But with that Rift Herald and with the top tower being so low, there is a possibility for a big gold swing in the favor of GAM. A lot of standing gold left in these turrets, so TI is going to be able to get this one, chop that gold lead from G2 down pretty quickly there. Then they also have the Rift Herald in pocket. That one can turn into very, very quick outer tower gold. Mid lane is very low for G2 at the moment, so they could pop it there, grab that money, really open up the mid lane possibilities for themselves too.
All right, Gam, let's see what they can do to try to stabilize this, because it just feels like anytime Gam gets one, G2 get two. They're always coming out on top.
Yeah, well, they are going to go for that. Pop down that mid turret with the Rift Herald, so that one is guaranteed, and it's into a dragon. So let's see, Broken Blade want to finish up on the top side tower. He does have his teleport ready to come to this dragon fight, but Gam have the early priority into the river, setting up for dragon here.
Let's see how much value Gam can get out of their poke, out of their artillery on this one. Broken Blade's gonna teleport into the enemy jungle though. He's going for the flank attack. Levi is already on the Drake, but if Broken Blade catches him by surprise here, this is such a problem. Emo's gonna be knocked into the team and immediately killed. Hans Sama on a killing spree with a beautiful slam into the wall with Keeper's Verdict to set up the second kill for Hans. Lebrov and Broken Blade completely controlling the fight. Broken Blade is redeeming himself in this series. That teleport flank completely broke the back of Gam.
It is huge. He got right onto Emo. They delete the way.
Now the tier 1 turret gonna get dove. More problems for Gam as Kiaya gets stunned up, and Caps is just machine gunning spells towards the remaining 2 players of Gam. Kiaya and Artemis staying alive for now. The accelerated shock blast will not find a kill on the back end of the fight, and G2, now with a 3,000 gold lead, will also earn themselves another neutral objective with the Dragon.
B2 here, keeping up their focus on creating these plays, on creating these fights with good positioning. Broken Blade, beautiful engage. And he doesn't even get to move. Emo instantly deleted. And so they're able to chase down the rest. Nice double knock up there to be able to finish it. Chasing down Levi as well. Gam here really focusing on going over to the objectives, but G2 picking them apart.
Now we're back to live with G2 once again. trying to push under the tier 1 turret of GAM here in the mid lane. Turret's about the only thing in this game that is not a G2 lead thus far. Tied 2-2. GAM has managed to grab a couple of those. G2 really wanting to take out this last outer turret here in mid, open up more of the rift as Caps just farming up as many resources as he possibly can. Look at the individual gold lead on Caps. Almost 2,500 gold out of the 3,000 total that G2 has. It's a mid diff.
Yeah. Thank Caps here for G2. He's the one that really held it together. His individual laning over Emo, he earned his own lead, and then he took that lead down to the bottom lane that was getting pummeled. He was able to get that shutdown. These realm warps really making the differences. So many really, really good ones from him. Good map play from G2. Using that extra tool for the rotations, and GAM here trying to find their comeback play. They've got a couple successful kills with Pantheon ultimates, but not quite as impactful as the Ryze realm warps have been. And geez, man, that individual Ryze lead, Flowers.
It is.
That is basically the lead.
And it's manifesting itself in the items too. Seraph's Embrace fully stacked. Rod of Ages at 7 out of 10 charges. He's already level 14 compared to the 12 of Emo, and the Rod is not at 10 stacks yet. Caps is already a raid boss, and we're about to move up a tier of gear here in about 3 minutes. This guy is a problem, and I don't think GAM have the answer.
Yeah, definitely looking rough for GAM at the moment. If they want to go for a play, it has to be one of those very quick plays. The problem is, look at G2. Everyone's grouped up on Ryze. So if you made an attempt at a quick play, the Realm Warp comes through, and he's able to bring Hansama and Skumond with him. That reset from G2, all of them coming back out together.
Okay, Lebrov and Broken Blade stepping up into the enemy jungle. Broken Blade ready to keep this one moving forward. Another nice use of the ulti, but miscommunication with Lebrov, who uses the Glacial Fissure and interrupts the knockback from Broken Blade. Now a ton of damage on Hansama. He barely stays alive, but that's good enough for now. Levi's low, G2 retreating. Miscommunication between Broken Blade and Lebrov as the cask knockback is interrupted by the fissure. They don't get the engage they're looking for, and Hans barely lives.
Yeah, Hans is definitely happy with that one to be able to live after how it actually went down. But the Otacon is actually up, so resetting back out, and the health bars here are very important because trying to move over, G2 do have the vision, and they have Caps pushing for priority on bottom lane first, so they've got full priority in the setup here, and GAM forced to take some recalls to refill their health bars.
I don't know if there's any way that they're going to be able to try a challenge for this. Now, G2 don't have Hansama here, so it will be slower than they'd like it to be, but they've already got the objective down to 1/3 HP. They've got Caps here, so they know that if GAM comes and tries to fight this, they will have to fight through the Ryze, who does now also have Seeker's arm guard. Now, oh, nice flash follow onto the body slam there from Broken Blade. This time the ulti collides exactly where it needs to, and Caps goes on a killing spree. G2, they'll take the Otacon. They'll be up 24 flower petals, 5 kills, and 4,000 gold.
Caps have a 3-level lead without even the Rod of Ages ticking over. And that thing's gonna tick over and is gonna get another level. So, this is just so massive. They've been playing those sideways, playing the macro, and he's getting another one here.
Yeah, Skumond wants to go in after Emo, and Caps is ready to follow. Levi with a defensive stun, trying to provide an opportunity for his teammate to get away. Caps triggers the Seraph shield there, as Skumond and Broken Blade have to back away a little bit further. Lebrov gonna get grabbed by the dredge line as GAM continue their chase. Won't land the CC onto Lebrov as he tries again to protect Caps, who flashes away from the depth charge. Broken Blade here on the front line as the TP's coming in to once again reinforce GAM. The ulti from the Gragas, not enough. Emo with the shutdown on Broken Blade. Skumond on the run. He does have Deadmans to try to get away from this one, but GAM is coming around to cut him off at the pass, or are they? Okay, Scryer's Trinket finds him.
So even though GAM are setting up for Dragon here, this Dragon is only number 2 for them, and Caps makes the call, yeah, fine, go for the Dragon. I will continue to split push. So he teleports up to the top side. He forces the answer teleport up to that top side as well. Quay did get the shutdown there, so Emo with an extra little bit of a boost, but he really needs it
Yeah, he got the shutdown, and it at least got him to level 13, so as Caps' Rod of Ages ticks over, he's not 4 levels down. It's still 3 levels down. That is still extreme, and Levi is now finding himself caught, slammed back into the wall. Lebrov and Skumon need a little bit more damage, and Caps and Hansama have arrived. Instead, they'll turn their attention over to Elio, who cannot get away. Hansama grabbing the kill, as now just barely Levi can escape that one, but G2 once again owns total control over the Gam jungle.
Yeah, G2 kind of running them around the map this game. Caps at the helm, and Caps does have his Seeker's Arm Guard to go very deep on one of these plays.
He's been going deep the whole game.
Or use it for an escape, you know, very versatile.
All right, G2, 4,000 gold lead. Yeah, the Drakes are even, but I don't think they really care too much about that. It's all just the Caps game this time around, right? It feels like it's live and die by Caps, and Caps is pick and live every time. I think he's having a very, very impressive performance on the Rise in this one. The Realm Warps have been so effective every time. He hasn't been caught out of position. He hasn't found himself in a spot where the range of Gam has been a problem for him so far. 3-0 and 6 here on the Rise. Oh, come on!
Yeah, so props to some of the utility players on the team too. Broken Blade, you mentioned that really big teleport flank that he had. That one was very critical for G2, but this is going to be exciting to see how they continue to use this massive Rise lead in the side lanes. If Gam are ever going to be able to get the map back under control.
Yeah, I'm curious if Gam really have any opportunities in this game that aren't a G2 mistake at this point, because it feels like they haven't been able to find really much of anything. We talked so much about Artemis being the early lead for Gam, but that Corki playing around them like you were talking about, Gam hasn't found any windows to make those opportunities happen.
Yeah, and G2, they've got this really strong Rise split pusher, of course, but if you try and engage on the other part of the team and you're like, okay, we don't want to fight you when you have Caps, they have so many abilities to buy time, really good defensive champions. You know, Braum, very good at buying time if you try to engage on the other side of the team. Gragas as well. And so they can buy time for Caps to get there and collapse as well. So it's so hard for Gam when they make a play. It's got to be very precise. It has to be very quick.
It just has not been there so far in this one. Looks like we are having, it was a Gam pause for some peripheral issues that hopefully we can get resolved here very soon, get back into the game. Not sure exactly what peripherals are malfunctioning, but right now Gam has got to figure out how they can try to stabilize against this. The good news is Caps can only level up 2 more times. So the level lead's not going to continue growing that much more.
True.
Caps out at 18, and then you can start catching up.
When Caps out.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got some more room for items, so the pain might continue, but...
All right, we're back. The peripherals are fixed. Cap still has that unbroken arm guard. And hey, Broken Blade also has the same thing. Unbroken arm guard on the Gragas alongside the Fimbulwinter and Cosmic Drive means that he is a tanky Gragas. It's also spamming abilities at maximum speed. Lebrov goes in for an engage on Emo. Broken Blade knocks Elio back. Emo,
there's a gravity calibrator behind the collapsed wall we just passed. We can use it to reorientate. The remnant spark should be able to incinerate the...
Is at exactly the right time to make that play. 25 minutes into the game.
You can let go now. How are you feeling?
They will dare Gam
so
to answer them
soft,
at the Baron.
Yeah,
so cuddly.
They do it without Caps.
I mean, I'm
they
fine.
Use the Gragas, Poppy, and Braum to find their pick. They force Gam into this tight spot.
All right, G2, let's see how they can defend against this. Levi wants to go in there with a Grand Starfall, but he's immediately ejected by the Keeper's Verdict. G2 burns down the objective, and Broken Blade keeps everybody else busy. Skumon into the back, finding the
Wind guide me.
G2 aren't stopping, and it's Gam.
An unexpected discovery.
Caught in the middle of a Realm Warp, and 4v1. He's buried. Double kill back over to Broken Blade. 18 to 8, 8,000 gold ahead. G2 with a massive sequence.
Did Levi even get to touch the ground there?
No, he just yo-yoed.
That Pantheon just got boinked out immediately by Skumon. Let's take another look at it. Of course, Gam, no, they're in such a tight spot, so they go for the big play onto Baron, but boom, as soon as he's there, immediately ejected back into the air. G2 focused, they finished the Baron, and then it could go get all of the kills. Look at that, grouped up, had the big slow, right against the wall. Wow, that's got to be the wrap on it, Flowers.
Yeah.
That's got to be G2 pushing us to the edge here. 2 series
Remnants of
points
the
to
past.
elimination game next game if GAM are unable to find a miracle for themselves.
I mean, it's a Baron plus you doubled the impressive gold lead that you already had. It's now in the territory where GAM must rely on a mistake from G2, and it needs to be a pretty colossal mistake. Look at the bounties on the side of G2. Skumon and Caps, both with maxed bounties. Broken Blade is about to solo down the formerly fed Corki. Take a drink, Artemis. He's out of there. Call him to ride home. He's done. And now G2, they've got a 5v4 again for 30 seconds again. Moving up towards the mid lane inhibitor, having already claimed the 1 in bottom lane. It's a full 5-man push. The minions
It's stuck on a pedestal.
The waterway is still incomplete. We have to look elsewhere.
They don't want to overforce here, and they're going to back away.
They've just expertly pulled GAM across the map the entire game here, and that's how they're going to finish it as well.
This feels like such an improvement for G2 compared to the
It's
previous
identical to
series
the last
we've seen
statue,
them in so
same as
far in this
before.
tournament, right? They got a win against Furia, but man, it was a long, drawn-out battle. There were some messy games. It had to go the full 5. Up against BLG, they get smoked. 3-0 clean sweep. And now, coming in here against GAM, a team that had the exact same record as them against the exact same teams in the exact same tournament, you would expect this to be very close, but G2 is making it look not that way whatsoever.
Yeah, this is looking like G2's best game so far for sure, even despite their bottom lane getting behind.
Leave it to me.
And it possibly being an angle there for GAM. G2 really able to cover it, Caps especially, and now they're coming to finish the job.
All right, GAM gonna try to defend this last remaining lane of inhibitors, but it ain't gonna happen too easy.
Hopefully this helps. Bad timing. Moment of resonance. No hesitation. Hopefully this helps.
Skumon is walking on over though. He has no ultimate. Yeah, there's no win. There's no win.
Hold on. We got a TP coming in.
Braum has TP.
Yeah, that's a Labrov TP from an unsealed spellbook. So GAM will go ahead and claim themselves the Drake.
Teleporting into the base.
Hansama's also here. Yeah, they're going for the base. It looks like we're going to get a Broken Blade teleport attempt here. But a response TP immediately from Emo, recognizing what's going on.
Don't push yourself too hard.
To try to get away. Nice!
It's okay. I'm just doing my part.
Powered blast cone gives Elio the range to escape what would have otherwise been certain death.
That looked fun, honestly. Using the blast cone first over the Gragas and then the slingshot here, buffering his hook nicely there to avoid. And GAM, they pulled off the defense. They got the objective bounty shut down. Kiaya puts the ward in the brush, but he gets the bad news.
Yeah, he might have gone a little bit too close here. Deadman's played Poppy, catches up, and Hansama empties the magazine into him. G2 pick up a freebie there. Caps is back out on the Rift. We'll see if G2 can force something now. That's a 45-second death timer on the Jace.
Yeah, with 2 inhibitors down, there's just unrelenting pressure here. Super minions coming in mid and bottom. You know, G2 are just recalling there. They get a happy little surprise. Then with the extra kill, Caps looking to start the work on the last remaining inhibitor, and slowly G2 will close in. The pressure unrelenting.
G2, there goes the last inhibitor in the GAM base. They go in for the engage. They're trying to find Levi, instead switching over to
We're still missing an area.
He's already dead. As now
But
Elio's about
where?
to fall with the broken
Over
blade.
there.
Back in for a nice 2-man body slam. Rune prison on Levi.
That
Seals
might
his
be
fate
too
as
high
well.
for the
There's only
wing ray.
Artemis left standing.
Same
When
as
the Nexus
before.
turrets are
I'll
down,
handle it.
G2 still firing as Artemis has to flash to try to get away. Ki is back into the fight, but it's a 2v4. Cap staying alive, kiting Artemis out as Broken Blade comes back over for the CC into the kill. The ace for G2, the game for G2.
Just a bit more.
For G2.
I'll handle this bit. You rest.
G2 today
You've done well.
a lot better
Let's see if
here
I can get a feel for how
this
strong the
tournament.
gravitational
Really
forces are.
building up some strength.
All right.
Now they will be at series points, looking at moving on in the tournament.
Huh.
Damn, so much pressure on their shoulders. Now will be facing elimination games. All of you not watching them. So much pressure being that representative.
No more room for mistakes for Gam. G2 seem like they're back.
No hesitation. Hopefully this helps. Strike from the shadows. The end has come. I sense your weakness. Hopefully this helps.
Taking us to the first match point in this series. Guys, let's take out the whiteboard here. I want to review what we said at the beginning of the series and check how it's going. Caps Magic, I think we got that.
Yes. Hans Common is getting closer. I made the planet closer. I made it larger. You may not see it, but compare the two.
Yeah.
Caps, I mean, there was a Caps gap in the mid lane for sure. He was absolutely smurfing in this game, and that's kind of what I feared for Gam would happen. My expectation, though, is Eris is probably going to come in after how these first two games have gone.
Absolutely. I mean, this was a really rough game. You mentioned while we were watching, basically, that the wave was like 2 levels down at a certain point, and he was just farming bottom waves. Like, he was just out of the game.
And it started with a very, very messy invade on the side of Gam's jungle. Not clearly setting an advantage for G2.
It was like one of those Braum. Every time you go into a Braum level 1, I don't know why you walk into the line bush. So Emo comes in and you're like, but Han Sama flashing over is crazy. So they just full commit to this. And by the way, going into a Pantheon level 1, I was a little concerned about. But still, G2 like slightly comes out ahead because of the first blood.
Yeah, well, I would also say because of how the lane is going to go for mid lane off of this. Wei has to start W level 1, so you have no damaging spell. And then Rise gets a kill, right? And so you die, you start with no skill level 1, and that put him in a really tough position. But then it became all about the bot lane, non-stop action down there, trying to punish the missing summoners. We saw this very early.
Cherish every game.
Which was effective, got Artemis the kill. Then they were even able to follow it up with a 2v2, just straight up kill. The lollipop in full effect from the Nautilus grabs the Lucian.
Great strategy from Gam early on, recognizing that it's like, okay, you have a Lucian Braum, you are going to be playing towards your bot lane, and you don't have flash. We're just going back again and again towards bot lane. The fact that Corki was able to get 2 kills early like that, really solid.
And this is where I think it became the mid lane spilling over into the side lanes. You know, Caps was starting to be able to get
Cardathia.
side lanes, use the Realm Warp. He got down to bot lane. When their
I'm
bot lane
ready.
was in a difficult spot, able to help turn that around. You know, re-enable Hans down there. And Caps, his lead just started to spill out everywhere on the map. No one could really play side lane against him. Nowhere was safe. So we saw Kiaya and Emo kind of forced to overgroup. And that puts them in a position where they are getting 2, 3, almost 4 levels down.
I don't know what's scarier, Rise in-game or that Photoshop.
Demonic eyes, by the way.
Diabolical. But yeah, I mean, as you guys were saying, the second you unlock Caps rotating on the maps, there's no way for Gam to catch up on them.
Just the gold difference at 14 being 1,458 is crazy. They had no way to be able to respond.
I mean, it's not only problematic, you know, just to have a Rise that fed or to have Caps that fed, but also specifically in this matchup, the whole point of Wei into Rise is to basically non-stop wave clear and just keep him locked in lane with you so he can't affect the map, and they weren't able to accomplish that whatsoever.
And let's keep
Leave
our
it to
attention
me.
on Top Father as well, because for me, his recovery, his experience has been phenomenal. With Broken Blade, perfect
Hopefully
timing,
this helps.
This was
Ha! The hour is upon us. I sense your weakness. Hopefully this helps. Strike from the shadows.
They win this series. You know, you're now in a position where you have to reverse sweep. Mid lane has been a bit of a problem. Top lane is not getting those consistent advantages that Kiaya has been able to get throughout the rest of the tournament. It's making it tough.
And if we're going to be seeing the change like you did mention, if Ares comes in and it looks like that's going to be the case, then I want to see him on Ari. I want to see him on a playmaker, and I want to see Levi playing towards that and trying to get something there.
Reset the mindsets for Gam. That is the key here. G2 taking us to match point, the first one in this series. So let's check out if Gam is able to come back here right after the break.
It's been a long time since I saw this place as it was meant to be. So beautiful. I had forgotten.
Do you want to stop for a while?
No. We have more important things to do.
Let's check back on Hogness now. Wind guide me. Remnants of the past.
Let me remove the sword. At least you won't come to harm if it's a trap.
We'll do it together.
But
if it's a trap, we stand a better chance together.
No traps.
How does it feel to trust me?
It feels good. Why don't you call Foam over? Try whistling. Like this.
Here goes.
Foam heard you. Come on.
Guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way. Pay your way. Play the local way. Pay your way.
The way you were when you saw the plushie Echo, it was
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when
unexpected.
Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone
I
on any
think
plan, pain-free,
the martyrdom of
count
the
me in.
Blessed Fleur-de-Lis needs a rewrite.
Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
What's that?
A play about you, written by Cristoforo the playwright.
Oh, how did he portray me?
I would rather hear the joyous songs of the masses than any solemn hymn of remembrance. Perhaps the Sentinel feels the same.
I'd never say that.
In the end, no matter what anyone else says, as long as you stay true to yourself, everything will be all right. Doesn't matter if it's the Threnodian or the Sentinel. They don't get to change who you are.
what you said back there. Thank you.
Fleur-de-Lis, my resonator, why dost thou persist? Why abandon thy oath? Why hinder the spread of my gospel?
You are a false divinity. Gehenna will reveal the truth.
Gehenna, the lone dragon to have escaped. The one blessed by the dark tide shall return to us. Continue thy disobedience at the risk of insanity. Look around. Thou hast none left. My most beloved resonator. Why persist in the error of thy ways?
The last game, excuse me, or no, it's last match. The last game of the play-in stage as G2 are now only a single game away from
I will never forget my
main
cause.
Stage. Last game seemed like it could have been the perfect recipe for GAM.
If Divinity takes up arms against the innocent, I will raise my sword against Divinity.
G2 managed to pull themselves out of the trench, lock in, and off
With the support and hope of countless souls, I stand before you. They fell, so I may rise.
Yeah, Caps obviously massive in that game. And G2, both games have been better at pulling them across the map and getting extra value, you know, causing GAM to drop a minion wave here, a minion wave there, a little bit of experience here, a little bit of experience there, and remaining more efficient. This game,
You saw that
much,
too.
much more
Gehenna,
in their favor, and
the
much
one you
more
mentioned
control
earlier.
because of
What
such a
happened to
stellar
him?
Rise performance. I would also shout out Skewmon. Skewmon has had 2 good games on the Trundle as well as the Poppy there for him.
Thank you.
Plus 2 props to Broken Blade, looking a lot better. All in all, that would just
Anna,
look like G2 are so much
guess
more
it over.
confident now. You would expect them to
Oh, Nat.
continue this
Everyone.
snowball in this series. So it's time for GAM to really dig deep.
All right, GAM back on the blue side. They'll continue
I
banning
am
Azir and the
finally-
Maokai like last game.
finally
However, the
able to
Draven, the
face
trademark
all
pick
of
there
you.
for Hans Sama, also going to be banned. Over on the other side, things are looking very similar to the
I
first two
am
games here
not
for
your
G2's
enemy,
fans, as they'll continue
and
banning the
your
Nocturne
sacrifices
alongside
were
the
not
Rumbles.
in
But
vain.
what will the third be? Gwen was there in game number 1, but didn't come around until the
Hey,
second half of the
Rover,
bans in
just
game
now there
number
was-
2, and the TF will remain there from game 2.
Later.
Alright, so they opt for it this time around.
Someone needs a
Let's
quiet
see,
moment.
Little bit of a pinch on jungle, and they're immediately going to go for the Wukong. Okay, so Annie is up.
Sorry you had to
Wukong
see
plus
me
Annie
lose
is a
my
very good
composure. I
combination,
found
and it
my
is a
true
very
self
good,
again.
like, straightforward
It doesn't matter
combo
if I
team
am
fighting, get some
indeed
good
the
engage.
Thronodian's resonator,
That would be a very good look for
because I
GAM.
know who to stand by and who to cut
If you're
down.
already thinking about that from G2,
Some of my
then,
memories
are
have
you thinking
returned,
about, you know,
thanks to
taking it
you and
away,
Cantarella.
or would you rather get some
Feeling better?
counter engage going
No,
for yourself? Well,
not
okay,
yet.
they get some
Not
wombo
until we
possibilities
free
of
the
their own.
Sentinel and defeat the
Sometimes it
Thronodian.
can be hard to play Miss Fortune when
That is why we need to investigate the frequency you absorbed earlier.
That's instantly locked.
Let's go! This reminds me of
My
World
turn to
last
shine.
year.
No, as soon as I saw the new, I
That
was like,
blue
wait, why is
thingy
the
in your
little thing
tacet mark
flashing around
totally
his
tastes
portrait?
like
It's because
Thronodian.
It was just instantly slammed.
G2 also have a Nunu streamer under the organization.
Of course not.
Yeah,
It
that
reeks.
is,
Just the
he's
smell
probably
alone is
jumping on his
enough.
chair right now.
Like I
I
said,
wonder-
it's
I
mixed
wonder
up
if they
with
did,
something.
did a little training.
It's too
Maybe they
tough
got-
to
yeah, a
chew.
little Nunu boot
If
camp.
the
Yeah, a
Sentinel
little Nunu
splits
boot
their
camp.
own
Okay,
energy
though. But
to prepare the
Zamakon
true
needs to go
Blessed
lock in
Maiden,
here for the safety,
then
and
why would they
comfort
split
for
off
Artemis.
the
This is such a
Thronodian's
good upgrade for
energy
him.
and
You
then
know, second
channel
plus
it
play
through
of the
Hognis
split, and
to the
instantly
person who
combo it
unsealed
there,
the passage?
with Elio's Rakan. They They do love this duo. And when you're looking at a lot of, you know, snowballs and engage and type stuff coming through here.
I mean, you have bullet time plus pop blossom. If Nico can
You are
grab
a resonator
multiple
born of
targets
the
and
merge between a
Misfortune is
Sentinel
just
and
emptying
Threnodian.
the guns over the top of that
What if
CC,
you
it is
use
a
their
recipe
abilities to split it
for either
yourself?
disaster or success,
I
depending on
haven't
whose side you're
forgotten
viewing
how
it
I
from.
became a
But Caps
resonator.
on the Nico, a lot of
And
playmaking
I know
potential
I
here.
don't have the
Gumon also
ability
is
to do
8
that.
and 2 over his career on Nunu.
Do you think the mixed frequencies Abby felt came from me?
This definitely looks good. So the Nico 2, also
But
there you're talking about. That
why
lane
would I
did
do
get
that?
nerfed, you know, 20 damage
The
on
answer
Q
might lie
early
behind
on,
the third
but
sealed
bumped up
passageway.
a little bit for the scaling for it later.
Cardathia
So,
is starting to make
definitely
sense
has
of
those
things,
mid-lane
but she'll
options
need time
via
to get her
mid
head
lane,
straight.
Or supports.
Same
Whereas
as
in the
before.
past, for the past couple of
We'll
months,
keep watch
you know,
tonight
Nico has
and
been
continue our
the
journey
support,
tomorrow.
Of
go-to,
course.
But it was one of the biggest changes with the MSI patches.
And I think I heard you guys talking about it on the cast yesterday. It's like whenever you see the nerf to the base damage but the buff to the ratios, they're saying, no, get out of support. Go back to mid lane.
Exactly.
We'll
Okay.
see if that's where they want to go. But the champion that you were talking about and the champion
there
that I was
anything you'd
talking
like to
about,
discuss?
potentially for GAM with the Annie and the Gwen, those are going to be both the bans here in the second half for G2.
Dragon
as
Tacit
GAM
Discords
will ban
lived here
away the
long
silence.
before the Renacita settlers
Definitely, if they're not gonna
arrived.
grab those in
With time
three
and
picks,
patience,
is gonna get
the
dropped,
Order
and I
tamed them
expect
into echoes.
Annie will get banned
They
away,
are
not to be
fiercely
awesome
intelligent
later,
and have their own
what
social
else
order.
here? 'Cause they're
Gehenna
definitely
was their
expecting
king,
Nico as support
and the
since they
only
banned
one we
Sylas.
believed could lift the siege of the
And
Dark
they
Tide.
respects
We hoped he would
through
bring
the
us the
Warwick.
truth,
It got banned against
but
Broken Blade so
it
much,
seems he failed.
fairly frequently there
Is
in
there
Europe,
anything
so
you'd like to discuss?
even with the rough game that he showed here at this tournament, the respect is still there.
I need to clear my mind. I won't let my feelings get in the way of our journey tomorrow.
Remind him of it
You
on
should
that
get some
first day.
rest.
Let's see what G2 wants to go with. The Ambassa locked in for Broken Blade.
All right, what answers are available? I mean, you can go super strong stuff. In North America, of course, we have Bwipo, and Bwipo does Volibear
It's
sometimes
late.
into it. Try and stop. The Renekton is, of course, banned from Fearless, so that's not an option to try and take it down. But hovering on the cannon, the range. There we go. Ares comes in. Ares gets his Ahri. Some playmaking here for them.
Good evening.
They really
How
need
goes
it for the
progress
Silent
on
King
your
too.
end?
Okay, yeah. Really did get buffed on the patch, but that thing
So
is
a portion of
risky in
energy
professional
was
play,
split from the
especially against
Threnodian.
a Nunu, which can gank you so frequently.
Okay, the Jax locked in for Kiaya.
Do you
Jax
trust
versus Ambassa,
Cardathia
your
now?
top lane matchup. The Ahri, you mentioned it. Popular pick for Ares. Also one of those champs that you mentioned last game,
Rover,
like one of those
the soul is
mid-range,
like a boiling
scrappy
cauldron.
skirmisher type of
You may
mages.
know the
We'll see how much they
ingredients
can
you
get done
add,
with that one. It
but who
does
can
mean
predict what
with
will
the
come of
Jax
it?
being the top laner
It
for
might
the side of
become
game,
an
you're
elixir,
gonna have your main initiations
or
there,
perhaps
even
a
the Wukong and
poison.
the Rakan, but I think that's more
Or
than enough big initiation.
perhaps it will
between
simply
those two
fizzle away
ultimates.
into
And the final
nothingness.
pick of the draft for
I've
G2
watched it happen
will be the
far too many
Tristana
times.
in the mid lane for
One
Caps, so
must
it will be
never
support Nico
grow
after all.
complacent.
G2 doesn't have
So,
a main
any
magic
updates on
damage
your
dealer.
end?
Yes, Nunu has
I
magic damage.
found
Yes, Nico has
several
magic damage.
things which
Neither
may
one of
tip
them
the
is
scales
taking
in our
on
favor.
roll. So if somebody
Such
builds
as?
a lot of armor, it
It
could
would
be
take too
difficult.
long to
Double-layered carry
explain.
against Jax can also pose some
And
problems.
you
How
deserve
do you
your
feel about this
rest,
draft?
don't you?
Very good
I will
about
be
the
there when your
G2
journey
side of
ends.
it, actually,
We will
because
speak
even
of it
though,
then.
yeah, that is not like the most magic damage, I think it's enough magic damage.
Okay.
And so I like the idea here to go for the AD mid lane, especially since whenever you slam a Nunu, you are thinking snowball ganks. Snowball ganks can be so effective and very, very frequent. So you have a lot of opportunity in these lanes. Tristana is looking for pressure, is looking for rocket jump opportunities. So if you get Nunu snowballs coming through that lane, that can help out so much.
The
If you get those
streams have
going back
guided
towards
me
the
to you.
Ambessa to take
I
the
have a
carry
feeling we'll be
matchup as well,
companions for
can
many
be
moons to
so
come.
effective. And Nunu really thrives when you have a lot of options to go to for some lanes that can really make use of those ganks.
I know you say tilt as in tip the scales and change the balance, but I think of tilt as why is this damn Nunu back in my lane for the 5th time in 3 minutes? Because a good Nunu just loves to spam those ganks like you're talking about. But here we go, Summoner's Rift for what could be the last time today if G2 wins it, or if GAM can pull off their big team fights, they still have a chance to extend this
What?
series.
My
take us
eyes
to
are
game
still
4,
peeled.
and potentially even further beyond.
Nope.
Last game,
Nada.
remember that
Zilch.
we had 4 kills before 2 minutes. It looks
I
like
can't
this time
shake
around,
the
Kobe, we're
feeling
going to
that
get
the
a much
two
more patient
frequencies
start.
are somehow connected.
Imperator has the power to split energy, and Leviathan to merge and assimilate. So the source of that connection might very well be Leviathan's powers at work.
Yeah, could be. Isn't there one last place to go? Who knows what you'll need to cram into your tacit mark next?
As there's a look at Skewmon on this Nunu. We'll be keeping track of him throughout the early game, seeing what he's doing. But G2, talking about this team, this is a history of how they have come in to international competition in the past. One thing you will notice
Is
on
that
this
Cardathia?
list, there is a lot of number ones. This is the most accomplished EU organization, period. This is the only Western team to ever win MSI. And so when you look at this series, when you look at the fact that these two teams were supposed to be very evenly matched and G2 is dominating, G2 is a team that has a history of performing at a very high level, and I feel like this is G2 locking in.
Yeah, and a lot of people have been questioning that history with this new version of G2 and the slow start to this tournament, the rough start that they have had. So an important bounce back in the last game for them.
Caps hitting them with the explosive charge, and Eris immediately does not want to give any more auto attacks to that one. As we can see, Skewmon just clear and through his jungle here on the Nunu.
Yeah. Especially since they, did say with these G2 changes that this roster built for international success. Let's see what they can do. Moving on to the next stage is the first step, of course.
Yeah, can't win a tournament if you don't make main stage. Not gonna happen. As immediately, Caps playing aggro on the Tristana. You love to see it, the confidence here. And I feel like you've got to have confidence after the performance from last game. Caps was just dominating start to finish. What was it, like 3 minion wave lead, 6 or 7 minutes into the game? Something absolutely absurd, just totally in control. As Kiaya is taking some early control over this top lane carry match.
And I don't think Caps is too worried at all about the mid laner swap either. I think he probably feels pretty confident about handling either
Sorry
one of
I
them.
woke you.
Especially since we are really hyping up this Nunu pick.
Yes.
Because it is not a frequent pick in pro play. So the last time that Skewmon did play it was in the LFL, the Tier 2, and was in summer of 2024. But,
Were you
Caps,
singing just
this
then?
is a look at some of those numbers
Yes.
in the first couple
A
of
farewell song from the people of Renacita.
Quite a big early lead there.
We
Flowers.
usually
Remember, the
sing
rest
it
of his team
when
at the
a
time
friend is about to leave.
did not enjoy the luxury of those leads, especially the bottom lane. That he had
During
to go
that
then
battle,
realm warp down
I
and kind
never
of
got
correct
to
the
say
situation.
goodbye or
The other number I'm
mourn their
noticing is
passing.
only a 1 in the death column on both games. Remember that in game number 2, that death
And
didn't
before
even
my
occur
memories
until
came
the
back,
overextension
I wasn't
underneath
sure
the tier
if
3
I was
turret up
worthy
there
of
in
paying
the
them
top
my
side.
respects.
So really impressive performance there from Caps. Here comes the snowball. Skewmon coming in for the turret dive here at level
So
3. They
now,
root up Artemis.
Even
He and
though
Elio,
I know
do a good
these
enough
are just
job
lingering
surviving,
frequencies,
staying healthy
and they
enough.
might not
Both with about
understand
half
me,
HP left, but a nice tangle barbs there from Lebrov for some extra damage on the
I
back end
just-
of the trade. Lebrov lost
I
about
want to
half
say
HP,
goodbye
but
properly
honestly, they do get the
and
better
thank
of
them.
the bottom lane of GAM. That was both summoner spells from Elio
Do you
to try
think
to stay
I'm
alive there.
fooling myself?
Next goes for a little bit of the health trade on the bottom side, and
No.
the response.
I'm
from
sure
Levi
they
is
can
there,
feel
although
what's in
it
your
is warded,
heart.
so not gonna cost them too much time either.
I'm not
Back
just
to
saying
respawn
that to
pro.
comfort you.
Same thing for Nunu though.
I
Both
believe
junglers
it's
here
possible.
on fairly similar timers as far as their second clears. Faded Ashes,
I once
the
saw
important
2
pickup
friends.
there for Skewmon.
One who
To
was
be able to
already dead,
hyper-accelerate that
reconcile
clear.
with
Maybe
each
not
other from within a
hyper
Sonaro
quite the
sphere.
right word, for Nunu, but to accelerate it. And he gets the extra
When
control over both
frequencies
of
are
them.
concentrated in one place, it's
Still really
possible that
haven't
their
seen a
reverberations
monster
could still
performance from
carry traces
Kiaya.
of human
So
will.
far in this series, he hasn't really had
Meaning?
the opportunity to do so, right?
They
Game
might
number
still
1,
be
he
able
got
to
focused,
hear
he
and
got
feel.
shut down on the Gnar very hard to the point where when he had
Your
that big
voice,
opportunity
your
in the jungle to make a
goodbyes,
play,
your
he was just a little
feelings
bit short
could
in terms
have
of
reached
damage.
them.
Then in game number 2, the Jace, again, never having the chance to do what they wanted it to do. Cap
After
used both
all,
parts there of the
these
Spirit Orb, so
frequencies
wants to
are
jump
strong
all
enough to
the way
manifest
away
in the
from
real
that one.
world.
Down to 150 HP, no potion remaining.
Really?
Gonna start the channel here on the recall, staying far enough away.
They
Eris
haven't
will
made a
still
move
interrupt that
against
back
us.
as Elio jumps
They
in,
must still
gleaming
remember
over the
you,
wall,
which
finds
means
a
they can
target,
probably
though.
hear you
They're gonna
too.
interrupt the recall of Hans Sama. Levi is here. Hans does have summoner spells available to try to get away from this one. Barrier is in. The feathers don't hit it. First blood goes over to
I'm
Elio.
glad.
Levi flashes forward to try to confirm it, but the recon damage was already there. It's first blood over to Gam.
Yeah, I mean, so he does go down. Hansama makes them use some more flashes, and he makes
No.
the kill credit.
If
actually
they can
go
still
over,
hear and
to
feel,
the recon there.
then the
Artemis
time for
trying to
goodbyes
flash,
hasn't
does
come.
not actually get the kill credit where they really wanted it. So the majority of the money into Elio, but
I need
kill
to give
is
them a real
definitely
victory.
success for them. Skewmont on a ward tries to go back out, preying on the reset.
You can ease up
even
a
with
little.
Mountain Drake being fairly tasty.
As long as their obsession holds and the Sonaro sphere stays intact, they won't
Drake
vanish.
is tanky to most junglers, but most junglers are also not a Nunu, so I feel like that should be
Held
pretty
by
easy business there for
obsession.
Skewmont.
And the
Till
fairly
relieved
common
of duty.
Nunu build is the Leandries into full tank.
Ooh.
Trying to go mess around with him, of course, with a spell book. You always want to
Cardathia?
get in there and try your hand at the smiting game too, as a support.
Nothing.
Nunu very hard.
Ooh, public
Just a
execution
straight
from
thought.
Broken Blade as Kiaya wanted to try to go in for the play here. Now that is the
Hey, since we
ultimate
know you don't
for
carry
Broken
any
Blade.
blame,
Kiaya still has his
should I
available on
call
the
you
Jax.
Cardathia
He's now
or
back
Fleur
down
de
to the
Lis?
bottom lane. Skewmont again hanging around here, but he's stealing the enemy red
Cardathia.
buff. Meanwhile, they're in the
Yes.
heads of Artemis and Elio.
Cardathia
Now
will
Broken
do.
Blade is in danger. Levi making his way up here. They know the Ambessa does not have the ulti to try to outplay this. It's going to give him the
I
opportunity.
want
Broken
to
Blade
stay
there with a
here
flash
for a
away.
moment.
Kiaya gets his kill.
Will you keep me company?
2-0 on the board.
Levi and Kiaya, the Gam duo of the ages here. They find the kill onto Broken Blade. It's under tower. They're denying minions as well. The answer on the opposite side. The response after the red buff steal.
Oh, Elio trying to stop him here. LeBron is down to 100 HP. Feet of Warfare going to be claimed now by Gam as they get themselves an outplay in a 2v3. They shoot down LeBron and they slam the brakes on G2's plan.
Is it Gam time, Flowers? Is it finally Gam time in this series?
At least in the early game, my friend, the clock has struck Gam in this third one. Levi getting the plays done up in the top side. Artemis and Elio outplaying in the bottom lane. It's looking like a great start.
Yeah, I mean, Nunu, one of the frustrating things on Nunu is when you're trying to snowball like mobile
Good
champions.
morning.
They're just juking you all over. They go for the dive. They drop the kill there. The successful play from Gam up on the top side as well. Now mid.
Labrov getting charmed, but it's only the clone. Real one gets knocked up into the air, but Eris is taking a ton
Morning,
of damage here
Cardathia.
from Caps. Levi tries to go back in, but the Pop Blossom manages a catch. Levi in some danger. Labrov knocks him down.
G2 trying to put a stop to that Gantom very quickly because this is going to lead right into the grubs as well. Caps getting instant value on top of it.
Caps trying to dive between turrets for the kill onto Eris. Wants to get the reset. Will end up getting the explosive charge detonation to bring this game back to near even gold.
When
It's
in
time to go.
doubt for G2, Flowers,
Today is the
where
day
do you
we
go?
settle
You
this.
go to mid lane. You go to Caps. Go play around mid lane. They go
Let's
mid
do it.
and everything just gets better. They play around Caps. They get turret play money. They get the grubs. They get the kills. They have actually wiped that whole
Home is
gold
telling us
lead
to hurry
off
up.
of the map.
Turns out, when your team has a guy that the majority of people consider to be the best Western player of all time, you should probably play around that guy. You might have some good chances.
That is advised. Why try anywhere else?
Yep, you've got the secret sauce. It's right there in mid lane, part of a balanced diet for all main stage participants.
And with the turret plate money, especially there on top of the kill for Caps, the full Yun Taos is completed really early on. So Eris is going to have some pain coming his way in the mid lane. Plenty of wards too around them in the mid lane here to try and create some extra vision for Caps so he can kind of hover up on the top side.
You can already see that CS difference is starting to remind me a lot of game number 2. Caps plus 20 compared to Eris here on the Ahri. That means not only do we have the kills, we've got the extra farm lead. It's starting to already begin to to resemble that second game and the Rise carry. Let's see what Skumon can do here on the Nunu. Is going to make his way into the enemy jungle here. See if there's anything.
I wonder how Cantarella's doing.
Nunu, always an excellent buff thief.
We can call her if you're worried.
But Levi is ready and waiting. Problem is, Eris is
Wait,
underneath the
I'm
turret,
not ready
and
yet.
Caps is continuing to aggressively trade.
Ever
so
the
many
early riser.
Means Levi
Did you
doesn't have
call
the
to
confidence
say good
really fight
morning?
Skumon for this buff. He ends up losing out on that one. And now
Good morning.
we've got LeBron and Hans up here looking to make the kill happen on
Is
Nikia.
something the matter, Cartasia?
I just wanted to know how you're doing.
Ah, so you do care. Good to know my efforts weren't wasted.
For the final little bit there, and G2
She hung up.
on the bottom side of the
Was
map.
that no disencouragement?
Of the swap.
Everyone shows kindness in their own way.
Put as much pressure, they're getting teleported on. That's why Broken Blade is staying under here.
Yeah, Broken Blade knows he has the public execution if he wants to try to make something happen here, but they burst him down before he can do anything about it. Caps should be able to get one back here onto Elio with the explosive charge there. No amount of shielding is going to save him from that. Ends up being a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, Caps teleports in, tries to correct the situation. Money's still going over there, though, into the hands of Artemis, trying to get some power onto their AD carry that they need to be able to fight some of these team fights, because G2 already looking like they are going to have the most powerful AD carry in the game, and that is Caps.
All right, Broken Blade teleports up there, but it's a three-man play coming out from Gam. We're going to burst him down.
Again?
Man, I can't even finish the sentence. Broken Blade getting bullied here in this third game as Eris has to use Spirit Rush to get away bottom side. LeBron with the point-blank tangle barbs threatening to lock him up there as Gam are full committing to try to take down the tier 1 turret, but G2 is doing the same thing down here in the bottom lane. The Grubs, it's 3 for the side of G2. They are burning through it faster. Gam still trying to get it. It's a full race for the first turret, but it goes over to Gam, and they'll earn the boots with it.
Woohoo! Nice little race there.
Wind guide me.
Upgraded boots here for Gam, but G2 have taken the gold lead. And again, it is a recipe they have found success with. Huge gold lead, the majority on Caps. Difference this time around, Kiaya. The star here for Gam on his Jax. Can he carry?
Kiaya with a 40 farm lead over Broken Blade. An even stronger advantage than the +30 that Caps has in the mid lane there. Now Kiaya dodging away for the public execution, but Broken Blade's got Caps. Kiaya's not getting away from that one. He even wastes the flash on the exit to the fight. And that is Caps getting paid again.
That is teamwork, Flowers. That is teamwork. Broken Blade, yeah, he calls over his carry. Caps summoned, and Caps takes down the opposition. That is huge because he also gets extra money from the tower afterwards. With how these games have been so focused on pushing for those extra turret play money, getting that kill in the side lane and opening up here means that they're going to draw Levi out of the jungle over into vision here, so no more surprise plays from Gam. G2 enjoying the extra little power play
Over there.
after their kill.
That's Haltia.
Kiaya just barely missing out on that one,
That
but
painting.
still commanding a 1.4K gold lead for the side of Gam individually. Overall, it's about that much the other direction for G2. Hansama getting caught out by Eris, but Elio is too slow on the follow-up, so they can't get anything, and that just means low HP. But now Caps in danger. Levi over the wall. Caps jumps to safety, and Levi beats him over the head for a nice shutdown. That erases almost the entirety of the G2 lead, and Gam are staying in this one.
Yeah, 2 can play that game, Flowers. I also had a huge teammate to
Wanna
call. Wait a
catch me,
second.
huh, you thieves?
How much do they want to go for this? Because you see the Misfortune walking over.
Here comes the redemption. Pop Blossom, though, from LeBron. He could be in a little bit of danger here. Skumon is knocked up into the air. The follow for the second Cyclone coming out from Levi. Kiaya barely
Good
gets
day.
away from the bullet time.
What does our
Kiaya has
loyal
Skumon
client
both
wish to
hanging
inquire
on by
about today?
200 HP. LeBron also barely escaping. Both teams completely committed to the skirmishes in this one.
Yeah, we're just scrapping everywhere, Flowers. This one, they're trying to create the fight and banking on the fact that Misfortune with the strut move speed is going to be able to get there in time to pick up the extra kill that they try and set up. But yeah, there you go, that rocket jump on the fat part, nice and interrupted, and then over the top into the bonk.
That wall is tricky, man. Many a League of Legends player has fallen victim to the fat part of that wall, thinking that you have enough distance, thinking you'll be able to clear it, and it just doesn't quite work. Plate money. This is the most plate money yet in this game. Game 1 had barely any plate money between the teams. Game 2, all right, a little bit. Game number 3 now, more than 2,000 gold between them just in plates. Like you said earlier, it's been so much pushing, so much shoving waves, so much collecting plates, and now G2 are also going to grab themselves the Rift Herald. G2 have 3 grubs, the Rift Herald, and both Drakes. They have completely controlled neutral objectives so far this game.
Yes, they have, but let's see. GAM pushing back with the priority there on the side lane. They want to funnel more into the Jax. The Rakan hovering the Jax to try and get Kiaya more solo gold, solo turret gold. Caps trying to move in, but they've taken over the jungle and they do get what they came for. GAM with the force play. It's going to take Broken Blade a while to push in on top side, and Eris already rotating over to go compensate on the top lane. So nicely done there from GAM, a little bit of pushback from themselves, get themselves that tower for Kiaya.
All right, Broken Blade versus Eris up here in the top side, excuse me, as Kiaya is down bottom lane against Caps. Drops a counter-strike, but Caps has enough extra distance with Rocket Jump compared to the distance of Leap Strike that he creates enough space that Broken Blade cannot stun him with that counter-strike in time. Eris just trying to hold the line here against Broken Blade. But one thing that I'm noticing here, Kobe, look back at the mid lane. Eris has now caught up to Caps in terms of farm. Meanwhile, topside, Kiaya maintains the massive lead over Broken Blade of plus 30. Good job here from GAM, making it so they can make up those resources, especially considering we spent so much time in games 1 and 2 talking about how G2 was doing a better job of making GAM bleed resources.
Yeah, keeping up their CS this time around with those pushes. Snowball here gonna do not a lot this time around, and again, GAM pushing 2 lanes first. They push mid lane first, they've got top lane pushing first, in time for the Dragon.
Okay. Skumon's not going to find anybody with that bowling ball. Right into the gutter it goes. We do have the Leandries completed on the Nunu, working towards what'll probably be that dead man second like you're talking about. Leandries into the tank stuff there for Nunu, make him more of a new nuisance. As nice engage from Broken Blade there with the public execution onto Eris to interrupt the back. Eris, of course, does still have enough mana for the Spirit Rush, so he will not be threatened with lethal damage, but he is interrupted in terms of his tempo, in terms of having that ulti moving forward. GAM trying to stop the Herald from going forward into the turret. They might just pop it before it can get any value. Nice stop from GAM.
Nice job. Turns it around, gets the eyeball proc. Kiaya's here on the Dragon. They're forcing once again. So they're sacrificing top lane once again. G2, they've got Broken Blade on the tower up there, and he's gonna get it.
This means for GAM, you've got to make sure you get this Drake. If you're already giving away the top lane tier 1, you've got to get what you came for on the other side of the map. And they will be able to force G2 back for now. Elio goes in for a quick knock up there onto Lebrov, but Skumon rolling the snowball down towards the pit. Not going to matter. He's already too late. Levi jumps back over the wall. Eris moves back top lane to deal with Broken Blade's push, but Broken Blade has already fully recalled. So, this is a nice bit of a rebound for GAM. I said earlier that G2 had controlled every neutral objective. GAM finally stopping the Dragon stack here, as well as I'm going to count it as a -1 towards G2 instead of a +1 for GAM, because they stopped the Herald. So that one doesn't count. That's not credit anymore.
The Captain Flowers math, I like it.
So -1 to the enemies instead of a plus for you. It's the same difference.
I want to see, as we progress in this game, can this comp that GAM have opted into with so many champions that really benefit from flanking and benefit from these quick pick opportunities, can they find their engages, especially onto the Misfortune? Because the Tristana is fairly slippery as far as a target. Yes, you'd love to get Caps and lock them up, but having a lot of self-peel options and being able to buffer Rocket Jump makes things difficult. Okay.
All right. Artemis with a little bit of a root there onto Skumon. Decent chunk of HP, but nothing crazy. Still defending the tier 1 turret.
Yeah, having the Xayah ultimate down, not having that safety now. Kiaya wants to make a play in the side lane, but Nunu's coming down. You see on the mini-map.
Okay, Broken Blade with a public execution to stop Kiaya as he goes aggressive, but a nice jump over the wall there towards the ward with a leap strike. Kiaya getting himself away for now, maintains back distance there with the counter strike, gets Broken Blade on the very edge of the stun, has the redemption coming in from Elio at the same time, plus the blast cone means he's out of there.
Yeah, it's a bit reaching there from Broken Blade, going for the flash after. Nunu can't follow up after snowballing down the other side, so the offensively blown flash from Broken Blade, from G2, going to be the cost. And those things are critical in the capabilities of these team fights with how much scrap is going on here. I mean, all the flashes being available on Levi and Kiaya and Eris. They're going to put a lot more threat here. Hansama's got to be careful with his positioning, but G2 doing a good job right now in the fog of war, taking this Otacon.
Yeah, G2 starting it up. Gam have got to find some kind of an answer here. Kiaya has the teleport. He's down to the bottom lane, but Otacon is already down to 40% HP. Levi and Elio walking up, scaring G2 back. Eris ready to join, already using one Spirit Rush. Finds a charm at a Hansama, putting the pressure onto the AD carry, but LeBron is coming around from the side, looking to find the Pop Blossom. Otacon stolen away by Gam. Hansama with the flash of the wall, staying alive. Kiaya looking to chase him down. It's Otacon plus the kill over to Gam, but what about Elio? He gets himself back away. Broken Blade exhausted.
He's not who you think he is.
Gam find a fight, they find an angle, they find what they need.
Hopefully this helps. Moment of resonance.
Far enough away. Eris is the one that started out onto Misfortune here. Hansama, he lands the charm. He gets the first little bit of chunk. Then Lebrov comes in to peel Hansama, but he peels the other side.
Let's finish rebuilding the waterway.
Kiaya there was the other one to flank over, and he finishes off that Misfortune. Meanwhile, buying so much time on the other side, Elio is able to recon ult and buy the space.
Gam gotta keep it up though. They gotta keep this pace moving forward. They are slightly ahead in terms of the flower petals, even after claiming Otacon, which meant they were seriously behind earlier if Otacon only evens you out. So, despite the fact that G2 have controlled most of the neutrals, Gam gets the big one in Otacon.
Identical to the last one.
They also have the feats of strength with the boots to kind of even out the count overall. Eris moving top again to deal with Broken Blade on the Ambessa, who is having his
But we have to remove the shackles.
Caps gets stunned as he tries to jump back over the wall. Kiaya on the hunt, looking for the Tristana, but Buster Shot is a great disengage mechanism. Problem is, here's Levi, the captain, gets it done as Eris continues his retreat away from Lebrov and Hansama. The last remaining charge of the Spirit Rush is enough to get him to safety, but now it's G2 again, looking for pressure onto a tier 2 turret. Gam taking the tier 1 over in mid lane at the same time. Skewmon rolls a snowball up to see if maybe he can psych him out a little bit, but Gam is undeterred. Levi and Artemis do a lot of damage to this turret very quickly. This time around,
relieved of duty.
If G2 are getting a tier 2
Cadento,
Gam is getting a tier 2
won't you let go?
Allowing G2 to out-macro them like we saw in the first 2 games.
Exactly, they're the ones.
I sense your weakness. The hour is upon us. No hesitation. Hopefully this helps. Strike from the shadows.
I'm going to break the chains.
Wait, I have an idea.
I think Skewmon might just explode him. Yeah. Okay, Caps was there, but he didn't need to be. Skewmon, nice job there finding the pick.
Yeah, G2, they make the call. You're going to be over by Dragon, so we'll make the side lane play on the other side of the map to get some gold back. That gold goes into Nunu, though. And gold just kind of bunch the dead play.
That is impressive.
Does result in a future pick, then it is high value. But you really have to be able to get make use of it to get that snowball kicked off and punish one of those side lanes.
The nice part is for Gam too, in the last tier 2 turret
Same as
tier 2
before.
trade, remember that the one G2 took was top lane.
Watch out!
It's not like Caps can continue pushing, trying to take the tier 2 up in top since it was already the spoil.
Hopefully this helps.
So it does end up being a big swing. Otherwise, it is still a good kill there to get some more
Bad
money
timing.
on G2's side. That dead man's up in front, like you were talking about. 8 to 6 overall kill. 500, which really is nothing at all at this point in the game for Gam. So
I sense your weakness.
Execution in this one. Both sides pretty even. Skewmon getting knocked up in the air. The quickness from Elio. Tries to use the redemption to keep himself healthy enough to survive the explosive charge, and he does. Elio nearly killed. Skewmon at half HP.
Only 2 left now.
Express are very far away, so like it's being over to his Raptor spawn, but some chunks of health there. And again, it is the spellbook recon, so
Leave it to me. It's coming back faster each time.
Yeah, they're going for the TP now. And Cass has to rocket jump away to the
The end has come. Hopefully this helps. Strike from the shadows.
Walking into Broken Blade. Cass looking for the opportunity here on Artemis. The feathers are recalled, but it's find the right target. LeBron is picked off. Gam with another one. On 5v3 on the map.
No hesitation.
The killer instinct from Gam here. Again, they go for the dive. They go for the play. Teleport in. They're able to get one more. They're going for the resets, though. G2 kind of checking over by Baron to make sure they're not trying to snowball out of control by stacking a Baron on top of those kills.
This game is action-packed. Remember,
Leave it to me.
Watch out! Exclusive drops just for tuning in here to MSI 2025. All you need to do is log in and be watching on LOLesports.com as we check in the replay of how game happened.
Strike from the shadows. Moment of resonance. Hopefully this helps. No hesitation. I sense your weakness.
Does that mean he's finally been freed?
This is by far the best game of the day from Gam. They're playing the map much better. They're playing as a team much better.
Now we can smash that statue dragon.
The morph painting over there should allow us to reach the highest point.
Uncomfortable, iconic champions for them. Jax iconic for Kiaya. The Wukong iconic for Levi. And for Eris, his most played is Ahri. Artemis
Wind
and Elliot,
guide me.
both of them most played there for the split.
And Han Sama, the target again as Gam go in, exhaust onto the MF, immediately followed up with the damage from the Zaya, and with Hans out of the picture, new targets remain. LeBron, Hot Blossom will only mark his own grave. Double kill for Eris, set up by the bottom lane. Gam feeling good about this one. Levi ticks level 15 as Gam head over to the Baron pit. G2, they're recognizing it. They're going to take the consolation prize of the mid lane tier 1 turret. But Mr. Kobe, I will tell you what, I will take that trade every day of the week.
Yes, you certainly will, and you will like it. Broken Blade gonna try. Well, they're actually gonna get quite a few towers here.
Now this trade is a little bit more dicey as they take the tier 2s in both mid and bottom. That actually leads to what at the very beginning is a negative 3,000 Red Bull Baron power play for the side of Gam. They've got to make up some of this gold now.
Yeah, and the graphic kind of updating there a little bit afterwards.
Okay, there we go. I was gonna say that sounds extreme.
Plus, remember they got.
Did you know that echo well?
The Baron, so that's not taken into
Kadento was my first echo after I joined the Order.
Definitely.
When I stood against the Threnodian, he took a mortal blow meant for me and fell to the dark tide. I never thought he'd come back as a tacit discord.
But he still recognized this sword and was still trying to protect it.
Haltia was my saber. I practiced with it often in sparring sessions with Kadento. Looks like he's still trapped in the past, doesn't it?
Whatever. Okay, clone from LeBron doing some scouting again. I do look
Leave it to me.
once Nico is out in fearless mode because the clone is so hard.
Hopefully this helps. I sense your weakness. The hour is upon us.
Side lanes here in the tier 2s. Eris is pushing up in that top side, getting that wave ready to go. Unfortunately for Gam, that top wave has been shoved towards them.
Hopefully this helps.
They have to keep going up there and trying to deal with that. Elio, over the wall, ran on the
no hesitation.
but at least procs the bone plating.
Yeah, here we go, and they finally do get their cannon up to the tower. Little bit of damage. As you see, Eris pushing on the top side.
Okay, snowball from Skumon, not gonna find a target there. Nice sidestep from Artemis. Elio scrapping with Broken Blade off to the side. Everybody on GAM knows all they gotta do is play this patient. Let Eris push up top side, use the Baron, grab that tier 2. There's only 45 seconds left on this Baron. And so Eris is just gonna keep pushing now. Caps and Skumon though, both heading up here. Eris wants to finish this off, but it may cost his life.
Good ward. The ward sees them on the rotation over.
Nice job.
Pays respect.
Sticks around just long enough to allow the Baron empowered minions to finish the job, secure the turret, and get out without even having to spend his Spirit Rush. Now, one thing that's worth pointing out, there are a lot of bounties on the side of GAM. They need to make sure they're continuing to play this clean, continuing to play this in a coordinated way when it comes to the calls of the assignments and what they're going to trade where, because every kill you give away as part of a trade is worth that much more. There's a 500 gold bounty on Eris, a 500 gold bounty on Artemis, almost 400 on both Kiaya and Levi. That's a lot of extra money if you let G2 pick these up. Skumon though, what?
Delivery!
The hell was that?
That was a speed delivery.
Okay, not exactly sure what went down there, as GAM now going to use the redemption to heal up. And they've got Kiaya and the bottom lane pushing towards the tier 2 turret as Eris applies the pressure back over in mid. GAM forced down the tier 2 in bottom lane, back up to a 4,500 gold lead. They've got themselves 3 Ocean Drakes with 2.5 minutes until the Soulwood spawn. GAM continuing to push these waves forward. It's a 5v4 for the next 15 seconds, and GAM are going in. The dive coming out from Elio in the back line, looking for the kills here, as they've already killed Caps. He's down. LeBron will go with him. Hans tries to fire back, but there's not a lot you can do when Kiya's already got a triple kill. GAM, smack him right in the mouth.
When all the pressure is on, GAM stands tall. They get another team fight. They're facing elimination. They get the kills, they teleport back, and they're looking for G2's Nexus.
They are looking for the end. They are looking for game 4. Skumon's back alive. Hans is still standing, but they're the only 2. Skumon wanted to channel the ulti, but they won't let him do it. Now the first Nexus turret is already dead. Kiaya finding his way to Hans Sama here in the back. Levi goes on a killing spree. Skumon goes straight into the graveyard. LeBron's alive, but who cares? That's support Nico, and that's GAM taking us to game 4.
GAM went to comfort picks, and it paid off. They commit to it. So many
We
flanks,
must
they really
finish
have to
this
find these
and
engages,
free
and they
Kadento.
absolutely destroyed that misfortune. That misfortune
He's back again.
was a juicy target.
Yeah, Hans constantly targeted every single fight.
Disperse.
Finally getting
Hopefully this helps. The hour is upon us. No hesitation. Ha! Ha! Strike from the shadows. I sense hopefully. The end has come. No hesitation. Strike from the shadows.
On the side of G2, a bit of a soft strike, I have to say. I'm happy Skumon got his play, his new, but I don't want to see that again. But let's focus on the winners here. GAM, statement game from them.
Yeah, because the big shift, of course, for me was Eris coming in with his, with the pick that we saw from him.
Yeah, he's a tough cookie. I want to eat.
Gave them a little bit of playmaking.
Yeah.
That was a thumbs up for me. But the jacks for the top side is what I love the most.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it was just about getting Kiaya involved.
Yeah.
This is the first time in the series we saw him creating the kind of advantages that I was was expecting he would create coming into this series. Sure, they had an Ari, but let's be honest, mid lane was a canyon for Caps again.
Yes.
And
I'll handle this.
It was a tale of two lanes. It's who's going to carry harder, the Jax for Gam or the Tristana for G2. And at the end of the day, they were really able to enable this Jax, play really well around him, and I think that was so key because they need Kiaya to be that pressure point on the map.
Absolutely, and they needed to set up
Please.
the pace in the early game. And
Allow
they
him
did,
to fight
honestly,
at your
on the
side.
back of really poorly set up drives, on the on the side of G2.
Yes, and so we saw this really early on in the game. So you ended up seeing the dive come in from Nunu with the cannon minion coming in, of course, from the Nico.
Exactly. The Nico is going for the cannon minion to tank this up. What this allows you to do is it actually uses the siege minion passive and allows you to tank so many tower shots. So Elio, to me, was very smart there. He attacked the Nico, so the Nico would have to flash back, and they couldn't just have this infinite tower tanking. And then here, really playing it well, breaking their ankles in the 2v3. That allowed Levi and Kiaya to put the pressure on top lane because their bot lane held up to those ganks so damn well.
And that was the strat you talked about even coming into this game, and it was nice to be able to see them set up Kiaya for success. Even when we were seeing like Stumon or people sending members to the top side, I felt like Gam was pretty consistent and clear of sending members to match. So I really love the fact that now, you know, Caps we're pushing into game 5. If we are pushing into game 5, it has to be this strategy consistently.
Gav's looking ahead at his future here, maybe leading to Silver Scrapes here. A lot of ups and downs as we see here in the gold graph, but Gam had the advantage. I want to take a look at this damage
is kind of shocking,
from this Jax. Honestly, it's been Jax games. It's been Jax's game, and you know when you play a champion like this, you have to be able to find those picks, you have to be able to find those flanks and those TP and Raz. I feel like Kiaya was shining here.
He really was, and I wanted to point out a play that happened towards the mid lane. So if we run it, for me, it was the concept of, you see G2 that's looking to siege. Right now, this minion towards the, like, behind the mid is my focus, because TP is there, of course, from Jackson. If we play it through right here, we see the play commence. What I love about Gam, and usually what finds success for them, is the playmaking ability, of course. And so he comes through, and if the focus for me is the fact that he gets the two members of CC that comes through. Now, if we kind of replay that a little bit, I wanted to focus on the fact that he's able to get two. But of course, Mbessa dives through to be able to see if they can actually start the fight. We're working, oh well, now you can play it through. That was beef. I love that focus from Jax to get two members. I really broke up the game for them.
I mean, not only did he get the two members, he also dodges the Mbessa ultimate, which then ends up actually connecting onto a Wukong clone. He dodges that. He's pulling the Nunu and this Nico back towards him to try to peel. He's putting on so much pressure. To me, it was just a beautifully played team fight, because we've seen so many of those kind of TPs go wrong, where you TP, everyone sees it, they collapse on you, they insta-kill you, but he had his counter-strike up for the damage reduction, for the attack avoidance, gets into that back line. And he was the difference maker, and that is what you need from your big-time player when they're the one with the gold lead. They have got to change the game. It's not enough to just play and go even and be able to wait for your opponents to make mistakes. At this level, you have got to change the game.
That's something that we haven't seen too much so far from Gam, and that I really, really liked here is the fact that they had
Fleur-de-Lis, wilt thou return to me?
Yeah, and Kiaya is a player that does see those angles, so regardless of what carry pick he has, if it's a Camille, the Jax, or
someone must expose your lies. As long as there is a sliver of hope, I will not give up.
Something, or Ares
Is that so? Then I shall reveal the truth. Fleur-de-Lis, why dost thou resonate with me?
That's a good question.
What?
No massage on this side.
Why dost thou hear into the minds of the faithful?
What do you think Caps is thinking about?
Why dost thou act as my oracle?
I mean, I think it can be tough.
All this, and yet thou dost not question.
Was going right for them. You know, he was in a great spot. He created a big lead. He was moving and attacking. So it can be tough.
The answer is this.
Everything goes right for you individually.
Fleur-de-Lis, thou art my creation.
So I feel like for G2,
I made thee, thy life, thy hopes, thy will, thy past. All that thou art, I made whole. I made perfect. I fed upon the trust, adoration, and longing heaped upon thee by the masses. Thy resonance brought forth the second dark tide.
One last time during play-in, though. That's what we want to see, and we'll see
That feels way better.
Looks like Abby settled down. It seems we were both affected. I'm starting to remember everything, just like you sensed I would. The force that modulated the Sentinel and Threnodian's frequencies came from me. No, it wasn't what I originally intended. I think having you take it from here may be for the best. This crown, it turned into what it is after the Dark Tide came. This is what the Threnodian uses to control its resonator. When the Threnodian unleashed the second Dark Tide, I, as the Cartathea you see before you, split the part of myself that wished to live after seeing the corruption that stood before me. I chose to be broken from the very beginning to escape the Threnodian's inevitable grasp. You see, when I destroyed the Threnodian that had taken over the Sentinel's body, it immediately began to assimilate into Fleur-de-Lis, its resonator. She was the part of me that was left after I split myself. She retained the most power, and now hopes to one day destroy everything, even herself. The Threnodian's endless whispers and screeches are slowly chipping away at Fleur-de-Lis's resolve. That's why she had no choice but to split her power's frequencies, just to buy herself more time. But using such resonance abilities came at a cost. The split frequencies, they needed a vessel. We don't have much time left. So, you see, I have been instinctively searching for someone to wield that power. All that was given, possessed, or taken by the false divinity, I must pass to the one capable of resisting it. This is how I intend to lay the false divinity to rest. Not just its life, but its very existence for all time. Fleur-de-Lis, the part of me I left behind. The one that also contains the Threnodian. Bound by obsession, till relieved of duty. Today, the part of me that wishes to live on will vanish. Is it because my wish has finally been fulfilled? Will you accompany me one last time?
Catch me, huh, you thieves?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final series of the play-in stage of MSI 2025. G2 1-2, and then at match point, GAM woke up. They come back in game number 3. They play coherently, cohesively as a unit like we hadn't seen in the first 2 games. They get their first win of the series, and they take us to game 4.
They got some comfort champions, and they had coordination. So much more coordination in that game, really paying off. Now, can they build upon it? Let's see what the draft with Fearless does look like now.
Last game, Broken Blade, almost no effect in that one. GAM did a really good job of making it so Kiaya was finally able to rise to his raid boss form like they hoped for. They made it so he was never really threatened by the Mbessa. And the Nunu pick, the pocket pick Nunu for Skumon, you even pointed out how coming into that game, he had an 8-2 record on it in professional play, but that game, it just didn't work.
8-3 now.
Yeah, 8-3 now. Obviously, everybody was question mark pinging the bottom lane play there towards the end.
He must just not have thought that anyone else was there.
Right, it was a little questionable. It was a lot questionable. But at the end, that
Seems
was
like I won't
such
get a chance to
better look
apologize
for
to
GAM.
Cantarella.
But like you pointed out,
Her
there were a lot of
preparations were
champions in there.
futile.
Levi on the Wukong, iconic
Please,
pick. Right top lane,
tell her
Kiaya
I'm
on Jax,
sorry.
iconic pick. Mid lane, Eris, Ahri. Hey, that's his most played champion. Bottom lane, Artemis, Elio. It's the most played champions. That is the most comfort of comfort. Those men were relaxing on comfort like being on a cloud. Now, let's see what they can do in this one. What can they pick and have that same level of success?
Let's indeed, Flowers, jump right into it as we whittle down on these champions pools in Fearless. Eris, of course, gonna stay in. You gotta think he's gonna stay in the entirety of the rest of the match.
Yeah.
Especially because he has played a lot more variety of champions, so more options here for them.
Speaking of options, though, the early options here in the bans, exact same as the previous
This was
game,
where
the exact
everything
same
started.
size. G2, even though they're back on blue,
The
they're
origin
still
of
banning
the second
Rumble,
Dark Tide.
Gwen, and Nocturne. Oh, not the exact same, actually. The TF was the first side when Gwen again in the second half. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Azir, Maokai, Draven still all banned by GAM.
Globals have been very powerful. We've had battles over side lanes, battles and battles, but they go for the carry jungle here for Skumon, the Nefiri. Definitely a confidence.
I have one final request. Now that you have the power to split and merge energy, there is something only you can do.
I mean, there's so many
Please,
options up and available.
use the connection I still share with Fleur-de-Lis to bring the last fragments of her tortured consciousness here.
Is this going to be one of the games where they have to
Then,
throw him on the side?
with your power,
up to the top
remake
side of
us
the
as
map?
one,
Looks like they think so.
and
They are
finally
gonna fly
release us
really
from
early
this
on.
world.
Then you probably want a nice carry jungle here for Levi.
That way, the Threnodian will remain trapped forever in a lifeless shell,
This is very
unable to
interesting.
return
They
to
go
this
for
world.
Double solo lanes right at the very
That's
start.
a carry jungle that everybody's been practicing.
No, I'm not gonna get baited. I'm not gonna get baited until they lock.
He did have one game on it this split.
Not gonna get
I
baited
have
until they
lived
lock.
my life to the fullest.
Instead,
I
for
would like the
GAM,
ones who are left
so you've
to
got
do
a
so as
big
well.
tanky meatball there for the front line. You've got some powerful AP threats.
Cartathea
coming
has
out
had
in
her
the
wish
jungle
fulfilled.
For GAM.
And
Now,
Eris has played Corki
it's Fleur-de-Lis's turn.
and Tristana in mid, but both of those have already been used.
Yeah.
Because the Corki was used in bottom lane.
She
They obviously
seeks
already had to pass
self-destruction
mid lane Tristana.
to end
So
the
some of those
divinity,
AD options get
and
really
with
thin,
it, her
for
torment.
mid lane. Once you do get kind of deep into Fearless, the Jace
She
also
has
pick the
lost
top lane.
all hope
A lot of those
and
things can
believes
kinda
that no
cross over,
rescue is
so-
possible.
And a lot of the tanky
Remaking
engaged
us as
supports,
one
right?
is the
Rel,
only
Nautilus,
way I can think of to
Alistar,
fulfill her
already
wish.
removed by Fearless.
Or
Now the Leona
rather,
locked in by
grant her
G2
what
to
we
pick up one of the ones that
wish.
remains.
Yeah, and they don't even have the option of
I
having,
was
like, Braum
born
or
to this
anything
world
sort of
cursed.
counter-engage afterwards either.
The
So they
Threnodian
are gonna
intended
go
for
the
me
dive.
to live
A Nefiri
as a
dive
threat to
and a
others.
Kai'Sa dive here. They're
But
gonna
the
go right
puppet
past
born
the
of its
Scion.
wickedness will become the
It's a
prison
full
that
sin.
seals its fate.
Comp for G2 here in the first
I
three
shall
picks.
be whole again,
What can
true
GAM
to myself
use
at
to
last.
deal with it? Normally, into a comp like this, you would love to have something like Xayah to survive the dive. Unfortunately, Xayah was played in
A
the last
fitting
game,
end,
not available.
Just
don't you
continue to
think?
build front to back here. Okay, so trying to get some pushing bottom lane. Caitlyn does have a decent amount of
I have reached
still
my
up,
final
because, as
destination.
you said, most of the
One last
supports
swan
were
song,
melee engaged
and
supports that were
then
used, so you're thinking
the
Caitlyn
lights go
Karma.
out.
Karma's got to get banned by G2. Caitlyn Lux, Renata's available. Lots of range champions, poke champions to go with that Caitlyn. Try and punish that Kai'Sa early on.
I always do
I
love
understand.
Renata. Hard dive, hard engage. The hostile takeover just feels ideal for those situations. Gam gonna ban out the Aatrox, targeting Broken Blade a little bit up here in that top side as we are. Game 4 and Game 5, that's when Fearless really feels like it really starts to matter, and you can start hitting those pools pretty hard.
Forgive me.
That's one of the other AD champs still up for mid. Good snipe there. We mentioned a lot of the other ones that have been taken out.
And you gotta be so sharp when you're getting into these later games in Fearless, making sure you're thinking of every single option. Because if you remember 9 out of 10 of them and one still gets through, one is all they need. So removing the Yone, I like it a lot. The Orianna also gonna be banned out here by Gam.
Smolder is another AD mid option that is up. They have red 5 though for themselves. They have red 5, full counter pick for Eris.
I can't hold it any longer!
Because the Caitlyn Karma poke is so annoying. Brutal. Expecting the support pick to come in here.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. You would have to think it's support here, right? Since you've already seen
Why?
picks from the bottom.
Why are you doing this? Neither Cartathea nor Fladalise should continue to exist.
They're not going to reveal it just quite yet. Wow. Could technically be a Galio for support too, so flex here, flex Galio on 4.
Oh, God.
Galio does lose some of the efficacy with the ult since you're positioned on one far into the map early on, harder to
I heard your request,
fights in the top side early on with the ultis.
but I prefer to handle this my way.
Cho'Gath tank answer on the top side. Okay, oh, the Twisted Fate finally does come through. Left open so much at the beginning, it finally does come through. So they're putting the faith into Hansama and Skewmon to carry this one. Nefiri and Kai'Sa, very big champs for them for the carry. Very comfortable, and the Silas does come in. Answer here for Eris. This is good into the Twisted Fates. You know, you can steal the ultimate, you can try and answer that global presence in these constant fights that have been over the side lanes. Is such a big tool to have.
Silas really good for following those plays. I personally always love to see him picked into this Twisted Fate just for that reason. TF's whole thing is, yeah, the kid by itself is pretty simplistic. Isn't going to have any
Not
wow
even
factor
whole,
outside the ult,
yet
because so much of
still
the power budget
ever
is
so
in those
determined.
big ult plays.
Hmm.
And then Silas just yoinks it.
And they have the advantage here too, with Galio ultimates, with Sion ultimates, really long range.
Cantarella.
Even though it's not a global, you can make a lot of
Phone brought me here.
quicker rotations.
I'd have shown myself earlier,
Even though when you look
but
at
it
Gam's comp,
didn't
they don't
seem
have,
like the right time to
big
interrupt.
engage button, right? Like Sion is very telegraphed. Galio needs somebody else.
Looks
to
like
convert.
what I prepared
Silas can
could
steal away the
still be
Leona
put to
ulti as
good
well.
use.
Just use it as an orbital laser with that AP ratio and start fights off like that. So let's go back to the true question. How are we feeling about the drafts?
The Sentinel's sword. It will help you resist the Threnodian's attack.
But Gam are hyped up after that win. You can see the smiles on their faces, rejuvenated after taking that win in the previous game. And they do
What's
have a
inside?
lot of map mobility available to them here to
To pass the divine trials, every potential maiden must resonate with the Sentinel through Turvin.
Okay, let's see what we got. Both supports running the
Those who
aftershock this
survive
time around.
receive fragments of truth, but
in the mid lane
at a
on the
cost.
Twisted Fate.
Memories
Both
lost
top laners,
in
of
varying
course, going for
degrees.
the grass backs. This is a meatball battle. They're
The
both
lost
gonna be clearing
memories
the waves,
fall
hitting each
into
other
this
whenever they get the
sonorosphere,
opportunity.
each carrying
Jungle
faint
and Fury
traces of the
versus
Sentinel's
Lilia.
power,
Both of these junglers
the power
having a lot of damage
within
to bring
those
to the
fragments
table,
of truth.
particularly if they get ahead, it can be such a problem for the
Turvin absorbs this energy.
Fury looking here towards Raptors. Lilia the Raptor Annihilator, but Fury pretty good for as well. Oh, and they find one.
Not a good start here for Eris. Has to try to get
The
away from this
Sentinel's
flashing
energy
out
flows
before there's the
through
opportunity
you.
for cooldowns to maybe
You are more than worthy of wielding this sword.
Caps will see the recall there. Not going to step up and try to interrupt it.
But
Eris
you,
goes all the way back to
Kartathea,
he is going to be a
you
little bit late
alone
to mid lane.
must choose to wield it.
So gankable.
Only
Silas
then will
already
it
has to
become
trade
the
up a lot,
Blessed Maiden's
for early
sword.
waves. No flash available for the Silas. Caps here, full
Does it
priority.
also hold the sacrifice you made?
Out of experience range for Eris.
No, my sacrifice was used up long ago.
So G2's going to get some value there.
At the time I resonated with the Sentinel, I saw you through their distorted eyes. Or rather, I saw Fleur-de-Lis battling the Threnodian.
I think that's pretty accurate compared to what we've seen because GAM have
In
been
that moment,
in the early stages
I made a
of the game.
sacrifice
It's just
that
been
would
in those
shift
first two.
the balance
It's the
of
later
power.
stages. It's the macro movements where G2 was ahead. Now Hans Sama having a flash on the wall. Nice move there from Elio, using the taunt to force the early summoner out
The
of box.
energy I received from the Sentinel's second awakening.
Push him up against the wall. Get that flash down.
I split it from myself and offered it back to the Sentinel so they could, for a moment, regain control of their body. Only by doing this could Fleur-de-Lis seize the moment to kill the already tainted Sentinel.
Throughout the series so far, Artemis and Elio just continuing to put the pain
So,
on Labrov and Hans Sama.
the
This is why
real
you draft the
Blessed
Caitlyn, you
Maiden
need
is
late
dead.
Look at this though, skipping some camps to go for a gank. Skumon down there on the Fury, getting into
But there
the
is no
action early.
reason why the false Blessed Maiden cannot herself become the true Blessed Maiden, is there?
Outplay in the 2v3.
Yeah, they just lock up Labrov there. They get the taunt, they get the trap chain right there. Artemis locks him up.
A person of true character should never be defined by an inanimate blade.
They know they can burst down the Leona even though he is pretty tanky, and they walk away.
Both you and I were cursed to be mere playthings of the Threnodian. But that doesn't mean we cannot reshape our fate.
For the comp too, this Caitlyn gonna be pressuring and pushing so much early on. Look at that, full combo, got the E. Actually, he didn't even have to do the trap. It was just the E hit plus the headshot.
I love the guy in front. That is a
Thank
real
you.
life not like this.
In spite of my curse, my life of hardship,
Elio and Levi right behind him here.
I
Looking to get
must
this
still
wave shoved up.
save what is true.
A little bit of a bowling ball there from Levi, but Caps still not feeling enough pressure to break the freeze that he has here on the wave. He'll allow this one to stack up, try to keep this in a good position, exactly for what you were talking about earlier. You want to make this scary for Eris. He doesn't have a flash. Make him afraid to be in the lane, as Elio now getting jumped on Labrov and Skumon trying to make something happen. Skumon is investing a lot of time into trying to influence this bottom lane, but
Had
Kobe
you
is
not
just
stopped
not
the second dark tide,
There he gets a value trap.
well,
Tom him right onto it.
it is we
He
who should
ganks
be
again.
thanking you.
Not only does he get pushed off, gets chunked, and it buys time for your jungler when you're showing so much on the other side of the map, and Gam's bottom lane is dealing with it.
At least you can't accuse me of ingratitude.
Levi just gets the
I just need a moment's rest.
And there we go. Once again, Labrov is going to be your target with a taunt from Elio, pulling him back in. Traps will not lock the Leona down for an additional amount of time. Hans not dealing as much damage in these scraps as he would like.
Apologies,
he is maintaining farm,
but
despite the fact that
they're
fell
doing
behind
something
early off of the skew
rather
on deck that got turned
important.
around. Checking back up into the top side here. Also even farm between these two. Broken Blade again having his biggest troubles last game so far in the series. Levi though in some danger now. Skumon going for the invade here, finding both Dark and daggers.
Do give them
Levi
some
forced all the way
privacy.
out. Kiaya versus Broken Blade. Kiaya's only level 5, Broken Blade level 6. Wanted to see if he could get the feast before the Scion hit the ulti, but he does
Abby?
not want to overforce that. Because if Kiaya hits level 6 underneath the turret, you go
Yep,
to the point
I
blank
get it.
ulti,
We're gonna
stun the
yoink
choke out,
Leviathan
turn
out.
around and get the kill instead yourself.
Yeah, and so necessary there
But-
for Skumon.
but all you have left is the energy I ate
Even
before.
though Levi was able to use
You
that
sure
time
that's enough?
He was showing bottom to go counter jungle and increase
Some
his
things
camp clear.
you just gotta
Skumon,
do.
having the purchase, goes for the chase. Chases Levi down to push him off so that he can't just easily go into the Krugs, so he doesn't fall super duper far behind. And he's able to steal away those Krugs and return to his side.
And one thing I want to point out, what we've seen so many times so far throughout this series, Early advantage for Caps in terms of his presence in the lane, his ability to farm. He's up 2 waves. Kiaya going in after Broken Blade. Needs a little bit more damage. Finds a grass proc. Broken Blade goes for the rupture. Kiaya's got the sidestep. He hits him with a little bit more damage, but a nice silence to interrupt the decimate. Broken Blade's gonna eat the apples. It heals him up enough. Now Lebrov with rotation over. Kiaya cannot get the kill. And G2 even up the kill score. But a TP is coming in. What is Gam planning to do? That wasn't a TP, that was a Lilia Swirl Suit. They look the same with that skin.
Yep, right up the river. That was the Constellation Swirl Seed. High from the team.
They look the same, I swear.
And, yeah, for sure. And Broken Blade, even though he got so low, goes down, finds a Honey Fruit, buys enough time. The Twisted Fate ultimate is there to save him. The team is there to save him from Kiaya, who had also run out of mana. Kiaya really focused, tunnel visioned on getting his kill on Broken Blade. But it turns around and goes back to favor of G2. Of course, they are able to get their consolation prize. They get their dragon on the other side of the map. But G2 just going to be happy to play up on top side. You know, top quadrant is available for them. Skumon, take away that red buff. Lebrov, rotate on over.
Yeah, they're getting Lebrov and Hans out of that abusive Caitlyn duo matchup down there in the bottom lane. Now it's up to Broken Blade to try to deal with that. Rupture, though, is not going to connect onto Artemis. More traps being placed down. Not quite enough damage to kill off the Cho'Gath, but Broken Blade is down to 400 HP, and now he's got to go all the way back home. The Cho'Gath not having a fun time dealing with these two either. This is the power of the Caitlyn Galio. It makes your opponents have to adapt and adjust to deal with the fact that there's so much pressure in this bottom lane. Now all these minions getting eaten by the turret, all of this extra money going over in terms of plate value to Artemis feels good for Gam to make up some of that gold difference that I was already talking about back in mid. Caps is naturally building for himself. He's farming better than Eris. He's also got the passive TF gold generation. He's going to be accelerated this game, but Artemis is even more so.
You can say that again.
Artemis is even more so.
Meanwhile, it is going to be the rotation up to those grubs. They do get them with their swap. Artemis here. Can he do it on the Caitlyn? Of course, so good at keeping up the pressure. Has the BF sword now, working towards that Yuntal. The Twisted Fate, though, very, very painful to deal with. That's why Artemis has the cleanse, has had both summoners available to him. They have dealt with the pressure that has come their way from jungle.
Ooh, Caps gonna find himself in a compromised position here. There's your lilting lullaby. Caps is put to sleep. Eris jumps in to join the fight. Ace in the hole to guarantee it, and Artemis gets a paycheck. Gam, find the enemy mid laner at precisely the right time.
You said it last game, Flowers. Go to the source of the global. They attack the Twisted Fate. They get the kill, and they hand it over to Artemis. Meanwhile, it's just gonna stop at those Raptors, but they take away the Raptors, and they can get the free push on mid.
Nicely done there from Gam, guaranteeing that they can attack that TF before he can attack somewhere else. Gonna slow Caps down a little bit. Artemis now up to an individual gold lead of over 1,000. He's going to be so far accelerated. And like you already mentioned, the first item is Yuntal Wild Arrows. This is a stacking item. The faster you get it, the faster you stack it, the more powerful you are more quickly. And when you're this far ahead, congratulations, sir. You're now the win condition. We need you as far ahead as possible.
And now, since Kiaya was already pushing in on the top side, they go for the early recalls here, switching it up. Swap the Caitlyn on over to the top side. Kiaya's gonna stick around. Whenever you have the sign with the ultimate, have the options for the extra play. The swap answer is going to come in as Broken Blade walks back up there. And they've got the Galio rotating too.
All right, Elio's ready. Broken Blade is pretty tanky here on the Cho'Gath, though, at least in terms of health. Resistances might not look that impressive. Now gonna get taunted up. They wanted to see if that taunt might have been able to bring him closer to the trap. A little bit more damage will get it done. Ace in the hole, that's the goal. As there's Broken Blade, though, getting the kill back on Kiaya to make it a 1-for-1 when the dust finally settles. Gam, they force the kill onto the tanky Cho'Gath. They get the ult out of the Twisted Fate at the same time. Kiaya was already dead by the time Cats got there, so the Twisted Fate ult ultimately just ends up being a waste.
Yeah, he does clean up with the minion waves up here, and he is going to go for the stop.
Oh, that's a huge taunt from Elio if they can get a little bit more. The winds of war are blowing, and Caps is blown away. Gam picking up another one as the Swirl Seed flies in, but it won't find the mark on Lebrov. Levi has made his way up, and they're going to continue forcing this further forward. Gam is playing around Artemis just beautifully.
Yeah, Caps thought Artemis was gone. He thought that Caitlyn was out of there, but in the brush, they spring the trap, they get the kill. Plus, on the bottom side of the map, they're still able to rotate over to deal with the wave that Hansama had pushed up. Once again, it was Gam that were getting the early shove on these side turrets. Gam here being the one setting the pace.
Really, really impressive stuff from Gam here early. I am loving Elio's play on this Galio as well. So many good taunts, so many good justice punches. Kiaya versus Broken Blade. The meatball war once again raging as they both try to stack as many grasp procs as humanly possible. Broken Blade winning out in the trade for now. Kiaya, the problem with using these decimates against Cho'Gath, two of the Cho'Gath abilities interrupt the channel, so you've got to be ready to spring it early if the Rupture's about to hit you, or if you think he's about to get the cooldown off on the Scream. Flash for the eat! Broken Blade gets the solo kill. Kiaya cannot be disrespecting him like that.
Yeah, bottom side tower, though, in the meantime, taking a beating, and Levi comes over just to make sure that they can push this one down. Make sure, even if Skumon goes for the gank, that they will have the numbers to answer. Next wave is coming, but already rotate over towards the Dragon. Broken Blade, though, jeez. That Cho'Gath is hulking out this game, getting another kill onto Kiaya, being able to push the wave in. He forces the teleport out from Kiaya too, so now teleport advantage from G2.
Look at the damage Artemis puts out. Hansama already down to half HP after Artemis tags him here with a headshot. Stolen Twisted Fate ulti coming in. Here's Eris. There goes Lebrov. There goes Hans. There goes the turret. But here comes Broken Blade. He's in the middle of 4. Cho'Gath, he might be hungry, but he ain't eating today. Gam, just slam him.
That teleport advantage turned into another delivery. Flowers. The gameplay was too quick. The gameplay was too quick. And it is all thanks to Eris. He steals a Twisted Fate ult. He rotates down. They push on. They get the kill. They get the tower. They get the Dragon.
And now Elio and Eris, they're looking at Caps. Yes, there's the gold card onto Elio, but it doesn't matter. Elio will just buffer through it there with a Justice Punch. Let's take another look at how this happened bottom.
Yeah, the siege pressure just really finding it, and Levi is able to tag them, gets the double sleep. You see on the minimap the rotation down from Silas. Eris steals the ulti, is able to get the extra kills, plus they finish off the tower. By the time this teleport completes, it's just Cho'Gath food.
Broken Blade's maybe thinking he can get in there. Maybe you get a feast burst kill on the Artemis. It looked like, according to the UI, there wasn't even a cooldown for it, though. He just gets chain CC'd, beat down, and you could hear the excitement in the Gam squad as they find that pop-off. They're now up 2 Drakes, 3,000 gold, 4 kills. This is an amazing start for Gam. 14 minutes in as turret plates have just fallen.
When the pressure got on in Gam in the last game, in the elimination game, something really switched. They're the ones now pushing the tempo, pushing the plays, forcing G2 to react to them. And the slow reaction just turned into extra lead for Gam. It also resulted in, of course, Kiai, after he got solo killed, he was back out on the top side. He did a lot of extra damage to that top side turret. That thing has been softened up. So not only did they get the bottom side one, but the top side one barely standing there. And Kiaya stacking up, still has the CS lead.
So I will say, for G2, yes, it's good to shut down Kiaya to prevent him from becoming a monster. It's not good when the only kills you have this game are on that Scion. No one else on Gam has fallen yet.
Yeah, this game for Gam is going so well. The bottom lane, really, really big stars. With how they were able to deal with the 2v3, coming out with advantages multiple times.
Once again, I feel like every time we see Hans on the same screen as Artemis, Hans has no more than half a health bar for any amount of time. The range on the Caitlyn's so oppressive, and he's approaching that second item power spike as well as the Rift Herald is spawned.
Artemis was one of the 2 big stars that they wanted to pick up and add to this Gam team with this year. Okay.
Let's See how it works here.
Off here is pretty close.
Neither one of the top laners has a teleport to join this fight. Gam with total control over the top side river. Gam with a 3,000 gold lead as a team, about 2,500 of that on Artemis specifically. And if the Caitlyn's there, G2 shouldn't care. Just walk away, let them have it. Sorry for getting in your way, my bad. And you just let it go. Now Gam have yet another resource to use to build this gold lead, and they will use that resource immediately. Darkened Dagger hits Artemis, but just one dagger isn't going to be a massive threat. Herald's about to charge, and there we go. Tier 1 turret down in the mid lane. That's 2 turrets for Gam now.
Priority continues for them. Broken Blade actually walking up the river. What is the play from G2 right now? Actually, it's already called out though. You see those back pings? Yeah. Kiaya pinging. Broken Blade can roam right now. Careful, Artemis. Don't step up. Don't put that gold bounty on your head at risk.
Yeah, that's a massive bounty, almost 600, and we're only 16 minutes into the game. Infinity Edge just purchased for Artemis, but just as important, Kobe, Mikhail's Crucible, first item here for Elio. Azael talks about this item a lot. I completely agree with him. I think it's one of the best items you can purchase on support, especially when you have one person on the team who's so fed.
Especially when you're playing against Twisted Fate, buddy. Yeah! you better be getting me a Mikhail's. Mikhail's plus
Leona.
Yeah, Mikhail's plus the cleanse, so you can deal with Twisted Fate, deal with the Leona. Getting more and more answers here, but the dive.
Okay, Eris getting dove, tries to use the ulti to defend himself. Immediately, Elio comes crashing in. He wants to find a taunt, but he doesn't find anybody. Now Kiaya's shown up. G2, they still got a 5v2. The turret is about to fall. Kiaya in danger as Elio tries to get away. Kiaya's fully running. Gam caught off guard. They'll lose 2 plus a turret, and G2 aren't done yet. Kiaya trying to stop the back on Caps. This is a big punch back coming out of G2. Now Gam are going to at least get the tier 2 in the mid lane as a trade, but the problem is Broken Blade's taking the same thing up there in top. This was a massive play for G2. That tier 2 turret still standing. They're not going to be able to force that down just yet on the G2 side.
Yeah, classic G2 play, overloading the side outer turret. Caps on down here, does see that Bambi has taken the Krugs already and has left the area. Yep, Dragon spawning fairly soon here, but that was a nice bit of gold here back for G2 before the Dragon. They go and they spend that gold after their kills, after their tower that they've gotten. Gam spent some resources in kind of half-heartedly defending that. Yeah. They use the Gallia ults as well as the teleport from Kiaya, while not committing Artemis himself, of course, and Artemis pushed down mid lane.
And the Mikhail's Crucible was also used by Elio. That cooldown still has about half remaining on it. Gam going after their 3rd Drake of the game. This would bring them to Soul Point. They lost about 1,000 of their 3,000 gold lead, but look at the Caitlyn traps beautifully placed on the ramp. If Skumon wants to go in to try to contest this, it is a one-way trip there for the dog. He decides discretion is the better part of valor today. That is 3 Drakes for Gam.
They're going for the Silas right now. Artemis, Eris, Wise teleport out. Yep. They were going for a little trap play on the split pusher. Good teleport there from Eris to escape the rotation.
All right, so let's check in. Where are the gold leads then for each team? We know it's all Artemis on the side of Gam. Also, solid leads for Levi and Elio both. But over on the other side, Broken Blade still has a modest lead over Kiaya in the meatball battle. And mid lane, Caps, as we expected, he has higher farm. He has the natural gold generation of the Twisted Fate passive, so he's pretty strong now as well. His Rod of Ages is 2 stacks away from being completed for the extra level that's going to earn him. He also has the Lichbane already done. If you're G2, you're looking for Caps to find a play, to facilitate coming back into this game.
Yeah, and G2 also, they're really looking for Han Sama to get any sort of money they can on him. Because the Kai'Sa was put behind in this game, really trying to, they need some more money on that Kai'Sa to actually have the threat to go into the back line.
I like watching people play around these silly Otacon walls. Kiaya gets 1 knock-up there with a Decimate. Broken Blade trades back a knock-up of his own. Elio gets his way up here. It might be big battle time here around the Otacon pit. Caps has his ulti ready to join if he needs to. His Summoner Spellbook has switched over to Exhaust on the Twisted Fate. Eris does not have...
Come to me, mighty God Killer.
If he sees that Twisted Fate on the screen, Broken Blade going to continue to maintain priority here in these side lanes with his lead on this chokedown. Yeah, will be able to immediately respond, but it does mean that Broken Blade always has to learn through joining these other fights.
One with the sounds. Keep it together.
You are much weaker.
I'm here to save you!
End me, or I will end you!
Not too bad for G2. What was once a 3,000 gold lead and change is now just about 1,500. It's been cut down by half. Nicely done. Not allowing Gam to build their own lead up even further. Gam with control of the Otacon pit though, as G2 make their approach. Broken Blade and Lebrov going to lead the charge on this one.
You would betray yourself.
Deep teleport wards here for him as well. Lots
No.
of deep wards for Gam. Littering
This is not
the area
betrayal.
that leads up to Otacon.
Taunt channeled from Elio. Not going to find anything.
A person of true character should never be defined by an inanimate blade.
Second item fully completed now.
Both you and I were cursed to be mere playthings of the Threnodian. But that doesn't mean we cannot reshape our fate.
In the end, no matter what anyone else says, as long as you stay true to yourself, everything will be all right.
This is me being true to myself.
Otherwise, he's vulnerable to the feast of Broken Blade. Damaged health bars on Elio and Levi, but also on Broken Blade and the bottom lane of G2. However, that means Gam is forced out of the topside river. G2 is going to move back up there, clear out some of the vision, and look to control Otacon.
Yeah, Levi went for the flash play, and they got everything out of Hansama. The cleanse down, the flash down for the Kaisa. One of the big carries there for the G2 lineup that Gam want to target. This soul though, Flowers, the soul is only 50 seconds away, so these flashes that are blown already will not be available if they want to rotate down to the soul fight. And you do want to get there pretty early so you can set up your Caitlyn traps. There are pretty big advantages to arriving very early to this objective. Looks like G2 though.
Imperators. No. Your own power. Useless.
Usually the death trap for them where they do.
As long as I can save the person in front of me, I am not useless.
Dealing away the Cho'Gath beast for big burst potential here on the Silas.
No retreat.
Let's see how this fight shakes out on the resources that are now building up after
At least, run it, damn it!
G2 can pick off the Caitlyn. That's their green light. If Gam can protect him, they can steamroll a fight.
I tried everything. How could this be? Again, I failed. I'm sorry.
You can get Otacon Flowers, everything for Gam. They are going to reap the rewards of that team fight. That is huge. Gam.
This warm light must not fade. Take my power, my blessings, my past. Seek out a future.
So the throw sweep, it hits LeBron and Skumon.
Where I am your blade.
Skumon going to sleep while Kiaya
We'll find it together.
front line, pops up Broken Blade. They just burst down
Righteous
the
one.
while the rest of G2 were forced up on the opposite side. Really good focus there from Gam, taking down that front line.
Objective to take, but remember, this thing can still shred your resistances if you're not paying proper respect to the enemy team showing up. Gam still putting the DPS into it. Broken Blade over the wall. Doesn't look like he's going to go for any kind of a steal. Kiaya and Aris both back away now. Dragon Soul, Mountain style, plus Otacon over to Gam. Baron still alive on the map, still a 3,500 gold lead for Gam. Broken Blade knocked up on Kiaya, but that's not worth a whole lot. Mid lane tier 1, G2 gonna force that one.
One more time. Hopefully this helps. I am the Tempest! Bad timing. Swift and resolute. Ha! The end has come. Down with the curtain! Wind calls, waves follow. The wicked will face judgment. Swift and resolute. Hopefully this helps. Moment of resonance.
Wind's breath.
It's just too strong. Artemis is just too far ahead. This Caitlyn is so powerful with the 3-item power spike. Really meaning they can just destroy your front line and move forward towards you. Kaisa can't really get angles in there, show short range. No real opportunities there, too far behind. This game has been so much about that bottom lane. They can't get to die. Artemis really showing up. 100% kill participation on the support Galio from Elio as well. Both of these two having a phenomenal game so far. But a good game isn't a complete game. Gam still has to keep playing this lead. That gold lead hasn't really ever gone past this point very much. G2 have managed to keep the game close, so we're still looking for that moment from Gam that really breaks things open. The Emperor is spawning in 2.5 minutes. Baron is still alive on the map. And the important thing to also note is those little golden barriers alongside the edge of all the objectives. If G2 does win a fight, if they find Artemis that one time, one play can flip the game on its head. Back, try and make use of the bounty system. Is there hope? For sure.
Well done.
The power of this mountain soul as well. Just it is insane for the front line here. Double mountain.
Seek out a future where I am your blade. We'll find it together.
The frequency in her body is already...
Arbiter, despair not, for all is not lost.
To at least get some kind of a consolation prize, but the Baron now on the side of Gam with 45 seconds until the Elder spawns.
I want to see the vision of that replay. Elio doing a good job up on the corner there of the wall to see what it looked like for G2's perspective, because now Gam, with the Baron, with the Mountain Soul, with the Otacon already taken, everything in their arsenal poised to push us to Silver Scrapes, push us to a Game 5.
Arbiter, forgive me for meeting thee in such a form.
If he didn't hit that, he was immediately dead to the follow-up taunt from Elio, and now everybody from G2 trying to flash out and stay alive.
Imperator?
It couldn't be worse.
I thought you...
I safeguarded my core data, lest I be wholly assimilated. Arbiter, dost thou remember the covenant we made?
Keep your eyes on Skumon. A full send Elder Steel could be the only chance G2 really has here.
Soon thou shalt recall all. Thou didst desire that I uncover the Threnodian's true nature. So I set forth a condition, that my root privileges be unbound, that I might act without restriction.
With unrestricted access, you were going to.
Merge with Leviathan. A measure of last resort. At the time, I had no other recourse. So, I allowed it to believe it had prevailed. The Threnodian is a taint upon civilization. Only by partaking of its blight could I seek to comprehend it.
So, what did you learn?
The Threnodian cannot be undone while civilization endureth. Even it knows not the means of its own destruction.
Yo, what up, Yuri?
But we may yet shackle it.
What role does Cardathia play in this?
Smiles on the Gam players. This team, they really
when Leviathan merged with me, it breached my mind.
So much pressure with all the fan base of
I offered knowledge of the Resonator, yet concealed one small truth. Beings such as we may bear but a single Resonator.
It's only been 3 days here at this event, Kobe.
The Threnodian used my return pod to conceive an entity known as Fleur de Lis, to make her its Resonator.
Raz and I are great. We're chilling. Yeah, we're vibing. Enjoying the game. Having a great time.
After centuries of failure, by sheer trial, it found success but once. We were of one body. Therefore, when Fleur de Lis became Leviathan's Resonator, she also became mine. But mark this well. To the Sentinel, a Resonator is an anchor. To the Threnodian, they are but a shackle.
Outperformed Hansama and LeBron. They have been such a difference maker. Elio has been so confident in a lot
What
of these
made
plays.
you decide
Not
to
only
leave
are they
Turvin with the
playing that 3-3,
Phasalias?
I love the trap that they actually set for Caps, where he shows up.
When first I did merge with the Threnodian, I sought only but to bide, awaiting a Resonator of steadfast will to join me in the war against the Threnodian. After Fleur de Lis's conception, Cantarella became my safeguard.
There was a reason why Skumon was coming. Because
But had Fleur de Lis fallen to the Threnodian sway, as long as one mortal using Turvin passed the second awakening to become my own Resonator, then the law that no being shall bear more than one resonator at a time wouldst have been shattered.
Led 2-0 against G2. It takes so much to come back in series like
This wouldst rend asunder the frequencies of I, Imperator, Leviathan, and Fleur-de-Lis in a tempest of chaos. And the Threnodian wouldst not escape destruction.
Absolutely. I mean, these are two teams that...
Such was my intention. Yet Cantarella chose another way.
Not all journey toward a final destination. Some are destined to pave the way. Take my energy. I will find a way out myself. I trust this will serve to pave the way for you.
She forfeited all the power of the Second Awakening, surrendering it unto me. With that newfound power, I did briefly regain control, and in that moment, compelled Fleur-de-Lis to strike at my form as it was, corrupted by the Threnodian.
But that wasn't your original plan.
No, it was an unexpected variable. A plan I could not have conceived. Or rather, a plan born of hope. Perhaps this is the influence humanity has wrought upon me. To change is to be free. Fleur-de-Lis overcame the fate Leviathan ordained, and so too did Cantarella walk a path unscribed in my records. Though the journey was fraught with twists, we stand victorious.
I don't know if the end justifies the means.
Arbiter, was I wrong?
I can't speak for what I wasn't a part of. You did what you could do in that moment. Anyone still standing because of it doesn't get to judge.
Arbiter, in the few moments we have left, might I speak with Fleur-de-Lis?
Call her Cardathea. That's what she wanted. How do you intend to bring her back?
Remnants of her frequency linger within thy tacit mark. So long as a conduit is established, her frequency shall be reborn into her body.
Alright, we'll talk more about this on the other side of the break. It is
Me.
one last time, one more time here.
This dying breeze has little time left. Let it guide her on its final journey. Arbiter, one question remains. Did I fulfill the charge set upon me? Arbiter, take these words to the Vesalius. From this day forth, you are free. Cardathea, awaken.
You are...
I am Imperator, a being that owes you a great debt. I have a question I wish to ask thee. Dost thou rage at how life has unfolded? Dost thou renounce faith or hold resentment. If thou wishes to forget, I can erase the past from thy memory.
Such memories do bring me pain, but that is evidence of their truth. Without the truth, I would not have had the strength to carry on. The truth is a beacon in the maelstrom of my life. And I would rather suffer for it and rejoice in it than abandon it to blissful ignorance. I am true to myself. Please, don't make me forget who I am.
I have heard thy wish.
If I go, you will be one step closer to perfection. No. If you do that, I wouldn't be me. To deny my own self and my experiences means any perfection I reach would be hollow. I would be heartless.
Thou hast need of divinity no longer. Though my power hath waned, I now offer thee my blessings. Let the winds of the past depart. The ships of this new era no longer need their guidance. Though the tide's rage is endless, humanity shall embark upon new voyages. No longer shall scroll and prophecy bind, but thy will shall forge a new era. Cartathea, thou art worthy to bear the title of Blessed Maiden.
Playin 2025, and guys, think about this. 2 hours ago, it looked like the most one-sided series I've ever seen. G2 was dominated. It was finally the G2 that we were promised, and we're here. Game 5. GAM, one game away from giving us GAM time once again and reaching the main event.
And I was all aboard the train for G2. I was a believer that they had kind of fixed a lot of their problems that we saw in the previous days, but you can see right in front of you.
Look at them.
They're excited. Everything that they've been working on all split long up until this point, they're realizing a best of
I have never seen you look as gentle as you did during our fight.
They talk so much about putting the team above the individual, about believing in each other, working towards this common goal, and they're seeing the results. They weren't even supposed to qualify for MSI based on playoff expectations in the LCS.
Let me ask you this one more time.
On the brink of what I think
should I call you Cartathea or Fleur-de-Lis?
I want to say that it doesn't matter. But since you first met me as Cartathea, that is who I shall be.
The fact that they were 4th seed in their own region,
very well, Cartathea.
I thought I saw the Sentinel just now.
A lot of the focus was like, Furia looks amazing, right? They expect the Furia to come out against them and be able to take that win. And they're just at every point proving the doubters wrong.
And I just think for G2 on the other side, there is such an immense amount of pressure on these players now. They made the changes with the roster with the intent of having more success internationally. And you know that has got to be weighing on their minds. They're on the brink of getting reverse swept. They can still buckle down, win this series.
What do we do now?
They can accomplish.
And the crowd goes wild for GAM here. Of course, they have had the support of Vancouver and of the arena. And the players,
I can't return to Raguna as Fleur-de-Lis, and I need not serve divinity anymore.
Who has the momentum? Who is gonna take it? You gotta think about GAM.
Momentum-wise, they absolutely have the momentum. But I mean, G2, they have
who I was, and my past aspirations are all gone. I feel
the momentum's
empty.
on the side of GAM, but one good play from G2 could really get the ball rolling.
Yes, and when stress is piling on that, you need the veterans of BB, Caps, and hell, Dylan Falco, to be able to get them calm. and focused, because it was looking so good. Remind them what was working
You're
in the
right.
first 2 games of the series. It felt clean, and I think as long as you can I feel like empowering Hans for me is the way to go. That laning phase was rough. I kind of expected it to be when you look at the Kai'Sa
You
versus
already
Caitlyn.
know who I think they should be empowering.
Yeah, cabs.
It all comes down to this.
I'll stay here for a while longer.
One last game to prove it all.
Is
One
that
last
all
game
right?
to prove that you have what it takes to reach the main event. Casters, over to you for GAM versus G2.
Thank you so much, Lord. Thank you so much, Analyst Desk. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for what is now guaranteed to be the final game of the play-in stage for MSI 2025. G2 started strong, then GAM fought back.
The one who defies hath banished herself to the high tower, cleansing the remnants of the dark tide. Yet, she knew not that the dark tide would never recede. She shall prove the most loyal servant to divinity.
You are wrong! Humanity has its flaws, and you've exploited our weaknesses. But we shall not go down without a fight!
You are no longer whole! You are not the perfect creation I conceived! Be that as it may, how long shall thy resolve endure?
The righteous will always rise to defeat evil. I will defeat you, and await my own defeat. Whoever it is, the tide of resistance never ceases. False divinity, suffer my disobedience!
Okay, so AD jungles to pair with the Annie do get kind of thin when you get to game number 5.
I cannot fall now.
That was kind of hovered before.
No wall is impregnable. Humanity has its flaws, exploited by the Threnodian. But we shall not go down without a fight. The waves of resistance shall never cease. Mankind will not be oppressed by the Threnodian. Now, be free. Light, come hither! Make way for your destroyer.
That is a potent duo. Levi himself used it this tournament.
Yep. You go in.
Come to me.
Yeah. Annie bursts down the initial target. Viego possesses.
Mighty God Killer.
You're also going to go ahead and complete the top side here for G2, locking in the blind Cassante for Broken Blade. What will be the answer here from GAM to deal with that? What does Kiaya have now that the pools are so worn down? This could be one that I wouldn't be surprised, and there it is, the lock on the Aatrox for Kiaya.
Yeah, this is nerfed Cassante and buffed Aatrox. The extra healing here for Aatrox. We'll see about this top lane matchup, but looks like they're making some very similar choices there. A lot of good all-in combos.
See, another one of those respect bands, another one of those pocket pick bands from GAM. It's the Draven in the first set. It's the Blitzcrank of Labrov here in the second half of the band.
Whether you need help with working out or maintaining your health, feel free to come by my gym.
Having drafted both their solo lanes and their junglers, it's all about the bottom lanes here in the second half of the draft, and it's about supports for the first ban for both sides.
And Kalista is still up, so they ban away the Renata. Thinking about some of the optional pairings for them here.
I like the Ezreal ban from GAM. That champion can be very effective against Vi in particular. You lock onto him, he arcane shifts, all of a sudden you're somewhere you really don't want to be.
Yeah, it's too safe, too safe. Can't have that. Can't have that going over to G2.
Now, what is G2's final ban going to be here? I mean, when you look at Marksman, we're really deep now, Kobe. We've got the ban on Draven and Ezreal. We've got 8 champions already removed through Fearless. Bard is your final ban now.
Sivir 2 with the move speed is still available, still an option.
Okay.
You can always go for Jinx if you want to scale for team fights. And Jinx does work really well with burst combos like Viego Annie to try and get that excited passive going.
Right.
So that could be an option for G2.
Gam thinking about this. They will have the last pick of the draft. I would assume that will go to their support.
There's that
Kalista.
That's the Kalista we were looking for with the Renata ban. They don't care the Renata is banned.
But what will they pair with it?
Something for some lane dominance here, some engage.
Also feels better to play Kalista when Caitlyn is banned as one of the potential options, but Ashe is one of those champions that's still available. Ashe is something that we see a lot of teams pick into Kalista with the slows. It's still available right now, but so is that Smolder, so is Senna, and that'll be the answer from it's Senna Tom for G2.
Ooh, the safety of the Tom Kench here to complement the Senna. One of our classic combinations. When you see the Vi coming towards you, we're gonna have some options now. All right, what's it gonna be? Oh man, they're covering some aggressive stuff.
That would be a full send if that was support, Elise. Let's see. Seraphine, the final pick.
I kind of wanted to see the Pyke because you want to like execute past the Tom Kench shield, past the gray health, but they go with the power of the Senna. Very strong here for lane with the poke damage, and does get to be very useful for team fights later on when you need some extra shields to deal with some burst damage. If the Annie Viego is getting to be too much, maybe that extra breakpoint, you know, shields from Seraphine, shields from the Orianna, of course self shields from Vi as well, but oh man, we're building into it. Honestly, Flowers, I think this draft to me looks pretty close.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you know I was going to ask you my question.
Game number 5, I know.
I've asked it every game.
It's going to come down to play. It's going to come down to execution. Caps here on the Annie, he has been so critical. If you remember all the way back to the first 2 games for G2, Caps pivotal. Now on Annie here, such a playmaking champion, so many burst possibilities.
Especially, again, with
The
that
crown of
combination with
winds
Viego needs to be
has
able
been
to reset
engulfed
so
by
much
the
of
sea.
character's power is budgeted into
Tell
the
me,
ability to reset.
are you the
If he
one who
just
summoned
comes in,
this blade?
Can't find that first one. Life is tough. He'll be relying on Caps to set that up and allow him to pop off.
And honestly, I think I might be even leaning more towards the GAM side of the draft now, Flowers. With how Artemis played last time around, them having the Kalista plus the Seraphine down here, that is going to be guaranteed priority for GAM. I want to see how it plays out down here. Because G2, once again, they're going to rely a lot on Caps plus Skumont here. Senna has to scale up, and she scales slower than she previously did with the nerf to the Soul generation.
Okay, grasp on both top laners for the early laning power. Airy for the Seraphine, Summoner Spellbook for the Tom, playing for that extra utility as the game goes forward. Everything else pretty standard stuff. Just some cautious checking of the brushes here at level 1. And here we have on the screen time spent in a major deficit for GAM. Half the time they were in a major deficit versus BLG, but in this series and versus Furia, 14% shakes out to roughly 1/7 of the time for GAM, which means 6/7 of the time they're either close or they're ahead.
I'm just impressed how quick they got that Photoshop of the kiss up
Yeah,
here ready for the graphic.
that was pretty slick.
Because that's how this series started. We'll see how it ends very shortly here. All right, Artemis and Elio, just stars in the previous game.
Yeah.
Massive carries, massive honors to both of them.
I mean, remember how it started off? Skumon was the one pathing bottom very early to try to gank. And then they just turn it around, they kill LeBron, and they go right back to pressuring and farming. Back here in mid lane, Annie and Orianna, 2 very traditional mage champions to go head-to-head here. Tri-lane Cam gonna give us a look at a little bit of everything, with mid lane being the one trading the most heavily here early on. Obviously, at level 1, auto attacks compromise a lot of your damage, and Oriana's Clockwork Windup gives her a distinct advantage in those trades compared to a lot of other champions. Cap's doing a good job there. They're using the stun to guarantee the electrocute proc.
I think there should be a lot of early Caps plus Scumon's combinations because, yeah, and, oh, he's coming already, level 3 here. 3 camps into the combination. They want to at least get the flash. Can Caps get a stun? How many charges?
He's charging it up. Yeah, I can't see the buff counter thing. Okay, Eris just continuing.
Well, he's got it under his head there. 3.
Okay, he's staying very far back. Oh yeah, it's under the health bar now. I'm stupid. I'm living in 2009. I'm a dummy. Caps finds some quick damage there, but again, about the same amount of health for both mid laners, and Eris is going to play so cautiously. So Scumon's time spent hovering around this mid lane puts him about 1 camp behind Levi or so. TP right back onto the face of Caps from Eris. Levi not going to be shadowing this one, just instead taking his own blue buff. Eris honestly losing a ton of HP on this teleport return. He returns to lane, and now he's back to the same amount of HP that he was at when he recalled home. Bit of a mistake there from Eris early on, trying to maybe put some pressure onto Caps, but that many minions at level 3, those hurt.
Yeah, minions definitely hurt early on into the game, especially a full wave of them. Caps now teleporting back with his purchase, and he's got his boots. Big here for the Annie. Try and make some of these roaming plays on the rise. He was able to get his own leads in mid and then transfer it to the rest of the team.
So both mid laners are thinking about the potential jungle fight for the topside crab, but it looks like Scumon's just going to get control over it himself instead. Top lane control does go over to Kiaya on the Aatrox here early. Levi's going to go ahead and take his first recall. Bottom side, Lebrov and Hans taking some big damage from those Seraphine high notes.
So we've got some numbers to back up what you saw with your very own eyes in the previous game.
All right.
1,252 damage per minute for the Caitlyn. I believe it was just over 40K for the entire game.
40% of the team's damage.
And it wasn't just how much he was doing. They kept down the Kai'Sa so heavily.
Yeah.
Barely got anything in that with the AD Kai'Sa.
Eris and Caps just continuing to trade back and forth so frequently. Caps constantly priming these stuns, trying to get those quick electrocute trades on the Eris.
Eris trying to space him on the Oriana. Get those chunks, keep him out of range. Use the slows, even with the move speed of the boots.
And that's really what it's all about with this matchup, right? Oriana does have the superior range, but it's pretty close. If you step just a little bit too far forward and Caps gets off the stun, he's gonna win those trades.
Right, Levi's hovering so much. They know this is really the only area that G2 want to play early. And so he's hovering so much to make sure that nothing goes too heavily wrong. But Caps, once again, generates his own CS lead with the threat.
Plus 10. Huge. Eris once again taking a recall, as now it'll be Elio and Artemis moving towards the mid lane, towards this topside river here. Levi coming around, flash, vault breaker, Seraphine tries to follow, Levi ends up taking a ton of damage there. Cam hoping to find Caps unawares, but it does not work.
Yeah, Artemis also used his flash to go for the Q snipe to finish off that kill. So Caps survives, he evades all of it. That is 4 flashes down now for the side of Gam. Big value for Caps here, surviving the attempted play.
Yeah, massive 3 flashes to not get anything but the Caps flash in return. That is a huge net positive for G2. 6 minutes into the game, Gam thought they might be able to catch him by surprise, but Caps is ready for it. Levi now just trying to go back to, oh my goodness, Lebrov just stole it away with the lick.
Spellbook here, Tom Kench having some fun. Wards here as well, so not only just fun, frog on frog action,
yeah.
but also the deep wards. They do have full vision over this bottom side.
Scumon getting to secure himself that first Drake for G2 as well. Labrov jumps in there, goes for an Abyssal dive, but he gets rooted up. Artemis has to be careful jumping that far in. They're still in a 2v3 here. Labrov has thick skin, primed and ready to pop, but instead just going to allow it to use the regeneration instead. Checking back up in on the top lane here. It is a very slight farm lead for Kiaya, but not a ton. Again, this is, I feel like, kind of the goal for Broken Blade. As long as you keep it close, hey, you're doing fine. This is the big piece on the chessboard for Gam, and being able to answer him and just stay close, stay competitive, that's solid.
Yeah, and Kiaya here, as Aatrox with a Seraphine on your team, with an Orianna on your team as well, that can really enable you in some of the team fights later. Definitely has huge potential for later on once they do get to those skirmishes and team fight phases.
Back in mid. Caps continuing to build those farm leads, as Caps does. Artemis and Elio having a much more normal lane phase here in Game 5 compared to the absolute domination of Game number 4. Levi with level 6 though, coming down bottom lane. He's going to walk right over top of a control ward, so G2 is going to be very aware of what Gam might have been thinking about. Levi will clear that out, move back into the jungle. You can see the blue buff for Gam about to respawn. Similar story for the red on the side of G2, but Skewmond, honestly, having a really solid early game here on the Viego too. He's still staying ahead of Levi in terms of tempo with his farm. He's also going to fully clear both the grubs, and remember that he already got the first Drake.
Yeah, he's afforded a lot of freedom because Gam have been so focused and worried about mid lane. Because they have to deal with mid lane, everyone on Gam so worried about Caps. They're spending so many resources from Gam towards that mid lane, and they were unable to actually get the kill onto Caps. And so it has afforded Skewmond a lot of freedom there to grab objectives for the team and to keep his focus on the farming. And just like leaving it in your mind, leaving it threatening. Oh, maybe I'm camping mid, but not sense the super early minutes.
All right, Elio's gonna pass through here. Seraphine ulti also very, very powerful in one of these fights. You know, if you have Tom Kench, if you have Viego and Cassante all going in this big melee ball, and he's also a pretty short-range mage, a big Seraphine ulti into a big Orianna ulti could be a massive wombo combo. Kiaya, nice sidestep there from the third and Tofo strike, making sure he doesn't get knocked back into the turret. The Cassante special that we've seen so many times. You get knocked back, you get path makered, you get all outed, all of a sudden you're underneath the turret with no way out. Kiaya won't be caught by that trap, but Skewmond coming in mid lane here, finds a nice stun on Aris. There's the follow-up from Caps. Shockwave isn't going to do a whole lot. It's first blood over to Skewmond.
And there were just seconds left on the flash timer. Skewmond chooses his moment wisely. Finally goes for that play that we're looking for. The Annie collaboration with Viego. Just seconds before Ares is able to get his flash back. They get their kill.
And I misspoke, that was Caps taking the credit for the kill. This is the guy that Gam committed 3 flashes to try to set behind. Now he's ahead anyway. G2 about at a 1,000 gold lead now, with the vast majority of that being on Caps himself. This is exactly where they want to be in the early game. You've got the first set of grubs, you've got the first Drake, you've got the first kill, and it's on Caps Annie, and he's up almost 3 waves of farm again.
Such a huge focus, but here it is once again. Skewmond goes for the flash, able to get the full combo, and again, that look at that flash timer, just the slivers were still ticking up. Timed it so well, since they both used theirs.
Oh, but now we got a problem up in the top side for Kiaya. Skewmond once again trying to make the difference. Kiaya misses the Q2, goes in for the Q3 onto the Viego. Continues trying to make a little bit of extra distance, but the third and Tofo strike's gonna find him this time. Broken Blade gets a kill. Both G2 solo laners on the board.
Skewmond is activated here. Viego getting in the action and getting those kills for his solo laners. Broken Blade cashes in even more. The timing of it, they get to push the wave. 2 turret plates on top of a kill. So much influx of gold here for G2.
G2 in the early game, in game number 5. Backs against the wall, knowing if they lose this one, they're out in the play-ins for Europe's most accomplished team of all time. That is just not hitting the standard, and they're throwing it all here in Game 5 into the mix to make sure that GAM doesn't take that spot from them.
They have refocused. Can they continue, though? They do have a new dragon up, and GAM positioning here for the fight.
Skewmond already with the Trinity Force, has been the facilitator of both kills thus far. GAM, they'll use the smite to secure the Scuttle Crab, but they've got to respect Caps. The Annie with the flash and the Tibbers can spell disaster.
May I pray for anything specific for you? It would be my honor. The power to split and match matter.
The turret already shot him another time. Kiaya with the flash away. The Dawning Shadow doesn't find the mark. Kiaya gets away, but at the same time, G2 claims their second Drake this game. That is 3 neutral objectives for G2. They're at 2 kills. If they get 1 more kill, they'll secure the boots as well.
Yeah, all things really going for G2. Of course, since Levi used his
Can you
spike
feel
to go
it?
for that crab,
The frequency of the
they were
wind.
gonna get that dragon
It's resonating
afterwards.
between
Levi,
us.
after covering this side, trying to put a stop to Broken Blade's push here, and all this extra gold coming through.
Kiaya back up into position here on the Aatrox. Still just the difference between having an item and not. Broken Blade just feeling so much more powerful than this Aatrox. Goes all out, provides himself an exit route here as now the World Ender is popped. Broken Blade trying to use the Pathmaker, but that means the Vi ulti has the opportunity to go back in. But Skewmond's also here. Broken Blade with another shield. GAM finds the first kill, but now Kiaya's got to make sure he doesn't fall. Skewmond with the defensive ulti back over the wall to escape. GAM get their first kill of the game, punishing Broken Blade.
Exactly what you were talking about, Flowers. He wanted to use his item advantage for the 1v1s, but it was not a 1v1. Levi had just been on that top side, so he doesn't respect it, but now
Eris, immediate flash over the wall as Labrov with a nice abyssal dive forces the summoner spell out of the otherwise immobile mid laner of GAM. But this whole time, because Labrov and Hans were rotated up to the top side of the map towards all this scrapping, it meant that Artemis and Elio could get the bottom lane turret first. That's going to give them first turret credit. So now we're in a contest for those boots. It's 2 kills for GAM or 1 kill for G2 to earn them, as Hans Sama is at least going to retake the gold lead, taking down the tier 1 turret in top side.
Yeah, G2 there, they were looking for big topside play because they just got a bunch of completed items too. The Malignant's also done for Caps, so they were trying to find some picks for themselves over through the jungle. So they overload up top side of the map, forcing that turret. But here's another look at it. Broken Blade had gone.
May I pray for anything specific for you? It would be my honor.
Gotcha, didn't I? To arrive, so they get the extra time, despite the item completed there for Broken Blade. The kill is completed for GAM.
Whenever we come back from those replays, I always have to just like take a deep breath because I never know if the teams are instantly going to be fighting. We've seen such aggressive plays from both teams so far in this series, and now it's G2 with the Rift Herald having only just spawned with control over the topside river. Skewmond and Caps going after the objective. Elio and Artemis stepping up here towards Hans and Labrov, but this Tom Kench is such a great denial pick against Vi.
Yeah, and because they had rotated their duo over early and sacrificed their bottom lane, they have a lot of those deep wards laying behind too to try and see where GAM were moving up, but not going to result in anything further than the Rift Herald. They accrue the objective as well.
All right, where do we go from here, Mr. Kobe? Because G2 still have a lead in pretty much every direction.
I would say Rift Herald towards mid tower. Okay. It's not quite going to get it right now, but using that thing, it already is
The Shorekeeper. This name suits me well enough. It aligns with my purpose and drive. They only exist because of you.
Eons of time on this vast land, all encapsulated in a humble game. I am fortunate to have you as my opponent. The sea is a mirror. It reflects the shape of your soul in its tides.
Kiaya, he gets to farm this big wave. That's good. picking up a little bit of extra money, trying to continue building that lead, make sure that he's a side.
The crown of winds
This is the guy. This
has been engulfed by the sea. Tell me, are you the one who summoned this blade?
Can 1v9 if he gets fed, and I'm pretty sure Gam wants him to be able to do that.
And there is going to be tons of healing on this team, since they do have the double Sundered Skies, plus Aatrox himself, plus Blade of Ruin King for Kalista, plus the Seraphine on their team. Seraphine plus Orianna shields, so lots of synergistic team fighting for them. On the other side, of course, Hanstama here, stacking up the Senna. Slower now than previously, but also going to add the enchanting to his team.
Righteous One,
And they do that Rift Tail
please
play.
keep what happened between
Even
us.
if it was delayed by Lebrov going down for the vision, they still pull it off. They still get their goal.
Yes,
Get the
I'm
Herald down to
fine.
the turret.
I know what I want to do now.
Drifting from Skewmon there, crashing the Herald
I
into
want
the
to
tier 1
surpass
turret of the
you.
bottom lane to guarantee they get
You're
that one as
strong,
well. G2
stronger than
with a
me.
slight gold lead.
You could
Gam's not
defy
gonna
my
let him just
wishes,
take this third
ignore
drink of
my
the game, though.
pleas,
Gam ready to
defeat
move up
me,
and try to fight.
and
They
in the
close
end
out.
save
He's
me.
in some danger, but the blast
But
cone gets him away.
if one
G2
day
mid laner
you
half
find
HP.
yourself in a
Dragon
similar
resetting and
predicament to
losing
mine,
patience. G2 still with
who's
control of
going
the
to
bot side
save
river.
you?
Keep your eyes on Cap.
Your bond
Gam
with the
trying to
Sentinel
move up,
is
apply
now
a little bit
bond
of
with
pressure.
me.
The Dragon down to half.
You were their
Attacking Gam
arbiter,
now, putting a little bit
and
of
they
damage
were
into
your
the health
helper.
bar. Broken Blade's got a
But
lot of spirits
I
in
want
his
to go
back.
beyond
Shot
that.
down to half himself.
I want to
But
be
remember, if he
more than
goes
someone
all
who
out,
works
he
on
can still
trifles,
try to regenerate
like
a lot
harmonizing
of
the
HP.
frequencies between
G2
you and
decides
Abby.
against it. They don't
Hey,
wanna
I'm
potentially
more
throw
than a
the lead here.
trifle.
They give the Mountain Drake
Wait,
over. Seraphine ulti into the
I didn't
top, but
realize
only
you're the
finds
reason I
Broken
stopped
Blade as he
feeling
path
icky.
makes out.
Should the day
Dust
come
settles,
when you
nobody
find
dead.
yourself
Gam
in a
have an
similar
easy route
predicament
towards
to
mid,
mine,
So even though the Rift Herald was
I'd
then
need
used
to
take down
defy
their
your
mid tower,
wishes,
not only
ignore
do
your
they get the
pleas,
objective by
defeat
forcing them
you,
out, they
and
also
be
can
your
turn it into
savior.
some gold as well.
Gam about to tie this game up.
Hmm.
It is 3
If
turrets to
that
3,
were to
2
ever
Drakes to
happen,
1.
wouldn't I
Still
need
2
great
kills to
power
2.
to set
The
you
next
right?
kill determines
Just
the
like how
boots.
you set me
It's a
right.
battle for the boots.
Would you
Battle for the
deny me the
boots.
chance to
And their
return the
team fight
favor?
is looking good for Gam. Very scary for G2 to go into, especially since Cap's no flash. Gam, they put their sights on him, even though they didn't get the kill onto the Annie. Getting the flash down, taking away the key summoner spell for the key player on G2.
Also, a critical key item about to be completed here in the mid lane for Gam. Eris nearly has the fully charged
Since
Seraph's
I
Embrace,
swore
needs
to be your
cast another
blade,
spell or two,
it
and
follows
then
that I
extra
must hone
shield
myself
could
to a
very
keen
well be the
edge.
difference between a full burst
Right
combo
now,
and a Viego reset,
you're
or
less a
barely staying
blessed
alive,
maiden
hanging on for
and
that shield
more
battery in
a
the Seraphine
steely
to
knight.
keep you alive and keep the fight going.
Well,
Once that
my
completes,
one creed
obviously
is
he's
to
gonna
be true to
feeling more
myself.
comfortable as Kiaya
In that
and
sense,
Broken Blade are set up
I
here in
am
the
rather
bottom lane.
headstrong.
Kiaya with his Sundered Sky, now feeling a lot better about that 1v1 against the
a
Iceborne
knight.
Gauntlet of the Cassante.
Yes,
of
perhaps I'll
Broken
be a
Blade,
knight errant.
Otacon
That does
spawning,
sound
as you can
appealing.
see in the bottom right
But,
part of your screen.
truthfully,
In the top side of the map
so
this game,
much of this world feels unfamiliar
it's a
to me now.
100 gold difference. It doesn't
Will
even
you be
matter.
there to
Both
guide
these
me,
teams ready to
should
go.
I need
Nice
it?
interrupt there on the Q3. Broken Blade not going to allow Kiaya to get that big
Then
source of
it is
damage.
agreed.
Levi just jumps over the wall here with a ball breaker
One
immediately, but
last
it's only
thing.
LeBron waiting on him.
You should
Now it
speak
might
with
be trouble for
Cantarella.
Gam. Levi has
I
to
can
try to
sense
retreat
she
back
made
on
it
the
out of the
wall now.
Sonorasphere
Article does the
safely.
same. Caps rotates down as Gam disengages.
I'll go later.
Levi does not have a fearful bone in his body.
Yes, he does not. He is all in all the time, constantly looking for plays, playing with fire sometimes.
Yeah,
but
it got a little hot back there.
They're able to escape.
Kiaya using the Q3 that time. Finds it onto Broken Blade. Pathmaker does not interrupt, but Skewmon, he's so strong on this Viego. He's soloing down the Otacon for a little while. It's down to 30% HP when Caps moves up to help him. G2 easily
Onwards.
secure this Otacon for themselves. And Kobe, although the gold is as close as it is, now if we look at the total amount of flower petals claimed by G2, 27 versus 1. That is a massive amount of adaptive force that G2 has that's just very subtle.
Plus, you see the level leads for a lot of the members on the team right now, and Caps finishing the magic penetration here. Void Staff plus Malignance for the Annie. Splash is still on cooldown, so still doesn't have the big playmaking, but yeah, Gam make the call. Just keep on farming for themselves. They want to get to their big synergy 5-on-5 fight. Make use of all their shields and healing.
I feel like this is by far the slowest game we have had today. Both teams know what's on the line. The fact that we had Otacon claimed before the Empowered Boots. That is how few kills are in this game, as neither side wants to make that fatal mistake that doesn't just end the game, that doesn't just end the series, that ends their run at MSI. Still the 3 grubs for G2, gives them that extra pushing power. Again, we go back to the first 2 games that G2 won. It was a macro diff. It was GAM constantly taking bad trades, a turret for a turret plus a kill, something similar. And if G2 even takes even
So
trades
you
this time
haven't
around, they will have
forgotten
so
me.
much more pushing power. You can see here the gold grab throughout the game. The highest gold difference was about plus 1,000 for G2 back around 12 minutes into the game.
I
We're 10
shouldn't
minutes
put
later
my
now,
guest on
and
the
it's still
spot.
on a knife's edge.
Moving on. How is Cartathea?
She needs time.
Understandable. Her transition back to mortal life is a drastic departure from her former existence. Now, I suppose I should thank you. Huh?
What's this?
Blood Pact's pledge. A symbol of the unbreakable pact between you and the Phasalia family. Each head of the family is entitled to one, and only one.
To escape, Labrov used both summoner spells to get out of that one alive. The Seraphine teamfighting prowess, though, did see a little glimpse of it, Gam. They still have the inside route towards the dragon, but G2
You
moving in to take
vanquished the
vision.
Threnodian and brought peace at last to the Phasalias. You should have it.
It was the Callista ult saving the Seraphine. G2 with control over this bot side river now. Kiaya could be in a little bit of danger.
Consider
Dodges
this a
away from the
token of
center, but now Broken
gratitude.
Blade taking some damage. Important update, it is also 500 gold per player with those flowers. It's about a 3,000 gold lead in
Is that
effective
the
stats
only
for G2.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of power.
That is much more flower power. Okay, so Hansama had just run out of mana, though, so G2 running out of a little bit of steam there. No
You
mana
wish
left
for
on
more?
him. Has to retreat.
Or is there something else
Should
you'd
be
have
the
me do?
objective win there for Gam then.
Yeah, and the timer favors GAM here as well. 24 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock means that there's no chance for G2 to try to trade something across the map there in the Baron Pit. Still not spawned yet. Otacon obviously already taken. Now, 2 Drakes to 2, 2 kills to 2,
Oh.
3 turrets to 3.
Do you intend to mediate
Everything
between the
is
two
so close
families?
except for those flower petals. Again, it's about a 2,500 gold total team value.
Tiresome
An adaptive
feuds
force for
rarely
G2
last
through
between
those.
two formidable houses.
Second items completed in a lot of different spots now. You already mentioned the Void Staff for Caps. We have Leandres
But
for Ares.
alas, there
Unending
is
Despair
only
on
so
Broken
much
Blade.
light.
Shojin on Kiaya.
Some branches greedily reach for more than they need, and the forgotten are doomed to wither in the dark.
When you're running the Annie Viego burst that's looking to try and
Disagreements
grab one
lie
of those
not
kills really
only
quickly,
between
that
families,
extra slow, that
but
extra
also
damage,
within them.
if they can actually burst the target down, could be super meaningful to their
How
teamfight.
fortunate I now find myself with time to fix things.
So much tension building here during all of these lulls. When they're going back,
If you're
trying to
interested,
farm. The
I'd
only big
gladly
objective
teach
up
you
on the
how
map,
to
Baron.
care
It's
for a
not
family
something
such
you
as
start
ours.
lightly, trying to clear out some of the vision.
Before I forget,
Watching a really dramatic, like 3-hour movie.
Imperator left a message.
With the exposition. Now
Tell me, I'm ready.
From this day forth, you are free.
I'll remember that.
Will you tell the others?
Another fight, another multi-ulti.
I've spent so long preparing for this day. A few more will hardly make a difference.
Ares had no teleport. Caps did have teleport. That was dangerous. They saw a target
I'll take
that they
my leave
wanted.
then.
They saw Hansama.
More
They got the
tea
flash
before you
out
go.
of that Senna.
But now,
See if it's worth.
exactly, they did spend the Callista ult, the Seraphine ult, the Vi ult, and G2 are going to use the opportunity.
It felt
to
like a
take
strong
the two
energy
turrets
fluctuation
here
from
with the bot lane,
Cardathia
the
Sonaro,
Moira
the
ultimately
inverted tower.
favors G2. Yes, it
Her
cost
frequency
Han's
is
ult, it
unstable.
cost the Tahm Kench ult,
I should go
it
check on her.
cost Han's flash, but that's resources in G2's pocket now that they will be able to spend. 1,500 gold lead there on the scoreboard. There's a control ward in the Baron Pit from GAM, but what can they get? Skumon going to step up here through the harrowing path, but they are not going to to give him an opportunity to find anything.
Tension continues to build as we go towards that huge fight to determine the game. So many critical factors here. Can they actually make use of the flash that they blew on Hansama? That champion is hard to pick off, especially if the Tahm Kench is hovering, if Labrov is close by.
Now, important to note,
Forgive
there
me.
is grievous wounds on 2 champions on the side of G2. However, it is not proactive grievous wounds, it is only reactive grievous wounds. Both are bramble vests. If those champions are not being attacked, it does not matter. Hansama, though, does have executioners to try to apply that debuff.
Forgive me.
Ball breaker over the wall, trying to stay
Onwards.
safe as G2 invades the jungle of
All
game.
paths converge.
And it feels like G2 are fully in the driver's seat right now. They're the ones looking for opportunities. They're the ones trying to catch game.
Yeah, and they're the ones with the Senna constantly stacking here. You can definitely see the effects, though, of the nerf not stacking quite as fast, for sure. Only 76 stacks there for Hansama, but will continue to accrue that range, that power here to add more options to their play later on. Caps, of course, in the side lane once again. And
It's what is the latest that boots have been claimed in a professional game?
I feel like we're getting there. I feel like we are there, maybe.
It's 28 and a half minutes. No one has empowered boots yet in the game.
And because they split dragons 2-2, this next one isn't even the critical dragon. So yeah, if they feel like they have a bad approach, a bad angle to the fight,
you don't have to go.
Exactly, they don't have to go. They don't have to full send on this one. So we could be in for a lot more lulls.
Okay, Skumon gonna step up again. The harrowing path allowing him to approach close enough to see what Gam is doing without putting himself in mortal danger. Death ball for both teams here in mid lane.
And the pressure is just so big. In an elimination match here on the international stage, you don't want to be the one to make the critical mistake. But you also
May I
have to
pray
have
for
that
anything
killer instinct
specific for
if
you?
an opportunity,
It would be my honor.
Let me be there for everyone as we head toward our shared future, leaving the past behind.
Oriana shield on Levi. Okay, Abyssal dive from Labrov. Kiaya to target! G2 have already got him! Feet of warfare for G2! Kiaya down! Gam on the retreat! A nice knockback onto Elio, but Broken Blade has gone very far forward. He uses the Pathmaker to get himself back out. That is a massive pick from G2 Esports.
Caps does it. They go for the burst. They get the kill. The Aatrox is down. G2 will get dragon number 3.
All right, there it is. And I just got updated. That is the second longest timer to claim the Blessing of Noxus, which is the boots, across all Tier 1 regions in Split 2. The longest one was 31 minutes, but we don't have time for that. Caps has been caught out. Levi goes in for him, but Labrov's got the save. Tahm Kench against Vi. He's made for this. Beautiful counter from G2, and the game is blown wide open. Hansama with a kill. Caps with another, and G2 are about to take the Baron.
Caps doing it. G2, they're gonna get the Baron. That will put an end to the stalemate. They will push in.
This game was so close for so long. For 29 minutes, they stared each other down, and when push came to shove, who steps up? Caps.
G2 wearing.
May I pray for anything specific for you?
Plan with convention.
Hopefully, we'll make new findings.
Let me be there for everyone.
Understood. I am here to serve your will.
Hitting Baron and going for Scuttle Crab. And then when Cat swats up, they do go for the Vi ult. But as you called out, Labrov is there, so they just eat Caps up. And then with teleports coming in, look at that grouping. Boom. Finds the full stun on 3. And they just combo all of it. Let's get the comms.
All right.
Huge, large.
I'll be
big
heading out.
Yes.
All synonyms for the state of the play that G2 just made. The gold lead now ballooning up to 5,000. Probably closer to about 3,000 now total for the team in terms of the flower value. So 8,000 effective gold lead. And you can see their damage dealt to champions in the last team fight. Kiaya did 0 because he was dead. However, 4,000 damage almost from Caps. Ooh, and another whiff on the Seraphine ulti there from Elio.
Thank you everybody that's hanging out.
Out of those so far this game, it feels like most of GAM's engage attempts have been onto the Labrov Tom Kench, trying to shut down.
Hopefully I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Or probably not tomorrow, but maybe Tuesday or Wednesday.
They're gonna get the 4-1.
We'll see. It might be a few days before y'all see me.
Slowly but surely.
I've got some IRL stuff going on this week.
Oh, nice from
That's why I wanted a good long stream today.
Responds with a heartbreaker to get away, and Eris gonna get dove now. G2 is tired of waiting, and Broken Blade will create the space to pierce the base of
Much
GAM,
love, y'all.
as
Catch you
G2
later.
will find their first inhibitor here in the top lane. They'll find the second in mid right thereafter. That's 2 inhibs down. 32 minutes and 45 seconds into the game. Those will remain dead well past the timer for what will be Mountain Soul for G2.
It's actually so smart for G2 to use Skewmond as the split pusher for that exact reason, because he knows he is ready for the ulti. And the only real big pick play that GAM have. They know that they have to use that Vi. Skewmond ready for it. Answers with his own.
The Vi ulti is so telegraphed too. You